I mean, this has been going around for some time. There's just this uncanny resemblance between the two, and it's very pronounced in the voices. George W. Bush and Charles Manson. Daily Motion Video actually has a compilation here. If anybody has a convenient voice comparison, I'll play it. There's so many here. Bush isms sound like Charles Manson isms. Charles Manson, played by George W. Bush. Excerpt. Let's take a look. By the way, phones are open 833-311-1984. We're now in spring, and I did do some research on this matter of Persephone, and this would be Persephone's release time. So I don't think it's a coincidence that you have this Persephone archetype with Evan Wood and the story of her imprisonment, more or less, by the Hades archetype, her kidnapper, that would be Manson, and that now the Phoenix Rising documentary comes out. It seems very timed with the changing of the season. Specifically, even releasing it on the 15th of March, the Ides of March, which was the name of the final movie she was in when she terminated that relationship. Okay, let me play this. Charles Manson, George Bush.
Well, I think this isn't the first time our nation's ever been divided. I remember what it was like when I got out of college. There was a Vietnam War and a draft. There were major race riots. There was political assassins, and it was nearly impeached. And a lot of people thought the country was going down the tubes, and it turns out we're too strong to go down the tubes.
Okay, now let's segue in.
I'm not a person to interview. I don't like to play interviews. But I'm stuck under a game of ignorance. I'm stuck under little brain people, you dig? And I have to try to get around that the only way I can. The only time I can get unhandcuffed is when I'm here with the media. I've been 20 years in handcuffs. If that makes any sense to anybody in this world, 20 years in handcuffs.
Yeah, okay, so you're listening to Charles Manson. You're listening to Charles Manson. He blended it in from George Bush, the first part of this, but no, this is Manson right now. I can't tell a difference.
So he can play daddy, to you. I mean,
And listen, I mean, if you don't hear, you hear it there. You can hear the cadence, the intonation, the delivery. It's Bush-esque, and well, I'm just laughing too because I'm watching this Charles Manson one, and if you want to see it, it's Charles. It's called Charles.
Yeah, so this has been going around for some time. So the voices are very, very close. And I've done this with a number of these, and it's undeniable. But it's not only that, but let me pull this up. If you search W and Manson, their faces, the facial recognition sites actually kind of equate the two, which also is kind of strange. What does this mean? One theory is that the entire Manson thing was a psyop, which I find to be believable. And could George Bush have played that role? I don't think there's a strong resemblance. I don't know. Maybe they're just both at peak crazy. I'm not quite sure. What do you think? Does anybody here think that George W. Bush literally played that role? Someone else had pointed out, I think it was Brend here, Manson's face tattoo changes its size and position over the years. Yeah, I've noticed that. I've seen discrepancies, like there are several different Mansons. And if you listen to Manson today, he's basically speaking the same language as Greta. I think he's dead now, actually, but it's usually his last few years is all about preserving our atmosphere. We're running out of air, etc. David A. Pryor says, I think Manson had several actors. The older version was Bush Jr. Oh, hey, the Babylon Bee, which is kind of a right-wing onion. I mean, I like satire, I like the creativity, but it's definitely partisan, and they play into all these various partisan footballs. Well, they got themselves kicked off of Twitter. Hi, Babylon Bee. The Babylon Bee has been locked for violating the Twitter rules against hateful conduct. And this is because they put Rachel Levine as Man of the Year, and Rachel Levine got Woman of the Year. So misgendering is considered to be an act of hate. And I'm surprised they weren't a little more savvy, a little more band savvy. But they like to, push and prod. So they got what they wanted. But I was looking at this article, I'm like, what are they talking about? Well, they had some runner-ups, and so I don't know if this exonerates them, but it wasn't just Rachel Levine that they misgendered. They also suggested that Colin Kaepernick ought to be recommended as Woman of the Year. Also, The Rock. So here are the winners of the Babylon Bee Women of the Year. Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Wow, what a beautiful woman. Hulk Hogan. And these are all people who've played these roles in movies. We had no idea Hulk Hogan was a woman, but there's no denying this photographic evidence, and he's in a tutu. Look at this brave, powerful woman playing football. You go, girl. That's Colin Kaepernick. President Zelensky, what a fantastic lady. We're so thankful Ukraine has such a strong woman leader during these difficult times. Mitt Romney, runner-up or guest, Woman of the Year, inspiration to us all. Stephen Colbert. Justin Trudeau. This year, Miss Trudeau showed the world that anyone can be a dictator. The ghost of Kiev. An actual photo proves that the ghost of Kiev is a woman. SpongeBob from the episode where he dressed as a woman and pretended to be a mother. Kyle Rittenhouse's prosecutor, shattering glass ceilings by showing that even the girls can attempt to put innocent people in jail. It says congratulations to all these brave, beautiful women. Anyway, it says here, not satire, the big banks are seizing the assets of conservatives. Coffee shop chains are advocating for the defunding of police. And woke corporations are blah blah, send us some money. Okay, you get it. So they kind of go after everything. Phase Polarizer has joined us. Let's see, the missing. Hey, if you want to call in 833-311-1984. We were talking about Dark City, continuation from last night's conversation. We brought up Eric Trump receiving a big painting of his father with a Q halo. We've also talked about the new Batman movie and how they've turned the Riddler into QAnon. And so Batman is going after QAnon. Then we have this one here. If you look at the screen, the main villain from Batman happens to be a Bill Gates looking character. That's almost identical. So what do you make of that? If you want to comment on any of these things, the number is 833-311-1984. Mostly talking about, of course, the new Batman movie. I haven't watched it yet, but some of these obvious tie-ins to reality. Not so interested in talking about Hunter Biden or any of this manufactured drama. We've covered General Flynn calling upon the angels of light, no, the rays of light and the legions. Let me play this. So the other day I was talking about General Flynn and how the prayers that he leads his congregation of QAnoners through is not from the Bible. It's actually from a 1980s doomsday cult called the Church Universal Triumphant. Well, here he is leading the QAnoners in prayer. And if that sounds weird, it should. This is a political thing, isn't it?
We are your instrument of those sevenfold rays and all your archangels, all of them. We will not retreat. We will not retreat. We will stand our ground. We will not fear to speak. We will be the instrument of your will, whatever it is. In your name, and the name of your legions.
Again, this is something of an oath / prayer, but what you're actually hearing, again, it's not biblical. and the legions and the 7 rays of light that they are going to be conduits for and servants of come from a 1980s doomsday cult that were channeling angels and believing that they were fighting a deep state. They believed that they were channeling the great white brotherhood to fight deep evil. No different than the white hats versus the black hats. So I'm just pointing out that General Flynn here is actually using the cult, or I'm sorry, the church universal triumphant. And they've repackaged it as the church universal Trump. And that's exactly what it is.
We are freeborn, and we shall remain freeborn, and we shall not be enslaved by any foe, within or without. So help me God. God bless you. God bless America. Thank you very much.
So there you have it. So that might sound somewhat biblical, but then when you go into this, so you go church universal triumphant, it was a very successful church. I mean, it actually convinced a lot of people to sell their assets and move into bunkers for fear that Russia and China were about to drop nukes on everyone. Church Universal and Triumphant is an international New Age religious organization founded in 1975 by Elizabeth Prophet. And it's a theosophic organization. The world didn't end when this once thriving doomsday cult said it would. And the thing is, after they moved into the bunkers, the world didn't end, and they took credit for saving the world. So they didn't lose any of their credibility among their membership. Now, the main thing about this church is they believe that they're working with what they call ascended masters, who are people who have died to the world, but they still linger around to help us. And to me, this is a perfect explanation for this JFK Jr., Princess Diana, John Denver, Michael Jackson, and others that they say have left our world visibly, but they're still somehow working here. Says there are 200 that she identified, at least 200 ascended masters that had received this ancient wisdom. They claim to be messengers of the ascended masters. So, in a way, General Flynn is a messenger for the Kennedys. So is Trump. And the Kennedys, of course, are the bloodline of Christ. It says, as such, they communicate with the masters and deliver instructions to the world. And these dictations are believed to be channeled instructions. So you take channeled, and they have to be decoded and everything. And I'm just saying that 8chan, 4chan, Q drops, all these coded messages that they decode, yeah, it's all lifted out of this New Age cult. It's the same type of brainwashing program. Now it says here, one of the most important decrees is to invoke the violet flame to balance one's karma. It's the doctrine of the 7 rays, which has teachings about chakras and reincarnation. So, hearing this, can you still claim that the QAnon movement is a Christian thing? No, it's a New Age thing. It's Gnostic. It's part of the Western mystery tradition, and they do believe that they're bringing about a new Christ. And it doesn't have a happy ending. At the end of the Q road, you are in fact looking at a bloodbath, because they're going to kill all the Democrats. And if you disagree with that, you're free to call in. But that's basically their storyline. They're going to execute all the traitors, all the deep state, and we're going to have to stand down while they carry it out. So it would be dishonest to say that the QAnon movement isn't a violent extremist ideology. It actually is. Even if you think you have the moral high ground, it's the same motivation as radical Islam taking out the great Satan. This is a complete one-to-one thing that they have actually purposefully constructed. They have replaced the Quran radical with the QAnon radical. Great Satan is still the great Satan. It's still the same bad guys. The white Al-Qaeda or vanilla ISIS and the domestic violent extremist It's pretty much one for one. They've replaced every facet of the previous threat with the new threat. This also explains why when you're looking at the construction of the QAnon thing, it's why they're trying to convince the public that these radicals have a fringe that are willing to pop off, and it's just this open call for violence, and we're waiting for it to pop off. Well, we're going to see it, in my opinion, likely this summer. Joined by Rocco Calzone, Diana South, TC. Hey, take a look at the screen here. This is we talked about this yesterday. This is a cover of The Economist from 2015. The weaker sex. You have a guy with a red cap inside of a male symbol that's pointed down. Looks like a Q, looks like a MAGA hat. This is years before Q, years before MAGA hats. What are the odds? Just another prophetic Economist cover. Commenter says, remember Heaven's Gate? They wore Nikes, shrouded in purple, committed suicide to get to the comet Hale-Bopp. Yes, Marshall Applewhite. And, there are some indications that Marshall Applewhite might actually be Jim Morrison's father, Admiral Morrison, playing a role. Interesting story if it's real, but this fear of cults is something that I think they also like to emphasize. It's not their cult, it's inherently bad. All right, let's see here. The cult of climate change right now is ready for climate lockdowns. Again, shout out to Allergic to Bullshit for finding this. This is a short clip here just describing how the new normal is actually lockdown society, lockdown culture, locking down to save the planet. And so I would invite all of you who actually believe in global warming, just lock down early. Get a head start, start saving. If you want to call right back, I think I accidentally hung up on you, caller. John Bracey posted this tweet. First time in a movie theater since 2020, I'm the only one in a mask. I won't be back till 2024. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, I wanted to comment on the QAnoners and what they want to happen to the bunch on the left.
Okay, yes, let's talk about the QAnon tribunals. Can you have Q without tribunals?
I'm just, I didn't follow the Q drops. All I know is that I was following David Wilcock for a while, and he, so I'm going by information that I got from there. Supposedly he had insiders too, talking about all the sealed indictments, and they've been talking about this for a long time. It still doesn't seem to have happened, but according to what his synopsis of all of it was that there were going to be indictments through the courts, and they would be tried through the courts, and either, whatever the sentences would be for the crimes committed, it was going to go through legal courts, not some kind of, I don't know, what are you saying? I mean, how are these, this bloodbath supposedly, whose hands is this at, who's doing this?
I was told that QAnon and Trump are leading a military operation, and so these will be military tribunals, and we will be locked down at home, and we'll watch on TV as they execute the traitors. So when I think execute, even if it's for the right reasons, I'm not in favor of capital punishment necessarily, but the idea that we're going to watch the wholesale murder of a bunch of bad actors, it just sounds like, isn't there a better way? But I mean, to me, it sounds like a bloodbath.
Don't military tribunals even have some kind of a court process? They don't just put people against the wall. There's got to be some kind of process that goes with it.
Well, many of the QAnoners relish the idea that a lot of these people have already been killed. They'll say, oh, they already took out Tom Hanks. He got the shot. They took out Ellen DeGeneres. Oh, yeah, they killed. And they have a list of people. So they believe that bad guys are being executed at Guantanamo. And a lot of the QAnoners, they relish this because they believe that they're seeing devils being killed off. Um, I mean, why wouldn't you?
I don't know. So that seems really an extreme group, though. It doesn't seem like. I mean, how many followers does Q have? Kind of in general, would you say?
Supposedly, there are 40 million people who agree with the basic premise. That's from polls they've taken.
Okay.
Now, as far as like you can't, I mean, you can look at the Q group of people and just say you're just looking at patriots. You could, but you would be turning a blind eye to their central motivation, which is there is a deep state and it's global, and this is a military operation to uproot a global cabal. So
Yeah.
you cannot separate Q from global cabal. That's their primary thing. It's like you can't take the devil out of the
No, and
Bible.
that's actually I agree with that. I would say that they're probably right on that level, and that's it. You know, a lot of the information that David Wilcock had also went into a lot of that. They went into the alliance, which is supposedly the people in the military that are the quote unquote good guys that are helping, and all of that. So yeah, it is a big story. Supposedly, he had several insiders that he was getting information from that were attached to the military.
Well,
Um, so
if it's true, then it will be, by definition, a bloodbath. It just will be a draining of the swamp. There'll be people who deserve it. But you can't escape the fact that if you're talking about Hillary Clinton being hanged, or Bill Clinton being
no,
hanged, or burned at this,
no,
or
that's
burned Tom Hanks at
ridiculous.
the stake, well, how would you execute them? Bullets, lynching, necklacing?
Well, it depends on where are the trials, and I don't know. I don't know what the logistics of that is do you go by a state's jurisdiction, or the military has their own firing squad kind of thing? I mean, what do God? When's the last time anybody's even been put up against the wall by the military?
Right, right. Well, whatever it is, the person who clued me into the Q thing told me that there's going to be military tribunals, so expect hangings and shootings. And he also said that as a matter of public record, it's going to be broadcast on the emergency broadcasting in every phone device. So every device will convey this to everybody that the deep state is being destroyed. So even though it sounds bad the way I'm describing it as a bloodbath, it's a good bloodbath because it's bad blood.
Well, yeah. However, I don't know, and obviously, we're not knowing the logistics of military tribunals and how they actually would find somebody guilty of. And Hillary Clinton, why would she be tried by a military tribunal? That doesn't even make sense. She would be in a criminal court, right?
Well, I'm not the one who promulgates this stuff. I'm just pointing out what they actually do believe. And they do see the best case scenario, all the bad actors executed. And that does mean deaded. That means buried, bodied. They're gonna be killed. There's
Yeah,
no nice way to frame this.
yeah.
You can't say, I mean, maybe they could give them a lethal injection or something like that, but
And,
but I'm saying is that it
and
involves death. It
again,
involves death, lots of death.
yeah, yeah, no, and let's look. I mean, if the accusations were true, then those are heinous crimes. But I think people that get caught with doing things like, yeah, some of them are killed, some of them are put in jail for life, whatever.
Kill baby eaters. I'm
Um,
with it. Look, if they're actually
but
doing everything that they're executed, then we're not even dealing with humans. We're dealing with demons in the
no, those,
flesh.
yes, they are. They're subhuman. I agree, 100%, totally. If that's what's going on, yeah,
So you
yeah.
can
And
understand,
but I
like
would
I don't mean to mischaracterize them. They
go
have good
ahead.
intentions. Like if you want to kill the bad guys and you find out they're guilty of heinous things, it's not hard to see yourself as a good guy. But I just don't want to take away the essential fact that every terrorist thinks that they're doing the right thing, that they're
Yeah,
fighting
of
the
course.
great Satan.
Yep.
And I kind of think that they're going down a very dangerous path following people like General Flynn.
Yeah, well, and again, here we go. So 40 million, that seems kind of high, doesn't it? Do you really think they have 40 million followers?
Well,
I don't know,
how many
maybe.
Trump voters were there, and then how many of the Trump voters
Right.
believe the essential story of QAnon, which is actually just a reiteration of older concepts about world communism, about various groups. So I don't think it's far-fetched. Let me see where that figure came from. So I know it's
Well,
mainstream,
not
so we
only
can
that
trust
too,
it.
but he's lost a lot of people recently. A lot, when he started going for the vax thing, I think he turned off a bunch of his followers. And also, I will say, even if let's say there are 40 million, it seems to me like as far as like seeing red and wanting dripping blood and people dying by the thousands, no matter whatever they did or didn't do, it seems like that would be an extreme group. It wouldn't be the majority that actually would go that far as to actually wanting to kill.
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe that's
I
just
can
me
look. I can
misjudging
agree.
people.
But look, it's kind of like you can be an apologist for radical Islam because only the fringe are going to strap on the bomb belts and run into the Jewish deli and yell Allah Akbar and blow themselves up. It's not the moderates,
Right.
but I'm saying it's the moderates that need to be held accountable for what the fringe do. So I'm not going to give the moderates any kind of slack because what they're doing is they're being set.
What?
What I'm saying is you
I don't know
can't
if I agree.
look, you can't be a moderate Q. If you believe in Q, you believe in murdering Democrats because they're evil blood drinkers. That's the bottom
What?
line.
I don't know. Where are the Q rules? Are there some rules that say that that's how it has to be if you really are? Are you just like, kind of a marginal Q follower then? I don't know. Come on, man.
Okay, is there a QAnon
What?
believer that doesn't believe in the cabal? Is there one Q believer that
I don't
doesn't
even
believe in
know
the
because I
cabal?
don't, yeah, I don't know a whole
Look,
lot of
I'm
QAnoners,
telling you,
so.
I've been studying the QAnoners. I've interviewed authors on the book, and there is a QAnon orthodoxy. There are things they believe. They have tenets of their faith. There's a reason why Eric Trump just got a Trump. I mean, he got a Donald Trump painting with the lightning bolt Q halo. They believe that Q is good, fighting for the bloodline of Christ, aka the Kennedys, and that they're going to take out the deep state, who are a bunch of human trafficking, slave owning, worthy of death pedophores. So, of course, you want to kill the bad guys. So, this is really I would say this is a very simple good versus evil dynamic they set up, and they're on good, the other guys are evil, and it's not even kill or convert. It's convict and kill once the sealed indictments are opened up.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, you got a point. I will agree. And, I've been shocked by people over and over again. So I guess I don't know why it would be so incredulous to me to think that people are really, believing, and there's a lot of stuff that I believe in. I do believe there's a bunch of freaking, crazy sex slave rings, like gigantic big rings that involve a lot of very famous people. So,
Sure, look, in their defense, the QAnoners, the Q believers, they have a point. They have lots of points, and they get a lot of things right. I just think that it's like controlled opposition. Like maybe a good percentage of what they're being told, or a lot of their assessment, is somewhat accurate, but I think they're being steered by bad actors. And when I found out this connection between General Flynn and this doomsday cult from the 80s, it set off some red flags for me because that doomsday cult is pretty much teaching the same or taught the same things that Q does, including this secret existence of extraterrestrials about to be revealed. So it's a new age thing, and I don't see how
well,
it.
that chant that you played, oh my God, that was gross.
And
That was just
look,
like, ugh.
apparently that guy tells his inner circle that China's going to use EMPs, and that anyone that has been vaccinated more than 3 times is going to have their heads explode. That's what this guy's been telling people. He doesn't say it in these big meetings, but
Oh,
you got to pay.
all right, yeah. So if people believe that, then you know what? I'm just gonna have to say, wow, okay. What do you say?
Yeah, exactly. Look, I just think people should own, their own religious beliefs or their paradigm. They should at least own up to what they're asserting. And I can agree with the idea that nobody wants a deep state. Nobody wants a bloated big state. Well, maybe not
Well,
nobody.
so do
Sadly, a
you
lot of
not
people
think that
do,
there's a
actually.
deep state? Do you not think that that's going on?
Oh, I think all state is deep state. I think the
Yeah,
idea of saying the deep state is just pointing at the
you're
Democrats,
right.
but I
It's
think
yeah,
look, the right
yep.
wing is also deep
Overt and
state.
covert. Yeah.
I wish it was that cut and dry that you could just point to the evil guys and then you take the side of good and you get rid of the evil and then it's pure. But it's not that simple. And I think that this movement is a utopian kind of view that they can perfect mankind. And this has always been criticized by conservatives. They used to criticize this stuff. The idea that you could have this utopian plan, perfect man's institutions, drain the
Yeah,
swamp and have everything
everything's
perfect.
flipped around, hasn't it?
Everything has literally flipped.
The mirror.
Yeah, it's remarkable,
There's so
isn't it?
many mirrors.
I mean, they've even made,
Yeah.
you can find mainstream articles connecting this QAnon movement to a new hippie movement. And they're saying, oh, it's like the hippies are now right wing. They're now on the other side. I'm like, that's another example of this mirroring, this inversion. Or even,
I've been in awe, yeah, of all of it,
yeah,
really.
it is. It's an awesome story that we're watching, and it's certainly intricate, and it never gets dull. You know, people who think the news is boring are only looking at the surface of it, and I think they try to keep it boring so you don't look too deep.
Yeah, boring, mesmerized, distracted. Yeah, yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Well, I love the stuff that you get into, man. You've got some great connections that you've been getting into, and it's really fascinating.
Awesome, and thanks for calling, and thanks for challenging my premise that the QAnoners are a bunch of bloodthirsty domestic violent extremists. Like, I'm not trying to mischaracterize them. I'm just slightly exaggerating, slightly. But
They are, yeah, they are kind of just the other sheep, I
yeah,
gotta say, even though I do believe in a lot of the stuff they're talking about. So,
yeah, exactly. That's why I never totally dismiss these things. I try to understand them because if
well, and you do say that, but yeah, I mean, when you start talking about all of them wanting to be, see blood dripping and would like to like rip people's heads off themselves, it's like a little too much.
all right, hey, thanks for the call. Have a great night.
All right, you too. Good night.
Yeah, so if I don't want to mischaracterize, like I said, but we are talking about the core beliefs here. All right, so let us continue. And look, I'm ready to let the QAnon thing drop, but then I get videos where they're talking about, oh, JFK Jr. was flexing on top of George Washington's stone head at Mount Rushmore. And then here's Donald Trump with an electric Q halo on a big painting, being handed to him by an artist with a wicked mullet. And Eric Trump is there. Wow, I love this. So you can't disassociate this group. And look, the QAnoners see this stuff, and this confirms. Oh yeah, he's an agent of the Kennedys, who are the reincarnation of the bloodline of Christ. That's what they extrapolate from that little exchange there. So it means something. Okay, we were talking about Babylon Bee getting banned for misgendering people. Covered Mercury Rising. Oh, the Riddler is the main thing here. So I haven't seen the new Batman yet. It's going to be streaming next month. If anybody here has seen it, we welcome spoilers. But from what I've gathered, you have a Bill Gates type villain, and then the Riddler, who peddles online conspiracy theories about hidden cabals controlling the government. Again, Riddler is Q. And this was so predictable again. Oh, here's some good news on when is this coming? There's going to be a comet twice the size of the dinosaur extinction rock. And I think is this Tuttle? Is this the one that's going to kill us? Maybe it's this year. What happened to the asteroid 3 times the size of the Empire State Building that was supposed to kill us last Friday? Like, they must assume we don't have an attention span. It's the TikTokification of the news. It says, we are but a rock spinning through a void of space at a terrifying rate. This is difficult for the Earth that has to travel through the cosmos in close proximity to a number of asteroid belts. But now our planet is in danger of being assaulted by other space rocks. So Swift Tuttle has a 133-year orbit around our sun. Swift Tuttle is going to kill us very soon here. It's a cosmic snowball of frozen gas, rock, and dust. Leftovers from the formation of a solar system. Why is it so concerning? Swift Tuttle follows a very steep orbit around the sun, travels at 36 miles per second, and it's moving 4 times faster than the one that impacted the Earth. So it's just a reminder here, nothing about life on Earth is guaranteed. And that's the main thing. I think they tell you these stories to keep you in mind, to keep this forefront in your mind at all times. You can die. Global warming, asteroids, anything, you just have to always be aware that you're going to die. This is a nightmare scenario. We're on a terrifying journey through an infinite void of space. And I think it's the complete opposite. I mean, at this point, they've been wrong so often, they're just not reliable for their incoming predictions. Truth Hurt says, didn't a fridge-sized asteroid hit on 311? Yeah, I heard about that one. So they say. And these things are supposedly worth a ton of money. I mean, it's such a big joke. Do you remember in 2020 there was the coffin maker who found an asteroid, and I think he went and he sold it for 2 million pounds or something. It was in Indonesia. And he was a struggling coffin maker in 2020. That was like my first clue that this thing was probably a hoax. It's like in 2020, if you're a coffin maker, you should be doing pretty well. Unless that was a hoax too. Here we go. Look, man sold meteorite to become a millionaire after it fell to the roof of his house. A 33-year-old coffin maker. Man becomes a millionaire as a 1,400,000 pound meteorite crashes through his roof. Man gets rich when meteorite from heaven crashes. Indonesian coffin maker, now millionaire. Let's see. A few people here have joined us in DLive. Restless Bear, Dave Sims. Look, if you want to be on DLive, you do notice the chat will integrate, so there's a link there if you want to go to that platform. I'm also keeping this on 24/7. We're turning it back on. I had to make some updates and change a few things around, but we're ready to go back 24/7. Also, get on the live stream notifications. Go to infiniteplane.radio. You get on the newsletter, but we also have text alerts. And text alerts are a great way to get past websites like YouTube that are very lazy when it comes to delivering notifications. Colin Kaepernick compared the NFL to slavery. Now he wants back in. So he's trying out, he's practicing. I believe he's in New Orleans yesterday. But he's been going around trying to get back in after having described it as literal slavery. So, I hope he gets what he wants there. Listen to this. I have no idea what this would mean for the ISS, but it could be that this is the last formal diplomatic link between the two nations. So we've been talking about the ISS's cracking apart at the seams and how it represents a breaking apart of our cooperation with regards to outer space. Are we going to proceed into the infinite universe and become a multiplanetary species as a bunch of space capitalists plundering the universe as we did the Earth? Or are we going to go out there as space communists, keep everything sustainable, make life down here on Earth also sustainable? This is the subtext behind the movie Don't Look Up, where the rich, greedy corporation owners don't want to deflect the comet, they want to mine it, which brings about our universal destruction. So the storyline there was, listen to the scientists. And the scientist that they bring to you today is the character portrayed by Leonardo da Vinci, who's something of a Noah, warning the wicked, who don't really believe him. They think he's eccentric or whatever, but he's proven to be right. And the character that they portray is a pill-popping agoraphobe. He's terrified of the sky. And this is actually a repeated theme with the protagonist in Moonfall. Another scientist looks kind of like the character DiCaprio was playing in Don't Look Up. And he too is riddled with anxiety and constantly popping pills. The subtext being, if you knew how bad global warming was, you wouldn't be able to sleep at night. So anyway, This represents the fundamental split here, because if we continue on the path that we're going, we, being the Titanic, we're going to hit an iceberg. So that's why they keep on honing in on images of Jeff Bezos on a mega yacht, the guy who owns the Blue Origin. They want to convey the richest man in the world can't be the guy that decides how we move forward. So this is the story. This is the basis for this ideological divide and why Russia and America are breaking up. Well, anyway, Russia tells U.S. ambassador that ties are on the verge of being severed, and this is from Reuters. But this was all predicated by a lot of stuff that we could see, hardly even having to read between the lines, just looking at the relations up above. And this summer, they even had literal cracks in the space station. All right, we're joined by me and my drone. Appreciate the gematria. I'm not really into numerology. We do notice a whole lot of patterns here. And I don't really interpret these things. I'm not really into the New Age stuff. But there is a symbolic language and a system of symbolism that you can interpret the meaning of things from usage. And that's pretty much what we've been doing this time. It helps to remain active. There are people who go deeper into the symbolism and assert that this means that, but I kind of think that's you lose objectivity. All right, some other headlines here. Again, the Batman movie has a QAnon villain, or sort of a anti-hero, I guess you could say, in the Riddler. From Z to Q, when letters become political symbols. So now they're going to go after your Z's as well and pull them off the keyboards. It's like one of these days, you're just not going to have a Q. And you might think I'm joking. And it might have started off as a joke. Like I used to joke that there was no meaningful distinction between Hollywood and the news media. But no, it's a fact. It's an observation. Most of our so-called conspiracy theories are just observations. But I've been saying, they're going to remove the Q's from your keyboards. Well, it sounds like a laughable proposition, but what happens when they get rid of keyboards? You don't have the analog and the physical keys, but it's all digital. When it's digital, it becomes that much easier for them to actually remove them. Like imagine if you had emoji keys and you had an emoji key for the laugh crying emoji. Well, look, you wouldn't have it anymore. Or you would still, I mean, if it was a key, you would still have it, but because it's not an actual key, you've lost it. The emoji that's crying has been, I guess, associated with hate and sarcasm more than actual laughing with joy. So it's hate laughing. So the crying, laughing emoji has been canceled. And I'm just saying they're coming for your Q's. They're coming for your question marks, and now Z. The tears of joy emoji is the worst. This is from The Guardian. I mean, how sensitive are these people? It's used to gloat about human suffering. So anyway, this is a banned emoji. So here, my point is this: it's not a slippery slope argument to say one day they're banning an emoji, the next day they're banning a letter. It's sort of a contemporary, blasphemy is what they're trying to create here. Oh wait, let's see what else. Are Russian cosmonauts define Putin from space? Spacemen wear the colors of Ukrainian flag as they arrive on the ISS. I saw this the other day. The new Russian crew that came up, they're wearing yellow and blue. Wearing the colors of Ukraine's flag. Now Putin's trying to downplay it. I don't think you really can. A QAnon surfer thought he was Neo from the Matrix before he killed his children. So this is an interesting story. It's fake through and through. If you look at every single picture, look at everything attached to this story, you will not find anything associating this individual with any kind of Q or Trump or MAGA. None of the pictures are convincing in the slightest. But this was one of these stories that I more or less had predicted. I had said keep an eye on August 8th through the 11th for some left coast Manson-esque killing or atrocity to be blamed on the QAnoners. And sure enough, on that day, we had our QAnon Charles Manson. And this is the guy who killed his kids because Q told him to. But anyway, they've been talking to him, and he says that he felt like Neo in the Matrix. This was after he was arrested. So, what does this mean? I think what we're looking at here is this idea that they want to demonize the people who see themselves identifying with the guys fighting the Matrix. So if you identify with Roddy Piper from They Live, Neo from the Matrix, Truman from the Truman Show, yeah, you're one of these guys. You're dangerous. Again, this is all just, to me, it's a psyop to create a new archetype to scare people with. I think that's why they chose this particular scenario. They were showing that the toxic misinformation from flyover country can even reach these safe enclaves on the left coast and radicalize someone when the wife's not watching, and then he kills the kids. So this is just meant to show that no one is safe until this information is bottled up. His name was Matthew Coleman. Again, he's sort of a right-wing Charles Manson in the sense that, or there's a couple of parallels here. One, anniversary of the Manson killings, he does this atrocity. Two, he's the visible face for this right-wing hippie movement, used to demonize it, much as Manson misrepresented the hippies who were on the other side, more or less, the anti-war side. We're looking here at a construct. Matthew Coleman, the dad who killed kids over QAnon theories, deteriorated rapidly. Now, according to him, Q told him to kill the reptilians. And again, I follow the Q. I've listened to QAnon. I've read all their stuff. I follow all of their leaders and main Twitter accounts. And what I've discerned here is that they're not about reptilians. They're about this deep state thing. There's no mention of reptiles. It's really not a thing. So the idea that Q told him that his wife was a reptilian and he had to kill his kids, yeah, that's completely made up stuff. And it's pretty it's pretty much of a stretch to me that he would be a QAnon person, because anybody who's even slightly radical QAnon, even if they're just sampling the Kool-Aid, they've got the swag. They've got the bumper stickers. They've got the TikTok, the Twitters, the accounts where they're going out across the country waving their flags, and that's all absent here. So I don't really buy it. Again, the 22nd, it's the 42nd anniversary of the Georgia Guidestones, first anniversary of the King Soopers shooting, many other psyops, so I think a lot of people are more or less predicting it. Tomorrow will be a super day for a psyop, so I'll be definitely keeping you abreast of what's going on there. I'm probably going to go back tonight and head straight to the Discord server. We're working on a new episode of South Pole, and we put a lot of time into this one. And the more time we put into it, the longer the episode's going to turn out. So there's no problem there. Subscribe to the newsletter if you want to get archives. We've been covering a lot of interesting stories lately. This recent psyop with Marilyn Manson and Evan Wood, which has some interesting Kubrick tie-ins. And, interestingly enough, Marilyn Manson himself ties in pretty intricately to this QAnon story. This formerly underground belief that the Kennedys were indeed the bloodline of Christ returned. Can't believe this is almost mainstream political discourse. That you actually have a wing of a party, you have a political faction that its base actually thinks that they're going to be somehow saved by some kind of deified dead president. We've been talking about Kanye West going OJ, so we'll see what happens there. Russia is going to Mars by itself. I'm pretty sure Space Wars has begun. All right, I think we've covered pretty much everything for now. Again, Vincent Fuchsia is running for Senate. So if you're out there in Monroeville, you can go meet the guy that the QAnoners for years believed was JFK Jr. in some kind of disguise. Diana South says, I like Q because it's a soap opera. It has good entertainment value. It is entertaining. It is interesting. And what we're witnessing too, from a perspective of maybe if you're an anthropologist, you're looking at the emergence of a new religion. It's a new Christianity. And before Christianity was codified into the Gospels, it was sort of an oral tradition, sayings attributed to Jesus that were passed around. And it was referred to, it's been referred to as Q source. Q source. So that's kind of fascinating in itself because I think we're actually witnessing a new Q source. That's pretty much, I think, the best way to describe this thing. And this is a new religion. It's complete with an eschatology, and they're actually praying for it. They can't wait for the world to end so they can fix it and build back better. It's like everyone wants their own version of a reset. They just can't agree on who gets to decide what the post-reset world's going to look like. All right, I'm going to maintain the 24/7 stream. So if you're here in YouTube, just stick around. It's going to stay on 24/7. It's going to go back into the archives. So thanks again, everyone, for joining. And again, I'm going to have the replay on the other channel in the morning. Get on the newsletter so you can get archives sent to your inbox. And then, of course, you can always get the text message notification. So if we get kicked off this channel, which is likely at some point, you'll get a notification that will send you directly to the next channel and the next one until they stop terminating our channels. But look, I don't have that expectation. Anyway, we've evolved. Really, if you think about it, we're something of a sleeping giant. That's why you see all these Penguin Godzilla memes. It's because that's what's coming in the future. Anyway, this is 33rd Degree. Listen for Tim.
This is the court of the 33rd degree. I was taken back a little suddenly as I looked askance at this door in front of me. Yes, there was a black lady stating it to be the Supreme Court of the 33rd degree.
You are.
You are listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
Puzzle, face mask muzzle. I'm going to my grandma's house. Shut it, shut up, cover your mouth. Soap opera dynasty bullshit. COVID-19 84. COVID-19 84. COVID-19.
We're all going to die someday. And if you're going to pick some place to die, then why not Mars? Okay. If we're born on Earth, why not die on Mars? Seems like maybe it'd be kind of exciting. But so I think given the choice of dying on Earth or dying on Mars, I'd say, yeah, sure, I'll die on Mars.
Forgive us our sins, for we ourselves forgive everyone who is indebted to us, and lead us not into temptation. Did you drive your car to Mars? Do yourself make space?
You're listening to One-Eyed Jack and the Murder Hornets. This is Pope Elon. Go ahead and share the stream. Alright everyone, it is the first day of spring, March 20th, 2022. Spring equinox, which I suspect may have something to do with the release of the Kraken, whatever that may be. And it might even end up being Hunter's laptop. We'll talk about that. Just seems like a lot of news from 2016 is bubbling back to the surface, and I'm not looking forward to it. But yeah, Hunter's laptop is back in the news, which to me it's a big nothing burger, as it always was. Pixar, it didn't happen. Insinuation's not enough. All right, let's see who's here. We've been joined here by Osher, Tech Inc., Zin Velis, Dang says you gotta be kidding me. Jenna Lovecraft Reeves, Mitch, Jungle Jim, Penguin Doctor. By the way, if you want a wrench, just say hi, and I'll be going through the chat later and handing those out. Joined by that SOB, AJ206, OB Ninja, Green Smoke, David A. Pryor, and Salty Siren. Yeah, I'll be throwing wrenches here shortly. We'll have our wrenching dispensation at the end of the live stream. And by the way, I'm making it a habit now. Anybody who contributes to the site, if you contribute to Infinite Plane Radio live streams, you see at the screen it says donate at. If you click that link, one, you get the super chat, it goes on the screen, post anything, nothing gets censored. But when I go through the donations later, I'll be sending links. I'm just basically handing out NFTs like crazy. Claim, links. I've been moving NFTs through the Ko-Fi site that handles the super chats. There might be a few left, but we are creating non-fungible tokens out of our memes. The meme pool is something to be cherished. It's something to preserve. Now, what is a meme pool? Let's go ahead and bring this up really quick here just to put everything into context, because this channel is not just me, obviously. It consists of a think tank, a chat that's concurrent with it. You have the typical radio type shows where they take calls and the caller is just some anonymous voice. But we actually have more of a, it's not a formal necessarily, but it's a semi-formal group of people who are building along the same lines of research and discourse. We're always sharing stuff. So a meme pool is the sum total of memes, which are transmittable units of cultural ideas, present in a given human population. It's analogous to a gene pool. So I've been looking at this chat room itself, or this the Infinite Plane Society, this entire platform, all of our social media networks and our real life networks, as more or less a big meme pool, which is kind of dammed off of the mainstream at the moment. But there are cracks in the dam, and occasionally they break through. In fact, I made a meme out of the Research Flat Earth billboard, which is one example of what happens when a meme breaks into the mainstream. It's usually just really unmitigated hilarity because the media doesn't know how to respond to anything that's not on their teleprompted reality. So they didn't know what to do with this story of the Research Flat Earth billboard, and it became a story. So the billboard became a news story, and it rolled forward from there. It picked up traction, but that was just one meme, and it's easily the most popular flat earth meme out there. If you were to search, research flat earth. It's not the earth is flat, it's research it. The very suggestion that someone researches it, it's like saying look up flat earth. And I think this is why you have these movies out like Don't Look Up. The one about the modern day Noah telling us that we need to do something about the incoming comet, which I look at as just basically a space iceberg about to hit Titanic Earth. But they're saying don't look up. Well, I think in that context, don't look up has a double meaning. It means don't look up information for yourself because you'll find misinformation that will lead you away from the pure intentioned scientists who are just trying to save us. Now, one of the other NFTs on the site, if you're over there, and I'll put a link. This is one of the ones that's still available. It's a penguin that's from the penguin exhibit locally. I went down there and I checked them out, and I've made a few jiffies out of a number of these things. And I checked for myself. Penguins are not animatronic. They look animatronic, but there's this theory that penguins are fake, which we could address that as well. The people who automatically call things fake. You don't just challenge the status quo without some kind of refutation. Otherwise, it's just crazy versus crazy, and we're the ones grounded in reality. All right, joined by Thirst for Truth. Adam Geringer says, Adam says we meme what we're talking about. Absolutely. Joined by Finbar and Restream Bot. Okay, it looks like everyone's mostly showing up. I didn't send out text notifications. We ran out of credits for the month. Green Smoke says, I heard a young woman at the bar telling an older man that his generation fucked it up for everyone else. What'd she say? How dare you? Because that's pretty much it. You said younger generation. Let's just call it the how dare you generation. You're the reasons why we're kneeling under desks. Because you didn't vote away our gun rights. And then it's, of course, you ruined the environment. You benefited from a system of, well, a system that privileges one group over another. You didn't. So it's always this blame the older generation and discredit them. And that's what they've done. In many ways, you can see the Greta agenda was about young versus old as much as save the planet. And look how conveniently the pandemic necessitated the separation of generations. Jungle Jim says Hans Wormhat is a fun channel, but fake penguins is too far. Right. Well, here's the problem. The burden of proof belongs to the person making the extraordinary claim. So if you think the penguin is an extraordinary claim to say it exists, then you would expect the media would have some evidence for it, and they do. So then you have to challenge that evidence. They brought their evidence. Yeah, we found this weird bird at the bottom of the ball, and it looks like this. And you may not believe it at first. There are people, Hans Wormhat, who believe that pelicans are fake, that pelicans are just regular parrots with some plastic beak attached. And it's like, okay, that's a cool theory, but what's your evidence? An argument from incredulity? From ignorance? And at this point, it's an argument from ignorance because you can go down to your local zoo. You can find time-lapse videos of some of these exotic birds from the time that they're born till they're full grown. Now, the character you mentioned, Hans Wormhat, not his real name, he crossed the line when he got into the area of, quote, transvestigation, and he became convinced that his mom and dad were lying, that his dad was his mom, and vice versa. And then he went into some kind of care facility, and he came back with a more biblical message. So, I don't know where he's at now. All right, Victoria says, I got a text, just got back from my birthday party. I actually didn't send out text messages. It must have been an email message, which I do try to send out every single time. Now, let me describe what Hans Wormhat is, since we're getting into this. The fake penguins, birds are fake, everything is fake. That's not what we're doing here. Saying that the news is fake is not reality denial. We're not denying evidence. We're just pointing out the propaganda. It's a far cry. In fact, when you scrub away the propaganda, you're closer to the fundamental reality than the propagandized. So we're actually realists here. The people who say that it's all fake, they have a low standard of evidence and they're not credible witnesses. That's all that they're telling me. It's like, okay, so you're lazy. That's what it comes down to. Argument from laziness. It's your responsibility to bring the evidence for your extraordinary claim, and the media generally falls short. Their evidence is shoddy. You can see the green screen glitches, the grinning crisis actors. So that's all we're talking about here. So you have auto-hoaxing would be the term to describe automatically considering it to be a hoax unless it's attended by the requisite evidence. Automatically disbelieving is a completely different thing, and I couldn't stand by that. I would say that those who automatically call the news fake are just as bad as those who automatically call it real, if they're not basing their assessment on some kind of examination of evidence. And that was the big trick. The greatest trick the media played on humanity has been to convince us that we own the burden of proof. No, they do. Whoever brings you the story has to bring the evidence. And what they do is they try to shame you into going along with it. Like, oh, well, if you don't believe, it's because you're a conspiracy theorist or because there's something wrong with you. Adam Geringer says, Obama legalized propaganda. Yeah, that's a good point, too. They're not doing anything illegal. It's not ethical. But it's far deeper than just partisan bias. Like Trump would say, oh, their news is fake, and then CNN says, no, they're fake. It's one side calling the other fake. They're both fake. They share the same backstage. Mitch A says you can go to Florida and see pelicans. Right. Well, a lot of these people who claim these things don't exist aren't really challenged, and then they find echo chambers that will help them bolster this idea that we don't believe in pelicans here. What are you, a pelican shill? So I'm like a penguin shill because I say penguins are real. That's the whole point of my channel, is to convince you that penguins are real. And pandas, they don't believe in pandas. They say pandas were invented 100 years ago, and now they're all just painted bears. Well, what happened to the pandas during COVID? Because there's pandas at the zoo here. Everybody's staying home from work. What happened? Did they turn into brown bears? No. And their evidence is incredulity. Like, no, I don't believe in these because baby pandas look really funny. Have you ever seen a baby panda? It looks like kind of like a large pinky. The baby rats, like the feed mice for snakes. I mean, they're bizarre looking things, but they're not fake. So anyway, I'm just suggesting here that not believing in something doesn't make you somehow enlightened or more informed. You have to have a reason. Someone else even tried to play this whole thing with the zebras too. Oh, zebras are fake. Oh, really? Well, let me go down to the zebra exhibit and see if they turned into just regular old horses. What happened to the zebra painter? David said pandas may exist, but they might be man-made. They may exist, but they might be man-made. Okay, well, let us continue. And Deng is right. He says nothing is true unless you see it on TV. That's the standard of evidence. In fact, I had a quote yesterday from Richard Nixon. And I happen to think that Trump is going down the path of Nixon. I truly believe that Donald Trump is going to have his I'm not a crook moment. And it's all going to go down Watergate style. Most likely because of the 1-6 debacle. Let me go ahead and catch up on a couple of things. First of all, I watched InfoWars today because Alex Stein, 99, was live rapping. Rapper, comedian Alex Stein. And they were all into it there. And I have a screen cap here. He rapped about pimps and blimps and Fauci's and ouchies and bullets in Putin's brain. Alex was into it, / Bill. And they even had these graphics on the screen behind him of blimps and shrimp. Total absurdity. He did sit down at the mic and he did what you would expect. Spoke his truth. I mean, I just heard Alex Jones's replacement today. I mean, it really does seem like a fit. But if you want to watch it, you won't have a choice. It's probably going to be force-fed to you through your Twitter feed and Facebook feed. For some reason, it's going viral. TMZ has covered this city council rapper. And I'm like, okay, interesting here. This is some kind of strange phenomenon. Like, I was like, wait, once was enough. You did it with the Vax Me in My Thong rap. There's no way you're going to have another home run. And he's done it. So, yeah, he's done it again. And I was thinking, when is Eric Dubay? Because Eric Dubay is a real rapper. You got Alex Stein, who's a comedian who pretends to rap in a joking way. And, actually, he's gotten better. I have to say, with music, and I actually thought about this before. I mentioned this before. I said, we're going to see him on Tucker Carlson. He's going to get some ridiculous contract, and no one's going to believe it, but it's going to happen. But anyway, he wasn't even a real rapper. Calamento says that rap was just hot garbage. I agree. Objectively. But he's gone viral twice. I'm like, I mean, it's fascinating to watch. I don't know what he's going to do with the platform, and I keep thinking, well, something's got to... There's maybe something's going to happen. I mean, he's not really advocating for anything that fringy, though. He still believes in nukes. I don't even think he's a flat earther anymore. He kind of walked that back. He's a geostationary earther. The earth doesn't spin to him, whatever that means. So anyway, it's interesting, but I'm wondering, when is Eric Dubay going to do it? Let's get Eric Dubay. We need some flat earth rappers at these city council meetings. Eric could come out with his Earth is Flat, Hail Hitler, wearing a dress routine and really go viral. Like, that's the way to spread the truth these days. Another prediction that has come true: climate change lockdowns. Shout out to Allergic to Bullshit for this tweet here. I'm going to play this clip. This is something just on TikTok. And again, climate lockdowns being the plan before COVID even.
Google, IBM, IKEA, Kellogg's, Nestle, Procter & Gamble. It just keeps going. This was published way back in October 2020, so it's not even a new thing. They say in the near future, the world may need to resort to lockdowns again, this time to tackle a climate emergency. Wait, how could the climate create an emergency that we need a lockdown to solve? Who cares? They say under a climate lockdown, governments would limit private vehicle use, ban the consumption of red meat, and impose extreme energy-saving measures. Fossil fuel companies would have to stop drilling. To avoid such a scenario, we have to overhaul economics and do capitalism differently.
So
BMW.
So they heard it: no vehicles, no private property, no oil, no economy, no red meat. And this is to save the planet. So this is an agenda was really just fast-tracked. I said COVID-1984 is fast-tracking Agenda 2030. And that's what has happened. The globe and the angry god, the flood myth, it's all been brought back. The globe is the new angry god. The flood myth of Noah for the wickedness of man has been replaced by the flood myth brought about by our wickedness, our consumption of red meat, oil, our free market economy, our vehicles, etc. They've reintroduced this stuff, and COVID really was just a way to fast track the same exact agenda. I remember there's an article from RT News that said, and this is a great one, it came out in March of 2020, it said COVID-19 is doing Greta's work, which I thought was a funny term, not God's work, but Greta's work. And I thought about that, and I'm like, yeah, she's got to be jealous here because this has completely stolen her thunder. She kind of got some focus back on her by catching it very publicly. But yes, Greta Thunberg, in fact, by the way, now she's moved on. I think she's already looking at Ukraine. It's like PSYOP of the week. I don't have the Alex Stein clip rapping, but I have another weird clip. I'm going to go ahead and play about 20 seconds. I think it's Alex Jones. It's a
rocks and ding-dongs flopping around. The moon is made of cheese, and tell your kids that they should be a tranny for career day. Rocks and ding-dongs flopping around. Rocks and ding-dongs flopping around. Excuse me, it's ma'am! It's ma'am! It's ma'am! It's ma'am!
By the way, the ma'am is a local celebrity who kicked over the display at the GameStop for being misgendered. I mean, you got to stand up for yourself. And that's Alex Jones. His voice, someone else mixed it. Pretty good piece there. Let's see what else. Someone had asked yesterday, they said, is Russell Brand trustworthy? Is he a shill? And I would say, based on the name of his tour, the Russell Brand 33, I think it's pretty much Illuminati confirmed. I mean, what else can you say? It's a wolf in wolf's clothing. John Cordone says, it's sad that 90% of the world fell for it. More like, yeah, you're right about that. It's true. It's way more than 90%. It is kind of, what do you expect? I mean, the best we can do, I think, is consolidate those of us who have the methodology to not fall for these things. Like, if you saw through 9/11, you shouldn't have fallen for this. But it's the same kind of dialectic. So now you may not be 100% believing the mainstream story, but now you've fallen into a partisan narrative. So now it was a bioweapon. It's just some spin that doesn't take away the essential fact that the whole thing is just a psyop. And speaking of psyops and this whole concept of our reality being augmented by media psychodrama, that was the reason why I posted this today, a link to Chief Crow's song, the song Auto Hoax. And the reason why the concept is so important is that it has to do with taking that burden of proof and putting it back where it belongs, so you're not accepting things without evidence, so that you're not becoming a faithful adherent of a cult. And that's what the media is. It's really the de facto state church. And that's, I think, the proper context to look at the media of the day. It aims to take the role of the church. It doesn't aim, it successfully has done so. So when you say it's sad that 90% fell for it, well, yeah, but what are we up against? We're talking about media that uses stagecraft and theater, psychodrama, psychological operations, and this total echo chamber effect, which in result is a mass immersive illusion. There's no way out. And even if you're one who can see through it, you're kind of surrounded. It was like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. There's no escape. I don't even think there's such a thing as off the grid, like really. I mean, I think the only way to escape is kind of paradoxical, but you kind of have to blend in without losing your soul. You just have to know what's going on, and then it doesn't affect you, because it's all a psywar. That's the main part. There's no real bowl cut shooters killing all these kids. It's all just a mind war. And this is something that's consistent, and it's been borne out again and again. And how many times do you have to be lied to before you know that the TV is a pathological liar? And when you don't give it the benefit of the doubt, you don't give it the power to trigger you. So here's what I wrote about Chief Crow's track, auto hoax. It's the soundtrack for the post-brainwashed life that you enjoy once you've stripped away the mainstream media filters and all of its psychodramas from your frame of reference. That's why the song is so peaceful. Let me go ahead and play a clip here, and I'll give you a link to the Bandcamp track so you can download it yourself. I'll be back in 30 seconds.
I'm on auto hoax and it feels so good. You just auto believe everything like I knew that you would. In my dream, you know I ain't got time.
Okay, so again, I put the link there in chat. Appreciate everyone's patience there. I'm going to go through some comments here. David Pryor says Alex has gotten weirdly sexual in the last couple of years. He talks about dongs almost as much as Owen Benjamin now. Interesting. I haven't listened to Jones/Hicks in a while, but today was entertaining. You know, he had the rapper comedian Alex Stein. Unbelievable. And his last rap where he rapped about a bullet in Putin's head, I saw like 7 million hits on one video alone. So whatever he's doing, it's working. Coyote Smoke and Mirror says Rothschild. Russell Brand is a Rothschild. Crisis Actor says 99.9% fell for it. Yeah, at least that. Travis Peep says, as soon as I sparked up, the song started. Yeah, there's no coincidences. All right, let us move on. We talked about climate lockdowns, which is going to be a thing. Wait for, you know, and I said there's going to be helmets in 2022 for space junk or whatever they invent. And I think that even the Ukraine thing put the image out there. We're seeing helmets. 2022 is also the year of Soylent Green. There's more talk of that cannibalism mainstream. Let me play this. This is so the last few nights we've been doing a number of live streams on the topic of Marilyn Manson, Kanye West, Pete Davidson, and that whole thing's a mess. You know, Pete Davidson's dad died on 9/11/2001. He was one of the firemen, and what's more, he was 33. What are the odds? So I start watching a movie by Pizza Davidson, I'll call him, because of his Pizzagate jokes. Yeah, he makes Pizzagate level jokes about his deceased father, which is bizarre. I'm not going to play them, but Pete Davidson makes so-called jokes. I say the word jokes in quotes about weird things with his father. It doesn't make any sense. Anyway, yeah, his dad dies at 33, and then he does this movie kind of about his own life, and the movie is called The King of Staten Island. I was only able to watch about maybe 15 minutes of it or so. It starts out where he's driving down the road and he's falling asleep. I think one of the main themes is he's got mental problems and and emotional problems. So the King of Staten Island, and in this it's semi-biographical, so his father's dead. And it's just so bizarre because here he is, he's driving, he falls asleep on the road, and he causes 2 cars to crash behind him, which kind of makes me think about the Twin Towers or something. And then he turns down the volume, and it's 11:13 on his clock, which may mean something. You know, the new towers they opened up on 11:3. There's a lot of 13s and stuff with these events. These numbers are just very consistent. So I was watching this stuff. Anyway, the very next scene, you have Pete Davidson is in a room with all his friends, and they're all making jokes about his dead father, like it's a joke. I'm like, why would they be making a joke in a movie about this guy having lost his dad, which is a tragic thing under any circumstance? And so I'm like, well, why is this a joke? It's not. Again, it doesn't make any sense. Their humor, it's absurdly like morbid and dark and just really perverse. And then this. So anyway, I'm just pointing this out because he is, as we speak, working on some movie, and there was a picture released from the set where he's covered in blood, and the movie is called Home. And this is all against the backdrop of Kanye's increasingly erratic behavior. In fact, Kanye was just prohibited from attending or performing at the Grammys. So it is now a public story that there's something wrong emotionally and mentally with these two, and that this is escalating. And it's just something we've been following. In fact, Jake Paul wanted to do something about it. I mean, briefly, it's basically Kanye does a video where he kills Pete Davidson, buries him up to his neck, grows a rose bush around his head, comes back and takes the roses from the graveside where Pete is now dead and throws them in the back of a truck. And then on Valentine's Day in real life, he sends a truck full of roses to Kim Kardashian. Bizarre. So anyway, experts warn that abuse could be more than physical after Kanye West is banned on Instagram. Kanye West is pulled from the Grammy Awards for his online behavior. You see a pattern here? They're building to something. And what's more, I'm waiting for this, but apparently at SNL, they're about to unload on him. They've been exceptionally nice to Kanye. They've been holding back, but apparently SNL star Chris Redd has suggested that they're about to not treat him so like he's so special and sensitive. We'll see. But if it looks to me though, just from the outside perspective, it looks like they're kind of reconstructing a build-up to maybe an OJ level event. That he's about to go OJ. And this is like not a stretch. I don't know if it's all just going to be symbolic in the arts or if there's going to be something else, but listen to this. Kanye West is being compared to obsessed OJ. Kanye West channeling OJ Simpson. I mean, this is something that's been escalating in recent weeks. Euroweb.com is Kanye a new OJ? Fans are comparing Kanye to OJ Simpson. Now, OJ was just released in December. Fans are concerned that Kanye West is channeling OJ. This is very recent. So now they're talking about how he's erratic, and then one of his ex-girlfriends had to take back a statement where she said, Kanye wouldn't hurt a fly. She said, oh, I take that back. So it's pretty clear there's a trajectory there, which we'll be following closely. We keep up with the Kardashians and the crisis actors and the PSYOP entertainment complex here. And these things aren't disconnected, as you'll see. These are, like the fact that Pete Davidson has a father who's a Burning Man, very significant, died on 9/11. We're talking about human sacrifice, 33-year-old. The idea that the son of a crisis actor would have some kind of PSYOP in his life, yeah, it's pretty much expected. John Cordone says, in the movie The Arrival, the main character received a message from space. It's 42 seconds long. 737 said, Tim, one day you said something about being a mad group of penguins. What was it you said? A group of mad penguins. Let me think. I'll get back to you on that one, if anybody remembers what I said. All right, Infinite Muse says, Pete and Kanye are chick magnets, with a laughing emoji with the tears. See, that's why they're banning that emoji. Did you know that the laughing crying emoji is considered to be a hate symbol now? It's been canceled. From emojipedia.org, the laughing crying emoji. So apparently this whole thing, it's not cool anymore. And it's considered to be hateful and derisive. So I have to take from that comment that Pete and Kanye aren't actually chick magnets, and that it's a laughable notion. So they don't like sarcasm. They're trying to ban sarcasm. Vincent Fuchsia, the guy that the JFK worshippers thought was JFK Jr. Yeah, well, he is running for Senate. This is the guy. And he looks more like an older John Denver. And this is just so bizarre. Everything is so bizarre in this world. But this is a little side story. So on July 16th, 2021, the 22nd anniversary of the crash of John F. Kennedy Jr. On that day, on the Sean Hannity program, he goes to a commercial break and he says, I just want to play a song as a tribute to a friend John who died in a plane crash. So I'm thinking, hey, he's throwing out a reference to JFK Jr. because it's that day, the 22nd anniversary of his crash. He turns up the volume and it's a John Denver song. And I'm like, okay, now that's just weird because this person that QAnoners think is JFK Jr. actually looks like an older John Denver who died in a plane crash. So Hannity was shouting out John Denver on John F. Kennedy's death day. And the QAnoners have actually convinced themselves that JFK Jr. is this guy that looks like John Denver. I mean, that's what I mean. The whole story here is simply that, I mean, this is beyond coincidence. Is it some kind of mind game? I don't know. But Vincent Fuchsia, the guy that they think is John Denver or John F. Kennedy, one or the other, yeah, he's running for Senate. Vincent Fuchsia, who attracted speculation within the so-called QAnon movement that he might actually be JFK Jr., began gathering petitions for his Senate bid on Saturday. And he's wearing in the picture here, George Magazine on his shirt. Now, George Magazine is JFK Jr.'s magazine, and now it's George News, and it's a White House accredited organization that works closely with Trump, and it's the main disseminator of the idea that JFK Jr. is still alive. I want to say thanks to the contributions by Infinite Muse and Bobby. I see the $6.66 donation there. Appreciate that. Everything goes to maintenance and expansion of our work here. We're maintaining our meme pool, our reservoir of good yet banned ideas. All right, let's continue. 737 says, I still vote for Kanye. Look, voting is just as bad as getting vaxxed. I'm not anti-voting. I'm not anti-vax. I'm not anti-pro-vaxxers, and I'm not against people who want to vote. If you want to vote, and you want to get poked, do what you got to do to feel like you have, some kind of protection from the state or the state is this is the thing. They're selling you on the idea that it's on your side, and they just want to protect you. It's the strangest thing that you can call someone like Bill Gates a philanthropist, but he's an environmentalist. Environmentalism is predicated on the idea that there's too many people for the environment. All right, we're joined by 5 Minutes of Fame. Lean Dion is here with his bat soup. Keep It Flat, Earth is Flat, has joined us. Data says, who remembers code 254? Never heard of it. If you want to inform us. Also, you can call in and leave messages, 833-311-1984, 24/7. And we will also be taking live calls, likely later this evening. David says, I wonder if Hannity is in on it or just reading a teleprompter. He's in on it. His first Tuesday on the job was 9/11. And not only that, if you want something to laugh at, it's a great episode. Listen to the 9/11 episode of the Sean Hannity show. It's just crisis actor after crisis actor calling in. All these people are just now structural engineers, experts on jet fuel melting beams. I mean, memorized scripts, and they all get through. You know how hard it is to get through on the Sean Hannity show? It's basically a matter of being vetted, and they call you back, and they make it look like it's spontaneous, but it's not. We don't have any filters here. Okay, so anyway, let's move on. Vincent Fuchsia, who they thought was JFK Jr., but now they think he's John Denver, is running for Senate. And again, John Denver died in a plane crash, and I just had to point that out because, yeah, he died on the plane crash, and it was mentioned by Hannity on the anniversary date of JFK Jr. And this madness is not over. We have not reached peak Kool-Aid yet. Kool-Aid spelled with a Q. It has not peaked yet. Let me go ahead and show you an example, though, of what they're passing around. So on the left, you have John Denver, just before he died. And on the right, you have Senator Fuchsia, or rather Vincent Fuchsia, aka possibly JFK Jr., possibly John Denver. I mean, look, maybe he's actually Vincent Fuchsia. But I think the resemblance to John Denver is uncanny. Like, if I had to bet money based on the teeth, I would say he's more likely John Denver than JFK Jr. But what happens when somebody who's dead comes back to life under a new identity and then gets into politics? How is that legit? Well, it's not as far-fetched as you might think. Look into Rob Ford and the Chris Farley connections. Chris Farley, another 33-year-old death faker, comes back mayor of Toronto. Venus E says, any new Pizza Davidson news? A little bit. His dad died at 33 years old on 9/11. That's kind of bizarre. He was in a really bad movie called King of Staten Island, where they laugh at his father being dead in the movie. They make a joke, they laugh about it, they joke about it. It's strange. I'm like, is there something we're not being told? Travis Feep says, that's John Denver all day. Oh, Data is Extreme Biodome Music, Data 254. Oh, cool. Definitely post some links. We are always adding music into the 24/7 stream. Venus E says he's cringe. Are you talking about Pete Davidson? I assume so, yeah. Oh, yeah, I couldn't even watch it. And look at this. There's another one. Travis Barker. Another heavily tattooed Kardashian. What do you call them? I mean, these relationships are so orchestrated. But I don't know. I'm not going to criticize his bad tattoos. I just think that we're looking at a crisis actor. And the latest I saw from him is he's on some movie set for a movie called The Home, in which he obviously gets murdered, because I'll show you the picture. He's covered in blood. And I thought, such strange timing. I have a few other things I could probably point out. Yeah, again, here you're looking at Pete Davidson's terrible tattoos. The only ones that I find noteworthy, the number 93 is like the main symbol. This is like secret. The main symbol in the Thelemic cult that brings about this age of Horus, the new age, the age of Mars, the age of the androgen crowned and conquering child. The Great Reset is the Greta Reset, is the new age, is the great work that Aleister Crowley wrote about. 93 is one of their main words. These occultists, when they meet, they don't say hi, they say 93. It's encoded into the way they knock on their doors. Like, I'm not kidding. That number is of extreme significance to the Crowleyites and Hollywood and all the magicians behind the scenes. So that's noteworthy. It's the number of the Aeon of Horus, the age of Mars. And next to it, if you look at the tattoo next to it, it's a skull face with a massive brain. That's not a human, that's a Martian. That's from Mars Attacks. So let me show you the Mars Attacks poster and just compare the two. Okay, again, Mars Attacks. If you look at that, that's what he has tattooed on his chest. One of the tattoos. Now let's look at the number 93 in this context. I'm not into numerology. I don't really care for all these numerology calculators, but you'll find if you look into this, that they're extremely obsessed with all of this stuff. So the Aeon of Horus, controlled by the child god. In it, the Lemites, which you can just say your leadership, because that really is the basis. It's Mystery Babylon, whatever you want to call this astrotheological cult that runs this place. Their central set of core beliefs, it's all based on this idea of the precession of the equinoxes bringing about a new age, and they got to burn down the old age to bring in the new. In the religion of Thelema, it's believed that humanity, the history of humanity, is divided into a series of aeons. And this is what New Age is. It's the new aeon. Anyway, it says, in their belief, the Aeon of Osiris took place during classical and medieval centuries, when humanity worshipped a singular male god symbolized by the Egyptian god Osiris, and was therefore dominated by patriarchal values. So they look at Osiris as I do. This is the accurate way to look at it. Osiris is the god of the obelisk. It's the Saturn. It's the cult of the monolith. It's the main god of death and resurrection. Today it's the god of recycling, green god. When you're recycling, it's Gaia. So all the cube, the Saturn symbolism, all the space programs, obvious referencing of these dead Earth gods, yeah, that's who they're referencing. But the new Aeon will be controlled by Horus, or the child god, which they describe as an androgen who would arrive in order to denounce the old generation. And that would be, I believe, the point where they announced the intention of the Great Reset. And the Great Reset is the same thing as the Great Work. And this is all stuff that, I mean, this isn't far removed, from our consensus reality. The American counterpart to Aleister Crowley was right there at ground zero at the foundation of our modern space program, Jack Parsons. And you can't really overstate the significance of that. It's not some minor detail, it's foundational. This is the reason why Jeff Bezos' rockets look the way they do. These are not coincidences. But anyway, my point being that in this new age, they symbolize this, the word thelema, which is what they call it. They symbolize it with the number 93. And if you look it up, thelema 93, you'll find that this is it's just some kind of code. So it's good to know what they're communicating above your heads. I'm going through some comments. All right, let's see. Lean Dion says Blink 182, 9/11. How many musicians released albums on 9/11? Didn't Jay-Z have a 9/11 album too? Okay, David Pryor says the shark makes me think of I Pet Goat and Back to the Future 2. All right, well, let's see. We'll continue. Don't mean to punish you with that image. If there's any eyewash station nearby, I would rush to it. All right, again, we got into John Denver running for office. Should be interesting. Is it legal? And this has been a very fascinating couple of weeks here. Going to these rabbit trails, and I find out that the QAnon story was actually in a Marilyn Manson video in the 90s. So there's a video in the 90s called Coma White that was delayed on its release date on MTV because it was way too close to the death of JFK Jr. And in this video, Marilyn Manson comes out as JFK and then pantomimes the assassination. But what's more interesting about it is that he claims it's based on an unwritten script about how there were two Jesuses, Jesus Christ and JFK, and that the people in Hollywood are waiting for President White. That would be the third coming of Jesus that would rule the world. And that's what the Coma White is about. So the main point is this. QAnoners believe this. They believe that JFK was Jesus. But here's Marilyn Manson in 1999 in a video saying exactly what they believe. Makes me think that he's an insider on some level to the bigger script. And this is also sort of emphasized by the fact that his other videos based on a Kubrick. And, Kubrick is really ground zero for a lot of this stuff. But listen to this. It was inspired by a film script that he wrote called Hollywood. Now, Hollywood is a better way of saying, like Hollywood is the Hollywood tree, but it's a Hollywood because it's a tree used to create magical wands by the Druids. Jordan Maxwell says it's not the Jews that control Hollywood, it's the Druids. It's the Druze, the Druids. Druidic magic. So anyway, a film script by Manson entitled Hollywood. Manson said that the unproduced script featured, quote, the idea that there were two previous Christs, Jesus and JFK. And the whole idea on Hollywood is that we're waiting for the third and final savior, and that's what the president is going to say he is, President White. So the new president that's going to come is going to say that he is Jesus. Now listen to this. The Coma White video garnered controversy and it was delayed because of the death of John F. Kennedy Jr. So it says here in the statement, he says that the clip enacts the journey of death. Anyway, he makes some points about it. It was not a mockery. But anyway, there's a JFK Jr. connection because JFK Jr. in the QAnon story is President White. He's the one, the third Jesus. He's the one that comes after JFK to save us all. He's our savior, according to the QAnoners and according to this weird mocking video by Marilyn Manson. All right, going through some comments. David A. Pryor says in Spaceballs they make fun of the J Druid thing like the Druish princess. Fascinating. Somebody asks what a QAnon is. Okay, a QAnon is somebody who believes that Trump is connected to a high-level intelligence asset who has information and blackmail on all of the deep state bad actors, and that they're going to drain the swamp by doxing all the bad guys all at once in a very spectacular way soon, and it's going to be called the Storm. You just got to trust the plan. It'll happen when it happens. That's what it means. So if you believe in Q, you are QAnoner, because it's the Q is an anonymous person. Q is Q. If you follow Q, you're a Kool-Aid drinking QAnoner. We could say Q-tard, but it's not polite. Now the story could be true. I mean, not true as in real, but true as in they leaked it out there in this way and they have people believing this because they're going to actually do it. Like, it wouldn't shock me at this point if they do bring out some JFK Jr. or a look-alike or something. I mean, it's stretching it at this point. JFK, they say, is Jesus. I mean, that is in itself. I mean, is it blasphemy that these people are worshiping Trump as I mean, it's fascinating to watch. I say that. It's a new religion. It's a new Christian religion. And I called this out a while ago. I said, what we're looking at here is a neo-Christian religion, and the Q source. You got to check this out. This is not a coincidence because it's so engineered. Look up Q source. So the Bible, before it was consolidated, was just an just the source, oral tradition. So the Q source is a hypothetical collection of the primary sayings of Jesus before they were, codified into the Gospels. So right now, you have this internet buzz about Q, this internet buzz about JFK, the savior, coming to save us all, just like predicted in the Marilyn Manson video. And it's the Q source right now. And I think that this is not a coincidence that they've rewritten Revelation and they've made it about politics and they've made it about now, where it's about the sealed indictments that will expose the deep state. Once they open the seals, judgment will happen. It's 100% just grafted off of a biblical template. Shout out to John the Plumber. Appreciate the support, John the Plumber. Putting enough into the war chest there to cover more of our text message notifications. So thanks, John. I'll get the text message notifications reinstated by, our next live stream. Victoria says the Qs are weird, but they're not all from one cult. It's a mixed up of core beliefs. Sure, that's true. But the problem with that line of thinking is that all of the useful people who just think that it's a broad group and there's a mix of beliefs, you're going to be taken advantage of by the extremists in your cult. Look at the guy who says Q sent me. The QAnon shaman has been used to demonize anybody associating with it. It's an operation. And now you have Donald Trump, Michael Flynn goading violence. And this is not an exaggeration. Stochastic violence. Just putting it out there. It'd be nice if somebody would do this. So listen to this. We're talking about in a recent rally in Florence, Donald Trump had said this. He said, getting critical race theory out of our schools is not just a matter of values. It's a matter of national survival. We have no choice. The fate of any nation depends on the willingness of its citizens to lay down, and they must do this, lay down their lives to defend their country. If we allow the Marxist communists to teach our children to hate America, there'll be no one left to defend our flag. So, is there anything wrong with that statement? The part about laying down your lives over public school curriculum, it's a little extreme, but you can see how just letting that fly makes it very easy for the media to just point at anybody who's to the right of Mao and say, you are a fascist, you're an insurrectionist. It's like he's throwing kindling out there. I don't think he's on the side of the people who follow him and wave his flags. I don't trust world stagers. I don't know why. Thinks he's a penguin says John Denver was heavily associated with George Burns, Denver being known to claim to be Christ. Burns, well known for his role as the devil. So I didn't know John Denver claimed to be Christ. Let me bring that up really quick. Yeah, if you have any, I'll look into that later because that's fascinating if that's true. John Denver thought he was Jesus? I know Jim Morrison had a Jesus Christ complex. All right, let's see here. Was John Denver a Christian? Well, I'm not going to do my research here on the fly, but I want to find out, did he have one of these complexes? Because it would be kind of fascinating because we are talking about this idea of this neo-Christian cult that's been reintroduced. And there's more to it. When you get into General Flynn and his use of these prayers to the sevenfold rays and the archangels. Because what you get into there is Flynn is quite literally invoking prayers from a doomsday cult from the 80s that believed that they were channeling what they called ascended masters. Ascended masters are spiritualized human beings who decide instead of going to heaven or some higher level, they're going to stay back to help people here who are sincerely fighting the good fight. It's the deep state fight. Instead of black hats versus white hats, it's the great white brotherhood versus the evil ones. So it's still black versus white with his cult. But the interesting thing here is in the ascended master paradigm with the I Am Temple and this doomsday cult that General Flynn has brought into QAnon, in their group, they believe that they do have people who have left this world but are lingering around to help them. Does that not sound like the death fakers, like John Denver, Princess Diana, Michael Jackson, JFK, JFK Jr., all these people who are behind the scenes? Oh yeah, they're helping us fight the deep state, the white hats. So the death fakers in the QAnon paradigm are really just a replacement for ascended masters in this doomsday cult that General Flynn has brought into the QAnon movement. And if you're not familiar with that, he was accused of being a Satanist this summer, which is just way off the mark. But Michael Flynn took QAnoners. I'm not a Satanist, he had to say. Michael Flynn refutes the claim he's a Satanist. Well, why was it even suggested he was a Satanist? Well, because of these prayers to the angels of the sevenfold rays. So, does this make him a Satanist? Well, no, but the doomsday cult we're talking about was run by, well, the Elizabeth Clare Prophet. I mean, how's that for a name? Her name was Prophet. And she'd convinced her following that there was going to be a nuclear holocaust, that China and Russia were going to nuke us, and it got many of their followers to move into bunkers. Of course, it didn't happen. We're still here. But that didn't deter them because they said that their prayer had stopped the bombs from dropping. So they saved us. So you can thank them. You know, why don't the global warmists ever take credit for saving us? You know, I've been wondering about this. Like, why isn't Al Gore out there saying, yeah, you know, Florida was going to be underwater, but thanks to me and my tax schemes, we managed to stop it. Yep, we saved the human race. We saved the earth by regulation and taxation. No, they never take credit for it. There's no global warming, and they don't say, hey, look, it's because we solved it. They say, no, it's because it's climate change. It's like, are you guys being modest? Or is there an ulterior motive? Like maybe there's no profit in the cure. I don't know. Let me play a clip here from the Cult Universal Triumphant.
Parents, the story Friday.
It's actually Church Universal Triumphant, but it's been repurposed, and now I call it the Cult Universal Trump.
To her church members, she is the mother of the universe, the very messenger of God.
A messenger is one who does bring the message of the angels, of the ascended masters, and of God to a people who have forgotten their source.
The ascended masters, spirits like Jesus, Buddha, Merlin the magician, and someone called Rayolite, bring
Merlin the magician, there's Saint Germain and others, and they believe that these people have faked their deaths. They leave the world, but they're still here, and you can channel them. No different than going to 4chan and having secret or more earthly ascended masters here.
visions of destruction. The Soviet Union, she believes, is planning a first nuclear strike. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse are riding across the land.
Anyway, so let me just show you where this intersects. So General Flynn is given the prayer to the fourfold rays of the angels, and it's also noteworthy that the main angel they invoke is the Archangel Michael. His name is Michael, and he has made it a point to draw people's attention to the fact that he was born on Christmas. But again, he's not a Satanist per se, but he isn't overtly coming out and saying that he supports this Church Universal Triumphant, but the architecture is there and the prayers are verbatim. That's the thing. So in a video entitled, "Some Have Said That General Flynn Prayed to Satan in a Recent Prayer," and let me pull up this video so you can hear him in his own words. And I've heard this before, and I just assumed that maybe the I Am Temple group, which I had investigated, the Church Universal Triumphant, I thought, well, maybe they were just, borrowing from the Bible. So when I heard their chants to the Archangel Michael, I didn't know that this wasn't standard, Christian stuff. Well, sure enough, it's not. The prayer that the QAnoners pray, and again, here he is in his own words, but the prayers that they pray aren't from the Bible. They're from this particular group. I'll get to that in just a moment here. Internet's a little bit slow. And by the way, I am going to be taking calls this evening. We'll be taking a break here shortly, and then after other things, we'll be back this evening. I have a lot of calls to answer. We have a lot of voicemails that we've been accumulating. Penguin Doctor says, John Denver cut up his huge wooden bed with a chainsaw after a fight with his first wife in Aspen. Hilarious. It's in his book. Interesting. Not as hilarious as Alex Jones's wife's 5-pound balls and how she beat him over the head with a shampoo bottle until he cried, because it obviously wasn't No More Tears. Alex Jones's wife struck him over 20 times, arrested on a domestic violence charge. And, when I first heard about this, I'm like, that sounds terrible, but apparently he almost died. It says here he feared for his life. Alex Jones nearly hit with a 5-pound stone ball. So apparently they have these stone balls in their bedroom, and Erica, his wife, nearly struck him. She did hit him 20 times with a, here we go, soap bottle. Again. Okay, anyway, let's continue. Yeah, Church Universal Trump. That's what I've been calling it. Let me see if I can find that clip really quick. So it's General Flynn is at a QAnon rally, and he has them basically repeating after him is what it is. And again, it's like, here it is. It's a Nebraskan church meeting. That's where it was. And the words, you can just copy and paste them, and they come from, he says, Flynn said his prayer was a rendition of a prayer to the Christian archangel, Saint Michael, which I would call that a lie. I would actually call that a lie. During its Opening the Heavens conference in September, Flynn led a prayer at the Lord of Hosts Church in which he referenced the legions and rays, in a prayer to Saint Michael the Archangel. Prior to the prayer debacle, he was a QAnon darling who spoke at conferences. But anyway, he was kind of forced to walk it back and explain it, but there is no explanation. And by the way, I think the guy's disingenuous. He happens to be suing CNN for slander, for libel, because they associate him with QAnon. And they say that he's a QAnoner. Well, how is that libel or slander when it's the obvious truth? Okay, I think I found it here. Here we go. A lot of people in the Christian world believe that when you pray to the rays of light and legions, you might be praying to the devil. And here are the actual words. We are the instrument of your sevenfold rays and all of your archangels. And again, this is Michael Flynn. And my question here again is, we're talking about politics. We're talking about this guy trying to get Trump into office. What are we doing? Praying to the angelic light beings of wherever. How do they end up here, is what I'm wondering. Anyway, it goes on. The sevenfold rays and legions stood out. He says, we are your instruments of the sevenfold rays and the archangels. We will be the instruments in the name of Legion. We are freeborn, shall remain freeborn, and will not be enslaved by any foes. So then Lynn Wood came out. Lynn Wood was a pro-Trump guy. Originally, he represented Kyle Rittenhouse, ripped off Rittenhouse of some $4 million. Did you know that? Lynn Wood left Kyle in jail for 90 days, saying, after the election, it's going to be the apocalypse. So he's going to be safer in jail. That's what he told Wendy, Kyle's mom. Anyway, Kyle's mom was kind of mad about this, and she's like, wait a minute. You left him in jail because you said that he was going to be in danger, he'd be safer there, and then you absconded with $4 million. And I don't think he ever paid it back. Yep, here we go. Kyle Rittenhouse rips lawyers as they feud over his $2 million bail. But yeah, a lot of people made money off of him. And I would say that Lynn Wood was probably the slickest because he managed to walk away. Yep, Wendy Rittenhouse breaks silence about this. They used Kyle, she said, which they did. They left him in jail, collected money off of his name, and then kind of abandoned him. And again, she said that she was convinced by Lynn Wood himself that it was going to be the apocalypse. Lynn Wood kept Kyle in jail because he feared for his safety. And 87 days, he feared Armageddon. The mother of Kenosha shooter Kyle Rittenhouse claims he kept him in jail to protect him from a post-election breakdown of society. Wendy Rittenhouse said that she was convinced that he'd be safer at the youth facility because Armageddon was approaching. And then meanwhile, he racks up millions and millions of dollars. And what happened to him? He was the guy who was calling for the hanging of Mike Pence. Think about that. He was calling for the hanging of Mike Pence, and he didn't go to jail. He didn't get charged with anything. That's how you know, if you ask me, more than anything. That's how you know we're dealing with world stage provocateurs, people who are not necessarily accountable. Anyway, we're going to be back later on tonight to take calls. I have a few errands to run, dinner, etc. We'll be back later this evening, late night, catching up on a lot of things. This is from Allergic to Bullshit, Fepe Akbar. I'll put a link in the chat. And I'm also going to put a link in the chat to the newsletter. And again, thanks to all of the contributors here, John, the plumber, Infinite Muse, and others. I'll have text message notifications activated here shortly as well.
with your deception. Keep it real, that's a profession. Like the whole world is pretending. Found the truth around the penguin. Get a gang on with a blessing. All the other gang is stressing. RPSC on a nesting. Only real one's gonna get this. Like fake ones don't accept this. They can miss the message. Timbuktu got bodies, yeah. Find them in our records. Auto host a message. Squad are representing. Killing you with knowledge, yeah. The uppers getting dirty. Oh, you're so effective, cause we're so effective. Let go of your worries, yeah, the whole thing is a setup. We got it and we get it, offering refreshment. Level up your conscience, yeah, it's honestly the essence. This wave is uncontainable, facts are undebatable. You lanes are unrelatable, give a fuck about saving you. We could keep on playing you, you just keep complaining too. Game is unescapable, unless you're with the gang or no. Messing with the penguin, we're messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin, 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 fucking with the penguin. Yeah, with the penguins, I'm coming with a vengeance, trying to make you come to your senses. Forget the general consensus, just pay attention. You won't just hesitate with good intentions. I'm clenching my back wrenching, representing only the most superior independent media. We got that real shit fucking encyclopedia. We're bringing an end to this mass hysteria. They wanna know why it's so serious, cause you must be delirious. If you're still believing stuff, get a grip and show some evidence for your own claims. We don't play no games, we stay relentless, exposing hopes against quick DIPS are making an entrance. Busting doors down, cause now's the time for interventions. Did I mention we're affecting so many men across the spectrum? We stand out from the crowd, we don't blend in. Steady gaining tremendous momentum. There's nothing close to resembling. Check the emblem, it's a penguin, not a gremlin. Just letting you know you're on an infinite plane, it's never bending. We strike like 10 pin, killing all fears and breaking the tension. Got another hopes army, digging deep in the trenches. Come and join in, be adventurous. Quit being so sensitive, forget the censorship. We ain't telling fibs. Messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. You're messing with the penguin. You're messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin. You're messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin. Fucking with the penguins, yeah.
The concept of auto-hoaxing or preemptively calling out things as fake, if they're not accompanied by evidence and their extraordinary claims, that's a philosophical approach. And it is in defense of reality. So if we're in a war here, and I think we are, which is between real versus fake, if you're auto-hoaxing, you would be defending the real. Now, if you're augmenting the real with spinning balls in space, pseudo-news, fake science, psyops, or mysticism, or miracles, if you're augmenting the reality with the subjective experiences, you're no longer on the side of real. On the side of real. You have stepped into the territory. This is JT33's Fake War. I've been going through some old tracks, trying to include things in the 24/7, so expect more from the catalog of JT33 and many others. Thanks everyone for joining. I sent out text message notifications, so you should have received those, and thanks again to John the Plumber, Infinite Muse, and many others who have been contributing to keep this thing going full steam. Let's see what we have here in the chats. Okay, last time we were here, we were talking about John Denver running for Senate. John Denver Death faker come back as Vincent Fuchsia, believed to be JFK Jr. by the Kool-Aid drinkers, but now running for Senate. That's happening. All right, let me go through comments and just see who's back. We'll give everyone a few moments to show up. We were talking about, again, the return of John Denver, but also we were talking about the meta script itself, the storyline they're all following. We've been covering this idea of climate change lockdowns, which is a thing. In fact, let me go ahead and play a clip. Allergic to Bullshit on Twitter posted this. This is a clip describing your very near future and how it's really just a continuation of COVID 1984.
W, Chevron, BP, Dow, DuPont, Google, IBM, IKEA, Kellogg's, Nestle, Procter & Gamble, it just keeps going. This was published way back in October 2020, so it's not even a new thing. They say in the near future, the world may need to resort to lockdowns again, this time to tackle a climate emergency. Wait, how could the climate create an emergency that we need a lockdown to solve? Who cares? They say under a climate lockdown, governments would limit private vehicle use, ban the consumption of red meat, and impose extreme energy-saving measures. Fossil fuel companies would have to stop drilling. To avoid such a scenario, we have to overhaul economics and do capitalism differently.
Do capitalism differently, huh? It's almost like the environmentalist agenda has just been a stalking horse for the advancement of global communism or something. But anyway, we called it here, climate lockdowns. It's going to be a thing. And I've been saying for some time now, if you believe the science of global warming, you're a darn hypocrite if you still have a car that runs on dino juice. You ought to get rid of that car and lock down. I've been saying this for some time. It's like if you believe in the very premise of lockdowns for the pandemic, well, the same experts will tell you lock down for the climate. So what are you waiting for? A mandate? Why do you need a mandate to do something you believe in? You're not going to do it until the people who don't believe in it are mandated to do it? How much sense does that make? I do not understand the fascists. I saw one recently, like an hour ago at the store. You know, there's no mandate, but he's got the thing on his face, the dirty sock on his face to keep him safe from MAGAs or whatever. And I'm looking at him thinking, okay, there's no mandate. Why is this guy wearing this thing? It's a fascist statement. He is in solidarity with the fascist global takeover of everything, with the false pretext of saving us from that, this or that, the flood, the pandemic, whatever it happens to be. Yeah, it's a fascist statement. It's like, I support Big Brother. That's what it says. That's what the dirty sock on the face uniform says. Remember that thing that Orwell said about the boot on the human face forever? It's a dirty sock on the face. I mean, he almost got it right there. Let me see if I can get the quote. Again, the phone number is 833-311-1984. The year it is, the year it was, the year it will always be. If you want a picture of the future, imagine a dirty sock stamping on a human face forever. George Orwell, 1984. And it's way too late to prove him wrong. Way too late. In the chat, John asks, what's the name of the crisis actor mentioned on Friday night? It was hilarious, but probably Wayne L. Sexton. I don't know. There's so many. Oh, wait, no, it was Maggie the Block. Not a crisis actor, but that's a minister of unhealth. Then there was Rose Boylan, who got trampled. God, there are so many crisis actors. And that's what we do here. We keep up with the Kardashians, with the crisis actors. You kind of do have Kardashians of crisis actors. Like you have all the crisis actors out there who are just backstage, like in the background, like extras. They get run over, nobody really cries. It's just another number, another notch. But then you have the celebrity crisis actors, the David Hoggses of the world. I would call them the Kardashians of crisis acting. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, what's up, caller? How are you? Okay, just one moment here. We have a slight delay. It's the first call. It has to warm up. Give it just a moment.
All right.
Okay, there we go. We're in. Hey, what's up? Hear you loud and clear.
Hey, great shows. Great shows the last couple of days.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you. And thanks for leaving the voicemails, too. I haven't even got to them, but I appreciate everyone who calls in, especially leaving voicemails, so I know in advance, things to address.
Well, I was going to leave you a voicemail, but I kind of thought this one might be a little like drawn out a little bit. So it kind of goes along with like the meta script.
Cool. We have all night for
So
sure.
like the NCAA tournament right now is a big deal. And of course, when COVID happened, it was one of the first things that they canceled was the NCAA tournament. And I remember telling everyone, if you guys think March Madness has been canceled, then think again because it's just getting started, you know? So this year on Wednesday night, my friend called me up and he does a bracket at work or whatever. So they watch the games while they're working. And so I just asked him, I was like, well, who won the national championship 33 years ago? So we looked back, and it was in 1989, and it was the Michigan Wolverines. And so I was like, okay. And I was like, what color, like what team wears blue and yellow? And he was like, Michigan does. I'm like, sweet. And so the next day, they had won their first game, and they were 14-1 to win it after their first win. The second after they had their first win, they went from 14-1 to 33-1 were the odds to win it, which we thought was really weird because you would have thought it would have gone down a little bit, but it went anyway. It went to 33-1 for the odds for them to win.
Okay,
And
so
it's
Michigan,
kind of interesting.
yeah, you're saying 33 years ago.
Michigan also is a Wolverine, right? And I looked to see where the Wolverine, like where its like native land is, and it's in Russia.
Okay, that's very fascinating, especially when you consider like Red Dawn, the movie about the Russian takeover communist thing, and the resistance were the Wolverines.
Right?
And I'm looking here, I'm seeing Michigan Wolverines blue and yellow. And the
Blue
33
and
thing,
yellow.
these things repeating.
No?
Mark Twain said, history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. No, it's repeating. I was at first in agreement with him, but no, it's literally repeating. So that's fascinating.
Yeah, and the coach for Michigan right now, I guess he was on the Fab Five. So he was on the team that won the championship in '89. So that's just like another thing that kind of matches up. And then, like during the Super Bowl, everyone was trying to like run the numbers with gematria and all this stuff. But really, like looking back on like the Super Bowl, because of what's going on in Ukraine, it made sense that the Rams won it, and the Rams wear
Blue and
yellow.
Right, right. Yeah, I don't think that's a coincidence either. This is too contrived. It's obviously.
And I had a friend that showed me all these COVID signs. Like you can just look them up on your phone. They're all blue and yellow.
Yeah, I've seen that. And some could say you're cherry picking or we're cherry picking, but however, from a bigger metascript, step away, look at the bigger perspective, you can say that, yeah, we were prepared psychologically, I think. We were prepared with all the imagery and color symbolism for this red and yellow thing and to side with red and yellow. And I was seeing this in various coercive, subtle ways. Like someone orders a print-on-demand coffee mug, and the print company says, "Do you want us to put yellow and blue in the background?" And I'm like, "Why?" I had no idea.
Right.
And I find out, oh, it's a war, and I got to side with these guys. I see. I see the script.
Yeah, and like Confucius said, the world is not run by, words and language, but it's run by signs and symbols. So they use this stuff against us all the time. And now, after listening to, people like you that talk about like breaking down, like reading through the news, reading the numbers and kind of the overall agenda, it just, when we were talking about it, I just kind of reversed engineered like maybe an outcome, which is stupid. It's just a basketball game, right? But it would be interesting if a blue and yellow team won just because of that subliminal imaging.
Yeah, there is this thing though. There is a consistent pattern, and so we're not wrong here. And I'm doing a lot of pattern analysis. That's what we're just noticing things, and it's so consistent. So, for example, you can see in the movies how they prepare us for things that are about to happen. You had Servant of the People, where the president of Ukraine pretty much shows us his performance. That, or rather, he prepares us for his emergence on the world stage in this present role, but it was purely straight out of the
Yeah, that
movie.
was on Netflix. Yeah,
Netflix, exactly.
yeah, I think.
Netflix. I mean, come
Yeah,
on. Netflix is literally
exactly.
like a scrying mirror for the future. And we talked about this yesterday how co-founder is the nephew of Edward Bernays. And hey, here's another one.
Bernays, yeah.
Did you see the new Batman movie yet?
I tried to find it on. I haven't seen it. No, I got to watch it.
Okay, it'll be out next month on streaming if you don't want to go out to the theater and sit there for 3 hours, and I don't. But what I saw here, someone sent this to me. The main villain looks exactly like Bill Gates. Bowl cut nerd with glasses, kind of. You can kind of see it, but
Hmm.
it's like a twin. So we're not wrong when
Isn't it
we're
crazy? Like they. Yeah, no, we're not, and we just have been trained to look at it differently,
okay. Hey, Tominoid in
right?
the chat here points out there's an X-Men character who wears blue and yellow. Care to guess who it is?
Yeah, it's a Wolverine, exactly. So whenever we were looking at like who could win the championship, you got how many 64 teams or whatever. I just was like, well, let's just look at who won it 33 years ago, and then we'll just break it down from there. And then it went from the blue and yellow to the Wolverine, and
Fascinating,
so
fascinating, because yeah, that's so consistent. And I often find that this predictive programming does tie in the comic book world, the Marvel universe, the Netflix verse. It ties in all of this. That's why we say it's a metascript analysis, because this is
all of it, dude.
all encompassing and it's
It's like
monolithic.
like Cam Newton. Cam Newton pretends like he's Superman, or you know what I mean. So they're and all of these things are intertwined, like you're saying, very much so.
Yeah, and the Batman thing is
And I
fascinating
figure
too.
because so many. What's that? Say one more time.
The Batman thing, because it's consistent. I mean, I've been looking at the Batman Joker tie-ins to big psyops, and it's been pretty obvious since the Boston bombing. But you can see 9/11 tie-ins, all of it. So anyway, this new Batman movie obviously contains the same. Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I wanted to see it. I mean, the last Joker movie, they were out and doing riots with the mask on. So that was a lot of predictive programming. Um,
Check this out. It
and
came
of
out on
course,
March 4th. And on March 4th, the Boston bomber, Joker Sarnev, had his death penalty
he was in
reinstated.
court.
His death penalty was
Oh,
reinstated on the day Batman was released.
oh, no kidding! This last year, huh?
Yep, just
I didn't, I
earlier
didn't
this
realize
month.
that.
I'm like, wait, Joker,
Yeah,
Joker Sarnev is in the
that
news on 3/4 the day Batman's out, and it's like, oh, they're gonna kill him. Fascinating.
I've heard his last name is Joker. So naive,
Right.
right?
Yes.
So it's just more like in your face, laughing at you, and it's nice to like be able to look at the news and kind of break it down. I try not to watch any of it, but still,
Well, the stories are there. So the Joker's on the loose, and then what do they do after the Boston bombing? You have the police come out with their SWAT teams, their APCs, their body armor. So they come out with their Batman suits. So the response to the Joker, the chaos agent, is they send out the Batman. And that's the pattern. It's chaos, order, order out of chaos. And it's a very consistent thing that they've done this whole time. And they happen to use these two characters in these movies to illustrate this way they operate. And you mentioned the Joker movie preceding the summer of riots. So I'm guessing that the Batman movie will probably, I would imagine, precede a summer of like a backlash. So I don't think we're going to see BLM burning things down. We're probably going to see right-wing violence, and I'm expecting it all to be fake. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm expecting.
yep. And they'll set up obviously, you know, uh, people that are anti-mask, people that are anti-lockdown, and the Q group, and they'll pin it on them,
Oh, in
or
fact, yeah, there's a
people
Q.
like me, I guess.
There's the Riddler character, who I believe, and I have to watch this. Someone had said, look at the Riddler, because I'm thinking about Q and question marks and how inconvenient it is for people to ask, questions. And I believe that there
Questions. Yeah.
might be a QAnon connection. Here it is. This is an article. They keep saying that this movie has a Riddler for the QAnon age. So there's a QAnon tie-in with this movie.
Huh. Well, didn't I think there was a TV show like Reno 911 did an episode where they were looking for QAnon.
Yeah, that's right. They had a
So
special on that
it
one.
really wouldn't surprise it. Yeah, I think they did a special. So it that psyop really has that one's pretty amazing what it's been able to do. Of course, you've broken it down quite a bit, and it's been pretty. I know people that still think they're like trust the plan, and I'm just like, you really got to kiss them on the forehead because there's no help for them.
Yeah, that's Operation
But
Trust. It's a psyop, in my opinion.
that's
But
right.
Batman, by the way, the QAnoners, they call Trump Batman because he called himself Batman to some kid when he was on Air Force One, and they refer to Kamala as the Joker frequently. In fact, even the Washington Post called her the Joker because she laughs and kind of looks like the Joker.
If you go watch the Batman, the one that came after Heath Ledger's Joker, I think it was, I don't know which one it was, but it was the one that has Bane in it. He sounds just like Trump during a speech when he like takes over the whatever Gotham City or whatever. He sounds just like Trump's speech on his inauguration day.
Fascinating.
It's pretty
Bane.
uncanny.
And that
So
was the Batman Dark Knight Rises, where you have the stadium blow up, except for box number 322. A ton of predictive programming in that one, pointing at some.
yeah, that's right.
And it is pointing to, in my opinion, I think we're being set up to expect right-wing violence. That's just the predictive programming is walking us there. And like I said, the Joker movie preceded left-wing uprising. I'm expecting the opposite, and that was also contrived, provocateured. I mean, there's real people involved in these things, but like the big parts, like the big psyops, are usually things that are completely planned in advance. And there have been so many reports, and then that's what they were drilling for in North Carolina in 24 counties for what they're now calling DVEs, domestic violent extremists.
Well, it doesn't surprise me. It was just like earlier you said, history, it rhymes. No, it repeats itself. I mean, look at what they did with OKC and Timothy McVeigh, which is all connected to really, I think, probably what's going on today to some degree.
100%. It really, really is, because the media makes it sound like the Turner Diaries is the Bible of the domestic violent extremists, and that's a book about race war that is created by the white nationalists, and they basically nuke everybody else after they shut down things in America. But anyway, yeah, that book shouldn't be relevant, but it became relevant suddenly in 2020, and now it's being bandied about. But that's what was said to have inspired Timothy McVeigh. And for context, McVeigh is like the OBL, the Osama bin Laden of the white nationalists. It's the same kind of archetype. That's why they executed him at the age of 33.
On 6/11.
Right, an upside down 9/11.
9/11.
Yes, an inverted
That's
9/11.
right.
So I would say even that a domestic terrorist doing a 9/11 would be an inverted 9/11 by definition, which is the one from the outside. Like, I think there's a story here it's mirrored, and these things are so intricate, but they're so perfectly discernible, these patterns. Like, so for example, the guy who wrote the Turner Diaries was born on 9/11, 1933. It inspires a guy who does a 9/11 here and then dies at 33. But again, this is all scripted, and it goes that far back.
Right, and the Oklahoma City was happened on the 2-year anniversary of the Waco deal, and that was all connected, under the same president. And
yes.
So, and like with the Turner Diaries, it reminds me of like any assassin probably is going to have the catcher in the rye, like multiple copies.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's kind of like that same narrative.
If you look at any of the most recent violent extremists picked up, you'll find that they happen to have, conveniently, a copy of the Turner Diaries. And anyone who hasn't compared this, you got to look at the cover of the Turner Diaries and compare it to the McCloskeys, who confronted Black Lives Matter on their lawn while they were carrying, he had a rifle and she had a pistol, because that picture of the McCloskeys, who also came out in defense of Kyle Rittenhouse, it's lifted right off of the cover of this book from 42 years prior. And I was like, wow. They brought the Turner Diaries to life, McCloskey's, and it's so obvious because she's wearing this shirt like the Hamburglar, the black and white stripes, and then he's got a tight polo, and they're posing, and you can see them posing this way. And I followed the McCloskeys for a little bit just to see what they were doing. And when they were he was running for
Yep.
some kind of political office, and they were still wearing the same dumb uniform.
Yeah, he came to my town. I live in Missouri. He came into my town for, before I think he got elected, but he came into town, I don't know, 6 or 7 months ago. And they were like celebrities because of the Drudge Report. I think the Drudge probably carried that picture and they got like the most attention from,
Yes.
from like red pills or not red pills, but like conservatives from like Drudge, even though Drudge is really not that conservative. But, all these people are there. They really are actors. These are really actors playing out a script, like you say. Like they are given a script and they play it out to a T, and it is a lot of schisms.
Yeah, it's funny that
A
they
lot
would
of
come
different
out
ways
as
to divide the country.
like they're supposed to be right-wing heroes or something, and defenders of their of the Second Amendment, property rights or whatever. They're standing up to the commies, but when it comes down to it, they're actors creating caricatures that are being used to demonize the people that support them. I mean, these are clearly actors, and they staged it this way to invoke the Turner Diaries, a man and a woman defending themselves against the communist hordes from the New World Order. And they literally took the same shirt, the Hamburglar shirt, and it's so perfectly orchestrated. And then I see them on tour dressed like this, and so like it's all about the image. It's all about the icon here and what they stand
Yep.
for. And from the left's perspective, here you have some rich people with a big, giant mansion empty nest surrounded by homeless people, mostly minorities. And so it sends a different picture. Oh, capitalism rewards certain people and not others. And then they show up at Kyle Rittenhouse's when they read his verdict. And so it's like you see
Yep.
now he's associated with the McCloskeys. It's
With
in
them and
Yep.
the Proud Boys and all of that. And it's like the whole Kyle Rittenhouse thing, there's a lot of questions behind that deal as well. Especially finding out that him and Greta have the same birthday. There's just a lot of, not predictive programming, but again, the meta script, right? It's all right there in the shadows.
Yeah, in my opinion, Kyle
And
Rittenhouse would not be tweeting memes at LeBron James and trying to become some kind of right-wing, alt-right celebrity, like some kind of like Louder with Crowder type. Like he's becoming this sort of entertainer with his Twitter account and stuff. And I'm just thinking if this was real, he'd be under witness protection.
right.
And by the way, his
Exactly,
Instagram,
dude. Or
look at his TikTok. It's Kyle Rittenhouse 33. Just a little clue
oh,
there.
is it really?
Yes, Kyle Rittenhouse
That's so
33. That's his
crazy, dude.
TikTok.
Yeah. So it's like again, kind of out in front of your face. But you're doing an awesome job. Keep up the good work. And I think you said this last week. Instead of grabbing ammo, grab the popcorn because there's really nothing really to be afraid of.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Yeah, I appreciate that, and definitely thank you for the call and for
yeah,
leaving voicemails, and also
keep
what
up
you
the good
pointed
work,
out,
man.
the Wolverine thing. Good find there, and we'll continue to dig
Yeah.
down on that trail. Thanks.
Well, hopefully they win for my buddy's sake. Since you put a little bit of money on it. But yeah, we'll talk to you later, man. Thanks.
Cool. Yeah, so he found some interesting things about the color yellow and blue and the association with Wolverines and how that connects to the bigger picture. Let's see here. Salty says they showed up at Kyle's arraignment looking like straight pimps. Mama had on a floor-length fur coat and Daddy wearing Gucci suit. Yeah, they were probably raking in the dough off Kyle along with Lynn Wood. They made millions off Kyle while he's in jail. They convinced his mom. They said, "Hey, Wendy Rittenhouse, it's going to be Armageddon after the election. He'll be safer in jail." Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey Tim, it's Pete Trippa from Boston. How you doing?
Hey, what's up? We're just looking at the McCloskeys. I mean, that would be a good Halloween costume. Like you and your girlfriend show up to a Halloween party. She's wearing the Hamburglar shirt. And
no,
this...
I don't have. No, that one doesn't exist. You have to start a IPS dating app first. That's the first step to
Right.
find a girlfriend. So.
Well, but you see, this is clearly though out of like some sort of like this is like central casting, wouldn't you say?
I'm not looking at the screen, but yeah, those guys. I know you keep talking about these guys. They're. I don't know why. Well, are they in the news now, or are they?
Well, the only
you just kind of you're relating them to everything.
We're relating them to something else. Basically, we're talking about the Turner Diaries, which kind of is in the news, and it wasn't even a thing. Like, who's reading some garbage book from 1978 or something and making it relevant today? Nobody. But it's a prop, more or less.
Yeah. No. It's just a textbook example of how everything is. They're making everything rhyme, and everything kind of has to look alike, sound alike. Do things that are similar to things that have happened in the past. So I'm not surprised. It's good that we're identifying these little things. And I don't know why he was running for office. I do remember that, but I feel like it was just another part of the script. It wasn't like supposed to happen. It was just to appeal to the masses and what have you. So.
Yeah, absolutely. They're making heroes out of these people. And, honestly, this is not what responsible gun owners would do. Their lives weren't threatened. I mean, you could argue, but it's like the worst they could have done is maybe they would have stepped on their lawn, but they weren't even on the sidewalk. So I kind of think it was inappropriate to come out and point weapons at people.
So this is a very good example. I just want to give you my perspective on a lot of these things. This is a very good example of how, at first, now I've said this before. At first, someone is not part of the script. And I think they become part of the script. It's as if this was very possible. I'm just throwing this out there because I get the clothes and how they match with the cover and all that stuff. It sounds great. I mean, it's almost too ridiculous to link the two things. But then I don't know. This is where it breaks down for me, Tim. This is like, remember the Boston bombing stuff? It's so.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Do you trust the news?
There's so many finer points.
Do you trust the news that? Do you believe that? What I mean is, do you think the news is essentially reporting the truth, but sometimes sneaky crisis actors lie to them, or do you think that they're producing wholesale lies?
So this is where, in your case, it's black and white. In my case, it's a little bit gray. And this is because I called about other things too that is in that gray area. And I think that, these people are co-opted, whatever. They're brought into this. They're brought on stage because they passed the test. They passed their either initiation phase or interview phase or whatever. And they're like, oh, those people are cool. They're waving guns. They kind of look like that book that we used to write back in the day. Because who knows what we're dealing with? We don't know what these people are like. We don't know what they are, the people behind the curtain, all that stuff. We don't know if they are overviewing this stuff. The stuff that I'm getting into with like people that are living like hundreds or almost like 1,000 years. We don't know if like the controllers about. This is wacky, right? But like, how fringe can you get when you're on this channel?
Well, wait. Wait, hold on. Before you go any further, let me point this out. There's nothing supernatural, spectacular, or extraordinary about asserting the use and existence of crisis actors. This isn't fringe. This is the reality. Crisis actors, stage media events, wagging the dog is standard operating procedure. So we're not reaching outside of observation and facts. It is the media that is selling fantasy. We're not fantasy here. We're reality based. The media is fantasy based. And if you believe the media at face value, you're in the metaverse. And my contention is your perspective is therefore going to be a little, I would say, based in a kind of a delusion, a shared collective delusion that society shares.
So, and I thought about this, right? So and clearly there's like stuff going on in Ukraine and what have. There's tons of fake stuff happening. That guy Les Luthor or whatever. This is what you just said breaks down for me when I start thinking about. I always try to think of examples that might counteract you a little bit. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying that I'm wrong. I'm not saying.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question: do you believe in crisis actors, or is that a conspiracy theory to you?
No, I believe that they definitely
No,
exist.
no, no. You know, do you
100%,
know they
1000%.
exist? Because that's what we have to differentiate between what do you
Well, that's the thing
know
is what
versus what do you
all right,
believe.
all right. I just figured out where we're not talking the same thing. Like I'm having an issue identifying them. Doesn't necessarily mean like you could say, okay, that person is a Christ actor. I'd be like, oh, okay. Do you know what I mean? Like it's an identification thing. I maybe it's just a little bit slower for me. And what I'm saying, where I'm going with this is what I was about to say was with the military stuff and all the war stuff is like they play up and propagandize, I think, certain military people who, for instance, because I know you're in the military, just hear me out for a second. That there's popular people that gave their lives, for the country, and I actually like, there's some stamps that I collect, or like paintings, or like books that I read and stuff like that. World War II is like an awesome. I mean, I used to love that stuff. Now, but what I'm saying is there's real people that are coming back from where they're actually injured and stuff like that. So it's like, where do you draw the line? How do you identify? Do you know what I mean? Because some of those people that are coming back for real, obviously, I'm just saying, they're
Well, I would
also
say this.
used
Look, if you're speaking
on
in
the
broad
news too.
brushes,
And
you're not going
so
to get
what?
close to the truth. We got to be on a, on a case to case. We can't say it's all fake. We
Well,
can't say it's
that's what
all
I'm
real. And
saying, Tim.
I've never said it's all fake. I've only said extraordinary
Right.
claims require extraordinary evidence, which is far different from saying everything's fake.
Right.
And so what differentiates something from extraordinary versus non-extraordinary? Does it upset the status quo? And if it doesn't,
Right.
well, then why would I even need to question it? But if something serves a political agenda, it seems fake, it fits predictive programming to a T
Right.
in numerous ways. I don't have any trouble understanding that all we're looking at is the culture engine being used to soften up the minds to accept what the news is going to produce. So I don't even think it's an extraordinary claim for me to call news fake at this point.
Right, but another example, right, is actually this probably supports you. Maybe I'm just help me out here, because like you're obviously helping me and probably other people that are listening. So when Trump gave his like first or second presidential like address or something, the State of the Union, I think one of them he had a guy from North Korea who like escaped, and he was holding like a crutch and stuff like that. Do you remember that? I don't know if you remember that. You probably didn't even watch. I'm not sure if you watched. I was kind of. I did like Trump.
Oh yeah, no. I went to Trump's rallies.
watched-
In fact, I went to a rally in Albuquerque where
Yeah.
there was a riot after somebody shot the door of the convention center, and they made us leave early out the back door. There were fights, and
Yeah.
there was a police horse broke its ankle. There was a T-shirt stand that was burned, and I recognized some of the locals participating in the rioting. So like, but it turned out
Yeah.
though that the rioters who came in dressed up like Bernie fans, Bernie Senator, is it Bernie? What was the guy's name? Sanders.
See, that's when I started thinking. Yeah, that's when I started thinking about the fake BLM stuff. That's when I started thinking about the anything fake riots, anything like that seems like a riot. No one wants to burn down. I mean, you might say you want to burn something down to the ground, but like, I don't think anyone really does. So I mean, I feel like
I
even
would
those
actually disagree with that.
situations-
I would disagree with that. I would say that
Really?
the political left's
Yeah.
platform, their political party platform in action is Grand Theft
Well,
Auto.
yeah.
It's literally that.
Well, yeah.
And if you want to see their
Mhm.
their projected future, watch DMZ, Demilitarized Zone on HBO. It's about a post-Civil War America where you have this
I
new
think so
utopia.
much. Oh,
You have
I
this new
can't.
utopia where you don't have the American government anymore, and they're almost glorifying this idea of shutting down the system. No more capitalism, no more free market. Now it's just basically Mad Max. But they glorify the downfall of the free market because, of course, this is going to kill the planet. But anyway, to get back on topic, what we were getting
Yeah.
into methodologies here. How do you know whether something's real or fake? Well,
Right.
I'm not in the business.
Identification.
Yeah, I'm not in the business of telling people what to believe. I'm just offering a methodology. I'm just saying shift the burden of proof when necessary. It's that simple. And
Right.
if you do that,
Right.
the fake pretty much
Assume-
outs itself.
Yeah. Like you're assuming that whatever's presented before you is essentially something that's been drummed up.
No, not at all.
Like
No, quite the opposite. I'm
no.
assuming only in extraordinary circumstances. So, for example, if they
Oh,
say
okay.
only in
Okay.
extraordinary, only if it accepts the status quo. If the
Yeah.
news reporter says the sky's blue, why am I going to question that and investigate it? I'm not crazy. I'm not the one that's reality challenged. They're the ones who are imposing a false view of reality, and they have created a reality challenged society. I'm grounded in reality.
Yeah.
I'm the least confused person that I know. And the reason why is that I'm not accepting false explanations, and I'm totally cool with question marks. I'm totally cool not having all the
Well-
answers, especially when the answers that they literally sell you are lies in many ways. And I
Right.
could point to a number of examples. Like, do you think it's still shocking to say that the moon landing is a really bad movie?
No, it's not shocking to say. Are you kidding me? That's the funny part is when you just change the speed in all the videos. It's absolutely wacky.
Wait. So if they can fake a
Vibes
moon
of
landing,
Cosmos is
if they
the
can fake
best.
a moon landing, then why is it challenging that they could fake some people here on Earth, pretending to do some kind of a race war uprising skit? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, as far as
So,
the scale
yeah.
of the psyop.
Well, I guess what I'm using as my identification markers are things such as like the Super Bowl. Those are like big, or like the big dates in your case. You know what I mean? And you just brought up like the moon landing. Like that's a big thing. Like they try to emphasize this thing. Oh, that's another thing because I bought a Boston Herald of was it July, the day after the moon landing. Oh my God, I gotta send you a screen capture of it. It's filled with numbers, like literally like the time that they landed was exactly like it took them 104 hours and 22 minutes or something. It's some weird it's like one of the numbers, right? It's like 103 minutes and 103 hours and 22 minutes. Anyways, but what I'm trying to say is that the identification thing is every big thing I'm noticing, a moon landing, an assassination, or a war. Or a war. How did we not see the war starting on 2/2/4/22? That was wild. I wanted to call you.
Well,
up
actually, I
that day,
did.
too.
I said this. I said on 222, the father
Oh,
of Amir,
man.
the father of Amir Locke.
Did you?
Okay.
Okay.
Remember this on the 2nd of February.
Yeah.
The guy named Amir Locke was shot at 6:48, which is a mirror of 8:46, and he was also in the Twin Cities. Anyway, his father said, my 22-year-old died on the 2nd, and I want 22 days of peace. And I thought, So
Right.
you count 22 days forward, and I'm like, watch the peace end on 2/24. So you could say we were right, but my point
This
is
is exactly.
there's more to it when
Okay.
you add in the Pluto return on the 22nd and this use of the mirror as the name a mirror. Like, this stuff is so entirely
So
scripted. It's almost
I-
predictable. It is predictable often.
I have to. You brought something up. I have to share this with you right this very second because honestly, it comes up all the time, and I always forget to say it to you. I think this is a form of communication. So what I'm trying to say is when they say things like that, oh, it's 22 days of peace. Like we're starting to decode this in a very practical way, and I think that's very useful for predicting the future to some degree. And I'm not saying we'll know exactly what will happen, and I'm not saying anything like space, wacko. I'm just saying like these are legitimate conversations that I think that the people higher up above us are actually having with each other. It to us it may seem like a mocking kind of conversation because we're figuring it out. But really they're actually telling us, they're saying, hey, let's do 22 days of peace. And Putin, like, you see what's going to happen at NASA. That's another, anything on the ISS, that's going to be another level of communication. Because remember, like last year, like you always talk about like getting the jab, like, and then the ISIS got shot by a moon pebble, right? So, or remember that little story? So, and then there's like other stories about Russians like drilling holes in the hull or something. All those, like, little fake-
Look. In the summer, they had they found cracks in the ISS, and at the same time, the cosmonauts were blaming America for the hole. So there was some kind of fighting up above, and then there's literal cracks, like an air leak. And I thought, this is just preparing us for what?
So
The Russians leaving, and
this
that's
is
what they're
where,
talking about now.
sorry, I didn't mean to speak over you.
No, you're right though. You're right though. That
Um,
predicted the breakup. Like, right now, Russia is planning to go to the Mars alone, that they're breaking up with us, that they're doing a solo Mars mission. This was predicted in all of the scripting that we were talking about this summer with regards to how the International Space Station would fall apart, literally and figuratively.
And what I'm trying to say to you, Tim, is I think because my mind is still fresh to this, it's almost like a little child, you know.
Wait, fresh to what exactly? Hold on a second here.
decode.
Fresh to what exactly? The existence of the fact that the
Very true
propaganda,
question.
that like propaganda
Good question.
exists. Fresh to the
No,
idea that the
no, it's just it's essentially that the realm that we are living in, just the awareness of knowing.
Okay, I got you.
Or
I got
thinking
you.
I know
I
what
got
the
you.
realm is. That now I'm thinking on similar terms as, let's say, for instance, they, or the men and women behind the curtain, or whatever's going on.
I got what you're saying.
We're starting to
I got what you're
decode
saying.
that, and that's why I see. I'm. This is like a bigger layer, and what you're doing for me is deconstructing the media. Now here I am on the weekends looking up like how you know how to build how architecture is made, building houses. You know, why is gold gold? Are the mountains trees? Do you know what I mean? All these little things. I'm just putting all like, are pieces of the Bible true, or you know, or all is it all fake, or is it all twisted the way the news is twisted right now? So it's like, don't answer that question, but just these are practical questions. I think as IPS,
They are.
people,
That's a valid question there.
we have to like
what
continuously.
of what use is the Bible? Is it an argument from authority? Is it a historical record? What's its value? And one thing, you can't just get rid of this stuff. Whether or not you agree with its conclusions, the information, the intelligence, whatever you can gather from it is probably useful in and of itself. And with the Bible, you have a clear example of an astrotheological script. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, they're the four seasons. And you can go into detail and into depth, and you can show that the Bible is basically it's nothing but personifications of the seasons.
And I thought about that too, Tim. Who's going to say that? This is just like the gematria of baloney. Is who can say that way back in the day? Let's say 2,000. Let's say 6,000. Let's say maybe 100,000 years ago. Whoever, if all these cultures use like astrology or astronomy as like their method of counting down or tracking things, why? Who's to say that any of those names are arbitrary too? Those, like the names of Orion's belt or the Big Dipper or the Bear, like, because they're the same in all cultures.
Yeah,
So
let me run
who's
this
to
one
say
by you.
that
You said
those
Orion.
weren't-
Okay, Orion to the Egyptians was Osiris.
Yeah.
So back in January, when
Yeah.
Chesley Christ jumped off the Orion building and splattered on 42nd Street at 7:13 a.m., she jumped off the Osiris building. That connects to the number 42, and it connects in many ways to 7:13, the timestamp, and the fact that she was a beauty queen, royalty adds more to it. But this is just an example. We're looking at.
Tim, can you imagine the show meeting 10, 20 years in advance, planning that out?
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? Like this, I'm just saying, and I get it.
I can.
It's
I
just
literally
like that
can.
old
Look,
60s.
it's easy. It's easy because what they're doing is they are superimposing a script over reality. This is the augmentation I'm talking about. What is the difference?
Okay.
Like, so for example, before they do a school shooting, they know the numbers, the dates, the lines, they have all the details. And what I'm pointing out here, I can show you either I'm looking at the fingerprints of God and I'm showing you things that are so far beyond coincidence it ought to be miraculous, or I'm looking at the hands of man in secret places influencing things with psychological operations. And what's more likely?
Right. And what I'm saying, Tim, is what if we have this power and we have this foreknowledge, what could we do about it? And I think practically, for fun, I could play around with the stock market or something like that, right? But even more practically, if they're playing the long game, I don't think there's really. I'm starting to think that there's really nothing at all that we should be worried about, even if it is something we should be worried about. In this case, in the IPS universe.
Yeah, look,
Does that make sense
I'm
to
not
you?
pro offering the Bubba run for the hills, the Bubba effect they call it. Like most
Right.
conspiracy
No, 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 no,
theories,
no, no.
they're always like they are after us, run for the hills, be afraid. And I'm saying no. If they're telling you to be afraid, they're serving the enemy here. I happen to think this whole thing is Psywar, and it's based on keeping you in a state of fight or flight. And so it's like, yeah, Alex Jones peddling
Right.
what? Stuff you need for fight or flight. Here's your food. He's selling a knife now. So here's your combat knife. Here's your MREs. Get ready to run for the hills when the commies come. I'm like, okay, that's
Right.
permanent fight or flight. To me, that's the opposite. And that's why I like associating this channel with
There's
the calm, really dispassionate breakdown of the facts as presented.
Well, I like that because that's a good segue. There's a really good book called, it's by Vincent Norman Peale. I think it's called Outwitting the Devil. And my phrase for what you just said is from that book. It's called drifting. And I think whether it's the devil, metaphorically speaking, in this case, in this group of people, it's evil causes us, fear causes us to drift. I could be a millionaire. I could be a billionaire. I could be a trillionaire, whatever. I could be the person running the banks. Who knows? But what I'm saying is we're not. I mean, we could be, but we're not. And it's because over time we've been conditioned to think in this fear-based mentality. I think we're strong enough to be, just more powerful than we are. And that's where I think this group is like fantastic because we're identifying the breakdowns. And I'm using it for my things, and I hope everyone else is using it for their things in life, to make their lives better. Because I'm laughing at the whole jibby jib and the whole everything. The war that's happening, I'm just like, guys, come on. Oh, I feel so bad for what's happening. I can't believe it. I was in an Uber the other day. I just feel so bad for what's happening. I'm like, oh, man, I don't know what I should tell them. Like, should I show them, like, Les Luthor's, like, whole Twitter feed, there's just things like that, Tim. It's like every day you get a combat within yourself. It's almost like I've become more positive.
Well, you know what? Look, here's something you can do. Because when the COVID lockdown started, I was like, wait, this isn't fair. The media is essential and they get to go wander around. So I started issuing out press passes. So now you're unlockdownable. So there you go. You're free. So now you're free.
I got it, bro.
You're free. So that's the best you can do. And now they're about to enforce climate change lockdowns. And so I'm saying, well, your media, you got to go out there and check on the climate change. So you're never going to be locked down. You're never going to be affected by it. So what else could you possibly want?
Oh, there's so many layers to the climate change thing.
Are you look, whether or not you believe in it or if it's natural?
No.
The thing is, it is literally a replacement myth, a flood myth for an angry God. Because that's a very basic fear.
Noah. Yep. I know the spiel, and I'm saying, like, practically, I know that there also is like money involved with people who study climate change, and that they're paid to make numbers look different. You know what I mean? So there's a bunch of onion layers to that whole spiel. And you know what? What's the step after that? Is it just to keep us in our houses? Do you know what I mean?
That's a good question, and it is true. Like the
wearing helmets on our heads.
Climate scientists, they have Munchausen syndrome by proxy. Like they're making us think the globe is sick when it's not, so that they can have power over us and get our money through, basically a guilt tripping. And what is the end goal? I think the end goal is status quo. Yeah. In my opinion, the end of the world happened in 2020. So we're just a couple years into the new age. But I think that their agenda is status quo. They don't like upsetting that in terms of there being an entrenched elite, a small group at the top of the pyramid relative to the masses at the base. And anytime there's a great opportunity for mass upward mobility, they have to do a reset. They have to burn stuff down. And I think that's what this was about. When I saw the lockdowns, I'm like, okay, this is sort of a soft communist revolution. Jeff Bezos made $33 billion the first quarter of the COVID pandemic. $33 billion. Meanwhile, everyone else is going home. So it's pretty obvious to me that, I think it's a cyclical thing. And once in a while, they got to make sure that no one gets too close.
It's almost like fake pushing of money towards certain people, but they're probably wrapped in a bunch of trusts and LLCs that they don't even own those companies. They're just the actors that are getting paid, to be the leaders of those trusts or something like that. I don't know. I still haven't figured that part out yet, because if they're actors, like, here's what I don't get about, for instance, like Trump. If he's an actor, if he's like one of the higher ups or whatever, and I'm just assuming that he is, just because we're here in this room together. Why did they give him like a crappy body? Do you know what I mean? Like, why is he out of shape all the time? Why can't he just be like Arnold Schwarzenegger, for instance? Do you know what I mean? And I get, like, different actors have to do different things, but, like,
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I don't
Like,
know.
if we're gonna believe that there's an elite, ought they look like gods? And shouldn't they be like show me the adrenochrome is working, Hillary Clinton?
Oh, this is a great point, because if we're going to treat them like gods, for instance, Bezos got jacked up, but however, Elon Musk isn't really. What I mean by jacked up means, like, it's almost like between 1999 and 2020, Jeff Bezos has become like a bodybuilder. Compared, not really, but you know what I mean.
Oh, I saw him on his $500 million mega yacht. Billionaires are
he was
not.
a little fatty.
Those guys are not sustainable. But yeah, that's more respectable than Bill Gates. Who would you rather be?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, Bill Gates is what's with the sweaters? Only serial killers wear sweaters like that.
You get what? Yes, you get what I'm saying. So, like, they don't embody the only thing, that gives them that God-like mentality, that God feeling, I guess, I don't know, is that they have a ton of money. That's it, because they don't, like, Bill Gates. I'm sorry, not a lot of women aren't going to go after the Bill Gates, but, like, they might go after, like, a Jeff Bezos kind of look. I mean, with respect to the billionaires that we're talking about here, you know what I mean?
You know what?
So,
Speaking of billionaires,
it's very unusual.
the Triple Comma Club, as it's called by one of the
Trace Comas.
Yeah, the Triple Comma Club. I think that's Mark Cuban started that. That's his thing. 666. I used to be in I'm still doing publishing here and there, but when I was learning how to do publishing on Kindle, most of the people I learned from were into romance, and it seems like one of the huge genres on Kindle is this fetish for billionaires. Specifically, billionaire shapeshifters, billionaire vampires, billionaire. It doesn't even matter. As long as it's billionaire, it sells. It's the weirdest thing. Like that
That's
50 Shades of
Grey's
Grey.
Anatomy.
What's
It's
that?
Grey's Anatomy. Come on. Chicks dig Grey's Anatomy. You know it. And obviously, an author who's just a co-author or whatever, they're gonna monopolize on that. Obviously, there's a market for it. This is all marketing. Everything is marketing. Even the propaganda that we're fed in the news, it's all marketing.
Well, look, Bill Gates, though, on record, he actually has naked swimming pool parties at his house. So, he isn't undesirable. Maybe not to you or me, but a lot of people. A lot of people.
Well, hey, I can't. There was a few other things, but I already forgot them. I'm doing a lot of hard work on this end of things, and I'm feeling a little alone here. But it's really good to have the Discord and, like, a lot of the other people that kind of keep the record straight.
Yeah, let me run this by you really quick here.
You.
I am republishing an updated version of the Auto Hoaxer handbook, and the reason why is that this is a book that has just a methodology for sifting through bullshit, in my view, in a way that's necessary, given how hyper-mediated we are. And I think that is more or less what I use as sort of like my litmus test for determining what's real or fake. It's does it pass this test and this test? Basic reality testing. But I'm republishing the book so that I can really clarify where I'm coming from.
Yeah, you had a killer post the other day about I don't know. I may have missed the actual because I missed a couple shows the last few days, but you mentioned a really it was when was the last time you how did you ask it to open up your post? It was like, when was the last time you
when was the last time
the news was fake? And I was like, this is a great post.
Yeah, when was the last time you fell for a news story that you later found out to be fake? And I'm looking back, and the last time I didn't question, I don't know, I mean, even Vegas was in 2018. I sort of thought some people might have died, but after that, I fine-tuned the way I analyze these things.
Yeah, but you must have thought of other things before then, no?
Actually, I was
like for instance,
okay.
9/11.
Oh yeah, no, I believed it. In fact, I believed the main
Wow.
story and worse because I figured, okay, not only is this real, but it was probably
Yeah.
some kind of horrific satanic sacrifice. And even when Sandy Hook happened, yeah, I assumed it was real. And I just took Alex Jones's explanation that it was a black op Democrat operation to take our guns, so they killed a bunch of kids. And so I
Right.
had the dark view that our politics are so dirty that they'll murder a classroom full of kids to make a point. And that seemed more plausible to me at the time than the official story. Then I dug in and I found out what's really going on.
Yeah. You know what? I think it was 3 or 4 years ago I bought that book that I thought was the last level, the last onion layer of it was the DEW. That like the Twin Towers weren't actually hit by planes, but it was like blown up by an energy weapon, and I was like, so I was at that layer like in about 2015, almost 15 years after it. So it's like it's gradual, right? It takes time. Who knows, what's going to happen next year? But
And yeah,
oh
good
man,
point. Good point. Like
oh man,
if I assumed I had all the available information and I stuck with the conclusions that I had just a couple years ago, I would be way off. So I'm comfortable knowing that I don't have the answers and I just have to make the distinction between what I know and what I believe. And then, of course, with that
right?
comes what are my sources. But anyway, appreciate the call. A couple
Yeah,
of people are asking who this
yeah,
is.
definitely, Tim.
Pete
Thank
Trippa.
you.
Pete Trippa.
Yeah, that's me in
All right.
Boston.
All right. We'll be
Come up here.
we'll keep an
All
eye out
right,
for you.
take
Hey,
care.
I may actually at some point head out the direction, so we'll be in touch. Have a great night.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, one of the goals here is Infinite Plane Media and all of our reporters. We are getting more, not mainstream friendly, but we are merging with the mainstream. We are an actual media organization. We have reporters all over the place. We really moved them out in 2020 onto the streets. We had them at every riot, every major psyop, it seemed, somebody close by. We still do. Thanks, Jose Martinez from the Sagittarius Arms Society. The IPS appreciates the support. Jose Martinez called in before. I believe he's slightly Mandela effect friendly, which is cool. And he bought a painting from me, a Joker painting, I believe. All right, let me go ahead and play some voicemails. This is.
Hi, Tim. I was just calling to leave a message because I know you're not up this early. But I was listening to the replay tonight, and I noticed that you had told the young lady that was on the phone this was an oasis of sane people. So what I wanted to say is that I am a subscriber. And
yes, the oasis of sane people.
And I called. I actually was in the chat one night, and
it's a very, very long message here. I'm scrolling through the transcript. It's a couple minutes long, so maybe I'll be able to get her to call in and really go into detail. But let me go ahead and play about 30 more seconds here.
With all the sites you're at, so I would appreciate it. Thank you, Tim. And I tell everybody that you're my boyfriend. There's a sign up for you.
Okay. And by the way, and I'll send her a text. You can sign up to text message notifications. It's the best way. That's the Penguin signal. And yes, I'll go through that voicemail. And let's see, a couple more here. And also, phones are still open, 833-311-1984. Lean Dion says, super spreaders of reality. Yeah, I would say so. Coyote Smoke and Mirror says, I believe nothing. Either know it empirically true or empirically false, or I simply don't know. Right, there is that area where, yeah, you guys, that's a great caller. Yeah, hopefully we can get her to call in and we'll discuss these things. And I am going to get the 24/7 stream back on very soon. In fact, I might just get that on tonight now. Since I got everyone here, I can just go ahead and leave it on, just so you know. After this stream ends, what I'll probably do is I'll leave it on one of the YouTube channels. But my point is, if we have the 24/7 stream on, it makes it very easy. for people to stay in touch, and we have commercials that we're working on. All right, let's continue. We were talking about climate change lockdowns. Now, I don't know how much interest anyone here has in this topic, but apparently we have a picture of JFK Jr. on top of Mount Rushmore, and then we have his voice. And here we have an expert. This guy claims he was in Air Force One with JFK Jr. and Trump. Let me just play this because this is where they're at, the Kool-Aid drinkers. And if you're still drinking the Kool-Aid,
there's only 200 naval pilots.
You're running out of time for your story to remain plausible. You're going to save the children. Save the children. Well, they're disaffected teenagers now. In fact, I just saw this article about how the Save the Children issue has been co-opted by QAnoners at the expense of actual victims of abuse. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, what's up, caller? Sounds like there's a bit of a... if you want to turn your volume down on your speaker a little bit.
Okay, it's off.
Okay, cool. What's up? Okay, I can hear you loud and clear. So we were just talking about... Let's see here. Oh, yeah, it's the spring equinox, by the way. First day of spring for everyone here, which might mean something. Hey, caller, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it could mean that...
yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, it's happy first day of spring, happy spring equinox.
Yeah, and I'm thinking this. So the autumn equinox is when Persephone/Virgo goes into Hades. And now that we're at the spring equinox, I'm thinking here, maybe this is when the Kraken gets released. Hades is, of course, the creator of the Kraken. So anyway, I don't have my hopes up, but I was expecting maybe today is when things really start to go down. What is your take?
And that's right. And of course, remember that the Kraken was created, like you said, by Pluto, who just came back into our sphere again for the first time since 1776.
Yeah,
Kraken comes from Hades.
Since 1776. And I don't think, I really don't believe these are coincidences. There are so many of them that it's like, I don't know. The 22nd was the Pluto return. Pluto is Hades, and then this Kraken talk. And then just the other day, Hunter Biden's laptop and his crack smoking pictures is now front page again. It's like they keep on throwing it out there. Oh, again, yeah.
Oh, really? I know. I loved your Kraken theory, and you totally called the Kraken the space shuttle, the International Space Shuttle, and then you totally called the separation of Russia months in advance. So kudos to Infinite Plane and Tim Osman. It was well done.
Yeah, thanks. And to everybody in the chat, because we have so many eyes on this story as it unfolds. And it is pretty much, I think, true that predictive programming is something of a predictive model. And we've been pretty spot on, especially as of late, even so much as the 40 CubeSats falling. And then look, even now, Russia.
Oh, that was.
Yeah, they're the one. Well, not Russia. I mean, Musk dropping his CubeSats, and we were saying we're going to see CubeSats falling, and I think he said 40 fell, 40 CubeSats.
Yeah, you said that's right. You called the things falling from the sky. You called that a year ago. 1 year ago, you called the next thing would be the next threat was coming from things falling from the sky. So I thought that was pretty spot. By the way, this is a Quaidel smoking mirror. I wanted to ask you, can we touch on? May I just touch on the news coverage of the Russian pseudo war in Ukraine?
Yeah, please do. What's your take on this?
Yeah, because I don't want to. I'm not sure what topics you want to touch, but yeah. In other words, let's not talk about what's whatever. I have no idea what's happening in Ukraine at this point, right? But what I did do was day 1 through 4, I follow the news stories on major news outlets. Okay, I go to Twitter, I go to CNN Twitter, Fox Twitter, the Sun newspaper Twitter, New York Times on Twitter, right? And I was told on day 3 that there was a battle in the streets. There was a battle for Ukraine. It was happening in the streets, right?
Right.
And then myself, before everyone even jumped on it, I could prove that those stories were fake, right? That there was no fighting in Ukraine. There was no ghost pilot flying around shooting down 30 Russian jets, which is, you being in the military, you would know that would be just impossible, right? I don't think one jet. I think what was it? 6 jets in one day he shot down the ghost of Kiev.
Yeah, and the media let that story fly unchallenged, kind of like they let the story of Jussie Smollett's lynching fly unchallenged. And you're pointing out things that are observably released as true, and then you find that they're totally made up.
Right. I mean, one human body couldn't withstand that much G-force in one day in a jet doing dogfights and successfully shooting down 6 planes in one day. It's just beyond preposterous. So we knew from day 1 to 4 that there weren't soldiers in the streets shooting it out. Like World War II, and that's what they were trying. That was clearly portrayed and clearly. And remember the woman who I told you that, which you also had covered as well, which is the woman from the 2018 gas explosion in Ukraine, who quickly became the face of the Ukraine invasion, the Ukraine war, and it turns out she's an actress. In fact, don't forget the story the gas explosion in Ukraine did happen in 2018, and she did appear to be a victim then. And then they reused that same photo again to say she's a victim again in the same place and the same video.
Oh, and the
remember
photo,
her daughter was
the photo had her head wrapped up in cheesecloth, and she was still bloody. And I'm like, what kind of first responder is going to wrap your head in cheesecloth and then leave the blood dripping down your face in a very dramatic way for the cameras? So it screamed crisis actress to me. Then we find out her daughter is not only a scriptwriter but a model, and she sends her headshot to the news media. So you see this model's face, and she's like, "Stop calling my mom a crisis actor."
Yeah, like you said, like she's looking for a job. She puts her headshot on. So the thing I wanted to touch on tonight and why I wanted to call was because now what I'm seeing, interestingly enough, is, and I'm not commenting on these at all, but is that we'll call them pro-Putin sources putting out videos of Ukraine faking stuff, okay? Faking injuries, for example. But I realize that the things that they're showing now are actually things like scenes from an old Ukraine war movie, or so in other words, what's happening is like a double fake. So we're being shown fake footage of injuries in Ukraine, okay? But then I prove that the fake is actually a fake. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. This is unbelievable, but I mean, it's like the TikTokification of reality, where if they can just throw out short clips everywhere, people will just assemble this picture, and they don't even care or know or discern whether each piece is part of the same script, or if it's part of the other one, if it's real or fake, or fake fake, or fake fake fake. I mean, it's crazy what they've done.
That's right. So that's why the point I wanted to make was that what they do, I've noticed this as well back in the COVID scenario. They'll put out, it's like, remember the Wuhan videos, the people flipping over and dying, right? In Wuhan, right? Just obviously fake videos, right?
Kung flu, yeah, loved it.
The Kung flu, right? That was funny. So what now happens now is that we were given a lot of videos that we could personally prove fake, right? Like I could find that 2018 news coverage in Ukraine of the gas explosion where that same actress is being used twice, right? And right. So, but what they do now is in the later stages, they start to release fake. So then we're cocky and we show you. They want us to show our friends, hey, look at this. The Ukrainians are faking this. The people, these aren't really body bags. They're filled with actors. And then we find out that now that's actually from an old Ukraine movie, okay?
Oh,
and it was actually disseminated by the pro-Putin people.
They did that in 2020.
Yeah.
There were a few people who would put these videos out and it'd go viral. And you'd see a body in a body bag smoking a cigarette, and they'd show it to their friends and they'd say, see, the whole thing's a hoax. Then you'd find out from Snopes that was from a Russian music video, and it was mistaken to be a crisis actor. So, yeah, they're trying to discredit.
Exactly.
They want to discredit people calling out the fake news by throwing out fake news that they can debunk. I mean, it's
exactly.
It's
That's
such a
exactly
game.
right. So in the beginning, initially, they're going to give us very big, broad stories like the Ghost of Ukraine, the battles in the streets of Kiev, which, of course, my friend Les Luther on Twitter, you've been following now, has been showing you that, nothing's really, people are leaving because it sucks. I mean, obviously it's going to be as bad as COVID, if not worse, right? I mean, the average Joe is going to suffer badly. It's not, the collateral damage of COVID was real, and the collateral damage of the pseudo war in Ukraine is going to be real, but to the common man on the street, right? They're going to be seriously uprooted. Their jobs, their families, their lives, their economy is going to be seriously disrupted. So the collateral damage is real. And I don't want to discount that, because these people, the Russians being persecuted by the Nazi Ukraine government is real. The Western Ukrainians who are being told to leave is real, right? They are getting on trains, and some are staying, some aren't. It's a disruption without a doubt. I mean, we'd agree on that, right?
Yeah, we'd agree it's a psy war, and it's primarily a psy war,
Yeah, yeah.
and it's still a war. Emotional abuse is still abuse. It may not leave physical scars, but yeah, there is a lot happening. And beyond that, even the people who aren't being physically moved around, who believe it's real, are having the internal experience of it being real. And they get these celebrities out, like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Mr. Screw Your Freedoms, is out there saying, basically begging for 10 minutes straight, stop the war. So this is a celebrity-driven psyop, and they're all, part of the mind war as well.
Yeah, so we can still be auto hoaxers, but we got to make sure that when we auto hoax, we got to make sure that we're not being auto hoaxed. So we have to be double auto hoaxers and make sure that the hoax that we know that the story is not true either way, no matter who's disseminating it. So we have to be on double guard. The deeper the psyop goes, it becomes harder and harder to discern the real from the fake.
And here's another point too, is I'll constantly refer to the 17 consecutive years of fake school shootings, but there are victims. The victims are the ones who believe it's necessary to lock down under their desk and freeze and wait for the police to save them from the MAGA with the bowl cut and the AR-15. So you actually do have traumatized victims who do believe in this, and it shapes their worldview. So there are victims and casualties in the mind war. And so I use mockery and ridicule mostly as a weapon against the thing, more than as a way of just being irreverent about life or something. Because I'm not. I actually think life is precious, and what they do to minds through trauma-induced mind control is very inhumane when you get down to it.
Your listener and our buddy here, Truth Hurts 21, is asking who is Les Luthor. By the way, Truth Hurts 21, it's Les Luthor, like Thor, and you can find him at Les Luthor on Twitter to keep up with the, I think Infinite Plane, Tim has been also reposting and retweeting some of his tweets as well.
A good way.
But at Les Luthor.
Yeah, a good way to describe Les Luthor is he's doing for this Ukraine charade thing, whatever it is, what the empty hospital investigators did in 2020. He's just walking around and he's reality testing the claims of the media. And Les Luthor has exposed, or revealed rather, that it's
on the ground.
Yeah,
on the ground, right?
On the ground.
President in Kiev took a plane via Poland from UK and got there with this camera and is filming there firsthand. Yes.
And this has been circulating. There's an individual from the Ukrainian military who was actually spotted at the January 6th PSYOP with Jake and Jelly.
Oh, sorry. Run that by me one more time. Who was spotted?
So there's an individual. His name is Sergey Dybrynyyn. I couldn't pronounce that last name, but he's someone who was in the Ukrainian military, and there's many pictures of this individual, and I think it's a pretty solid match. He looks exactly like someone who was at the 1/6 event, and he's actually photoed with Jake and Jelly. And again,
really?
Yeah, his name is Dybrynyyn or something like that, and basically, yeah, we have multiple pictures of him. We have him actually having been arrested on January. He was actually arrested for his work for his.
Oh, I see him. He's up on the screen now, right? I see him on your screen now on your Twitter.
Yeah,
I can't. In fact, I can go to. I can go to the real Tim Osman on Twitter and see that as well. Yeah.
Exactly, and you'll see that he actually poses with Jake and Jelly. So that's kind of funny. It's like, wow, what are the odds? Ukrainian
the odds
military.
Are beyond. If it's a coincidence, it's beyond probable. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And to me, this is just par for the course. I don't even find it shocking. I'm like, oh, wow, another TV star. I mean, look, you got Servant of the People, the president out there in a Netflix movie to prepare people for his world stage role.
Yeah, yeah. By the way, who was the what was the show? The last live show you did? Do you remember that drunk girl who called up on Friday night?
Oh yeah, Restless
She
Bear.
said
She
she's
I don't know how if she was drunk. She was drinking, but yeah, Restless Bear.
yeah. Well, when I first heard her, I was like, oh my god, drunk girl. Maybe I'll just because I was listening to the replay. I thought I'm just gonna fast forward through this girl, and I started about to fast forward, and I thought, nah, I should just listen to her. Tim will spin it well, and he'll have a nice conversation. And she ended up being smarter than I remember saying to my wife, "This drunk girl is smarter than 99% of the people I deal with every day." Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
definitely. Yeah.
that's your. So
She's in our
Tim also
Discord.
on Infinite Plane.
Yeah, she's in our Discord server,
Yes, it's in Discord. Yeah.
we attract a lot of very interesting and sharp and observant people, and she had a lot to add to this to the conversation.
That's right, Tim. Your viewers drunk are smarter than the average the average person is sober. So congratulations on that, cultivating a great audience. Thank you for a great show tonight, and keep up the great work. And I'm always there. I'll buy you a coffee tomorrow. Okay.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you again, and thanks for the call. Have a great night. And I'll put a link in the video description to yours and Les Luther's Twitter handles.
A pleasure, mate. Thanks so much, bud. Keep up the good work. Godspeed.
Thanks. All right, everyone. There we go. Coyote Smoke and Mirror. And yeah, I will be posting in the video description the Twitter to Les Luther. You have to check this guy's channel out. And yeah, that caller the other night, it was Friday night, so everyone is probably relaxing or whatever, and we covered a whole lot of topics. And one of the topics she brought up was, do you date normies? As in, should you be in relationships or enter into relationships with people who live in fantasy land, as in they believe what they see on TV? And yeah, I don't believe in alienating people. I mean, it is the majority. All right, let me see here. Bullet 01536 says best drunk dialers ever. The missing says best callers in IPS. Yes, we do have great callers, and we're going to continue to cultivate great callers. I'm also maintaining a consistent live stream schedule at the same time each night if I can. I'm going to try to keep this up. All right, someone says watch the movie Branded 2012. Okay. All right, so let's continue here. I've been doing these mashups. You know how we talk about the meta script, and I do these mind maps. Well, I've been doing these artistic mind maps where I'm putting a lot of the images together into a single image that maybe could be printed out. So here's one where I have Kanye West with his black gloves, and I superimposed over his eyes the eyes of Marilyn Manson and Charles Manson. Well, in this picture, he actually has contact lenses like Marilyn Manson. So he's got these Marilyn Manson eyes. And then the black gloves looks like OJ, the OJ gloves. And this whole talk about him going OJ is interesting because the imagery of Pete Davidson out there, one has his head through a ring of Saturn, and another popular one is a still from a movie he's working on where he's covered in blood, a movie called The House where he dies. So it all fits together in an interesting way. And then I wanted to point this out. His father died on 9/11 at the age of 33. On the first Dawn Day event, which was the anniversary of the 33 Burning Man festivals at Black Rock City, Kanye West had himself burned like a Burning Man. He did this fiery Phoenix stunt. And finally, at the second Donda event, and this is all put into this image, the trailer for Evan Wood's Phoenix Rising, which she produced when she was 33, was released. So what you see here in this picture is just a lot of overlapping symbolism, and I think when you take it all together, you can kind of see a sort of a gestalt here. And I think what we're seeing is the burning of Kanye West's world as he goes Charlie Manson or OJ on this present situation. And you have the human sacrifice to be Pete Davidson. That's my interpretation. Whether it's a literal or some kind of a figurative remains to be seen. However, in the video where he says Illuminati mad, the Easy video, yeah, he buries Pete Davidson up to his neck, plants roses, picks up those roses around dead Pete Davidson's head, and puts them in the back of a truck. In real life, on Valentine's Day, he has a black truck full of red roses in the bed of the truck, delivered to Kim Kardashian. So what I'm saying here is that there is more than enough in terms of the story and the narrative that's been placed out there for anybody to arrive at this exact same conclusion. I'm just pointing out the obvious. All right, let me go through some comments here. M.E. Sagittarius Armed Society says he's smoking the Fruit Loops with his new pipe. All right, and yeah, okay. Phase Polarizer says Kanye needs to up the lithium doses. Now, on that point, assuming this is all story, which is kind of where I'm at with it, one of the subtexts here is that Kanye West has some kind of emotional problems, mental problems, and so does Pete Davidson. So this is being brought to the forefront. In fact, Kanye's been banned from attending the Grammys because of his online behavior. But one of the headlines that's popping up right now with regards to Kanye is his mental health. And again, not only that, but behavior online. Kanye West pulled from Grammy Awards because of behavior online. I'm seeing more of the mental health angle being brought up, which is very significant in all of this. Again, experts warn that abuse could be more than physical after Kanye West Instagram ban. So they're making an example out of him. There's some kind of example being set. And again, I'm thinking here that we're looking at some kind of setup for some OJ level event. It looks too obvious to be that simple that they would just go that route, but I don't know. Kanye West world burning, that's what it looks like. Dash 3342 says, not available to stream almost anywhere in the world, branded. Sorry for repeating. Love your image. I dislike Pete since he started dating Ariana Grande. Ariana has a song, Seven Rings, for the 7 Saturn rings. She's also a NASA shill. Kind of the same thing, and that's not hyperbole. I mean, look up the connections between NASA, Nazi, then Elon Musk's daddy, Werner von Braun, a Nazi, who was friends with Walt Disney, who some believe might actually be Adolf Hitler in disguise, but whatever. Nazi, NASA, Disney. Distinctions without differences. All right, let me go through some headlines here. Again, Science News Roundup. Russia's to work on a solo Mars mission after Europe freezes joint project. So what does this mean? Russia's going to go alone? Are we going to fight over Mars? And I wanted to point out again, this Mars thing, this new age, whatever that you call it, the Great Reset, the age of Aquarius, the New Age movement. It's all about this age of, well, Mars. The occultists call it the age of Horus. And that's what the number 93 symbolizes in their cult. And that's why I find it interesting that Pete Davidson has the number 93 tattooed in the center of his chest next to his Mars attacks tattoo. Because again, Mars is Horus, the age of Horus, the age of Mars. My point being, the space program is introducing humanity to this new, better, sustainable way of life that we'll achieve up there in the heavens. But we need to make Earth as it is in the heavens. We need to make our earthly existence here sustainable. So what we're actually being offered is a utopian vision. So on Mars, this is how we're going to live. It's going to be perfect, etc. And I'm saying that that is actually the transformation that they want us to go through. They want us to go into this sustainable green world order. That's what this great reset is about. So Mars isn't somewhere we're going. It's something they're doing to us here on Earth. The Martian ideal will be realized here. And this is not a new endeavor. This is just the old secret societies bringing in a new age. But they're just dressing it up like science fiction so you don't know it's a bunch of Satanists and wizards and warlocks running this place. No, you think it's scientists. Dash 3342 says, I'm convinced Hollywood is a branch of the military. Yeah, I would say so. I've said before, I think that the mass media is pretty much a military operation. That it's how they keep the masses under control. Mass media, mass mediation, mediate our behaviors so I don't know what they think we would do without them. What would we do without government? We would be lawless. What would we do without religion? We would be wicked. That's what we're taught. That were it not for this or that structure, we would all just be at each other's throats. And I kind of think that's a slander. I think that they have used movies to convince us that were it not for government, like, oh, if there's a government shutdown, it's all going down. We're all good. No, that's like the best thing that could probably happen right now. Imagine if the government ran out of money before 3/11/2020. If they just, oh, our propaganda budget is out. Sorry, Fauci, we can't pay you. Nothing would have happened. Okay, let me continue here. ME Sagittarius Arms Society says, I'm making videos against Stavely. He hates me. Brian Stavely, the Mandela Effect guru, is something of a fanatic. And I'm still waiting for them to start doing the forbidden Mandela Effect. The one started by Nelson Mandela's wife, Winnie Mandela. If you don't know about it, it's called necklacing. It's the one Mandela Effect they don't want to talk about. All right, let me see. Salty Siren says all media is reality gatekeeping. Isn't media like a goddess? I believe it's a goddess of illusions or something like that. Media is known in most stories as a sorceress and is depicted as a priestess of the goddess Hecate. It looks to me like this is the one. And I believe it's a goddess of illusion. I'll have to look. Yes, the goddess of illusion. Another trickster deity associated with deception. There's a lot of these trickster deities too. It's like a real common thing. All right, anyway, another god or goddess is Gaia. So you got Gaia, which is sort of a way of worshiping the earth, but the World Economic Forum has this new initiative, which they call the Global AI Alliance. So what is the Global AI Alliance? It's Gaia. This is about implementing some kind of artificial intelligence replacement for human governance, some way to perfect everything. And it's coming from Darth Schwab over at the WEF 666, so you know you can trust it. But what are the odds that the AI brain that's going to take over and make everything in the world better happens to be called Gaia? Not a coincidence, especially when you look at the digital monolith at NATO. And it pretty much points us in the same direction. We're looking at this new argument from authority, a higher power. And also note AI 19, very interesting that to see that here for the post reset, because here you have, let's just start with Pearl Harbor. It was originally called Operation AI. AI is 19. 9/11 was a Pearl Harbor event. 9/11, 19 hijackers. 19 years later, COVID-19. COVID-19 followed by the Great Reset, and now you have this, the Global AI Alliance, or Gaia. So it's pretty obvious to me that 19 has something to do with these cyclical changes, phases, as this agenda advances forward. And there are so many things that we can point to. Even before COVID, you had C-19, which was a comet breaking up above the Earth. And this has an interesting tie-in to the movie Don't Look Up. So before COVID, you had C-19. And C-19 was a comet that was breaking up, and in the sky, it was green. Well, in Don't Look Up, you have a comet, kind of green, breaks up, and just like we had a lockdown following the comet C-19 because of COVID-19, in Don't Look Up, they don't have a lockdown, but the world pretty much shuts down because it's going to end in 6 months. Again, C-19 preceded COVID-19, and these are all just codes if you ask me. Also noteworthy here, the comet was called Atlas, and it was breaking apart, which had me thinking about, like Atlas Shrugged. As in the book Atlas Shrugged, it's about what happens if Atlas were to just drop the burden he's made to carry. And the book Atlas Shrugged is about a reset. It's about a group of, elite that decide to go to a place called Atlantis and leave everybody else in the dark until they can starve off the socialist government and bring back free energy. But they literally shut everything down and it all goes dark. Spoiler alert, if you haven't made it to page 12,000 or whatever of Atlas Shrugged, yeah, that's when the lights go off permanently. until the Atlanteans decide to come back and turn them back on. Thanks, Phase Polarizer. Appreciate the support. And everyone else for keeping this thing going. We're trying to ramp this thing up. And it's just going to get better as time goes along, if you ask me. I think things are getting more interesting. The script gets more intricate, but we're also getting better at discerning when we're looking at psychological operations versus real events. And we're really rapidly accruing all available information about these stories. So it's like, I think that as a media organization, we do have a future in this. Unless the news media decides to start actually reporting factually, which I don't think they're going to actually be fact-based reporting agencies out there. Everything is super biased. There's even this coffee someone showed me. I think it's called Black Rifle. It's like right-wing coffee to combat Starbucks, left-wing coffee. Dash says, I finally caught you live. I wanted to say that you should look into behavior patterns. This is how they choose which characters will be played by specific actors. They choose ones with the same pattern in the MBTI system. Kabbalah was a behavior pattern also. Okay, I'm not familiar with MBTI, but I do look at typecasting, and that's a consistent thing. And I even I call it Hollywood typecasting or archetype casting, because they'll take characters and have them play in similar archetypal roles, movie to movie. And unless you compare them and look at them all side by side, you wouldn't see the connection. And Dash mentions transference, archetypal transference, where you redirect somebody's feelings from one person to another. And that's one of my explanations for why they would be involved in deep fakery in the first place. So, for example, you would have, let's take, for example, let's go with, and it doesn't have to be the same person. Like, you could be pre-sold on a politician if they give them to you or present them to you in a similar way in a TV character that person embodies later. So one example of archetypal transference could even be Biff Tannen from Back to the Future. So Biff Tannen is known to have been based on Donald Trump. The writer of the show said that they based him off Trump. Back to the Future writer reveals Biff Tannen was inspired by Donald Trump. So here you have a character based on somebody real. Now, this isn't a selling point for Donald Trump, but I think this goes pretty far in explaining the Trump derangement syndrome. This is a made-to-order villain for the left. This is someone that the Trump derangement syndrome, I think, is part of the program. It's part of the strong left-right divide. And I think they create these characters, they build them up, so that when they present them to you on TV, they have more impact. Same with other things like villains, bowl-cut shooters. Same goes for other things like global warming. Look at Cli-Fi, climate disaster films. They use these movies in order to really exaggerate the reality of these things so that when you see these fantastical things in the news, it doesn't seem as shocking. There's also this idea here, I think, too, of, like you said, transferring your emotions. I think this is a part of what they do with the deep fakery, where you may not recognize that it's the same person, but you might actually pick up on the subtle clues. I mean, so much communication is nonverbal. Eddie Earp says Kanye West and Pete Davidson are both Freemasons. Interesting. I don't know how you know that, but I would be... Look, Pete Davidson's father died on 9/11. What does that say? All right, let's continue. Going through some of my feed here. Again, now that Joe Biden's president, the New York Times admits that Hunter Biden's laptop was real. Who's taking these pictures? It's so contrived. I'm like, why doesn't this guy just get an OnlyFans account? Like, who would want to take pictures of this man? And they're not even like attractive pictures, but why this obsession with taking pictures of himself at various states of undress? Like, he doesn't have an OnlyFans account. He's just giving it away for free. Julia Fox backtracks. She backtracks on her comments, suggesting that Kanye West is harmless. So there you have it. The narrative is developing. All right. Let me go back to my phones. 833-311-1984. Oh, by the way, I found this out. I was looking at occult symbolism and all these hand signs. You know the devil horns? Gene Simmons. Gene Simmons, mask hole, vax hole, fascist, Gene Simmons. I mean, this guy killed one of his, he didn't necessarily kill somebody, but one of his crew members died of COVID. And here he is on tour, telling us, lock down, wear your mask, and these total hypocrites are engaging in these massive super spreader events. Like, he ought to be held for that. But anyway, KISS tried to trademark the devil horns. They didn't let him do it, I guess, because I think it's a sign language sign for I love you. But yes, KISS tried to actually trademark it, but I think they got into some kind of beef with another group called Coven, who put out an album in 1966, 1967, where they used that hand sign. So it was sort of a back and forth, and apparently Gene Simmons and Coven have been going back and forth over who owns the devil horn sign. They've been going over it until I guess 2017. It's been settled that nobody's going to trademark it. But Gene Simmons, guy prances around in a bat suit, and he's one of the he was really bad. He was the one who said, "If you're not vaxxed, you are an enemy." Do you remember he said that? He said you're an enemy. Salty says Achu Akbar. Yeah, I remember that was a thing in 2020 at peak paranoia. If you coughed or sneezed, everybody looked at you like you just like you have a bomb vest on. By the way, yes, it is the spring equinox today, March 20th. I guess it was spring equinox today at 3:33, and I think it might be significant. Again, just for context, Virgo, personified as Persephone, gets taken to Hades at the autumn equinox. So here we are at the spring equinox, and I'm wondering if maybe this might be somewhat portentous, because we know now that Hades is Pluto. Pluto returned to the point where it was in 1776 on 222. So I'm thinking maybe with the season changing, this could be when the Kraken is released. So I'm just pointing it out. Keep your eye out, maybe on the water. I'm not sure what the Kraken actually is. Someone in chat asked me if I know about the hidden hand signs, talking about the Masonic hand signs, like the hand in the jacket. Yeah, I'd highly recommend a book called Codex Magica. Codex Magica by Tex Mars. It's just a collection of pictures, and it really does go through pretty much all of the hand signs that we constantly see all around, and explains their use, their origin. He has one of the best explanations for the possible meaning of 322 with the Skull and Bones Society. For him, it has something to do with the Garden of Eden, and 322 being, I guess, Genesis, the part where they take the bite from the apple or something. Okay, check this out. This is trippy. This is from a few years ago. It has to do with some kind of 3,000-year-old occult police force operating in California, calling themselves Knights Templar. Have any of you seen this? I'm just going to play this clip. I remember looking into this when I first started looking into Kamala Harris, the Joker. I think the Washington Post called her. But yeah, there was this something she was somewhat connected to here, and it has to do with a fake police force, or some kind of occult was the word that they used, a police force, and it claims to have some
California accused of running
3,000-year heritage. Here, let me go and play this.
a fake police department and put under arrest. One of the suspects even works for California Attorney General Kamala Harris. I'm 48 Hours Crime Siders, Michelle Sagona. The ruse began in January when the San Diego Sheriff's Office says various police chiefs in Southern California began to receive letters from the Masonic Fraternal Police Department. The letter said specifically that David Henry was now the chief, and he was requesting a meeting with each agency. According to a press release, Captain Roosevelt Johnson of the Santa Clarita Valley Sheriff's Office actually accepted a meeting with Henry, Tonette Hayes, and Brandon Keel. They showed up dressed in uniforms and said they were setting up shop in the area. All three were arrested and now charged with impersonating a peace officer. The group claims to have jurisdiction in 33 states and in Mexico. They allegedly believe they're descendants of the Knights Templar.
So this occult police force associated with Kamala Harris, or operating, right beneath her, it would have been on her radar. But yeah, they claimed that they had jurisdiction in 33 states, including Mexico. Like, what is this about? And what the video shows you is a whole lot of police badges that have Masonic emblems on them.
The group claims to have jurisdiction in 33 states and in Mexico. They allegedly believe they're descendants of the Knights Templar.
So Kamala Harris's aide was arrested for running a fake police department. Badges, IDs, weapons, uniforms. Prior to their arrest, none of these three had run-ins with the law. The trio started sending letters to the heads of local law enforcement announcing that they had been announcing this person had been elected the head of the MFPD. Anyway, strange story. Almost sounds unbelievable. Yeah, the book that I mentioned is Codex Magica. So if you haven't read Codex Magica, it's by Tex Mars. Tex Mars, no relation to Jim Mars. Both of them are excellent writers. So here we go. And both of them recently deceased. Codex Magica, Secret Signs, Mysterious Symbols. I had a hard copy. Not a hard copy, a paperback. It's like a phone book. And I went through it page by page. It's a great collection. I mean, you can find all the stuff on the internet, but it really does help to have it all in a book. And he has a lot of great explanations. He's a minister, a pastor, and I don't have any religion or whatever, but I often read books from people who are believers in this or that, and it doesn't matter to me. I'm in it for their research, even if I don't agree with their final conclusions. And Tex Mars is definitely a great source. His research is practically unimpeachable. I will put a link there. Codex Magica for the Amazon book. You can probably find it. You might find it at a library. I'm not sure. Okay, let's see here. Going through comments. Erica Bear said, I heard about Codex Magica from Freeman Fly. Interesting channel, Freeman Fly. I think I first learned about the Georgia Guidestones from his channel. One thing that puzzles me, okay, so the Georgia Guidestones will be 42 years old in 2 days. I believe that they appeared, let me take a look at that. Probably timed near the equinox. Okay, so they were installed 3/22/1980. So the Georgia Guidestones are going to turn 42 on Tuesday. Interesting. But one of my points about it is that 40 years ago, the goal of culling the population down to 500,000 might have been achievable. But now here we are in 2022, and there's so many, the population has metastasized. There are billions. So it just seems like they didn't meet their goal, and it's a little late. Like, I don't know if they can actually meet their quotas here. But anyway, the Georgia Guidestones, 19-foot high monuments, a 10-part message about the conservation of mankind and future generations, turning 42 on Tuesday. All right, let me see here. I'm going to be live in the morning as well, so get on the newsletter if you haven't, and if you want to get live stream notifications. Let me go through my list of my Minds account, my list of links, just see if we haven't missed anything here. Okay, so here we did a lot of research this week into the PSYOP involving Marilyn Manson and Evan Wood. And this is a fascinating thing if you look into it. So Evan Wood plays Dolores in Westworld, and her relationship with the Man in Black mirrors her relationship with Marilyn Manson. Well, what's more, in the video Heart-Shaped Glasses that she's trying to get pulled from the internet, she plays the character Lolita, who is actually, well, in the character from Lolita, whose name is Dolores. And in this case, she's alleging that she was raped on set by Marilyn Manson. So again, you have this reoccurring theme. Marilyn Manson, Man in Black, Dolores. It's a fascinating study here because what we're looking at, if you ask me, is a psyop decades in the making. I mean, I think this is part of a long-term takedown. I think we're looking at something bigger than just Marilyn Manson. It's not a coincidence that his other ex, Rose McGowan, has the Rose Army. So you have the Rose Army, the whole Me Too crowd at the Weinstein. Now you've got the more recent girlfriend, this Evan Wood, who of course is raising this thing called the Phoenix Act. So these are parallel stories. I'm not sure where it's all leading. It's not over yet, but there's also hints and indications that we're looking at a psyop going back, even in 1998. I referenced 1999, the video Coma White talking about the idea of JFK being the second coming. Such an absurd idea, but now it's mainstream Q thought that JFK was Jesus. Let's see, someone asked, any cool facts about the spring solstice? Well, I'm just looking at, we look at patterns, like the 322 thing is almost too predictable, and that's what we started talking about Codex Magica. In fact, there's a new rocket that NASA's about to blast to the moon. Let me bring this one up. I think it's called the SLS. But I was looking into the specifications, and it's 322 feet high. NASA's Mega Moon rocket spacecraft completes its first roll to the launch pad. Yeah, so this thing is 322 feet high. Again, 322 is associated with the Skull and Bone Society. It's associated with the concept of Saturn. 322, this is the order of death, Kronos, Saturn, however you want to look at this. But the height of the rocket being 322 is sort of consistent when you get into the symbolism of this god, of this Earth god they worship, and of course the Saturn V rocket, which is what got us to the moon. Phase Polarizer says that spring solstice is auspicious for hypersonic missiles. Yeah, I've been looking at reports about the various things we're supposed to be afraid of, and a lot of these things have just kind of lost their ability to shock me. Like, for example, once you've seen a few fake rocket launches, once you know how they fake these things, let me explain this really quick for my take on it, because there's I think it's called, there was a rocket, one of these private rocket companies. I think it was one of these rocket companies. Was it Rocket Labs? I'll find out which one. Oh, Astra Rocket. Okay, so you got to see this video first. This is from CNN. Astra Rocket did this launch, and the thing went sideways. Okay, so we're talking about how they do these rocket launches. And I suspect, and many agree with me, that we're just looking at cylindrical blimps with jet-assisted takeoff. And once it gets out of sight, out of mind, they replace it. They cut to a CGI rocket. So knowing this, and believing this, that we're looking at blimps, I see these rockets, these supersonic missiles, these hypersonic missiles, nuclear warheads, and to me they're all part of the same show, because the special effects are equally bad. And you rarely see the kind of glitches that you're about to see right now. And this is very unusual, because this is a rocket blasting off sideways, but it keeps its nose up. So you explain, if you can, how this could happen. Again, you're looking at a rocket launch from August. It's literally going sideways about 6 feet above the ground. So what is more likely here? That this is a real rocket as described, or that you're looking at a blimp, a balloon? Look at that. Real time, it's just hovering, and it's hovering, and it's going sideways. I mean, if you can't tell, and you can even see it, looks even bendy, but Kelimento says hypersonic weapons such as Russia's 3M22 fly so fast and low. Well, okay, so we had a 322 PSYOP. When was it? It was in 2019? We have this is a reoccurring theme. We had the Christchurch shooting around that time. But yeah, I always keep my eyes on that date because it's typical. Eddie Earp says, look up the new Esquire magazine cover with Keanu Reeves and explain what you find. Okay, let's take a look. Again, that's Astra rocket. If you want to take a look, I just think that they're noobs. They're not as polished as Musk. And I don't even think that Musk takes the risks that these smaller companies still have to. I think they've gone full CGI. And I will see videos of rockets landing, and I know them to be CGI, and people on Twitter share them like they're real until someone points out, no, this one's technically CGI. Like, you almost need, people do need, they need it to be pointed out to them. Oh, this one's real, this one's fake. And I think this is what the previous caller brought up, about this merging of real and fake. And do you remember what Elon Musk said about the car going into space? He said it must be real because it looks so fake. Like, does that make any sense? It must be true because it sounds like bullshit. He must be smart because he sounds so dumb. Okay, I see how that works. Okay, so I'm looking up the cover of Keanu Reeves on the Esquire. I'll take a look here. Even Neo has been demonized recently in the news, speaking of Keanu Reeves. There was some story I saw where it's like saying that conspiracy theorists thought he was Neo. This idea that there's this Neo complex. They want to save the world, fight the Matrix. He was in another movie, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. They did a remake, and to save the world, they had to play some song at 113 beats per minute. Think about that, 113. Look up the 113 Pixar connection and how often that number is used in conjunction with this idea of a reset, a reboot, etc. Okay, so I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be looking at. I just see Keanu Reeves on Esquire. And these magazine covers do often tell stories. The Economist is quite literally like prophetic. It's beyond prophetic. It's like it's scripting. It's not even coincidence. Let me give you an example. Economist from winter of 2017 called Chinese Sharp Power. There's three I could point at that are pretty spot on like this one, but the Sharp Power one, it's got basically a globe covered in spikes looking like a COVID ball. And then the China part is highlighted. And then the actual subtitle is The New Shape of Chinese Influence. So I'm like, wait, new shape, novel shape, Chinese influence? What about Chinese influenza? What about novel Chinese influenza? And then a world takeover. Like, this picture pretty much tells it all. And I saw another one too. It was I think it was a Tea Party based one, but it was an Economist cover where it had a man in a red hat inside of an arrow, like the male symbol, pointing down. And the idea here was that men are somehow, I don't know, it was just like, it was about making a statement about men in America. And the thing is, the man inside of the red circle, the Mars symbol pointed down, is wearing a red hat. And so the Mars symbol pointed down in this instance looked like a Q. So it looked like a QAnoner with the red hat. And this is during the Obama administration when that one came out. Yeah, the weaker sex. That's the one. The weaker sex. Let me pull that one up. Economist, weaker sex. So look up that one in Sharp Power. Yeah, this was from 2015. Pre-Q. Definitely pre-Q. You got a MAGA with a red hat, and he's inside of a Q. It's supposed to be the Mars symbol. Infinite Plane Radio. Okay, bear with me just a second, caller. It looks like you know what? You're going to have to call right back. I try to hit answer and I hit the back arrow. So call right back. Let's see here. Calimento says the spikes on the Economist cover look like the finance pyramid in San Francisco, the globe covered in finance. Well, there's a lot of communication here in just symbols. And this is prophetic. I mean, look. This is 2 years before Q, and this is actually before Trump came out with his red hat. This is before MAGA. So you have a pre-MAGA image here. I mean, this is pre-MAGA, but it looks like the average MAGA guy, but now he's inside of a Q. So they turned the Mars symbol into a Q by, flipping it. Pretty ingenious. Hey, thanks for calling back.
What's going on, man?
Just looking at prophetic magazine covers. Have you seen these?
No, I haven't. I was trying to get you to look at that Esquire. Yeah, what you were looking at was the hidden hand, and it was just, and inside the magazine, I was in a bookstore and I saw it, and he's got the lion claw inside of it. I mean, it's all connected. But I was saying the because I've heard you talk about Pete Davidson, the Kanye thing. I've 100% seen them both in magazine. I've seen them on the front, Pete Davidson on the front of a magazine making some kind of Mason sign. And you can look up multiple Kanye West where he's holding a hidden sign and different all kinds of other Mason signs over his career. Because I mean, he's been around for who knows how long now. But it's all scripted. I mean, it's and as far as Kanye making tweets all the time and all that, my buddy talks about it because he lives in California and he's surrounded by all that out in LA, and it's just like it really is just a complete movie.
Fascinating. Well, he's got the connection to the reality TV world, and I kind of think so too. And this is a great point because people want to say, well, maybe this person is just a pawn, maybe they don't know they're being used. No, when you see them communicating in the hidden language and they're all using it uniformly, that's the reason why I recommended Codex Magica, because it shows you there is indeed a language. It has its own syntax and it's universal. When I was first learning about Masons, I remember I talked to one and he said that it's a universal thing, that you could be in another country and you throw up the hand signs, and the Masons in that area, even if they use the Quran instead of a Bible, it doesn't matter. It's the same signs and symbols, and it's a language they communicate above the heads of the uninitiated. And they look at us as what they call hoodwinked. We're in the dark. We have hoods over our heads. We're ignorant.
Yeah, and I feel like you don't even get to a certain level unless you're in that, because they wouldn't dare give anybody else power. So yeah, they script the reality, and definitely. Well, a lot of there's a video, I can't remember the name of it, but he explains all those hand signs, and I mean they've been going on since the 50s. I mean, yeah, the Beatles and all them showing it, and of course Aleister Crowley, and when it all started. And if it is all scripted, I mean, yeah, they just it's supposedly, I guess, the deeper you go, it pays homage to Satan, right? Lucifer and all that.
You could say that, but I would say, yeah, more accurate than not. I would say so.
I can't know the name of the video. A guy breaks it down, and he goes into detail, and he's saying it. Of course, Albert Pike and all his writings, and of course they say Lucifer, the light bearer, and all that. But
well, here's the thing. So you're initiated into the lodge, and you're shown the light, and you're brought in with a hood over your head, and they take it off. So what's being communicated is that everybody outside the temple is in the dark, and the people inside get the light. So it's not that they're worshiping Lucifer necessarily. It's that they are monopolizing the light, whatever that happens to be. And I look at the way that everything is so compartmentalized. It's like, well, I think the media itself is like a secret society. And not everybody in media is a part of it. They don't know how far up it goes, or they're not aware. Most, I would say, bottom rung reporters, there's no way they all know. But yeah, I think you're right, though. Kanye, Pete Davidson, these guys have to be initiates into the club, very high up.
Do you think it could be, because me and my buddy talk about it, it's a lot of it people who look at it at the lower level, or whatever you're saying, like hoodwinked, they program people to act the same way. Like, remember that Will Smith thing, Will Smith and Jada Pinkett, and like how she came out and say she did all this. Do you remember all this or no? This same type of story, but
go on, because I'm vaguely familiar.
Well,
I follow Will Smith's shenanigans, but
it was just a while ago, yeah, and it came out how Jada was cheating on this guy or whatever, and then Will Smith had to accept it, but it was all public, and it was all put out there, and we were talking about how they really do put all this out there to program how women think and what they'll do because they look up to celebrities, and the same people who follow Kanye and follow,
Yes, yes, good
they
point.
idolize these people, so whatever move they make, because like then other kids in the younger generation will follow.
Yeah, you're right about
Their
that because
ideas.
Will Smith has been brought out. You see him kissing robots. He tried to kiss Sophia. These are also celebrity-driven psyops is a term that I've used to describe because the celebrities do lead the way. And I've even seen some foreshadowing. Like Kim Kardashian has frozen her Facebook before because of conspiracy theories. So I think the celebrities are going to get
No, I
people
remember that.
behind
I
it.
remember that. I
You
remember
remember
when
that?
she did that.
And so that's to say,
Yes,
hey,
I
look,
remember that.
we all need to stand up and lock down voluntarily on the internet in order to purge the bad memes, the bad viral memes. I think they want to do on the internet what they did in real life in terms of a quarantine.
No, yeah, definitely. I can see. Oh, yeah, I have a good point about that. And you're absolutely right. I remember. Okay, when you go down deep on the Twitter rabbit hole, you see the most raunchiest shit like you're ever like. I mean, I'm talking about awful porn, like just raunchy shit. And then when Donald Trump made all those tweets, like I remember when people were saying, "Oh, he got what did he get banned from?" That and then Instagram, like they banned him from all sites, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And you see all this terrible shit on there. And me and my buddy were talking about. I was like, "How in the world does he get kicked off?" And it's because he was being used as an example, which he's probably doing. He's in there on the whole thing too. But he's making those tweets, and they use him as an example as a cancel culture, right? Where you can't say anything. And Kim K is coming on there and saying basically, they need to ban anybody who makes conspiracy theories, and they basically were saying we'll ban the president, so we'll definitely ban you too. If you come up with any, like,
Yeah, same with Joe Rogan.
But-
We're going to cancel the biggest podcaster in the world, and I called it out last spring when Joe Rogan was brought up and they pulled 42 tracks. I said 42 is code, and I've seen it again and again for somebody taking a fall. And look what they've done. So, and then 113 is a number frequently we see with this Phoenix and a sacrifice, and they pulled 113 tracks total. So I took this to mean. I'm like they're gonna use him as an example, and they have. If you've noticed, they've used Joe Rogan.
Man, he knows it.
He's playing. He has to be. And on
100%. It's all care. It's all in it. Yeah.
And now,
You don't get a podcast like that and get that big unless you're on the in crowd. That's just the way I think of it. It's just
well, I think so too. I think there's a lot of gatekeepers, and they need them. They serve a purpose because it keeps us corralled. And with Rogan now, because of him, now you have Spotify with a pretext to go through all kinds of censorship measures, and he set that up.
Yeah, you're right. It starts the ball rolling. You're exactly right.
Yeah,
and it
exactly.
starts it at a higher level. Like, oh, we did it with him. So now, it starts. And back with the Trump thing, I even said it. I was like, okay, I know we're in not a communist, like a country like Russia or anything like, or China that can shut them complete down, or the president can shut them down. But I said that I was like, how do they shut him down? I said, doesn't he? He's he's the president. Shouldn't he have the power to shut them down? I was like, I don't get it. And then you realize, you take a step back and it's like, it's all a game. It's all some entertainment. It's like, and I kept saying that. I was like, how in the hell are they banning him? I said, I thought he was our president. Shouldn't he have the power to shut down Twitter if he wants? But then I understand we're in a democracy, all that, free country, freedom. But it's like, I just don't get it. I don't.
No, you said this is actually something I think it's worth bringing up here. Is just the fact that there's a massive double standard where, yeah, you could have unregulated porn on Twitter that nobody's checking or censoring, and people aren't getting censored. You can pretty much get away with almost anything, but then you get into politics at all, and specifically right wing, and now you're a big target. So it tells you what is acceptable and what is not. And I'm like, who decides this? Like, why is what I'm saying hate speech? But then I can point to heavy metal albums where they have songs about dismembering people and killing people. That's fine. What's the difference? Who are they to decide that this is less art than that? You know what I mean? It's arbitrary.
No, it's the whole thing too with the. I mean, a lot of stuff is complete divide and conquer. I mean, anything they give you, it's like the whole. Sometimes I believe in flat Earth, and then I feel like it's sometimes they gave us the flat Earth and just that because it was split. And like you say with Crater Earth, yeah, it's a whole nother option, and it's the same thing with the election. It's like Democrat or Republican, and they don't really want anything else. They just want it split down the middle.
True.
With anything. It's
Yes.
like with that Joe Rogan thing. That another of course with the N word and all that, and they put the collage together, and that was a big deal. When COVID was going on, I was following a couple Twitter pages, and it's funny, they all got deleted. All that stuff that was going on, and it's like yeah, I mean, I don't know if I can go into it too much on here, but it was some interesting stuff. Like they're saying NWA, of course, this page was created, and he was saying that Ice Cube and all that were in on it, and they created this whole psyop from the get-go with the they were talking about hip hop and the N word being used not too much in hip hop. This page, like and then it started being used in the '80s, and then it was a way to divide. The page got deleted, but his writings and everything was very interesting. And they were saying that Ice Cube and all them were. Have you ever watched the Hoax Industry? Like he used to be called Tupac Hoax.
Yeah, great channel. Great. The Tupac Hoax Revealed. Great production value. I like his work.
Okay, he has a video on how Tupac was could have been a Jew and Ice Cube and all them, and they're all in on these sacred, like coming from another family, and they claim to come from the hood and whatever, you know what I mean, come from poverty, and that's the whole hip hop story. And he explains a lot of that stuff, and like I said, this guy on this Twitter page really explained it. Of course, they say a lot of hip hop was meant to destroy minds and all that stuff. I mean, the farther you go into it, but a lot of these people are set up, and they don't go to regular schools like us. And that's what a lot of people say. These hip hop artists or any of these entertainers, they come from it could be a bloodline, or they're chosen from outside, and they're taught to play a character, and they buy into the character, and they're fooling the masses, and that's how it. And then people follow suit, thinking that. And this is why you'll get it from any town in America. Like Industry Hoax made a video, why you'll never be a mainstream, whether you're any kind of celebrity, because when you look at it, it's not hard to do. Acting or anything. Think about it. If you pick up a role, I'm not saying great actors like you can, but you pick up a role, you can get on screen, you can act. But you're not going to get in these good movies or anything. You have to be chosen. You have to be, it's just, and there's so many actors out there. It's like to get to the top, I really do feel like it really is. It's like you said, the other people are hoodwinked. You go to high school, you grow up in this system. These people don't go to schools. They don't get taught the same things. You hear stories about they're just raised in a whole different different life.
Well, I think there's something to this. Like Hollywood is, to me, movie magic is quite literally magic, and magic is probably the most suppressed technology. It's not UFOs. It's influencing human minds and controlling reality through human, basically matrix batteries, however you call it. But it's the art of harnessing our attention and manipulating us en masse. And it seems like all of the players on the world stage are in the guild. They're in the club. And I do think we're looking at essentially a stratified society where you have the initiates who are behind the scenes and they know how it works. And there's some good examples I would point to, like you got Mark Kelly, the astronaut, married to, was it Gabby Gifford, who went through the headshot ritual. And then he's running for office. He's like a senator. So this guy's been in the space station. He's part of the shooting psyops, and now he's in government. Like, these are the three areas, outer space, the Psywar, politics. They share the same backstage.
No, I agree. They can go back and forth too. You're right. That's why I do believe in character changing and just they die off and then go into, they can look the same. You take a look and it's like they're doing, it's the same theater. So it's like they get called up to another movie.
And I don't think you can get into this. I think you're right. I don't think you work your way up the pyramid and you get on the same set with them. I think we're looking at basically there's a good example of this is the movie Utopia, the American version, which came out in 2020, and it has this Bill Gates-like character who fakes a flu pandemic in order to sell vaccines to sterilize the youth. I mean, the movie's interesting. But Utopia is the place where all of the actors that he uses are the crisis actors. So he actually has crisis actors in the movie who get the vax in order to help sell it. And the actor, of course, comes from this place called Utopia. So you have the idea that the influencers who are faking the news, which is something that happens throughout this movie, are separated from us. That there's actually like a wall there.
Utopia, I'll check that out.
Oh yeah, Utopia is
Um,
prophetic, and I think they canceled it after one season because it nailed it. It nailed 2020, and it actually made heroes out of the anti-vaxxers who destroy a warehouse at the end. So that's probably why they canceled it.
but I swear to God, there's an old, I don't know if it was an old Vice episode, and this was years ago I saw this. It was like maybe 8 years ago. So has Vice been around that long? I can't remember, but there's this, it was a whole episode about how these people play characters, or not really characters, but they sell stuff. So they market. So China would have this thing where they were trying to sell something, but they needed a white man to sell it because he was more believable. And this guy would get the paper and the script and play a doctor. And I swear to God, this was real life how they would sell this stuff. So that they would give this guy the script about and to read off about let's say he was selling a medicine, and he would get the script and he would and act like he created it, but he didn't. But they needed him to sell it. The same with how and it made me think it's the same thing that they do with presidents or any of this stuff. They make them, they play a character, they give them the script. And I swear to God, I wish I could find this because it would be interesting. I know you'd find it interesting, but I'm not making it up. It was a real show on Vice. It was like, and these guys, but they're like not crisis actors because they're not playing it. They're just like role playing basically. Like a pharmaceutical company would call them up and say, "Here's the medicine we're trying to sell. We want you to go over here and basically get them to buy it." And all they would do,
Like Beatlemania. Beatlemania is a good example of a psyop to to create the perception that these are highly desirable and the women are chasing them around. And this is what they've done in Ukraine too. They do Beatlemania style news reports where they focus on a crowd of people so it looks like it's packed, and then you look back and the rest of the scene is empty. So it's a lot of smoke and mirrors. And I think that's another example of it. We're looking at shills, basically.
okay, yeah, that's basically. And one more thing I was gonna say about that hidden hand with the. Have you seen the new Matrix?
I haven't seen the new Matrix yet. I probably should. I'm surprised I haven't taken the time.
Yeah, there's not. I don't think it's that great. I mean, it's compared to the other ones, but it definitely dove into some weird shit, and I feel like it kind of touched on the algorithms and stuff. And then I watched the movie first, and I was weirded out by it. I was like, man, that's what's going on out here? I mean, I don't know. I don't want to give no spoiler alert, but it basically was saying that they've always controlled us through emotions, where they could send emotions to people, and of course, you make your decisions based off that, but usually it would lead through the emotion. You know what I mean? If you get angry or whatever. And he said, but we in one of the parts of the movie, when you watch it, he says, but we got tired of that, and we just went full into basically, controlling you through your. And I feel like he was talking about our phones, where they already know what we like through our algorithms. But I don't know if any of you or your callers or anybody's listening or that's in this chat. It happens to me a lot where I just think of something and then it pops up on my phone or my algorithm.
Oh yeah, I mean that's a strange phenomenon, and I've been joking about being Neuralink to my phone, but yeah, it's so subtle, and I don't really think you're too far off with this. With the phone is basically a spy. 1984, a nightmare world where everybody is under constant surveillance. You could never escape the screen. Winston Smith had to cringe in the corner to not be in the sight of the screen. Well, now there is no point where people aren't face to face with that thing. Some people take it in the shower with them. I mean, the phones are waterproof now. Total surveillance, and it's also a mind reading device because your every thought gets communicated into it.
I listen to Infinite Plane Society in my shower. No, no, you're watch the movie honestly, and you'll know what I'm talking about. The part where they they're slowing. It's a part where they're slowing the bullet down, and of course the bullet's going real slow. But he starts talking, and the way he's talking, I'm like, is that what the fuck's going on right now? And I was like, why'd they put that in the movie? And then, of course, he's on the front cover, the Squire, Hidden Hand. It's like these motherfuckers are really architecture, and they just create this whole realm, and it's like they tell you in bits and pieces what's going on. And but of course, I mean, he could have meant like through COVID shots, of course, like where they. And I kind of meant that. I kind of thought that where he said we got tired of letting you decide. And of course, you hear all this talk with the vaccinations where it could be connected to some kind of who knows, I don't know.
Exactly. Like the Internet of Things becoming the Internet of People, where it's part of integrating us into the metaverse in a physical way.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
I think there's something to that. I think there's something to it. Have you seen
Yeah, watch the movie.
Have you seen the movie Free Guy?
No, I heard you talking about it in another one, and I wrote it down. I want to watch it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Free Guy you'd like because it's a perfect combination of The Matrix, The Truman Show, and They Live. And it covers the same kind of area, I think. And it may have some of the same vibes as the new Matrix. I'll have to check that one out, but it sounds somewhat analogous.
It's got the same vibe as Truman Show. And what else? They Live?
They Live, because, They Live, you put on the glasses to see through it. And this is about an NPC becoming self-aware. And it's pretty intense, though, because I think it's a pretty good allegory for waking up to the metaverse.
Yeah, no, definitely. I agree. I watched a video not too long ago on, I think it was on BitChute or something, and it came up, and it was about real life They Live glasses. And have you ever seen this? And basically it would read the frequency.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
And the military had it. The guy, it made sense a little bit. I don't know, but it kind of made sense. He was like, when you put them on, you could read the frequency and whether it was a human or if it was like something from not in this realm, but
fascinating.
Which could be
fascinating.
What's going on out here. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, the Free Guy movie, I think is it's more recent, but I think it's kind of like They Live in the sense that the glasses worn by the playing characters distinguish them from the NPCs. So the NPCs don't have the glasses to see the metaverse. They think it's real. Whereas the people who are coming in who are actually real people are wearing the glasses. So the NPC puts on the glasses and he begins to see it as they see it. But it's the idea of, in the movie, the obvious version is just an AI coming to, or somebody becoming, this thing becoming artificially intelligent. But I think it's more about real life and what happens when you put on the glasses that let you see the metaverse for what it is. But however you take it, it's probably a similar message. So I'm going to check out the new Matrix. I'll probably write a review on it. Appreciate the recommendation and reminder.
All right. And one more thing, I'll let you get off. What's it called? What's that movie called? The one where they supposedly are in everybody's heads and controlling us. Midnight Alley, or what? Not Midnight Alley.
There's
Dark City.
Dark City is one you're thinking of, right? With the clock. Yeah, Dark City with Keith Sutherland.
Yeah, and it's a lot of people say that's what's going on because through life you always wonder like where'd that thought come from? How'd that pop in my head? And they say that's what a lot of, because I've read articles and stuff that there could be something that's where our thoughts come from, and we really don't have random thoughts. There's people out there that can place people against each other and all kinds of different things, and that's why there's people say they went to psych wards because they figured it out. And I've seen these movies where a lot of people in the lunatic asylum had senses that they did figure out what's going on, but then they try to explain to people, and there's no way other people are going to listen. Like, okay, the one part in that movie, and I remember some guy wrote an article about it. He looks at the other guy at the subway, and he says, I found out what's going on out here. And he said, but I found a way out. And then he jumps in front of the train. You remember that part?
Vaguely. I'm going to rewatch it, but I vaguely, and the idea here is that we're in some kind of matrix time, space, prison for souls, almost like and the color in the movie, you have all the Saturnian symbolism, and I think that's all, and the black rimmed hats, and that's all I think symbolic of Saturn, time, the Grim Reaper, time control, and the clock Of course, Kronos. So I see all
No, you're
kinds of
right. They
stuff
all
in there.
worship Saturn. That makes sense.
They do. Jeff Bezos bought a $42 million clock and had it installed inside of a mountain. Why 42? Well, 42 is a way that they sigillistically represent Saturn. Kronos, the clock, it's an altar to Saturn. They worship this thing. And I think you might be onto something. Dark City may be pointing at the nature of the controllers because they clearly know about time because their whole religious paradigm is based on astrotheology and precise timing of worldly events with the celestial narrative and story.
Well, that all makes sense. Yeah. And what's the verse a lot of people put in there? We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against.
Right, principalities. Yeah, that's the thing.
Okay, and
Yeah,
that's what they're talking about is the thoughts, and that's why I remember my grandma was religious and stuff. It's like you need to decipher which, and of course, gurus and all say what thoughts are yours and what are not. And then some people say it could be the ego. Then you go deeper, and some people say it could be Satan, and that's what the Albert Pike and them is. They're telling you, like buy into it, whatever those voices are to take over and evil. Or remember, Aleister Crowley was like, do it that way. So they're saying to buy into it and like listen to it, and that's why people are like, you'll hear all these old stories about people who are murderers or serial, and they're like they're just listening to the voices and they're whatever. But I mean, that's why it could get all sketchy. It gets a little it gets pretty crazy because yeah, you don't know if you're, and then you, like I said, with these phones and these algorithms, I'm like, oh, fuck yeah.
and look,
Here's
we're in a Black Mirror universe. I look at the phone, and it's got the Black Mirror obelisk, and it's not just the phone. It's the way the technology is sold to us. I would even say that the television set is a black cube altar to Saturn, and it's programming you into their matrix, and that the
I
iPhone
agree.
is
Yeah,
just
I
more
agree.
advanced now.
Okay, let me ask you this though. If you think about technology, it's like, and of course they have all the create electricity, Tesla and Benjamin and all this. You created it, and they stuck a rod out and electricity. I don't believe none of that bullshit. I believe definitely that these like even the TV back then, it's like, who created that in a lab or some kind of like testing? Like they're creating an image, spit it back to us. Like you think about caveman days and all this, and it's like, yeah, we came a long way, technology and all that, but it's just really weird. Like even pictures, like pictures are weird. It's like, and it's like you think about black and white, like on your phone, you can change a picture to black and white. You can go to color. And I used to think, I was like, well, was this technology all the way back then? But they just, or like people talk about the Great Reset. All this technology was all around. They're just giving it to us little by little, and they always had color. They just gave it to you in black and white in first to just. It's like war, and it's like I heard you talk about the Ukraine war. And a lot of people say that like Hitler was all just a complete character they created. He's the boogeyman. And then half of that war, of course, if it was all funded by the Rockefellers and all that, it's like, was any of it real?
Well, I know.
Like,
I mean, look, we're talking about like dummy tanks. Look at the dummy tanks of World War II. Military units that create inflatable tank props because they're creating a war. But you mentioned alien technology, the TV and the smartphone. And when you look at the story of 2001: A Space Odyssey, it starts off with man as sort of these like monkeys or apes that are evolving. But it's the monolith, this alien technology that just mysteriously appears that seems to precipitate their evolution. And so it could be that we've been given something to speed our evolution, maybe not from aliens, but maybe from some elite that were holding it. And it's also worth noting that Space Odyssey is about David Bowman and he goes to Jupiter. But in the original book, they go to Saturn. And they say they couldn't recreate Saturn for the film realistically, but I think that would have just been too obvious for them to associate the Saturn and the monolith. But anyway, you're onto something
all
with
right,
that. And one more thing too. Look, you brought up Dark City. Look at the guy from Dark City, the bald, ghostly, pallid guy with the black suit, and tell me he doesn't look exactly like Klaus Schwab. The Dark City alien thing looks like Klaus
no,
Schwab.
you're right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and that could just be programming and bringing it in. It's all weird. I always ask this question too. I'm gonna go ahead and ask this question, and if let's say all that stuff is real, like with this whole, I mean, I know a lot of channels have that too, where they say this all uh, what's the word I'm looking for? Where we're crossing into robot and humanism,
Yeah,
or what's
transhumanism,
the,
right.
okay, transhumanism. That's what I was, okay. And it's for, let's say that, like they say that the devil's the prince of air, and all these and everything's connected, and that's why it's becoming faster now. And it's always been a holy war. You look at all the movies, Lord of the Rings, everything, good and evil, this and that, and it's always a fight for the battle of it. And I always ask this question, like, so if it is, and I'd like to ask a Mason this, or who anybody, if, I mean, if all this shit's real, if, let's say God is and Satan was thrown down, casted out because he wanted to be like God, and what's the point of it all? Like, let's say God and Lucifer are all fighting over souls, and all this is real. Like, is it just a fight between them, or what's the reason? Like, if we all die and we go somewhere, well, I guess, I mean, there's all kinds of religions out there, but I mean, I guess
Right.
that's
Good.
why some
That's
people
a good
don't believe in
question.
anything.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. And I've been looking at this same kind of question, like what's the point, and what is our role in it? Are we captive audiences? Are we part of it? Are we God, split up into billions of different perceivers collectively so that he could learn himself? All these different explanations for the point of this existence. But why this dynamic with the elite and then the masses? That's the interesting thing to me. There's that movie The Village, where you have the elders, and El is another name of Saturn, and it's the elders who keep the villagers in the village by keeping them ignorant, by keeping them afraid of what's on the
I
outside.
agree. That's what I was just,
And
yeah,
that's
go
such
ahead.
a reoccurring theme that, to me, the only way we're going to get any answers is if we find out what they know that they don't want us to. And we're not going to find out from the books they've given us. I don't think that we can get all the answers within the frame of reference that we've been given. We have to go outside. And the movie Free Guy that I mentioned, for him to break free of that little matrix he's in, the main character, and to free everybody from the control of the evil guy that runs the free city and turned it into a nightmare, he has to break out of that little area. He has to go beyond the boundary. And it has this kind of interesting kind of flat earth tie-in, because beyond the established land there's a hidden land. And it looks like the flat earth map from the Illuminati playing card, like this square little plot of land. But once he goes there, it invalidates the model as it was given. It shows the whole thing was false. So, I just kind of think that the only way we get the answers to these deeper questions is we find out what they're hiding. And how do we do that? I To me, it's just a matter of reverse engineering their lies, and you can eventually kind of figure out the truth by sifting through that.
I'll have to check. I think I've seen that movie. I don't know, Villager, but I agree with you saying. Sometimes I do think it is. Maybe it is just all. It truly is about power, and that's why they, like I said earlier, where they send us all to certain schools, and basically we learn a whole nother realm than what they know, and celebrity, like I said, celebrity wise, where the Pete Davidson thing, the Kanye, we follow all this, and it's like all scripted and not real at all. And basically, they, like you said, they keep us hoodwinked, and we look at them and basically feed them power and energy, because people. I mean, I don't, but I know it's all a joke. But yeah, most people look at them as icons, celebrities. They make all this music, and it's like they're held at and they know that. And that's why I agree with you. They keep the people. I mean, and you can't do, and the reason why you can't do nothing about it, because they understand resources too. That's why they'll never give anybody that certain amount of power. And if you do, then if you're not on their side, they'll usually take you out, or they have the means to do that. Where they just keep it steady like that.
Yeah, exactly. And people who look into conspiracies know this better than anyone else, because we're constantly finding that whenever you get into an area of discourse where they want to regulate it, they have gatekeepers, they have false explanations. Then they try overt, heavy-handed censorship tactics. And the one thing they don't want us talking about is the fact that we're looking at a stage. They don't want us to have that meta conversation. They want us to talk about Team A versus Team B, Tribe A versus Tribe B. They don't want us to step off the stage and look at the puppet masters, look at the principalities, whatever they are. But
Oh,
yeah,
industry hoax has one video. that, like you just said, handlers and people that keep you in check. I swear to God, he has a video that's really weird, and it's basically from the preacher to the school teachers to anybody in your towns could be like kind of like they live where they're keeping you in check. And if you step outside the box, that basically, yeah, they'll put you right back in it. And they could get people to get in your circle. And of course, what's it called where people think they're being followed? What's that? All that shit.
Gang stalking. Gang stalking
Okay, good.
is a very powerful way to control someone's behavior. It's a terrifying experience.
And this guy, if you watch the video, I could find the link. I could try to send it to you, but he just taught. It's really weird. From preachers to anything, from, of course, police officers, anything. They could be honestly just making sure everybody's in check. Where same thing, where they're in the know, in the whole town, any small town across the world, and of course America, and what we the way societies ran. Like it could be your teacher. I mean, who knows? It could be. And it's funny, in the comments, people were saying the same thing. They're like, "Is my mom one?" It's like you really don't even know if you were born from her. I mean, and think about that. A lot of people, I've seen videos where they say that you're supposed to be able to remember that stuff, but that's when, of course, people say that from the shots they give you and all that, you can't remember any of that stuff. But I don't know, because you can't remember. A lot of kids can't remember. I can't remember until a certain age of like 3 or 4. But they say you should be able to remember farther back. I don't know if that's true or not, but
Interesting. I'm not sure. I do know that one of the first things they teach you in the schools is about the ball and about the dinosaurs that you love so much and how the dinosaurs all got killed by a big rock from the sky. It's like, why is it so important that we learn that lesson before we can even really formulate sentences?
let me ask you this: Were humans around at that time when dinosaurs were like cavemen, at least Neanderthal?
According to the official story, 66.6 million years ago, no, but they're always changing their story. They really are. I mean, these days they say that that there's dinosaur bones on the moon because the Earth was hit so hard that it splashed the moon, basically. So there's like
That's
dinosaur
crazy.
bones. It's crazy, right? But have you looked into the
That's
moon
like
rocks?
That's like 9/11 when the no, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no.
Moon rock.
The, like 9/11
Well,
story.
I was just going to say the 9/11 story where the plane it burned and disintegrated everything, but the black box still existed.
Yeah, same level of absurdity, same script writers. But the thing about the moon landing, I keep bringing this up, is that the astronauts gave moon rocks to the government of Holland, and they were all petrified wood. So, if you believe in the moon landing and you believe what those astronauts said, then you must therefore believe that the moon is made out of wood, petrified wood. How could you not believe that and still be logically consistent?
All right, rewind that. Say that again.
If the moon rocks have all been demonstrated to be made of petrified wood, then how can we conclude anything but wood and moon? And I bring this up because no one's going to agree that the moon is made out of wood, but I'm not the one that gave the government of Holland petrified wood and called it moon rocks. And so I just think it's one of the weakest points that they have is the only evidence they have for the moon landing is really not really supportive of their little story.
No, I agree. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, I mean, who knows what that thing is? I mean, what do you honestly think it is? Like, I've seen the videos where people zoom in and it's like a water hologram and shit. I'm just like, I don't know.
Yeah, I've seen that one too. As far as what the moon is, that's a good question. I don't believe that it's landable necessarily. I don't believe it's the distance they say. And they show us the back of the moon in CGI. I don't believe that's what the back of the moon would look like. I have a lot of questions about it. I'm fascinated by the explanations or the theories of Vibes of Cosmos, who correlated a group of craters on the moon with continents on the Earth, suggesting that the moon is a projection from below onto the ionosphere, and that what we're actually seeing aren't craters, but the dark spots of the continents, like shadows, kind of like the bat signal. The bat.
Okay, what's this called? What's this called?
Vibes of Cosmos. And what's fascinating is you wouldn't arrive at this unless you'd looked at flat Earth maps before, because you'd have to be able to conceptualize the continents on a plane. The thing about this theory is that there's like a third of the moon that you could point to that would seemingly correlate with the continents that we know. So if he's right, then we occupy on Earth, or what we think is Earth, really only a fraction of the total landmass around us. It's an interesting theory. Vibes of Cosmos, he doesn't really talk. It's just he overlays maps of the continents and countries with detail over these specific craters.
You'll have to check that out. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, I'll put a link in the video description. I appreciate the call very much. And anytime people recommend things, or a video, I'll try to put a link in the comments. So I'll put a link to Vibes of Cosmos, and I'm also going to put links to the Twitter account of that caller and Les Luther. And also, I'm going to check out the new Matrix movie. I'll probably do a review on it.
Yeah, definitely check that out. I like to hear that when you guys do that. But I appreciate it, man, and I enjoy your podcast. And I don't know what time it is yet. It's 2:11 here. I was about to say good night.
Awesome. Well, hey, appreciate the call very much. Thanks again. A lot of people here had nice things to say, and insightful call. Thanks for taking the time, and call back anytime.
All right, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Bye-bye.
All right, awesome. Great callers tonight. On the screen, I have Vibes of Cosmos. If you haven't looked into it, it's worth looking into, because whether or not you agree with it or think it's plausible, it would be kind of an act of denial to claim that there isn't a striking correspondence between the continents that we know and this particular grip of craters on the moon. When I look at the moon, I can point and I can look, I can see it. Doesn't mean I believe it, I don't know it, but I'm just like, wait, that one would be Australia, that would be North, South America, Brazil. It does kind of match. And there's a lot of repetition, a lot of rhyming, a lot of things in nature look like other things, but this to me is too many coincidental alignments. With one little caveat here, if this is true, then there's another continent that they're hiding from us within the area that we would define as the globe. But this idea here, this is from Vibes of Cosmos magazine presentation volume 1. Vibes of Cosmos on YouTube, just that's the name of the channel, easy to find. Highly recommended channel. And another reason I like this channel is that it's all just, it's got great soundtracks. So here's a map of the moon, known continents versus unknown continents. Zareth the Alchemist here in chat says, I like Vibes vids. Phase Polarizer says it's right in our face. Yeah, it's right in our face if this is the case. It really is. As above, so below. Isn't that one of the axioms of the occultists? Pippi Langstruff says, think of something, and it pops up on someone else's phone. Interesting. I haven't had that happen. Although if I think of somebody, they will show up in my life. I have to actively block people out of my mind sometimes. I swear it works like that. Tominoid says, high-res moon images start looking weird if you mess with the contrast. Yeah, I think it's interesting how you can look at craters that are supposedly 50 miles across, and you can zoom in, and then you look at the Earth from the moon as they represent it, and you can't see features that are 50 miles across. So I'm like, what gives? I'm sure they have their explanations. The moon's a very fascinating, perplexing topic. I think Vibes of Cosmos is onto something, and even if he's not, let's say he's completely wrong, and everything is as advertised by NASA, etc., even if, it's still remarkable when you just consider the significance of that kind of a coincidental alignment. Zereth says we're all psychic manifestors, we don't realize it. Yeah, I tend to agree. If this is what I think it is, I think we're all somewhat responsible on some level, co-creators, most unconsciously so. And that's why I don't believe that they're going to do the Georgia Guidestone thing. Again, Georgia Guidestones turn 42 on Tuesday. I don't think there's any interest in reducing the human population. Why would they get rid of their greatest resource? Human souls, living souls that they can suck. Because that's pretty much what they do. Let's see, sick of them going back and forth. Jake Paul wants to promote a $60 million fight between Pete Davidson and Kanye West. Better get to Kanye before he goes OJ. That would be an interesting fight. All right, this has been great. Appreciate the calls from everyone. Look at this. This is great. I love this. This is a picture that says it all. Here you have a sad person wearing a mask at a gas pump, trying to pump their gas, even though it already has the sign on it that says out of service. And then her license plate says Build Back Better. Build Back Better is about burning down the system, tearing it all down first. So we're still on that part of of this revolution. And it is a revolution. And the term revolution is very pertinent when we're looking at the Copernican revolution, the first time that that word was used in the context of political change. But it's a revolution also in the terms of going into this new age, the Great Reset. The Great Reset was timed with the conjunction of Jupiter-Saturn. The last time we had a great conjunction on a winter solstice was 2,000 years ago, when we went to year zero or whatever. So you're like, well, you don't get more reset-y than associating the Great Reset with a celestial event that put us back at zero. So you could consider 2020 to be year zero. In this new system, like the world ended. Congratulations, you survived the end of the world. That was as bad as it's going to get, in my opinion. I have an image here on the screen. It's a couple of obelisks, kind of like the Washington Monument. It says, "Did you know the Vatican is not associated with Christianity? It is an ancient Babylonian pagan cult based on worship of the sun and pagan gods, and billions are unknowingly glorifying." So, yeah, this is true. But what they miss here is that the new obelisk that the Babylonian pagan cult worships is the rocket. That's the new one. That's why I say Pope Elon, and I don't mean it as an exaggeration or a joke when I say that this place is run by this priesthood, warlocks, wizards with OCD that are obsessed with numbers, like that vampire in the Sesame Street. What is it with them and their obsession with numbers? Look, and it goes deep. 52 cards in your playing deck, 52 weeks in a year, 13 cards in a suit to match the lunar months. If you add up all the symbols in a deck of cards, you get 365. It's all encoded because it's part of the same solar cult, but it's a cult. That is, you're not meant to see it. And let me address this one more time. There's an article in the Daily Beast, and it shows you how the media has no ability to self-criticize. They have no insight. Ukraine President Zelensky's, quote, servant of the people on Netflix is shockingly prescient. Shockingly prescient. And what they say here is, rarely has life so startlingly imitated art. So it's rare. And they're talking about the movie Servant of the People, which they say here is witness to fantasy destined to become reality. So they want you to think that life is following art or something like that, when no, I mean it's more like the art precedes the life. If it's televised, like that's our reality's been rigged. It's been hacked. They hacked it by gaining our trust. I think that's really what it comes down to. The television has supplanted the Bible. The media has become or assumed the role of, I would say, the de facto state religion. And it's global. All the religions of the world all bow down to the same obelisk, the rocket. All the religions of the world, no matter what your religion is, every person in this world accepts, for the most part, except for us, the existence of outer space as advertised. So if you think about it, that's the universal heaven. And how do you get there? Well, we got to maintain a sustainable society. We don't want to anger the sky god and cause a flood. Probably going to have to get vaxxed before you go to Mars. That's probably an obvious one there. I mean, this is all, again, Age of Mars, Age of Horus, the Green World Order, the Great Reset. It's happening. I'm not going to participate. I don't recycle. I'm not goo-blooded. And if you are goo-blooded, I'm not judging. We all have our religion. I mean, that's your religion, is my point. It's the de facto religion. The de facto religion, how you get saved. And I've been saying this for some time, too. I don't believe that there's anything this is all Psywar. I don't think there's anything other than a schism that they're injecting into society with this issue of the cleansing. It's a holy war. And the holy war isn't about getting rid of a virus. It's about getting rid of super spreaders of what they call malinformation. It's a war on the free thinkers, on perceivers. All right, everyone, it's been great. We'll continue this conversation tomorrow. There are tons of things to talk about. Continue to leave voicemails at 833-311-1984. I'm going to get the 24/7 stream started up here shortly. I'm working on a new series of short videos. That's what's been occupying my time. I want to say thanks to everyone here who's contributed to the channel, to keeping this thing going, both not just the tips, but also the phone calls and the comments and the participation in our Discord server, keeping the think tank great. This is the official Flat Earth International Anthem by Lucifer Tim. Have a great night, and I'll probably start the 24/7 stream shortly after. You'll see replay on the screen if we're not live.
As a mom with kids, a dog, and a full-time job, life can get a little messy.
Okay, I got to pay my bill on SoundCloud, or they're going to get me with darn commercials. That's how they extort. Anyway, again, thanks everyone here keeping the lights on. Join ME Sagittarius Arms Society. Get on the newsletter. And one more thing, if you want to get on the text message alerts, go to infiniteplane.radio. And when you get the replay, or you get the archive links, check below and you'll see the links to a couple of Twitter accounts and a few other things we talked about. All right, anyway, have a great night. This is Lucifer Tim.
Looking pretty serious, synchronizations, cooking up a terror storm. It was always bound to happen. Look at the sun, look at the sun, look at the sun, look at the sun. Individual cognizant, dependent and free, been kicked out of me, hypnotized by words, by magic. Distorted symbols and lies have been spiked with disinformation. They bought and sold and packaged my eyes.
puzzle. Face mask muzzle. I'm going to my grandma's house. Shut in, shut up, cover your mouth. Soap opera dynasty bullshit. COVID-19 1884. COVID-19 1884. COVID-19 1884. COVID-19 1884.
Okay, that is COVID-19 84 by Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. Thank you for joining. It is March the 18th, 2022. Second live stream of the day. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and mirror this. We are also mirrored on the Conspiratainment Radio Network. So if you just want the audio stream to save on bandwidth, go to Conspiratainment .live. Anyway, let's see who's on the phone on the chat room here. I want to make sure everyone got the notices. I sent out text notices and newsletter notifications via the Patreon. Sent out the Penguin Signal. Clockwork 113, The Missing, SpongeBob 77, Frank Mirror, Tricky Who, P Trippa 103. Thanks for all the support. Those of you who've been purchasing art, NFTs. In fact, if you haven't seen the new NFTs, and this is why you should get them through me. Take a look at the screen. You can see an example. These are tokenized digital artworks. So you may be a naysayer about the whole phenomenon, but whatever. The point of it is you can become the owner of an original work of digital art, and it's no less valid than a work of art that you have on your wall, except it can't be burned. I mean, it could be, I guess, deleted. It could be eventually once they start tightening up control over memes. But I think it's important to get into the NFT sphere now with our memes and not let it be dominated by just trite avatars and celebrity, overpriced emojis, basically. So we're putting real art into these things, and I put my favorite crisis actors and other things. So we're working on a number of things. But if you want to get into NFTs, a great way to get onboarded is to go to timosman.win. And the reason why is that you can purchase an NFT for $1, whatever it is, and you get the link. So if you've never bought one before, if you buy one through my shop, you get a link that opens up a wallet with whatever method you choose to open with. And it's just a way of storing these things perpetually. So it is, in fact, an asset. So here's an example of a Penguinati in black and white NFT, tokenized digital art. And the ones that I'm selling on my site are unique, one of one. And they're all on the Wax blockchain, although I am open to OpenSeas and others as well. So anyway, just a heads up, I want to say thanks. This is what has brought our channel back on. I've been off for the last few days, but I managed to fill in a few gaps in the budget with art sales for the most part. Digital art. I'm having to go fourth industrial revolution on everyone here. Having to go straight digital, no more analog art, no more paintings for the time being, because it takes too much time. And it's just problematic in a few different ways. But this does not conflict. Digital art does not. All right, let me see who's in the... Okay, good. Andrew says, I got my text. Excellent. Joined by Coyote, Smoke and Mirror, Thirst for Truth, Linda Curtis, Cubstar. Camilla says, good vibes. Yep, good vibes are a vibe here. People use that expression now, it's a vibe. Elon Musk's wife said, don't worry, when we have communism, it's not going to be forced labor, because that's not a vibe. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hi, it's Restless Bear.
Hey, how you doing, Restless Bear?
Oh no, I've been drinking. I'm junkies. I needed someone to drunk dial, and I wanted to say hi.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I saw you in chat. You were asking when I was going live. Did you catch earlier the conversation we had about the Marilyn Manson scandal controversy with Evan Wood?
I saw about 5 minutes of it, unfortunately. I was busy.
Okay, I'll catch you up on it then for people who weren't here earlier today. But no, I'm happy to have you call in. It's a Friday night, and anybody who wants to drunk and dial, you're welcome to 833-311-1984.
I need dating advice. Can you help me?
Don't date people over the internet. I would say that's the easiest way to meet a psychopath, a serial killer, a creep. Stick with the meatverse over the metaverse. That would be my only advice. I'm not someone to ask for advice
Okay.
either, but if that was it, because I think, yeah, I think it's open season, really. People are getting groped in the metaverse. But yeah, meatverse
I
is being
I
dominated by the metaversers, and it's getting faker every day.
I started dating a normie, and I don't know if that's a terrible, terrible idea or not.
You know, I recommend it actually. I think it's a bad idea to only date people you agree with. Like flat earthers want to only meet up with flat earthers, and it's like why alienate yourself? Why be the person that can't blend in? You know, I think we should be more tolerant. You know, so especially if you're into fringe ideas. So no, I don't think you should exclude someone just because they think the world's a ball or whatever silly
Okay.
idea they have. What do you think about global warming, by the way? While it's still legal to criticize it.
I mean, I don't know. I also don't care. I mean, like the planet, as far as they know, like according to their own propaganda, like the planet's always had weather issues and climate change. So like, who the fuck knows anything?
My point exactly, and that's a great starting point. Um, in my view, it's a Democrat hoax because they specifically use it to demonize the right wing and the people who use fossil fuel because they want to move into this new green world order. I think it's just communism with a disguise. Is all I think. But anyway, global warming's
I'm sure
33, and we've all grown up believing in this thing. And I'm just saying this is like a replacement myth for the wrath of God and the flood myth.
I'm sure it has an agenda. Like they're not just, talking about it for fun or because they care. Like the last of the reasons is that they care.
Well,
you
okay, does
know?
your normie, your normie, that's your word. Does your normie boyfriend care about this type of thing, global warming? Does he care about your
I
apathy
don't
on
know.
it?
That hasn't come up, but he called the January 6th. He called that like an assault on an American institution, and he's
Okay,
a lawyer too. So like he's all about the law and how like, what the people entering the Capitol did was illegal or whatever.
okay. See, that's
What
interesting.
he he has he's brainwashed. He's massively brainwashed.
But he's got to be smart, right? And this tells you, you can be
Yeah.
the smartest person, you know, in the room. It doesn't matter. You can fall for a liar, and the television is a liar. And my guess is that he's so busy doing law, he didn't bother to do his due diligence and look closely at the staged riot of 1/6, which is actually a comedy if you watch it
Oh, this
closely
is
enough.
this is 100%. Like, I don't think he's put any time, effort into anything. Like, I tried telling him about how like Joe Biden was a pedophile, and he gave he gave me the excuse of like, oh, he's from a different generation.
Oh wow.
So he
Okay.
doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Now, have you brought up the CGI Joe thing? That maybe he's just a construct. I
I have
mean,
not. I have not.
see, that's
I
good.
didn't want to ruin all opportunity for me
No,
because
that's great. You got to know
I
how
actually do
far.
really like him.
Yeah, you got to know how far you can go. And for some people, they to me, I approach it with a little bit of sensitivity or at least awareness of their level of situational awareness. And most people believe the screen at point blank. And I just know that's their base assumption. That's their starting point. So I think we're kind of lucky that we have a behind the curtain view on a lot of things. And I just don't impose that on others. I let them bask in their blissful ignorance.
Yeah, yeah, and I honestly like want the same for him. Like if he thinks I'm just crazy and like misinformed, like that's all I want from him is just to like allow me to be misinformed and crazy and like not care, cuz like there's so much else to my personality and his personality and whatever. Like it shouldn't matter. Like these are at the end of the day not truly important topics
Yeah,
to
exactly. Like
actual life.
when I say normie, I say it kind of jokingly because what exactly
Right.
and I wrote this newsletter yesterday in defense of outrageous conspiracy theorists, and I'm just thinking that what you're actually looking at with conspiracy theorists are um, critical consumers of information, people who are very hypercritical of all the info, as we should be. We're used to being lied to, and so we're not conspiracy theorists. We're just media analysts who happen to be the conspiracy literati. We know more about the conspiracies inside and out than others, but it doesn't mean that we're unhinged or liable to go run into the Capitol dressed up like Vikings.
Yeah, yeah. And I told him, I loosely told him about you guys and how, like, we're, one thing you say and I 1,000,000% agree with is, like, we're allowed to be wrong. Like, if you think we're wrong, just let us be wrong. Like, who cares? Like, why is that such an end of the world thing? Like, just let us be fucking wrong if we're wrong. 'Cause, like, I told him I wasn't exactly convinced with the moon landing and all that. And, like, he laughed and whatever. And I'm like, whatever, just let me be wrong. Like, fuck it.
Well, look, my view on that point is if you burn the wrong answers, you burn the books you don't agree with, then you don't have a comparison. So people memorize the right answers without knowing why those answers are right. You need the wrong to know what the right is, or you can't ban it the way they want to ban it. So they're trying to create ignorance, a form of contrived perfectionism that's really not grounded in reality. And if the truth is going to be revealed, it's going to be the truth. It doesn't matter what you think or what he thinks. It's going to be what it is. And if the moon landing was just a really bad science fiction movie, that's going to come out eventually, hopefully. But anyway, yeah, these are things that we don't have enough information to be. And that's the other side too. They assume they have enough information, and I'm just saying maybe they don't.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they don't have the high ground on this whole thing.
No, they have no idea what they're talking about most of the time. Like they're completely brainwashed. But I have a question for you. Actually, I just remembered I had a question from the other day. So, out of all of your theories and stuff, what's like some of the ones or like one that you have the least amount of confidence in? I was wondering.
Ooh, good question. The least amount of confidence in. Wow. Okay, so it's kind of funny you ask that because the deeper we go into this, the more I lose confidence in things that I once held as not even fakeable. Like I only recently, within the last few years, learned about the hyper-realistic deepfake masks that have been employed in politics and in movies for decades. So I'll have to think. I'll have to get back to you on that one. I'm going to get back to you on that one. It's not that I'm overconfident in any of these, but I want to give you a really good, well thought out answer.
Yeah, I'm just curious because you always sound like super confident and stuff sometimes. Sometimes there's things that come up that where you're like, well, I don't know, or I'm, it's just a possibility or whatever. But like, I'm just curious, like, to what extent you're not
Okay.
confident in certain
Right.
things.
And that's an important point because there is that fallacy of alleging certainty. And where some it's just
Right.
and so like I never want to do that, and I have to make sure like I'm not saying that I know that the earth is flat. I'm just saying that I don't have enough information to know unequivocally that it is as described. And so that's a gray area, a bit of agnosticism. But what I am saying is that the people who believe we're on a big ball as represented, their belief is not founded on facts. They've taken a leap of faith. And that leap of faith is their trust in what came through the screen. So we're dealing with people who are they're taking a leap of faith tantamount to like a religious leap of faith. I would say that the atheist believing that Neil Armstrong walked on the moon is as big a leap as a Christian believing that Jesus walked on water. It's a miracle for the modern mind, and that's what we're dealing with. A lot of superstitious people who've been given.
I know, right? Like,
Mhm.
they think it's just fact. Like, that makes sense to them. Like, of course, a guy was up there walking around and playing fucking golf.
Now, more recently,
Like, that makes sense to them.
more recently, though, how many times have we pointed out on this channel that everything we're seeing in the news has some sort of precedent in recent mass entertainment? We're being inundated with stuff about, and then it just happens to happen in the news. And today, the Daily Beast had to admit that it's really prescient and shockingly prescient that Ukraine's president was in a TV show called Servant of the People on Netflix. That we're basically watching him live right now, that it's a fantasy come to life. And they're saying it's rare that life is following art like this. And I'm saying, no, this is the standard operating procedure for the media. It's always been this way.
No, yeah, like that's so fucked up. And like you can easily think like because you're in America that America is like so fucked up and crazy, but like there's other countries that are just as crazy, if not crazier with this shit. Like,
Yeah,
come
hey, they're all
on.
participating in the International Space Station. And have you been following the drama above, which is basically the space station coming apart at its seams?
Yeah, I saw that headline about like the world's first space hostage.
Yeah, that's right. The world's first
It's just
space
super
hostage, where
funny.
they're going to leave some astronauts stranded up there, and also with the Russians not participating, it doesn't get its monthly booster, and if it doesn't get its monthly booster from a resupply module,
Oh
it will
no.
fall. So that they're saying that yeah, we could have a 500-ton structure falling, hopefully on Seattle, but falling because Russia's backing out.
You have to get your booster, Tim. You have to.
Yeah, isn't that some interesting little terminology? You got the boosters, and I do think that they have made enough correlations that they have in recent years. They've correlated inner space, as in your bloodstream, with outer space, and they've introduced the whole space junk agenda along line with the vax agenda, and they use the same terminology. It's fascinating.
Yeah, this space junk thing is crazy and out of control. It's like every single day, like there's some new space junk or asteroid headline. Did you see Wonka World's illustration about about space junk, by the way? I think it was in like the Black Wrench op
I'll take a look
Discord. I
now. I
can't
haven't
remember.
seen it yet, but I'll take a look.
It's from like maybe a week ago. It was hilarious.
Yeah, this now the space junk thing for people who didn't
Highly
know.
recommended.
Space junk wasn't a thing until recently. It was hypothetical. They had no examples they could draw from. But then all of a sudden, last year, the 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling, as I predicted in the Metascript book, suddenly space junk's a thing. And they've had numerous incidents of having to cancel spacewalks. They've had to dodge space junk. China said that Musk's almost knocked them down. And I think they said that 40 CubeSats from Musk's Starlink fell from the sky. Like this is all new stuff. And it all comes out along with movies like Don't Look Up and Moonfall. I mean, what are the odds that the
Yeah.
Netflix reality mimics or precedes the news reality?
No, there's definitely a space junk agenda going on because, like, it's just been crazy and, like, nonstop this past, like, year or so. And, like, you're definitely onto something with the helmets and stuff.
Oh, yes, that's true too. I've been saying for some time that, yeah, they're going to mandate helmets for space junk, and you're not going to be able to say no because it's the same experts. They'll have Fauci come out in some dorky helmet, and then everyone's going to do it. That's how it's going to work. And now, yeah, it's actually becoming a thing, and they'll say it's mandatory because of parts of the space station are falling or something. Who knows what they're going to come up with? But you know, people will go with it, and you'll be walking around without a helmet, and some lady will stop. She'll be masked and helmeted, and she'll say, your helmet protects me. Put on your helmet." Like you'll have helmet Karens. Like that's how controlled people are.
Yeah. Yeah. God forbid you do something to injure yourself. Like, come on. It's just crazy.
Oh no, risk is not
I
allowed. Risk is not allowed in this new safe space society. And that's another interesting thing to notice as well. The safe spaces that they introduced on universities were put there to protect snowflakes from right wingers and right wing memes. Safe spaces. And now we have safe
mhm.
space, or rather social distancing. And now that social distancing has continued, should you socially distance from your right wing conspiracy theorist friends? So they took safe spaces into social distancing, and now you have state mandated or sometimes mandated distancing. It's just the same thing, but they're getting close to mandating safe spaces. And I think that's what the actual space age is about. I don't think it's about going to some faraway paradise. I think it's about humanity being turned into some kind of hive minded creature. You know, it's pretty. I mean, that's what the mask and the helmet and all that stuff. I think we're looking like drones at this point.
I think so. Like, I think a lot of it, like, they talk so much about like identity and blah 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 and like gender and labeling yourself, but I think so much of it is about erasing identity and making us all fucking gray and shit. But yeah, I posted this in the Discord. I don't know if you saw it, but like my company that like I work for hired like a senior VP of senior global VP of what was it, like diversity, equity, uh something, inclusion and belonging. And I'm like, give me a fucking break. This bitch is like in fucking Australia and probably makes like 6 figures a year because she works for this like massive company that owns a lot of other smaller companies, you know, basically telling people how to not hurt other people's feelings. Well, mainly like that, those other people whose feelings you're trying not to hurt totals like maybe five. There's like 5 people out of 1,000 you don't want to hurt their fucking feelings. So like,
Yeah,
let's pay somebody 6 figures
that's an interesting point here. You'll
to tell
see
people.
you'll see contrived quotas and contrived diversity as a cover, as smokescreen for the actual agenda of destroying individual opinions. That's what it
Yes.
really is. So they'll
Yes.
use groups as smokescreens. You'll see different identity groups being brought up, and I don't think it's about protecting people or snowflakes. It's about destroying the individual.
No, they don't give a fuck.
Look, I've had
Why would
hundreds.
they give a fuck?
I've had hundreds of videos pulled for for hurting somebody's feelings, and I'm like, did somebody actually complain and say my feelings have been hurt? Like, to me, that's an accusation. You injured me, right? So legally, I should be able to confront that snowflake and say, hey, what part of my video hurt your feelings, so I can remove it? But they don't give you that. It's always an anonymous court, and they judge you as guilty of having committed a hate crime against some anonymous snowflake out there that shouldn't have been on my channel in the first place.
Yeah, yeah, no, like none of those people are watching your shows, like honestly. Like if they did, I don't know how they got here, seriously. Like, you know, you're not like one of the top 5 names in like controversial opinions that I'm aware of. I could be wrong. I
No,
could be wrong.
I would like to
But
think. I'd like to think that
yeah.
there's like a boiler room somewhere with a bunch of cubicles and a bunch of snowflakes with a box of Kleenex just listening to live streams like this. And whenever something just really
That's
triggers
probably
them,
true.
yeah, like, okay, we got one, flag it.
Well, I mean, honestly, I think to an extent that's what the ACLU does, and like, you know, other organizations similar to that. Like, their job is just to hunt, you know, it's not like actual problems that are like a big deal and in people's faces. Like, they have to like hunt and dig for things that might offend somebody somewhere. And meanwhile, it's one dude who's like 25% offended, and like, who gives a fuck?
Human shields. And they used to just use generic things like the poor. And now it's a little more diversified when they have their pick of victims to choose from. And the biggest victim of all today happens to be the environment. The collectivist communist Borg has chosen to use the environment as the ultimate victim, the Earth. And that's where all of this uh, global warming stuff is now coming up again. And they're really bringing this up that. Um, and, I'm watching a show called Demilitarized Zone, DMZ, on HBO, and it's about this future after Civil War in America and everything's shut down. And the weird thing about it is they're acting like it's a good thing that we're not driving anymore, that our infrastructure's down, and the leader, one of the leaders, happens to look like Hillary Clinton. I mean, the programming is so deep. They want, and the thing is, the people in the demilitarized zone are trying to fight off being reintegrated into America. So it's all mainstream. You can see the direction things are going.
Hey, I like it when you're somewhat conservative or whatever you want to call it side comes out, by the way. I know you probably don't call yourself conservative, but your non-liberal side.
Well, the conservative wing, if there was one, was destroyed by Donald Trump. He destroyed the last remnants of any sort of
Yeah.
limited government conservatism, but they're still there. The values are still there. The people who know why we care about free speech and why we care about the Second Amendment, yeah, we're still here. It's just that there's no party that represents us, and we know the clown show. Well, at least and you probably know the clown show doesn't represent us anymore. But yeah, there are. I think conservative values versus liberal would be best described in the book by Thomas Sowell, an economist, called, I think it's called The Conflict of Visions. And he said the conservative view is the constrained view, whereas the liberal is the more unconstrained. And it has to do with utopianism versus being grounded in reality. And now compare this meatverse, metaverse. And I think the metaverse is a utopian thing, and it's totally divorced from what we would call conservative values. And that's where it's going. That's where they're going, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's craziness. But I mean that brings a good question. Like where do you see this all going? Like, you know, even 2 years from now, like where do you think things are even gonna be? Can you even predict? Because like things are batshit crazy.
Yes, exactly, exactly. I mean, it's kind of funny. Even if the flat earthers had figured out a way to get away, they would have been locked down before they made it to the exits. But I'm
Yeah.
thinking long term. I have a plan with Infinite Plane Media, decades long, and I plan to build not an alternative media, because all alternative media is part of the brainwashed beast matrix media. I'm creating, or what we're creating here, is a network of critical consumers of information and free thinkers. So it's a philosophical movement that I don't think they can really marginalize as hate speech or something. So I just see this as a future, and that if enough smart people, enough insightful people continue to do what we're doing, it doesn't really matter what happens with the rest. You know, I really have a very optimistic view.
Yeah, well, it's impressive you're still able to last on YouTube at least a little bit, you know, sometimes. Like you're not constantly swatted. You can get a good couple weeks in every now and then. So, I mean, that's impressive.
Yeah, it's hard to get to 1,000, and when I get close to 1,000, I jump to another channel because they know, because that's when you get monetized. So that's when they send their
Mhm.
bots to comb through your channels and they find something that you said wrong. And but no, I think the future is in a true counterculture, because what they're trying to suggest here, the mass media says anybody who's doing any sort of conspiracy conjecture is a conspiracist, and they associate you with hate speech and racism and Nazis, and they say flat earthers are all Nazis, all this crazy stuff. And I'm like, no, I'm going to go ahead and diverge from that perspective and say, no, what we're doing is it's conspiratainment, not conspire racism. If anything, we're just entertained by this fire hose of intel that never stops. And there's nothing wrong with being entertained by information. I mean, we're more philosophical than activists here.
Honestly, some of it is so fucking hilarious. Like Owen Benjamin has this thing where he calls like the CIA the comedy injection agency because like there's always like this underlying joke bullshit that's going on where it's like, you know, some article will be written by some, you know, joke name, or there's like just some over the top joke thing going on, and like that almost seems to be real, where it's like a comedy injection agency where I think sometimes they're just doing shit to amuse themselves because they think it's funny. Like
I like that.
they may not even, yeah, they may not even have like a hardcore serious evil mastermind goal for every oh, sorry, my cat just jumped on my stomach for, for every single little thing. But like they're just trying to amuse themselves at the end of the day. Like I try to amuse myself at the end of the day. So like they probably are trying to amuse themselves to an extent
Well, a
too.
couple examples here for people who are wondering, like, okay, Maggie the Block. You look at this health minister telling
Yeah.
us don't do sex, wear a mask in the shower, and don't go visit your
Nobody
grandparents.
wants to have sex
Yeah, well, she's
with women.
literally, her name is Maggie the Block, and imagine a wrestler with that name.
I know.
You're like, Maggie the Block looks like, and this is not being rude, but imagine Jabba the Hutt in a wig, and it's just literally a costume. But I wouldn't even comment on someone's appearance if they weren't telling me how to run my life,
Right.
and if they were not
Right.
obviously on the face of it pure hypocrites. And the other ones were no
No, you
better.
look at yes, yes, all these fucking like health authorities. You have that bitch out in California that looks fucking dead.
But you're gonna tell
You
me, but
have
look,
like
you can't tell me that Maggie the Block isn't from the comedy injection agency. Who named her Maggie the Block?
exactly. Exactly, exactly. And you have that Rachel, whatever the fuck, who's like, you know, in charge of the fucking country's health or whatever. Like, Oh, for fuck's sake! Like to some extent, I think they're just having fun. Like they're just laughing at all of us.
That's what I said about the 1/6 thing. The 1/6 thing, if you dig deep enough, you'll find it's a comedy. You have Roseanne Boyland is carrying a flag that says "Don't tread on me," and what happens to her? She gets trampled to death by a bunch of
Mhm.
MAGAs. Like that's deep comedy, but it's only there if you're reading it without a sense of having been shocked by the information. When you know it's a psyop, it becomes easy, and these things are replete with jokes, and it's always the names. There's so many characters on the world stage where their names tell you their function.
Yes, yes. I can't think of any examples, but yes, there's tons. There's tons for
My
sure.
favorite
Like,
right now is Musk Grimes, and I'm like their baby. I think it's Yucky. I don't know, but Musk Grimes, like these names, because
yeah.
their names are strange. But Musk comes out of a book, The Mars: A Technical Tale. So you reverse these
Mhm.
names, and they're often sometimes the names just have a double entendre, but sometimes they actually do have a basis where he's actually named after a guy who formed the first Mars colony. And yeah, so when I'm so critical about the news media that I'm seeing it as like Shakespeare. Like some of the jokes, the
Yeah,
inside jokes, it's Shakespeare.
that's not a coincidence. Like, I'm sorry, but that's not a fucking coincidence. Like, no.
No, and we're always uncovering things, and like I said, even the Daily Beast today had to point out how Netflix is, quote, shockingly prescient with their movie about the the president of Ukraine. I mean, how can they say it's rare? This is so common right now. They're saying rarely has life so startlingly imitated art. What do you mean, rarely? When has it not been straight out of Netflix? If you want to know what's going to happen next year, watch Netflix. I mean, I hate to make people watch that stuff, but
No.
you get the inside scoop. You'll know what's going to happen.
No, like, of course, the fucking president of fucking Ukraine has a fucking Netflix bullshit on right now. Of fucking course. Like, what? In 2022, how could you expect anything fucking different? Like, that's exactly how it is right now. Like, it's impossible for him not to have his own Netflix show. Like, seriously.
Well,
But
people will
that
say,
reminds me,
go ahead. No,
I
people will say
want
it's a
you to watch.
coincidence,
I
but
want. It's not a coincidence. Those people are retards. But that reminds me, I want you to watch the movie Southland Tales and tell me what you think.
Southland Tales. Okay, I'm writing that down.
That's the one from the Donnie Darko director. I can't remember if he wrote it or if he just directed it, but it's like it's a long ass movie, but it's like really bad, and it's like it doesn't make sense, like why you would even make this bullshit. Like there had to have been an agenda behind it. So that's why I'm like bringing it up. And there's like, a little bit of predictive programming in it here and there, but I'm really curious to get like your thoughts on it. Cause people like you and you like always see more stuff in it than I do. I'm not always great at like picking up on everything,
Yeah,
but
that's why I like to put things out there in the Discord server because people are always, collectively there's 1,000 eyes in that place. We're just taking things apart, and yeah, I'll definitely look
yeah.
because what I'm finding is that whenever you find a movie that is replete with predictive programming, the director is usually involved in something similar, and I call them metascripters because they're obviously writing for the world stage. Roland Emmerich, the movie Moonfall, that guy did Independence Day. He did another movie about an
Mm.
ark to survive global warming. And so you can see who the meta scripters are. They're always the ones who are, they have the insight on something usually.
Yeah, that guy is clearly employed or has an agenda on his own, but yeah, like it just doesn't make sense for this movie Southland Tales to exist for any kind of artistic reason or anything like that. So and it's very different from Donnie Darko. So
I'll take a
definitely
look. I'll
check
take
it
a
out
look.
if you can.
Now I know Jake Gyllenhaal's in another movie that comes out this year called The Division, which is based on a Tom Clancy, who's another one of these meta scripters. But yeah, I'll take a look because that Donnie Darko movie, not only did it have a lot of 9/11 predictive programming, but it also has a lot of 2020 stuff with not only Corona, with all of its Corona symbolism, but also Trump, Biden, and even the whole QAnon narrative with the pedo ring being exposed in the movie. That and even the burning of the money. that's referenced in the Graham Greene tale that Drew Barrymore's character talks about. That whole
Mm.
movie, it really does reference 2020 in many ways. Very prescient movie.
Weird. Yeah, I only saw it the one time back when it first came out, so I'll have to watch it again and see what you really mean, because I can't think of off the top of my head anything that might relate to Biden or
I'll
anything.
tell you well, a
So
couple of things. One,
I'll
it
have to
takes
look it
place.
up.
It took place in '88 when Biden was running for president, and there's a few
Mm.
scenes in there like, okay, you got Donnie, and he's wearing the sweatshirt that says Triumph, and he's looking at the screen, and the football player's 17. So you have Donnie Triumph 17, and this is leading up to the scene where the guy's house gets exposed. They burn the house down. It exposes the child trafficking ring. But
Yeah.
The Donnie references are Donald Trump references, and I'll go through this in detail. And in addition to the stuff inside the movie, the release date 119 for a movie about stuff falling from the sky. That's a number we frequently see with that particular agenda attached to it. So I'll have to do a breakdown of that movie very soon as well. I'll look at all of that director's work. In fact, you said his name was I have it here.
Richard something I want to say, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'll pull it up. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so let's see what else we have here. Let me go through okay, so today, yeah, we were talking about this Marilyn Manson thing, and I think you'll find this all interesting if you missed earlier because basically we're seeing another example of, just like with this Ukrainian president, an example of a situation in real life that was mirrored in the movies. And in this case, it's Dolores from Westworld having lived that experience with Marilyn Manson. And it ties into this present controversy.
Yeah, like I don't trust anybody that would date Marilyn Manson. Like, sorry, but I don't. Like, you don't scream high quality person to me if you date that guy. So sorry,
Well, they'll call that a blame the victim misogynistic response. They'll say it's
Oh well.
but I mean, I think there is a point to be made for being upfront about things. And if I have a I mean, I think he's pretty upfront. I think you could have ascertained some things, but I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, I happen to
Yeah,
think
like
that
I actually am I've always been like a big Nine Inch Nails fan, and like he had Marilyn Manson like play on some songs like way back in the day or whatever, and they had like a falling out, him and Trent Reznor, and like he wrote like the song Starfuckers about him because like I guess Marilyn Manson and Trent Reznor's opinion was just trying to be famous and like do whatever he could to be famous, stuff like that. Not that Trent Reznor is anyone necessarily to be believed, because like either he's brainwashed or he's like part of the mainstream media brainwashing machine. Either way, but yeah, just that's my extent of my knowledge about Marilyn Manson, is that at least in Trent Reznor's opinion, he's like a star fucker type, desperate to be famous.
fascinating, fascinating. Well, I took a deep dive into Manson's work ever since he started hanging out with Kanye West. And this all ties together. That's
Mm,
what's so fascinating about it is that
which makes no sense.
it doesn't make sense until, I mean, it doesn't make sense when you look at it on the face of it, but I've been looking at from this perspective of the bigger story. Last year, 2021, I was pointing out the similarities to 1969, this pattern extending from 1968 similarities to 2020. And so I think that this is right on time. And I think that Manson is a callback to Charles Manson and Helter Skelter, and I think that's what we're getting at here. And I also think there is a lot of symbolism within this whole Marilyn Manson character that ties these things together. But I think his association there is very peculiar to say in the least. But that's one of the things we've been looking at lately, and it's he's one of these world stagers, is what I would call him.
Did you see that movie, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood? Because that had like a lot to do with Manson.
Oh no, I'll have to check it out because I just saw him say something about Hollywood in one of these articles I'm reading about. I guess an album called Hollywood, but no, I haven't seen it. What's it about?
That's the one with Brad Pitt and Leonardo DiCaprio, as a matter of fact. Basically set in like, Hollywood in the 70s, and I think in the end, spoiler alert, everyone, change the channel. But I think in the end, I honestly missed the ending of it. But I think in the end, like Brad Pitt goes in and kills Charles Manson or kills, his little women that were, gonna do the Tate murders and all that. But yeah, like at one point they go, at least the Brad Pitt character goes and visits the Manson family farm or whatever. But yeah, it wasn't a great movie. It's a Quentin Tarantino movie. Not a great movie, super long, super boring, super dull. I never even finished it. But yeah, it may be worth checking out for your research purposes.
Right, exactly. And that's why I appreciate the spoilers because nobody has enough time to watch all this stuff. It's so toxic. So what we do is we distill it.
Exactly.
But yeah, I'll take a look at that one. And for those who are into the QAnon thing, this is tripping me out because the QAnoners have this belief that JFK was basically Jesus and that JFK Jr. is going to come back and save them. Well, Marilyn Manson put out a video that was delayed because of its timing. It was a video where he played the role of JFK getting assassinated. And he said, and this is in 1999, he said, the script was about the idea that there were two Christs, Christ and then JFK. And now Hollywood is waiting for the third savior. Well, this video about JFK being Christ coming back was delayed because right after the video came out, JFK Jr. crashed. So Manson knew this Q script decades ago, and I find that to be very peculiar.
Weird. Yeah, I have no idea why the QAnon thing is still a thing. I thought for sure after the election it would have died off. Like, I don't know, like is it real? Is it really still a thing? Or is it just like bullshit liars pretending it's still a thing?
It has to be that. There's no way it's still a thing. And I've been saying this for a couple of years. It's like, there's no way. Save the children. It's been how many years now? Now it's save the disaffected teenagers. And all these people who are supposed to come back and save us are aging.
That's funny.
Like, are we waiting until JFK's on a walker or JFK Jr. Before he comes back to save us?
No, and I find it shocking if there's anybody that believes Trump is JFK. Like, come the fuck on. Like, come on. Like, please tell me you're not any real person anywhere.
Yeah, I've seen this. It's like this phenomenon of Elvis sightings, but it's been reintroduced, and it's JFK Jr. sightings.
Yeah.
And it's like every Trump rally, it's somebody else. And it really reached peak insanity on the anniversary of JFK's death. I guess they assumed he's going to go to the place where he was shot again, and they thought he was going to show up. And so that was peak insanity for me. But I noticed the Kennedy family isn't stopping them. We got RFK Jr. pushing the anti-vax thing. He didn't say, hey guys, no dead Kennedy is going to come back to save you. No, they encourage it.
Yeah, I never thought about that. Or, yeah, I never took note of that, how, like, they haven't really, at least blatantly in my face, commented on any of that. So that's interesting.
Oh yeah, if somebody said that one of my dead relatives was going to come back and save the Democrats or something, I'd be like, hey guys, I appreciate your enthusiasm staying out here in the rain and everything, but he's not coming back. But it's to me, this can't be real. This has got to be some kind of comedy. Was it comedy injection agency creation?
Yeah. Yeah, and it just, I mean, for the longest time, it just pissed me off because it makes people like me look bad. Because, like, at one point I did support Trump, like, 'cause at least he was different, for a while. I don't support him anymore for obvious reasons, and I haven't for a long time for obvious reasons, but.
Oh, that's probably the point.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, yeah.
Look, the Q story, I believe, it has been placed here to smear anybody who is for nationalism. I think that's what it ultimately comes down to. And that's why they've managed to conflate conspiracy theories with the insurrectionist thing, which was, they're saying that anybody who doesn't trust the news is now somehow a domestic terrorist threat. But yeah, I think that it's become something. Maybe at one point it was a useful idea for people to rally around, this idea of Trump and this intelligence connection, but it devolved pretty rapidly at this point, and there's nothing left to me unless, what are they waiting for? JFK is not getting any younger.
Yeah, no, I think I don't know if he was part of it all along or if he just became part of it at one point. But yeah, no, yeah. I mean, he rolled over and died after the election a little too conveniently, and then there's all the vax salesman stuff, and
Yes, he's the Vax
yeah,
father.
like
Yeah,
no,
yeah, that's true too.
yeah, like I even like made the meme of him with like the line like Vax salesman of the year, like he won that award because like seriously, like come on, like he was such a cheerleader for the vaccine. He probably owns stock in it, just like everybody else, like Fauci, like Gates, like whoever.
Yeah, well, it's
It's
funny how people think that
it's
he's rogue. Look,
unfortunate,
I mean, it's nice to hold out the hope that somebody's gone rogue and they're going to fight the system or they're going to somehow.
right?
But no, I realized after Parkland that, and their excuse, the QAnoners would tell me, they would say, no, the reason why he's not calling out a psyop as a psyop, even though he says he's against the media or he's going to expose the media as fraudulent, he won't do it because he's playing 4D chess. So they always make excuses for
Mhm.
his lack of action. And to me, there's a point where it sounds like Stockholm Syndrome. It sounds like you're just making excuses for your psychological abuser, Trump, who's making a bunch of false promises he can never fulfill. I mean, the wall, Hillary being locked up in a cage. Like, none of the stuff that we voted for ever happened.
Right. Yeah. And meanwhile, like he's old. He's been old. Like, even during his entire presidency, he was old. Like, I don't think he's 40 chess in 2022 kind of material. Like, but yeah, no, he totally backed down on the whole lock her up thing, and portions of the wall were built, fine, whatever. But like, I mean, the wall was never super important to me, honestly.
Yeah,
But
well, me
yeah, I
neither.
mean,
But
it would have been nice to have seen her locked up.
well, something else too, though. He is culpable in that 1/6 thing. Not that it was a real thing, and he won't call it out as fake because he's part of the program. That's my whole point here. I think is that he's part of
Right.
the program because you can look at the evidence and find out how staged that whole thing was. But the thing is, he invited his people there, and his son especially threw out some cute dog whistles. And they suggested it's going to be a riot. It's going to be wild, were their words. So they were trying to make it look, I think, like there was a credible attempt at an insurrection to disrupt the proceedings and stop the certification by Mike Pence. So I kind of think that Trump was a Judas goat who sent a bunch of well-intentioned people into a bad situation in order to smear any remaining remnants of conservatism, nationalists, or anybody who really doesn't hate America.
Yeah, well, if it were real at all, like, or if he were real at all, he would have defended those people or a lot of those people, like, the entire time. Like, and at first I was like, oh, well, maybe he's, being quiet because he doesn't want to get impeached or whatever so he can run again. But, like, bullshit. Like, either you're real or you're fucking not. He's obviously fucking not. Like, he yeah, he rolled over and died quietly just as he was scripted to. And yeah, like the country obviously never meant anything to him.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. And also something to point out, too, though. When you look into this idea of people being world stage characters, scripted or whatever, Trump is as much a comedy injection agency creation as any other character. Donald Trump's character has a precedent in Back to the Future. He's quite literally Biff, no, is it Biff Tannen? Biff Tanner, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's Biff. He's the bad guy in Back to the Future. He also exists in a few other places. You can see him throughout culture where we've been prepared for the Trump. So I don't think he's a real person in that sense. I think he's someone that we were prepared for, just like we were prepared for COVID, just like we've been prepared for space junk falling, just like Ukrainians were
True.
prepared for the situation there with that Netflix movie that he's the servant of. What was that movie he was in? The Ukraine,
I don't know.
the comedian actor slash president. I mean, what a joke.
I mean, like it's just clown world. It's clown world 24/7. Like, here's the question though: do you think we're ever going to come out of clown world, or is it just going to be clown world for at least our lifetime?
Right. I put the number 311 1984 really to point out that it's 1984 and that it started on 311, but I like to say that it's always been 1984. and it always will be. And I think it's
Mhm.
always been the Globe Theater. It's always been Clown World. And I think the best you can do is form a an oasis of people who aren't necessarily in it, so you're on the same sheet. Like I like to look at the chat and us here as we're in the stands and we're watching the world stage activities. We're not really being playing tug of war on the stage, and I try to stay there, somewhat objective. And I think the more of us, or the more like-minded, the more likely we can remain out of it. But generally, I mean, 2020 taught me we can't opt out. If they say put helmets on, we're going to have to do it. So, yeah, I think Clown World wins. I mean, that's slightly pessimistic, but what does that even mean? You know, it means that we have to deal with a lot of absurdities. At least they're not.
And
I don't know. I mean, nobody's
it
dropping dead in the
certainly
streets
seems
like
like
Wuhan.
it.
I mean, everything they show us is an
Yeah.
exaggeration.
Yeah, no, I mean it certainly seems like they're always gonna win, but like at the end of the day, like it for most of us, like it doesn't truly affect our day-to-day life unless you were one of the people that was like profoundly affected by like the mask mandates or the vaccine mandates, and you had to like lose your job or whatever. That's fucked up. Obviously gas prices are super high and pissing people off and affecting people, but like, for by and large, it doesn't affect your day-to-day life as long as you have the right people in your life, locally.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the thing too. The monolith the monolithic cult, the monolithic media that runs this place, they weaponize your neighbors. That's why, like right after 3/11, right after the pandemic was declared, people were calling 911 to snitch on their neighbors for coughing. They had to. They were shutting down 911 number operator stations because they couldn't handle the call volume, and so that showed me right there that we can ignore the news, you can remain uninformed about it, but the masses are instantly triggerable, and they can be turned into a bunch of fascists and tyrants in a heartbeat. And the first time I was yelled at for not wearing a mask, I was just on a sidewalk, and that's when I realized the power of this thing. It's like invasion of the body snatchers. So uh, the best thing you can do is have some level of insulation. At least I was able to go to my Discord server and say, "Hey guys, you seen this too?" And they're like, "Yeah, yeah, people have lost it."
Yeah, no, that's crazy. Yeah, and full blown yes to the whole pod people thing. Like in my town, like maybe you go to the grocery store, maybe 20-30% of people are in masks. But like once Fauci said you should wear a mask for sure, like I was the only unmasked person at the grocery store just because Fauci said so. And it was just like, what the fuck? Like I thought my town was so much better than this. I thought like like I don't live in, or I didn't at the time live in like a hyper liberal city. Like it didn't make sense. So it was just like craziness to see that I was literally like one of the only sane people left in my town.
It gives you an idea.
But
It gives you an
but
idea of how
yeah.
isolated we
Yeah.
actually are because before the internet,
Yeah.
I didn't have anybody I could talk to about synchronicities that would really know what I was talking about. I had to reach. And now there's a chat room full of people who have had similar experiences. So that's one of the nice things about the internet, one of the benefits to this interconnectivity. Um, but really quick here, COVID comes along and everybody forgot about radical Islam. And I remember pointing this out early because they said it's an infidel plague. Go back to the Holy Land. So they just didn't care about us anymore. So it's like COVID cured radical Islam. And then a couple of years later,
Yeah.
Putin comes along and he cures COVID. So my question is, what do you think is going to cure Putin? Climate change,
Well, it's gotta
UFOs?
be the space. Yeah, it's gotta be the space junk or, aliens. I've been waiting on fake aliens for so long, like, because I just think when they finally bring the fake aliens out, it's gonna be hilarious. Like, I can't wait. Like, I say that now, not knowing what fully they're gonna do about it to make our lives shittier. But like, I can't wait to see the fake aliens.
Okay, that's interesting you bring that up and you think it might be hilarious because maybe the reason they don't want to bring it out yet is they don't want that kind of reaction. The last thing they want to do is have something planned for generations and then have you not take it seriously. And this is probably one of the reasons
Yeah.
why the MSM has such hate for the flat earthers, because they don't believe in the alien agenda. They're constantly calling it out as some kind of ruse. And so, yeah, I think that it'd be problematic if you started laughing when everyone else is screaming.
Well, let me ask you this. Speaking of flat Earth, like, how did it become, in your opinion, all of a sudden, like, kind of a popular topic that people were talking about? Like, because, like, I went most of my life not hearing anything about it. And then, just in the last, handful of years, people started thinking about it. And then you started seeing, like, all these YouTube videos. So, like, in your opinion, like, what brought that on initially?
What brought it on? I thought about this long and hard because you have a few people take credit for it, like Mark DeBay, Eric Sargent, all those people. But the Flat Earth Society has always been there, and the attention has kind of gone up and down, but it never attempted for mainstream credibility. It never tried to reach out until recently, and recently it popped up because all conspiracies popped up. With YouTube came the decentralization of media and video streaming and file sharing, and people suddenly started uploading stuff. So it wasn't just flat Earth, it's Bigfoot, it's chemtrails. Every single conspiracy blew up commensurately. So flat Earth isn't actually special, but some people think it just seems to have. Well, I guess it's a more outrageous one. But I think it's an organic thing that mostly arose as a result of the internet. But I think the reason why it got so much special attention is probably because it's the most outrageous thing you could think of. It's the most it cancels so many other things. That's another thing too, and it's like an instant credibility destroyer. So yeah, I think it really
Yeah.
they tried to shut it down and it kind of had a blowback effect is what happened. They tried too hard to silence it.
Well, we're all taught from a young age that it's, something that's supposed to be ridiculed. Like, can you believe these retards back in the day thought the earth was flat? Like, oh my God, like, that's weird. That's weird that's like one of the ideas in school that young children are taught to interpret as like beyond ridiculous, when like how many other beyond ridiculous topics are young children taught to think about like that in school?
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. Why point this out of all things when what's the likelihood you would even encounter it in your day-to-day life? And so it just seemed like they're
Yeah.
giving it way too much attention, and that makes it look a little suspect. And then you combine that with the actual evidence. And now, not evidence for flat Earth necessarily, but evidence against the established model. And just starting with the moon hoax, or rather the moon landing. If you doubt the moon landing, you have all the more reason to question, well, why would they fake it? I never had an answer. Why would you fake the moon landing? To trick the Russians? Well, the most likely thing to me is you'd fake the moon landing if you're lying about what's beyond, and that's so they could be hiding any number of things. They could be hiding anything on a globe, or maybe even the fact that it's not one. But my point is, the question's been raised, and it opened a can of worms. And there are so many more questions that you can laugh at the flat Earth topic all you want, but there's no way you can repair the damage that we've done to the ISS in the last few years, or any of the space, anything in the space program that has been looked at critically. It's auto debunking.
Yeah, no, like I've seen a lot of videos from the ISS, and like, I'm sorry, but I'm not convinced, Like, it's just not the most convincing footage I've ever seen. So sorry. Sorry, NASA. Sorry.
Yeah, they tried, and the thing is, and even the guy that worked with Stanley Kubrick, Douglas Trumbull, he's a special effects guru, recently died, but he said that his special effects from 50 years ago look better than present day CGI, as impressive as it is. And he's right
Oh,
about that.
really?
Yeah, he called that out, and I'm thinking, And I actually think that this is one of the reasons why the ISS has to go, because they can't rely on green screens and harnesses when Hollywood has moved beyond that. So they're no longer competitive visually with mainstream movies. And so I think this is a very sticky point for them. They can't let movies look realer than what they do. So I think they have to bring it down so they can improve special effects.
Have you been following it? Like, what's the deal with that actress that was supposed to go up to the ISS to film the movie from Russia?
Okay, that's interesting. Last summer, the Russians were racing the Americans in a space race, just like 1969, but it was in 2021. And the movie was called The Challenge, which I thought was an interesting title given, the Challenger, but
Mm-hmm.
it was called The Challenge, and they beat Tom. So when I saw that, it told me the Russians are going to beat America in the space race because Tom Cruise is our champion. He's a hero in the movies, action hero, and the Russians beat him.
Right.
So I think that's a clever bit of subtext there. And he is going to the space station soon to film a movie. His Top Gun sequel is just about to be released. So, but yeah, I think the whole thing was they went up there in order to um, basically beat America, and they kind of did. And so if you look what's followed since then, it looks like for the most part the Russians are the ones who are instigating the split in the space station. And their media released a video that showed the Russian module detaching itself from the American module and leaving them, which would cause America's module to fall.
I mean, fuck it, you know?
Well, I don't want them to knock it
I mean,
down
I
before
don't
Tom
even know.
Cruise goes up there, and I hope he gets to do that
Right,
at least.
true.
But anyway, hey,
So that lady already went up. That's done. She filmed her scene or whatever.
yeah, they filmed it in October, about the time that William Shatner was
Oh, I
going to
didn't know
space.
that.
Yep, they sneaked in there, they filmed
Mm.
it, and they didn't make a big deal about it, and we haven't seen the footage yet, but yeah, they've already accomplished that thing, and I think it was all just again sort of a PR stunt. They were repeating the space race thing from 1969 all over again and making it clear that America is not going to win the space race. And that's kind of what's happening now. Russia is, I think, going to assert control, and I think it's all about space communism or space capitalism. Can the Earth handle trillionaires? And the answer is no. If you believe the communists, the environmentalists, the globalists, no, we cannot sustain billionaires, much less trillionaires. So that's where this Musk versus Russia contention comes in. And if you haven't been following Elon Musk's Twitter account, he has been challenging Putin to a duel. Like it's clown world stuff, but they've put him on the stage in that
Yeah.
context.
Yeah, I saw that. Like, I don't know what to fucking think about him. Like, I refuse to believe he's like a normal person on any level. But like, I saw where he tweeted like I support the current thing meme or whatever. Like, it's a little too convenient that he keeps tweeting this shit that makes it seem like he's on a reasonable side. Like, sorry, billionaire bro, I don't believe you're on a reasonable side, Mr. Grimes' ex-husband or whatever the fuck. Like, no.
Now, are you familiar with this situation with their new baby or 3D printed animatronic?
Yeah.
I mean, I can't figure it out. So
Yeah.
Grimes had a baby bump in December. Now she has a baby, and they say it came from a surrogate. Then we find out the surrogate is Chelsea Manning, the intelligence analyst. How did that all happen?
Of course it is. Of course. Of fucking course. Like, no, like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm never gonna fall for Elon Musk's bullshit. And like, what sucks too is like a lot of guys, because I have, I've been single. I've been like trying to date, and like a lot of guys like almost idolize Elon Musk, these days. And I'm just like, ooh, no, thank you to those people because like, no, he's not a real dude by any means.
Oh, they believe
And
he's a savior.
yeah,
They see, look, the Pope is the vicar of God. He's like the highest ranking human. He's the person who God
right.
appoints as his number one man. And if you want to be saved, you go to his organization and you pray, and he's got that big obelisk thing. Well, I'm saying that Musk is the modern Pope. He's the savior because the Pope will save you from the fallen world and sin. Musk will save you from the polluted world and global warming. And as this world burns or as it's condemned and judged, you can get into his obelisk and you can fly to the space heaven. You can be saved because he has the keys to heaven. Musk is basically a pope. And that book I mentioned, it's called Mars, A Technical Tale that Werner von Braun wrote, where he talked about an Elon that would be a dictator on Mars.
Hmm.
He said it would be structured like Rome's papacy. That's why we call him Pope Elon, affectionately.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, but I think he's full of shit, and it's way too much of a coincidence that he was mentioned in that Mars book by Werner von Braun. Like, no, I'm sorry, that's too much for me. So,
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
NASA, sorry again. I'm not buying it.
He crossed the line with me with credibility when he bought Gene Wilder's house. And he talked about his obsession with
Right.
Willy Wonka. Then he started a candy company. He toyed with the idea. It was going to be called Boring Candy because he has a tunneling company called Boring. So now he's doing Hyperloop, underground tunneling. And like, isn't that what Willy Wonka did? He had an underground tunnel that went to a candy
Yeah.
factory. And then he buys Gene Wilder's house. So he's intentionally identified himself with both Willy Wonka and Iron Man. So can you take an Iron Man Willy Wonka that seriously? And then of course you throw in the whole
No.
Mars program, and yeah, if you believe any of that, you're in the metaverse already. You don't have to wear an Oculus to be in the metaverse. You just got to be a true believer.
It's all such bullshit. Like, what do you think about Pete Davidson bullshit? Like, he's such a fucking goober weirdo, and like, obviously, he's part of it all. Like, I don't think that he's not, but like,
Okay,
I
yeah,
don't
two
know.
things on him.
What do you have to say about him?
Okay, one, he's connected to the Kardashians now, and this is all PSYOP
Right.
entertainment complex. Kardashians connected to OJ, and then you have Kanye West going a little OJ. And the first thing about him that strikes me is this guy's not legit. He's a world stage character going through some kind of bizarre public spectacle. Is that one, he's on SNL, and two, his father died
Hmm.
on 9/11. Like, what are the odds?
Right.
So if you believe the 9/11
Yeah, and
psyop, but knowing what I know at least about it, it's like, okay, he's connected to this industry, the mind war industry, and the fact that they were about to send him into space, I think he just canceled. But that just shows you that he's behind the curtain. You got the world stage behind the curtain, and he's a few levels deep.
yeah, and like the first time I ever even realized he existed, I was watching like some roast, like one of those Comedy Central roasts, and like all the jokes about him were about like his dad dying on 9/11, like that's his identity. Like, oh, my dad died on 9/11. It's like, well, really? Did he? Did he though? So it's just like, it's like he was introduced to the world stage as like, hey, everybody, my dad died on 9/11. You want to talk about it? Like,
Yeah, and then
okay, whatever.
yeah, it's like
So,
what
I
what
mean, allegedly, if we're supposed to believe the complete, mainstream media story, thousands of people's dads died on 9/11. Why is this guy important or special?
Right. Good question. And then take into account too, he was recently killed in a Kanye West music video. And prior to that, he was on SNL when Elon Musk hosted, where he goes on Mars and he takes his helmet off and his head blows up. So you already have him dying publicly twice, once in space and then once at Kanye's hands. So, taking these things together with, he just had the name Kim branded, like burned into his flesh, branded on his chest. So, my theory is that Kanye West is going to go OJ on the situation, and we're going to see him ride off into the
Mm.
sunset on a white horse. And that's, I mean, the Bronco, the white Bronco. It's a very symbolic thing there.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's interesting. I definitely think Kanye plays a big part because there's a lot of like right wing like Gen Z people who like worship Kanye and stuff, and I just think that's a little too convenient. And like, I'm sorry, like no man that's married to Kim Kardashian, I know he's not anymore or whatever, allegedly, who the fuck knows. But like no guy that was married to her is a friend to the true white right wing, sorry, I didn't mean to say white, the right wing conservative movement of like real people. Like, no, like, sorry, Kim Kardashian does not factor into that whatsoever. So talk about someone else.
Yeah, it's interesting how they pick these, and it's because he did that photo op where I think he went up into Trump Tower into the in Trump's
Yeah.
office, that's where Devil's Advocate was filmed. Al Pacino as the devil, that was his office, Trump's
Mhm.
office. So he goes up to the devil's office, and Trump dyes his hair blonde. He comes down for this photo op, and ever since then, the right wing has kind of thought he was one of theirs or something. And I don't know. I don't really follow him all that much, other than I just think that he's too close to the Kardashian psyop entertainment complex. So you have the fake shootings, you have the fake terror attacks, then you have these drama psychological operations, and the Kardashians are a good case study on this because they are like their whole life has just been a part of this thing. Like for example, in 2020, Kim froze her social media. Why? Because of conspiracy theories. And I'm thinking that they're going to start doing internet lockdowns over memes so that they can clamp down. Just like they locked down the world because of an errant virus, they're going to do the same thing for memes, for ideas. And I think that they're all part of this agenda and they lead the way. The celebrities always lead the way. And look at me, I'm going to freeze my social media until you guys do something. Now, it didn't catch on. Nobody cared when Kim Kardashian froze her social media, but they had hoped that it would have shocked the world. It didn't actually work.
Yeah, because I mean, is it still frozen? I doubt it. And it's not like all conspiracy stop. Like, but that's
Right.
the thing. Like, no, sorry, Kanye is not like one of us. Like, sorry, but like, what was cool is like after Trump won his first election, he did like stop his concert or whatever, and was saying stuff like, it's a new world, Barack Obama, it's a new world, Hillary Clinton, and started talking about how Jay-Z had killers or whatever, and so I get how like that's promising, but no, like it's still like
Yeah, take a look
you
at
you
this.
got to use your brain.
Last August, at the Donde 1 release event, which was strangely timed with a hurricane. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff in this thing, but the main thing is he had himself set on fire. So he did this Phoenix ritual, the Burning Man. Now, the significance there is this was
Mm.
on the date that they usually do the Burning Man festivals, but they canceled because of COVID. So you had 33 Burning Man festivals, 86 to 2019. And in 86 and 2019, you had an actual Burning Man. In both those years, spaced 33 years apart, 33-year-olds incinerated themselves in front of the White House. So this is a ritual. And there are many more like it, and we can point to these things, Bohemian Grove and others. But I'm saying Kanye West set himself on fire on that date. And we know the significance of dates to the astrotheological cult that runs the world. So, no, he is a high level Illuminati asset, whatever he is. I don't think he's unconscious of his role. And what's more, the Donde 2 event happens to be on the day of Pluto return. Uh, that Pluto return date, no way that's a coincidence. And of course, the producer of his Donde album is Future, who goes by Pluto. And so this is just too deep, too arcane, too esoteric. I don't think he's a pawn. I don't know how. It's hard to say, but yeah, I don't think these are characters that have a whole lot of wriggle room. I think they're kind of like ordered around, like they have directors or something.
Oh yeah, definitely. I believe that. And it's super weird to me how like, you seem to be the only person that talks about that guy that like lit himself on fire in front of the White House. It's like, why wasn't that a huge story at the time? Like if people truly hate Trump and, blah blah blah, like, why didn't they harp on that forever? Like, but they didn't. So I don't know, it's just weird. Like why doesn't anyone talk about that or act like that was a thing?
Right, and the guy was wearing a USA T-shirt, so it's USA Burning,
Right.
and so this happened in 2019. And when it happened, I was watching the scene, and I saw a bus pass in front of Fox News's camera, and the bus number was 113. So looking at it from the perspective of nothing in media at this level is accidental. I see 113 USA Burning. And this is when I started looking at the election day. And this is when I started to think, okay, look, November the 3rd, and that happens to be the date that the new tower that replaced the Twin Towers was opened. That date has had extreme significance since then, especially with the contested election. And so USA Burning was the theme. And yeah, this Burning Man in front of the White House should have been a bigger story. But, you know, every May they do something at the obelisk there, at the Washington Monument. They call it Catharsis at the Mall, where they do a miniature Burning Man every year, and nobody talks about that. But there's a lot of weird stuff going on in DC.
No, I didn't know about that. Tell me more about that.
Catharsis at the mall every May, and they probably canceled it for COVID, but Catharsis at the mall is an annual event where they burn an effigy in front of the Washington Monument, and they say it's a vigil for healing. And their symbol is an obelisk on fire with and here's an image of it. If you look at the screen, it's basically a mini Burning Man festival, and you have a statue of a goddess overlooking it. So I think it's Isis and Osiris worship, and of course, that Washington Monument is an obelisk. It's a symbol of Osiris, the earth god they worship. And on the 50th anniversary of Apollo 11, they projected the Saturn V rocket onto the side of this thing and recreated that launch. But yeah, if you want to go participate in some hardcore pagan festival and you can't afford to get into the Bohemian Grove and you're not into the whole burner thing, go to the DC thing and you can participate in your ball worship there.
Ball worship.
Yeah, that's.
Sorry, I'm still a little drunk.
Though I think that this is all word magic. I think a lot of the words they use advisedly, and I don't think it's a coincidence that the Earth is a ball, and the Earth God's name is Baal, Baal, and
Right.
his symbol is the obelisk. And what they've done is they've dressed up the rockets and the space program with all the same symbolism. So the Saturn V rocket. Well, Saturn on an obelisk. These are consistent symbols. These are repeated things. And in the last year, you probably noticed this too. They've made a big deal about the shape of Jeff Bezos' rocket. It's like nobody was openly calling it out until recently, but that's always been the symbol.
Don't get me started.
Dr. Evil's dong rocket. And it's not a coincidence that
Yes.
Bezos looks just like Dr. Evil. And Dr. Evil literally has a rocket that looks just like that.
No, it's the most penis-looking rocket I've ever seen. And then, those people who are making, a vagina rocket in retaliation,
Volta
what
rocket.
the fuck?
Yeah, I saw that.
What the fuck are we?
I thought it was a joke. These feminists in Germany have designed a rocket to combat. And look, they say it's a sexist symbol. It's like, no, it's aerodynamic or something. But no.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, there's a group in Germany that are creating a rocket that looks like the female counterpart. But they're kind of missing the point. They are right in a sense. But the truth is, when you look at the actual symbolism of this religion that runs the world, the goddess is the night sky. That's the womb of Isis. So the earth god, sky goddess. So you wouldn't need a rocket shaped like that. They're just a little I don't know, off the mark. But yeah, I thought it was a bad joke. I thought it was Babylon Bee or something. But no, it's real.
Yeah, no. They obviously have some kind of weird fertility magic bullshit going on with all the penis rockets and now the vulva rockets. Come on. What the fuck?
Okay, WBF Aeronautics. They need 500,000 signatures. But yeah, it's a real thing. Look, this is not a joke. It's designed to restore gender equality in space. So
How do they even know that aliens are genderist? Come on.
Yeah,
for fuck's
now
sake.
speaking of aliens, because you brought up how in the future they want us all to be grays, and they call the
Right.
aliens grays. And if you look at the Darwinian story, you've got man on one end, then you've got the grays on the other. If you look at aliens as a very advanced, maybe humans in the future. And so what they do is they constantly show man as somewhere between ape and alien. And we're trying to go that direction, but our lower human nature is bringing us back down. So war, competition, all that stuff. And so I believe that they have introduced aliens as just a replacement for angels, which are these androgynous, perfected beings that aren't subject to the pulls of the flesh or whatever. So yeah, I think aliens are just a replacement for angels. It's a superstition for the atheists to believe in, and they do believe them to be. If they believe in them, they obviously believe that they're superior, or at least more advanced, whatever that means. But yeah, the gray is the ideal for the future. de-individualized.
That's
You know, you're wearing glasses at all times. You got a mask over your face. You're all wearing PPE. You're basically like in an alien spacesuit.
that's interesting. Do you remember that South Park episode with the Goobacks from the future? Like they all pretty much looked the same. They were all bald and wearing the same outfits and looked pretty much the same, the males and females.
Yeah, yeah, I recall that whole, and I think that's what they're aiming for. I think what they're doing is they're using the illusion of being behind diversity to destroy diversity for pure uniformity,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what I saw. I mean, to me, the mask has always just been a fascist fashion statement, and that's the only utility it has. The dirty sock in your face, you can pretend it's going to protect you from something, but really it's just an overt display of your agreement with the new order. And I think that
Yeah.
when you take away the person's face, well, you're taking away a great deal of communication. A lot of nonverbal communication passes through the face and microexpressions, and they're erasing that for all of the metaversers, the newborns, and so they're going to be mostly acclimated to emoji faces and faces on the screen. The raw faces, the raw that all that material, all that learning time spent looking at faces is being replaced. And I think it's intentional because the face is what makes you an individual. And I think they want us all to look, like ants or something.
That's sad. That's so sad. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck kind of universe our kids and youth are growing up into. Like
If you wanted an
with all the
idea, watch
masks and
Netflix.
stuff.
I would say 100 is a good example of
Ugh.
where we're probably going. Netflix will tell you at least what their ideals are.
Mm, mm. I don't know. I do like some stuff on Netflix. I try not to watch too much because I think it's the tool of the devil, of course.
Yeah, it is, and it is an influence operation in progress. I look at Netflix as part of the Psywar, and so I watch it very analytically, not necessarily for entertainment, but I am entertained by it. But every time I watch, I'm never disappointed because I'm constantly finding, wait, this is a consistent. See, what we've been doing is we've been noticing predictive programming in advance instead of looking back. Like most people look at 9/11 predictive
Mhm.
programming after having lived through it thinking it was real. So I like this real time predictive programming analysis. And Netflix happens, do you know that the co founder, first CEO of Netflix, is the nephew of Edward Bernays, the founder of
Yeah.
mass mind control through media, public relations? Not a coincidence.
Yeah, no, fuck that guy for sure. And like honestly, Tim, like I don't know if you've heard me say this before, mention this before, but like I work in advertising. I've worked in marketing and advertising for a long time. Like I'm part of the problem, unfortunately. But I like to think I do it ethically to an extent. Like there's some tactics I won't lower myself to do, like that are hyper manipulation. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm part of the advertising problem.
Fascinating. Well, it's a science, and it's very interesting, and to know what they know about us and our habits, it's remarkable. And Edward Bernays is credited with having associated smoking with women's lib and having introduced bacon to the breakfast table. Like these are culture shapers, and that's what Netflix is all about. So that's an important affiliation. And also, Edward Bernays is related to Sigmund Freud. So now you get into subconscious
Oh.
theories about subconscious manipulations, motivations, what really drives us. So yeah, I think they reverse engineered the human animal, and they built the entire media on or marketing field PR on this.
Yeah, yeah, no, like one thing I can say about advertising and marketing is that every tiny little specific detail is 100% intentional to manipulate. Like make no mistake, like and there's definitely some advertisers and marketing people that don't know what they're doing and they just, like put something out there because they think it looks nice or whatever the fuck. But, somebody that knows what they're doing, it's highly psychologically based. They are trying to compel an emotion out of you, to compel an action out of you, like every tiny little thing, everything down to like color, font, font size, like everything you see is highly, unfortunately, intentional to manipulate you into giving someone else money or driving an action, unfortunately.
And if that's true for commercials
Fact.
selling products, then it's got to be true for media organizations that are putting millions of dollars into these stories, which are I'm calling the
Of
stories
course.
mostly influence operations, and you can see the programming, and they know how we think, and they know how to manipulate fear. Like one of the first things after the lockdown started, Ivanka Trump did a video monologue where she was looking down into the camera. The lighting was low, and she spoke in a soft voice about entering into the brave new world. And I remember thinking the way that her face was positioned over the camera, looking up, it looked like the perspective of a baby in a crib listening to its mother's
Mm.
comforting words. And I think they do these things intentionally, where they infantilize us
Yeah.
with their authority figures when they need to. They know how to
Yeah,
talk to us.
you are a million percent correct. Never think that any of that shit that goes out on a mass scale is unintentional. Like that's something I could confirm 100% because it happens on small scale. Like if it happens on small scale, I can guarantee you it happens on Ivanka Trump scale. Like definitely. Like it's all intentional. Every single teeny tiny aspect is intentional, unfortunately. So yes, it's easy for me to believe that is all bullshit.
Yep. Well, it's interesting that you work in marketing. I do marketing, or I have to survive. And yeah, the more I look into it, the more you see that there's a great deal of inside information, neurolinguistic programming, and it's not always ethical. I used to do telemarketing, and I got away from telemarketing
Mhm.
because I couldn't I really couldn't do what these companies I couldn't agree to do what they were doing, which is selling
Right.
garbage to people that's way overpriced and screwing them over in their contracts. I was in retentions, and I was the guy who would always give credits back to people who were ripped off, which was probably one of the reasons why they hated me. But yeah, that was one of my
Mhm.
last jobs in it because it is really easy to manipulate people in large numbers, and that's what the news media does, and they don't have a conscience about it. Like I get this Ukraine thing is just another eye opener, where I get emails from almost every company I use. For example, someone ordered a coffee mug, and the company sends me an email. Do you want us to make the coffee mug blue and yellow to show solidarity with Ukraine? It's like, no, just leave the penguin on it and send the mug. Like, why would they even offer that?
Wow.
And
Wow.
and that's when I knew this is an agenda, and this is the same company that said, "Do you want to put, you know, they were basically one of the first ones to adopt all the new, COVID things." So I just saw them as, okay, you can kind of see they're going with the agenda of the month, and so I knew it was just another agenda, pre-planned.
Yeah.
I mean, look, one
That's
more thing here.
funny. That's
This has reminded me
crazy.
of something. The Thousand Oaks shooting, we had looked into it, and there were these basketball players who were wearing T-shirts with the names of the victims on their backs less than 48 hours after the event. And I contacted the T-shirt company, Sinbad Tees, and I'm like, hey, if I want to get a bunch of names on a shirt and have it sent to an event in LA, what's your turnaround time? And it was like a week. And I'm like,
Mhm.
maybe they have a time machine. But I just see foreplanning in the news media. They give it away if you pay attention, and that's just another example.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
But hey, I
that's
appreciate you calling
exhausting.
because I think if, well, not
Yeah.
if, because this is going to be the format, but the continuity of this think tank is essential because no matter what happens out there, we have a clear record of things, and I think we have a great collection of uh, thinkers, chatters, and callers to where uh, we don't really get triggered or fooled by any of these events. We're one of the first ones to always break these things down. So it's always going to be an oasis of sanity. So everyone here appreciates you calling in and sharing your insights and perspectives on these things.
Well, it's nice to talk to you, Tim. It's been a while, and I appreciate having your stream to listen to. So I will let you finally get on with the show tonight.
No, this has been great. Great to catch up with you. And yeah, I see your posts in Discord. Always appreciate, everyone's posting things in there, and it's always a blast. So yeah, thanks for calling. I think everyone here enjoyed your call, and we hope to hear from you again.
All right, bye.
All right, everyone, that is Restless Bear. Let me go ahead and catch up on some of the comments here. Apocalypse Smile says, been gone for a while. Enjoyed that. Yes, we're going to be doing our open phones nightly, and we have a daytime, usually in the mornings, a daytime live stream. All right, let's see here. Van Gogh says kids are wearing the masks at higher percentages. Agreed. Pippi Langstruff says aliens are yonder, in all caps. Okay. Okay, let's get back on. Free Just Man says VIP orders can get tees quick. Maybe, but my problem was this. I know you could get t-shirts quick, but my point was, in 48 hours, would you have time to do all those autopsies, to identify the victims, to contact the next of kin? Like, would you have the victims' names published on a t-shirt within 48 hours? Before the blood is really even dry, they're placing the orders. I don't think so. Like they're waiting, like, okay, it's 12 right now, but don't print it yet. There might be another death. He's in critical. Okay, 13. Print it. Like, no, it was just very questionable. And what's more, when you go into that whole thing, the Thousand Oaks event was 13 months after the Vegas event. Now, the Vegas event and the Thousand Oaks event shared 50 victims. So 50 people shot at in Vegas were shot at again at a different country music event. What are the odds? In a different state. So it wasn't like 50 locals. They go to a concert, they get shot at. Then about a year later, they come out again, they get shot at again. No. They went to a different state. From Vegas to California. 50 of the same people getting shot at. And if that doesn't raise any red flags, the same day that those 50 were being shot at in Thousand Oaks, there was a drill being conducted in the same city based on the Vegas shooting event. Free Just Man says the room temperature t-shirt challenge. Yeah, who can get them out first? All right, let's see what else we have here. I'm going through my voicemails. Okay, let's see. I think someone here says, okay, let's play this one. Looks like a nice criticism. And then we'll get back to the main topic.
Tim, I used to really be into your podcast, so to speak. But your shit got repetitive, but...
Okay, he's drinking. Let me...
And,
okay, go on. I got it. He says, it feels too much like the MSM and that sucks.
The future dates that were supposed to be aligned with certain things happening never happened. I myself said a few dates that would have...
Okay, I'm able to read his transcripts, but he says, I want to have faith or hope at the same time. I believe that at this point, it's too much. Everything will merge together. What the F? I'm just going to sit back and watch. Like I said, give me a beer.
But at the same time, I am.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. I will definitely make an effort to not be repetitive here. Next voicemail.
Or extend your service contract has a...
Okay, not that one. Okay, let's see. We have one more voicemail. Okay. All right. Andrew Munchkin says, wearing the face mask as space junk protection on your head with straps under the chin offers the same amount of protection against COVID when worn on the face. Interesting. Yeah, I can see that. Let's go ahead and touch back on this topic really quick. I brought this up earlier. So today's live stream was called Manson Heart-Shaped Glasses Kubrick Psyop. So the story is Evan Wood is she basically broke the story about February 1st, but with the documentary, she came out and named Marilyn Manson as her abuser from a few years ago. But now she's alleging that the music video, Heart-Shaped Glasses, contains an actual non-consenting sex act with Marilyn Manson. And so she's alleging, essentially, a rape on camera on this video. So now there's a petition to pull the video down. So a couple of things about the video. The video, Heart-Shaped Glasses, is based on a Stanley Kubrick work. That's one thing that stands out. Second, the event itself, the event is referenced in a later Marilyn Manson video 3 years later, where he reveals that the quote rape was a marketing scheme. In the song, it's about Persephone, and Persephone being kidnapped by Hades, taken into the underworld. But he specifically recites the lyrics "rape Persephone" multiple times in this second video. And in this second video, and I have it linked here. I'm not going to play it, but what he does is he actually plays a clip from Heart-Shaped Glasses, from the scene in question. So either it's a real thing and he bragged about it in a subsequent music video, or it's a psychological operation. It's a marketing scheme, and it's quote so phony, as he put in the lyrics referencing that scene. And there are a few other things about this particular individual, Evan Wood, her documentary. It's called Phoenix Rising. And the significance to this character, too, extends to the roles she's played. So, for example, she plays Dolores in Westworld, who confronts her abuser, the Man in Black, and eventually she defeats him, and she, escapes, and she wakes up a lot of other AI spontaneously awakened beings in this Westworld environment. So she kind of leads this revolution. Well, that's what she's doing now with Project Phoenix, or the Phoenix Act, where she's finding all of these other people to rally behind her and rebel against the real world counterpart to Dolores' Man in Black, Marilyn Manson. So she's Dolores in Westworld. Well, in Lolita, and that's who she's playing in Heart-Shaped Glasses. Lolita's a fictional character. Her name is Dolores Hayes. So she plays Dolores in Westworld, confronting the Man in Black. She plays Dolores in the Heart-Shaped video Glasses with her real-life counterpart. So there's another connection here I'm finding with a lot of these, and you'll recognize a lot of these names. You got Dorothy, like Alice from Alice in Wonderland. There's a certain archetype here that we're tapping into. And something else I wanted to mention, you went to Epstein Island via Lolita Express. So here we're talking about a few things, but human trafficking is sort of a part of it. The abuse, the victim being Evan Wood. Well, Lolita Express was the plane that Clinton and others, and I think Trump was on it a few times. I mean, who wasn't on Lolita Express? I think even Stephen Hawking. But in Westworld, the people who want to go abuse the AI or the synths or whatever in Westworld, they take a train, kind of like the Lolita Express. I think that's kind of interesting. I also want to point out, when you get into the symbolism, this is all very interesting to me just because of how consistent it is. So you got, she's trapped in Westworld, WW. Prior to that, she was trapped in Marilyn Manson's world. Just invert the WW. And you'll find a lot of this type of 33s. Like she branded an M on her. He branded an E for Evan on him. So you'll find a lot of these ambigrams and palindromes built into the symbolism. Probably not a coincidence that the video, Heart-Shaped Glasses, is about to hit 33 million hits, I think is what it is. And this is something else. So I'm looking at Evan Wood's Instagram account, and she has a picture from Labyrinth, where you have the character Jessica in the Labyrinth confronting Jareth, the Goblin King, and she says, "You have no power over me." So this is a story about a young girl kidnapped by the Goblin King, and she's trapped in his labyrinth, and she has to, confront him in order to escape this thing, played by David Bowie. But the main thing is she's a prisoner in his little labyrinth, which this is very analogous to Dorothy confronting the Wizard of Oz, Dolores confronting the Man in Black. Very similar. These are parallel stories. It's a repeated theme. So again, here's the parallels, and this is again from her Instagram. She posted this character from Labyrinth. So Labyrinth equals the West World, The Matrix, The Truman Show, Free City, if you watched Free Guy. Jareth the Goblin King is the same archetype as the Wizard of Oz, the Man in Black, or as Manson played. It's the same dynamic with Sarah, Dorothy, Alice, and Dolores. So you have the control dynamic master slave. You have Virgo, and this is what gets really interesting to me is Virgo is personified as Persephone, and at the equinox she's taken into the underworld for the fall. So Gabby Petito, if you remember, was typecast as Virgo in many of her pictures, and her body was found at the equinox as we entered into the fall. That's when Hades would have taken her, symbolized, I think, by the kidnapping by Brian Landry. But my point is, she disappears at the fall. So in this documentary, Phoenix Rising, about this Evan Wood, she says the first thing he said to her, she was looking over a balcony, he said, "Don't fall." And right after that, they started dating, and she took on the character, I think, of Persephone having been taken into the underworld by Hades, Pluto, by the Man in Black, by Brian Warner, Marilyn Manson. And the name Brian Warner, Brian Landry, very interesting correlation here, but my point being, she was characterized as a Persephone. Now, nowhere has she been called Persephone. This is a characterization on the world stage. So I was very surprised when I saw the video, the Marilyn Manson video called Overneath the Path of Misery, where in this video he references the heart-shaped glasses video, and he says, rape Persephone, rape Persophone. It's all just a marketing scheme. And again, it's a direct reference to the other video calling it a marketing scheme. We went over a lot of the symbolism in that and others in a previous upload today. Manson, heart-shaped glasses, Kubrick psyop. And the Kubrick connection here. Again, Lolita, Kubrick production. And I pointed this out earlier, and it kind of, I should probably repeat this once more. Manson's video, Coma White, was delayed. Its release on MTV was delayed because it was so proximal to the death of JFK Jr. And the video featured Manson playing JFK. And he said the video was based on an unproduced script about how there were actually two Jesuses, Jesus Christ and JFK. And that now we're waiting for a third savior. Well, that's the QAnon story. And again, if you follow the whole Kubrick QAnon connection here, there's quite a lot to unpack there. However, the main thing is this narrative of the Kennedys somehow being the return of Christ. That's something that the QAnoners picked up, but I had not found any mention of it outside of a Miles Mathis article from 2009. Maybe that was one. But really, Manson obviously has some kind of insider script on this thing. And then here's another connection to Persephone you might find interesting. So he was over there at the Dawn Day 2 event, the Pluto Return Day. Again, it's Pluto is Hades. Hades kidnaps Persephone. And it was on that day, 222, that she releases the trailer for her documentary. So what this tells me is that this is a premeditated controversy. Like they released this controversy. It's a world stage drama. So again, Dolores in Westworld, Dolores in heart-shaped glasses. Dolores is a Persephone-like figure, a prisoner to the Man in Black. Just like Dorothy, prisoner to the Wizard of Oz. So it's a, again, reoccurring theme, just like Sarah and the movie Labyrinth. Let me go through some comments, make sure I haven't missed anything. All right, let's see here. Wow, I missed quite a bit. Give me just a moment to get my scroll on. Finbar says, love the call. Hey ho, Restless Bear. Clockwork 113 says, great questions, great call. Portal Complex says, Carver can do an autopsy over a Zoom conference. Oh yeah, Dr. Carver. Speaking of world stage names, he's one of my favorites. Dr. Carver does autopsies. Linda Curtis says 13 is the moon cycle. Oh, you know, when you look into the Evan Woods back, her IMDb, she did a movie called 13. which is very symbolic. It has to do with the goddess Virgo. Not a coincidence that Marilyn Manson recognized her from the movie 13, and that she releases her documentary when she's 33. Free Just Man said the voicemailer was drunker than Restless Bear. Yeah, he tried to get it out. Look, I'm trying not to be repetitive. I don't know if I am repetitive. The world stage is repetitive. They're repeating 1969. They're repeating 1968. They're basically recycling narratives from the 60s right now. What isn't being repeated right now? So I'm not being repetitive. But if you feel like we're being repetitive, you're welcome to call in and change the subject. Okay, let us continue. Rich Flat says Dr. Carver died a few years ago. No, he didn't. Well, he might have died, but I believe he came back in 2020 as Dr. Was it Redfield? Yeah, this is kind of a side note, but Dr. Carver from the Sandy Hook group came back as Dr. Redfield, the CDC director. And, by the way, Gabby Petito, speaking of, she was in a post-Sandy Hook music video. Lean Dion says, real as shit online. And it will continue to be so. I mean, we are always reaching out to others who are, similarly predisposed to not trust the media. And I am building a network, the Conspiratainment Radio Network, which you'll hear more about as we go. It's in its very, very early stages. Okay, let's continue. We're talking about this Persephone thing. Okay, so I brought this up in Discord and about how Dolores is the name of Lolita, or the character in Lolita, and how she plays Dolores, which is very similar to Dorothy. Same dynamics. And then I brought up Sarah in Labyrinth, same dynamic. And of course, her antagonist is David Bowie, or the Goblin King. And another thing here, in The Truman Show, his main antagonist is Ed Harris, playing Christoph, the guy who built The Truman Show, put him into this matrix that he had to overcome this guy. Well, Ed Harris is the guy who plays the Man in Black in Westworld. Okay, so there's a few other things here. Cubstar posted this in Discord. In Westworld, there's a maze. There's actually a labyrinth, a map that she has to figure out, how to navigate in order to, I guess, achieve consciousness. It's an interesting reoccurring symbol throughout the whole Westworld thing. So the labyrinth connection there, just another thing that correlates. It shows you we're looking at the same archetypes. So it's called it's the maze. So the Man in Black convinced himself. Let me see if I can, let me just scoot forward on this one. Here we go. Yeah, the maze is for Dolores, and it represents her path to consciousness. Again, one other thing with Dolores, the blue dress, just like Dorothy. Okay. Again, appreciate the phone calls, and if you have anything to add to any of these things, you can always drop the information on a voicemail. If we're not live, you can put it in Discord. I would recommend you listen to what we discussed earlier if you're not familiar with this present controversy with Marilyn Manson and this Evan Wood. And we've been following it because I've been following Manson since he started associating with Kanye West. Another very interesting story. I just think that what we're seeing is the death of the West being symbolically played out. We're seeing a sort of a meta drama where Kanye West's world is burning. And in Westworld, it's destroyed when the robot or the AI rebellion is led by Evan Wood's character Dolores. So it's kind of like a reset. They shut it down. It's kind of a revolution. And that's kind of what we're seeing. That's the big story here. I think that's what this whole Kraken thing has been about. I believe that we're looking at some big rift. And that's what it represents. So anyway, we'll get back to this and get it into other contexts. Like, for example, one of the other main themes about Westworld has been the white church, this chapel, and how it correlates to the chapel that Kanye West burned at Donde 2. And it actually has a lot of interesting connections to the Rust world story, or the Rust story, with Alec Baldwin here in New Mexico shooting Helena Hutchins, age 42, shooting her in that chapel. And again, Rust is a Western. A lot of stuff here suggesting that we're looking at this takedown of the West, something that Putin has been talking about lately as well. Lean Dion says the man in black seeks the maze. He's also obsessed with it. Yeah, so many overlapping symbols here. All right, let me see. I'm going through my notes. Again, I brought this up earlier today. Daily Beast had mentioned how shockingly prescient Netflix is with his Servant of the People Zelensky movie. And they're saying, oh, it's rare that art follows life like this. Like, obviously, they're not paying attention. All right. Yes, Blue Origin's 20th flight, New Shepard, is shifted to Tuesday, March 29th. So Pete Davidson will no longer be joining the crew. So he canceled it. And there has been a little bit of talk that he might be meeting up with Kanye. We'll see. Now here's a couple of other things. Manson was engaged to Rose McGowan. Now she was pretty big with the Me Too thing and outing Harvey Weinstein. So it ties in some other characters here. So for example, when the Harvey Weinstein scandal broke, it was Marilyn Manson's ex-fiancée who spoke out the loudest, and she was gathering her Rose Army. So this is kind of similar. The Rose Army demanding justice for herself and Weinstein's other victims. It's very similar to what Evan Wood is doing right now. But anyway, Corey Feldman claims that, see, Corey Feldman did this thing a little while ago. It was just so cringe. Corey's Angels, where he's got these strippers or dancers living with him, and they're backup dancers for his horrible performance. I don't want to play it. Let me go ahead and play it. I watched it, just sheer cringe entertainment value, a few times. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Like, I don't recommend it. It's called Ascension Millennium by Corey Feldman. I'm going to mute it. I don't know what to make of it. I mean, I guess if you have a lot of money, you can do anything. You can buy a lot of yes men and yes women, and so your judgment's never questioned. But he puts out this music video, and he's got these lingerie-clad, he calls them Corey's Angels. So the interesting thing is Corey's Angels kind of reminds me of, Charlie's Angels, Charlie Manson. How he has these backup dancers or whatever, but he calls them his angels. Well, it turns out that his backup dancer angels that he has living with him, he says he's just helping them, whatever that means. But apparently these were all spies from Marilyn Manson. So you got Corey's angels are actually Charlie's angels, or actually Manson's angels. Kind of probably a disconcerting thing to find out, that you've actually invited into your house people who are just spying on you 24/7. But yeah, that has come out as well. All right, let us continue. Salty says, why does he try so hard to be Michael Jackson? Right. Speaking of, Michael Jackson is believed to be on Team Trump, and that he's coming back with JFK, John Denver, and Princess Diana to save the children, who won't be children if they wait much longer. It's going to be save the teenagers who've been raised in NWO daycares. Like, are they going to want to be saved by a bunch of MAGAs at the end of the day? I kind of don't think so. Let's see here. Look at this. Space Force. This is posted, I believe, by Lean Dion. Space Force is full of predictive programming. The entire base is being hacked by Russians. Their power is cut. Their computers are disabled by hackers. One of their satellites is taken out of orbit. The last episode of Season 2, Russia hacks Space Force and controls their satellite. And at the end, they spot a big asteroid. Okay. This is another story that's been making the rounds. It's like the caller, Restless Bear, said, are there any real QAnoners, or is this just a bunch of government LARPers or people being? Can this be real? So the new theory among QAnoners, according to the mainstream media, is that Trump's bizarre pronunciation of China, he calls it China or China. He always pauses between, and he has this very peculiar. Well, anyway. They think this entire time he's referring to a place in Ukraine. And that's where the bioweapon has actually come from. So, yeah, they've taken decoding Trump's every single utterance to a whole new level. They've done this with tweets. You know, if you didn't follow this, before Trump was deleted on Twitter, they would take his every tweet and cross-reference it with a Q drop based on the timestamp. And then they'd do a little numerology, a little Kabbalah, and boom, a revelation. All right. Again, all chatters, appreciate you. And everyone here who supports the channel, again, this wouldn't be here. And we wouldn't be able to maintain this with the level of opposition. And it wouldn't be as fun if we didn't have as many people wanting this to exist. And so it's going to continue to exist. I have a 30-year plan. I don't plan on stopping. I'm just saying I have a 30-year plan. It makes a lot more sense to do a 30-year thing than a 5-year. And then also it puts things into context. So if you're someone who doesn't like the channel, if you're a troll or something, you're just going to have to live with the realization that we will be here long after you've retired. Again, just a heads up, Amazon moved 1,800 employees out of downtown Seattle due to a, quote, crime wave. So it makes me think, maybe they're getting ready for some kind of psyop. Maybe this will be the Kraken. Maybe it'll be a tsunami, some kind of a wave, maybe some kind of a EMP burst. But something's going to happen in Seattle, and they had to make some room to stage the event. That's my take on it right now. Let's see, I got a message here from Benton. Did you see DMZ? It's about a new civil war. I started watching it, and it's definitely, if you, like Restless Bear was asking, talking about the future. If you want to know what the future is, watch DMZ. Or at least that's what they want it to be. I think it's always a question of how much they can get reality to match their fantasy. Something else, I've been saying that if aliens do arrive, it wouldn't be unifying, despite what Ronald Reagan had said. If a bunch of aliens arrived, it's going to be partisan. The left will join the aliens because these are the technological saviors. It's their angels. The right will see them as demons. And they'll say, it'll be a schism. Just like COVID, you would think, okay, imagine instead of a virus, if they were aliens. You think we would have united? No, you could see how split we were. That didn't unite us. But anyway, the idea of world unifying aliens, no way. So Mr. Most Woke had a comment on this point. He said, when Europeans, white aliens, arose in the New World, it did not unite the Indians. The various tribes aligned with the new white aliens to help them defeat their enemies. So, yeah, I don't think that there would be anything unifying about it. Is anything even unifying? All right, everyone, this has been great. I think I have a couple more things that I should probably bring up. We're talking about death fakers, and I mentioned Princess Diana. Well, it turns out, and by the way, Princess Diana, goddess name, crashed into what, the 13th pole or pillar under the bridge? Obviously a psyop. Her photographer, though, said that she had plastic dummy hair. So that hair you saw on her head, yeah, it's just stick-on. It's not even real. And what's more, I don't think she's dead. I don't think the QAnoners are right about it, though. She's not going to come back as Princess Di. Princess Di never left. In fact, she just took off the plastic dummy hair wig and married Elton John. Look at David Furnish. And note the nose. It's very distinct. David Furnish, a.k.a. Princess Diana. Candle in the wind. Death faker. Lean Dion says Bezos and the Kraken on the Inside Job. I have that clip where on Inside Job, a Netflix series, again, Netflix is essentially it's like a scrying mirror. So if you want to know what's going on in the future, well, in Netflix, a Kraken actually swallows up Jeff Bezos, who's on his mega yacht. The symbol of the mega yacht, that's the Titanic. That's the West. That's the Tower of Babel. The Kraken taking it down, super symbolic. Again, Bezos, richest man in the world, pokes his head into space. All right, there are so many other things I want to talk about here. Like, for example, I was looking into a horrible TV show, Big Bang Theory. I used to watch it on my lunch breaks when I worked at a Walmart. Everybody loved it. But there was an episode where Howard's in space, and I remember watching this show here and there. It's cringe entertainment, so it's not that bad. But anyway, there's this article here about how Big Bang Theory were able to fake being in the ISS. And it's kind of funny when you think about it, because it's talking about all the technologies that you would need, all the different props and the setup you would need to make it happen and to make it look real. And it's basically what they really do. It's not too bad. I mean, this description, I think we're looking at some real backstage stuff and they don't even know. So it says, with only 20 feet or 6 meters of space station to work with, they had visual effects supervisors, cinematographers, and they set up the unique camera angles to create more space than there actually was. Anyway, it goes on to the different ways that they're able to maneuver the camera and create this illusion. And they had to run it by some of these astronauts. Mike Massimo was very impressed. They had to make it authentic for this episode. But it's just kind of funny how they kind of blindly stumble into the truth sometimes. Like, the word is fakeable. The word is fakeable. I've introduced this into the auto hoaxer lexicon. You have to ask yourself, or ask ask somebody who believes what they see on TV. Is it at least fakeable? If they're not willing to at least meet you halfway and say it's fakeable, then they're claiming ignorance about the technologies available in media wizardry today. Let me play a clip here. This is Laura Logan talking about President Zelensky's connection to the occult and how he was selected, not elected.
Job as a journalist is to try to understand what is the truth here. I don't like being lied to. And we're being lied to on an epic scale. When we're told your only choice is you have to be 100% with Zelensky, who's a puppet, who you can find on the internet in black stilettos and leather pants, you know, with shirtless, doing a spoof Dancing with the Stars kind of entertainment video. That's a mock of a Ukrainian group that does this kind of satanic occult type of music video. And I mean, Zelensky was selected, like so many of us.
So there you have it. This is the main part. She's talking about how he was selected, not elected, directly lifted from David Icke. I mean, this is an interesting point.
Zelensky was selected, like so many of our leaders. And honestly, with big tech and with election fraud these days, we don't know how many leaders all around the world have been selected for us and weren't actually voted in. But what we do know is that there are increasing problems with technology and the digitized.
Okay, there you have it. Laura Logan. Nice little rant there. Making the rounds. All right, let's see. Yeah, I'll be checking Discord. And look, if you want to join the Discord, go to infiniteplane.radio. $2 a month. If you don't pay, you're not going to get kicked out. There's almost 500 people there. And it's a fire hose of basically Metascript deconstruction. Metascript breakdown, real-time propaganda analysis. So we're not falling for their spells. We're not taking sides. It's one of the most, I would say, one of the top skeptics think tanks out there. So, I highly recommend you join. Again, it's only a couple dollars a month, and the memes are free. All right, this has been great. Let me go ahead and, again, say thanks to everyone who helped to make this happen. Oh, one more thing. How many times have I correlated the falling of the space station and the dissolution of the agreement above with the burning or the falling of the Tower of Babel? How Genesis 11:9 about the scattering of the tower, about 119, the number being used with stuff falling from the sky. Well, in Russia, they burn a mock Tower of Babel. I just want to put this on the screen really quick. And also, look at that Tower of Babel and then compare it to the Helix building, the Amazon headquarters. Again, the symbol here. This is all the same symbol. The Tower of Babel, the Titanic, the way that they represent this, the West itself, but it's basically symbolic of the Tower of Babel. And so you have this burning, probably not a coincidence. Anyway, this has been great. Appreciate the calls and all the commenters. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to make up for lost time this week, so we'll be at live all weekend. I'm working on a series of 10-minute short vids. I think you'll like it. The series is called Metascript Decodes. Anyway, this is The Auto Hoaxer Revolution by MVP. See you all tomorrow.
They call themselves the Infinite Plane Society. Sometimes there's a lot of penguin usage, right?
They actually know how to do spiritual warfare online. They're good at it. They're trained in it.
IPS is just sharing the truth.
Yeah, respect to the Infinite Plane Society.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto Hoaxer.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto Hoaxer. Auto Hoaxer.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
We've taken over auto hoax. The term auto hoaxer was meant to attack people who jump to conclusions too fast. Until we realized that no, actually, we were right to do it this way.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto hoaxing really has to do with a very tight grasp on the facts of reality. Auto hoaxing is based on logic, and automatically believing what you see from your media sources is actually the opposite of logic.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto Hoaxer. Auto Hoaxer.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto Hoaxer. Auto Hoaxer.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Legitimate auto hoaxing is the only legitimate threat to the mainstream stranglehold over mass perception. The auto hoax meme, the auto hoax concept needs to be mainstreamed, and I think more than ever people will understand it when it's explained properly.
I'm on auto hoax and it feels so good. You just auto believe everything like I knew that you would. In my dream, you know I ain't got time, baby, for another crisis actor with soulless eyes.
My buddy and me.
Telecommunications Act of 1996.
96, y'all.
Gonna filter your eyes and scrub your mind. The weatherman, he's just another bad joke. You can be a dumb little donkey like Eeyore. I'ma be an auto hoax. Auto hoax, and it feels so good. You just auto believe everything like I knew that you would. Like I knew that you would. In my dream, you know I ain't got time. Ain't got time, baby, for another crisis actor with soulless eyes. No heart, ain't got no soul. Weather, books, TV, bones, books, secrets, symbols, numbers, planets, etc. Nobody, 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 no heart. Nobody, nobody, soul.
listening to Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms, Auto Hoax. Really the soundtrack for the post-brainwashed life that you enjoy once you've stripped away the mainstream media filters and all of its psychodramas from your frame of reference. That's why the song is so peaceful. The news wants you to think that conspiracy theorists are histrionics, like Alex Jones. Just spazzes, freaking out, run for the hills, Bubba effect. But no, if you really know what's going on, you're exceptionally calm. All right, let me see who's joining us here. It's early. It's probably been just a little over 12 hours since our last live stream. We're joined here by Tech Inc., Thirst for Truth, Rocco Calzone, Matt89, P Trippa 103, Frank Mir, OG Fepe, Cub Star, Delightfully Not says, "Are we live? Please, Lord." Yes, praise Nipsey, we are live. All right, let's go. Thirst for Truth says, "Actors stick together." Hicks Stein 99. Yeah, I actually thought there was some sort of a familial resemblance there between Alex Stein and InfoWars' Alex Jones / Bill Hicks. And it's because they're both comedians. They're part of the same little part of the country there. They're in Austin or something. They have a lot in common. And Alex Stein is a comedian who became a truther in like 2016. So he's a comedian first. And I think he's legitimate. I mean, he is, but although he seems to have dropped the whole flat Earth topic, I don't know if the guy was ever flat Earth. But since you brought him up, he was actually on InfoWars. So Texas rapper whose video went #1 in the world joins Alex Jones to tell the rest of the story. So he was on Alex Jones today. He's going to be on tomorrow, Sunday, actually. I think it was yesterday he was on. He's going to be on Sunday in studio. And look, I made this prediction. When he did that first video about wanting to be vaxxed in his thong, this is the guy who raps at the city council, and I say rap in quotes. I don't believe the guy is a rapper. I mean, I shouldn't judge. I mean, okay, rap. I mean, he's not a great rapper, I'll say that. Who am I to judge? The internet thinks he's great. So, rapper Alex Stein / comedian / truther has been on Alex Jones because of this. But when he first went viral for this, it was a rap about getting vaxxed in his thong. And getting vaxxed all night long. Just the rhymes were really kind of basic, but whatever. It got the attention because the people who were pro-vax thought he was on their side, and they love cringe. There's nothing the pro-vaxxers love more than pro-cringe vax anything really, but rap. They had that one song, Dr. Fauci, Send Me a Vax. Horrible stuff. That stuff will kill you before COVID. I mean, let me play that clip really quick here. Dr. Fauci cringe song. That's probably all I need to type. So anyway, they thought that Alex Stein was on their side, and so it kind of inadvertently went mega viral. And when that came out, I said, this is going to end up on Tucker Carlson. That was a prediction I made, and I think it's going to come true. Anyway, this is Dr. Fauci song. This is even cringier than Stein's rapping. And again, I appreciate the arts, rap, music, whatever. And I think it's a fair criticism. I think it's intended. I think it's actually cringe-ertainment. It's not an offensive thing to say, hey, this is some really cringe stuff, especially today. I was actually thinking about, what was it? There was this Corey Feldman performance thing he did that I watched just out of sheer cringe-ertainment value. It is a thing. All right, while this Dr. Fauci song plays, I'm going to go ahead and make sure I got all my notifications sent. A lot of you should have got text message notifications. I'm expecting a swarm to show up any second now. And also those of you who've been on our newsletter, you're also getting the notifications. OJ Fepe says, cringe is so hot right now. Well, here you go. Hotness.
Dr. Fauci, give us vaccines. Help all the people who have been quarantined. We'll wear our masks and we'll have to stay distant. We'll wash our hands and we'll be more resistant. Fauci, yes? Promise us, please. We'll have a cure that can fight off this disease. Restrictions will lift with some ease. Dr. Fauci, don't forget me.
Fire. And listen how they're all clapping.
Thank you.
So, so they heard Texas rapper Alex Stein 99, and they went crazy and they shared the crap out of it. Well, it turns out he's actually not on their side. He was being sarcastic, but they can't tell sarcasm. The AI, the sensors, the snowflakes, they don't know if you're being sarcastic. That's why they hate memes. They can't tell if you're laughing at them or with them. So anyway, he went out and he did another rap. This second one he did, let me go ahead and bring up what he did if you haven't seen this yet. Alex Stein makes TMZ for a city council rap about putting a bullet in Putin's head. So he did another rap, this time pretending to be pro-Ukraine, because the pro-vax thing just became pro-Ukraine. You know, I was saying how these things just, they swap out these psyops so easily. It's just like a radical Islam cured by COVID. Now COVID cured by Putin. So what's going to cure Putin? Not sure yet. But anyway, rapper tells his story on Alex Jones. Let me go ahead and play a clip here. I'm sorry, I just can't believe he gets the title viral rapper. I mean, I guess he's more legitimate than some other rappers.
Humanity has awoken to the fact that iodine is key in our bodies to our immune systems and more. And we have the best.
Okay, I called that too. I said that Bill Hicks is going to be selling iodine because of the whole nuke thing. Every time there's a nuke scare, they start selling iodine because supposedly it will protect you from the radioactive fallout. Okay, so this is from banned video. I'm not going to play very much of it. In fact, I'm not going to play any of it. I'm just going to give you a link here. But basically, Alex Stein of Conspiracy Castle joins Alex Jones to break down how he uses entertainment to expose the globalist-controlled demolition of America. And, you know, it's really hard to deny that this is an effective way to reach the masses. You know, the people, this is the TikTok is how you reach people. And he cracked the matrix.
You know the flow, and I am a pimp, cause I am on the blim. Eating lots of steak and shrimp. One more time, I 99. And you know I grind and shine. Gas price is way too high. Vladimir Putin needs to die. Gas price is way too high. Vladimir needs to die.
And then he starts taking his clothes off, and they have to sit there deadpanning it. These city council members, they can't laugh, they can't give in. So it's basically performance art in front of a captive audience, and I'm not really opposed to this. It's better than other performance art of the day, you know, like Abramovich with smearing things on the walls. That this to me is art. So I can tweet this. I'll share this. But all right, let's see. God was bored says someday the bots will figure out sarcasm, and we're probably helping them to do it right now. Yeah, I know. And I read somewhere, and I didn't get into this yesterday, but I think there was something about the smiley face emoji or laughing emoji being banned because it's being used for hate. So it's being used ironically. Is the laughing emoji being canceled? The most popular yet most hated face emoji on the keyboard. So apparently the crying emoji is, I'm not sure if it's a hate speech or whatever, but it says, sorry, this laughing emoji isn't cool anymore. People ask, is it uncool to use the laughing emoji? Now, I don't know if it's why it's being canceled, but I think it's because it's suggested that it's been turned into an emoji of hate, like it's a mocking laugh. So yeah, they're going to figure it out. Salty Siren says jazz hands, referring to Alex Stein. Jared says Jones has been pushing his iodine for years. Well, it started after Fukushima, the other 311. You had 311, 2011, you had the Fukushima meltdown thing, and Alex Jones is hyping up this idea that we need to just stock up on iodine. So it's like, okay, last week it was ivermectin. This week it's iodine. I see. Delightfully Not says iodine removes metals from the body. Right, but I don't believe in nukes. Does it remove CGI? Does it remove pixels? See, Pete Shea has just joined us in the Discord. He says, I'm listening to Tim from yesterday and leaving a comment. I might post here as well. Yeah, somebody tell Pete Shea we're live. Restless Bear says his execution needs to be much more polished. Yo, you know what though? Let's go back to Alex Stein for just a moment. When he did his first video, he had some music to accompany his rapping, but it glitched. So he had to do it freestyle, and it worked. And I remember thinking, okay, this is actually a blessing in disguise, because now what he's done is he's given anybody the ability to remix it. Whereas if he had chosen something, it would have limited the thing. Plus, you'd have to deal with copyrights. So no, I think it was smart to go a cappella. Acapella freebasing. I'm sorry, freestyling? I'm new to this. Maskless Face 08 says Stein needs to work on his cardio. That's a fair criticism there. Because he's going for 3 minutes straight, and there's no pause. It's been commented on. I mean, I think he's getting some level of respect. But now calling for the capping of Putin. Now, that could be taken as a parody or as a joke, but if I were him, I wouldn't go to Russia. God was bored. Oh, great point. It's a Poe. Yeah, I was accused of being a Poe for a long time, and I was like, what the hell is a Poe? A Poe is a parody of extremism, and it's Poe's law. It's an adage of internet culture, and this is from God was bored in the comment section here. It's an adage of internet culture stating that without a clear indicator of the author's intent, every parody of extreme views can be mistaken for a sincere expression of the views parodied. So, just like with the Dr. Fauci "Give Me a Vax" cringe song, that was assumed to be authentic because of where he was. So they assume he's on our side, and it was the same with this guy. And parody of extremism is it's so close. It's like, no, I mean, like another good example, there was that environmentalist who went out to AOC and said, we have to eat the babies. Do you remember that one? And she said, there's not enough time to go back. Here we go. Climate control activist confronts Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez during a town hall in Queens. And so she comes out talking about, we're running out of air. There's too many people. And there's not enough time to just eliminate us. So, I mean, this is before COVID. This is before they brought out Bill Gates again. And she's just suggesting that we need to start literally eating the babies. And the thing is, nobody in the room stopped her. Here she is talking to AOC. We need to eat the babies. And she's taken seriously. And the meaning of this, of course, is that this was a parody. Because later, it was discovered she was basically doing an Alex Stein. She's trolling.
Be here for much long because of the climate crisis. We only have a few months left. I love that you
She was doing Greta before Greta.
support the Green Deal, but it's not getting rid of fossil fuel. It's not going to solve the problem fast enough. A Swedish professor saying, we can eat dead people, but that's not fast enough. So I think your next campaign slogan has to be this: we got to start eating babies. We don't have enough time. There's too much CO2.
She suggests that as a campaign slogan. We got to start eating the babies. And AOC is back there, nodding her head. Eat the babies. That's very green. Recycle. Sustainable. Like she's considering it because this is, again, as God was bored, suggests this is Poe's law. And she just has to assume this is a sincere expression of our views.
To be this, we got to start eating babies. We don't have enough time. There's too much CO2. All of you're a pollutant. Too much CO2. We have to start now, please. You are so great. I'm so happy.
Look, nobody in the audience here has objected to her central premise of eating babies. I don't see anybody at all. No jaws are dropping. Most of them are just nodding in agreement. And this is, again, what happens when you're dealing with people who are having a very extreme view and somebody on their fringe kind of goes a little overboard and they don't know. They have no way of knowing for sure. Again, this is Poe's law. All right, let us continue. Thirst for Truth says, I'm pro cringe. I've had years of experience listening to the Mandela effect. Oh, yeah, the Ed McMahon effect, the Mandela effect, the Lie-Della effect. What are we going to call it? The misinformation effect, joined by JT33, Salty Siren, Travis Feep, Joe Ross, Sleepy Random. Sleepy Random says they want to cancel laughter. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is again, this is about controlling the flow of information, and they figured out what we've been already using for years here, is that you can pack truth in a meme. You can have memes and music, and comedy just happens to be a great vector, for ideas. And this is why comedians are always, I think, gatekeepers. The high-level comedians, I think, are very, very corralled. They're basically there like a limited hangout operation to put ideas out there that are just beyond the bounds of acceptable discourse, but not so far that they can't retain control over it. A case in point would be Dave Chappelle. There's a conspiracy theory that the guy was funny. I guess he's a comedian. Dave Chappelle does these comedy skits where all he does is he reinforces CNN psychological operations such as school shootings. You have all these fake school shootings to prop up the idea that we should all be afraid of white kids with AR-15s and bowl cuts. And he goes out on stage and he says, one good thing about COVID is there's no bowl cut shooters running around, shooting people. And I'm like, that joke only makes sense and it's only funny if you're thoroughly brainwashed. But if you're not, the premise is just something you just reject on the face of it. So, and a lot of them have ceased to be funny and they've just become total sellouts, government jesters. And this is true for all of the late night comedians as well. The Jimmy Fallon, Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon, these guys are all very much there to reinforce the psyop of the day, politics of the day. Same with Colbert. They're so political. All right, let's see. Commenter says, is Russell Brand genuine? The guy with the 33 tattooed on his hand, doesn't he have that? Russell Brand is being described by the media as the Mad Hatter of conspiracies. He's gone over the edge. I would say that he's another one of these comedian limited hangout operatives who's been hired by the intel agencies to basically help gatekeep the sheep who are attracted to extreme or shocking ideas, or people who are just noticing irony. And this is, it's all, I think, part of a bigger pattern. Look how many comedians you can point at who have become not just like gatekeepers on conspiracy culture, but also examples for the media to point to as reasons why we need to censor the internet. Joe Rogan's a good example of this as well. And of course, Alex Jones, who made $165 million in Sex Scoop in the last 3 years and was still begging us for money to pay for his lawsuits after he backtracked on the whole Sandy Hooker story. Pete Shea says, great to catch Tim live. We let him back into the Discord server. I thought of Pete Shea because there was an article about how they're going to be resurrecting the dodo bird using some kind of genetics. Sounds all fake, genetic engineering, combining it with something else. I think they're going to combine it with a pigeon. The extinct flightless bird, the dodo, is going to be brought back. It's going to be revived. Here we go. They've scanned its DNA for the first time. The dodo genome is sequenced, raising hopes it can be brought back from extinction. And this is just a couple days ago. So I'm reading this, and I'm thinking about Pete Shea, who has really spent a lot of time researching this strange bird, and he shows up in my Discord server kind of on the random. I got to be careful about who I think about, because I swear I summon people. It really is like that at times. It seems like if I focus on someone, I think about someone, something's gonna. It's like a. Well, I don't know. It's sometimes I almost feel like I'm neuralinked. Like I sense my notifications before I get them. OJ Fepe says baby back ribs. Oh, a reference to the environmentalist. Yeah, this is also kind of a contradiction too. We're getting back to the environmentalist who wants to eat the babies, because they're also trying to get us off of meat. So it's like, this is a question I have. Can they justify eating human meat? Going green. And I think we're going into this area anyway. Soylent Green took place in 2022. And I think Disney right now is, they got off the pedo stuff, which is great. They're no longer trying to push that agenda as hard. And I think they've kind of veered into cannibalism, though. Critics pan Disney's disgusting new cannibal movie, Fresh. Sundance. Disney focuses its searchlight on horror, cannibalism, eating people. It's not parody or satire. Disney confusing people with new horror movie, Fresh. So it's a cannibal drama on Hulu that's out. I don't think I'm going to watch it, but I'm going to have to watch it now that I think about it. Because last year we were saying, what's 2022 going to bring? Well, Soylent Green. And yeah, it's quite literally happening, and Disney leads the way with everything. These are the people who shape our world. So yes, Disney-owned studio releasing cannibal horror movies. Cannibal fetish actor to appear in Disney film after being accused of raping and abusing multiple women. Consensualcannibalism.com. I'm going into a side of the web I don't want to go into. Okay, so anyway, let's move on. Jai Christopher says, "Get in my belly." Dave Hoaxum says, "She must be on all the normie meds." Well, no, the thing is, okay, so anyway, let me just play the rest of this clip because I think it's great. It's great to point out that nobody questioned her. Kind of like nobody questioned Jussie Smollett, who's out of jail now. He's like, yeah, I just got lynched by some MAGAs. They don't bleach on me. They called me the N-word. They lynched me and I'm dead. And CNN is like, oh crap, Jussie Smollett got lynched. And they organized their mobs to go march. They're going to make some big grand statement. And then they find out it was a hoax. Then he goes to jail because it's actually a hate crime to falsify a hoax, falsify police reports, and scapegoat. And, it was basically a hate crime or something, a hate hoax. But then they let him out again. I mean, the whole thing is just so crazy. But anyway, let me play this. I'm just pointing out that nobody questioned Jussie Smollett because they liked what he was saying until they found out it was a hoax. Nobody is stopping this lady from talking about eating babies because they love it. And they didn't know it was a parody, a Poe.
We don't have enough time. There's too much CO2. All of you, you're a pollutant. Too much CO2. We have to start now, please. You are so great. I'm so happy that you really support a nuclear deal, but it's not enough. Even if we would bomb Russia, we still have too many people, too much pollution. So we have
She said even if we bomb Russia, we still have too many people. Interesting. Celestial Wonder says, is it me or has the world gone full psycho? Andrew Munchkin says, please thumbs up the stream to show Tim you appreciate. Yeah, you know what, that actually does help the Al Gore rhythm. Didn't Al Gore claim he invented the internet? All right, I was thinking of Al Gorleani because here we are looking at one of his brainwashees, the cult of Al Gore. And Al Gore is no longer palatable. He's not all that telegenic. So they've replaced him with Greta, who might actually be an animatronic avatar of Al Gore himself. Anyway, they finally take the mic after 2 minutes of ranting, but look how close she gets. So AOC is like, okay, you're speaking my language. Come up here. So now here she is 3 feet away from AOC, and she's just like, okay.
With the urgency that it does present. Luckily, we have more than a few months. We do need to hit net zero in several years.
She says, luckily, we do have a few months, and we're going to hit net zero in a few years. Meanwhile, the Poe is back there whining about how we don't have time. They don't know it's a joke. And she never actually came out and said this was all a joke. But she turned up on some other video unrelated. She was at some Trump rally or something. And someone asked her about it, and all she did was she burst out laughing, and she didn't have the same accent. She hardly even acknowledged it. So it's just kind of a low-key stunt. Maskless Face says, is that Greta Thunberg? This is pre-Greta. All right, John Snyder, I don't know if we can have that kind of comment here. Look, this is all insanity, if you ask me. Maskless Bearface says, man, bear, pig. Yeah, the man, bear, pig, Al Gore. And look, global warming's been around for 33 years. And if you've noticed anything about their patterns, they tend to they do things on a calendar. And they use their occult numerology. They time everything. So if there's going to be anything to global warming, it's going to happen. Probably this year. Well, probably before this summer. All right, let's continue here. I wanted to get back into this topic really quick. So if you're looking at the screen, you're looking at Pete Davidson, who's not going to space on the 23rd, as we had expected. For some reason, he canceled it. And here's a picture where you can see all of his tattoos. We had done a kind of a cursory analysis of it, but there were so many. He's got 70 plus tattoos, and now he's got a brand, a brand of Kim Kardashian, her name. And why are we talking about this guy? You'll see. Because I think this is part of a psyop. He might even be, I'm suspecting here, a sacrifice of some kind. It's worth pointing out that his father died on 9/11. So I want to bring your attention to an article by vigilantcitizen.com, and I'm going to put a link in the chat if you want to take a look. Okay, Illuminati Mad, the dark meaning of Kanye West's video Easy. In his video Easy, Kanye West says Illuminati mad while he kidnaps and buries Pete Davidson. What is the meaning of this? So what you're looking at is a video, or a few screen caps from the video, where Kanye West has Pete Davidson's head on the ground and covered in roses, which he's clipping and collecting. And he puts them into a truck. So this part gets kind of interesting. And I'm suggesting here that this is a psyop from start to finish, and it's worth noting the connection with the Kardashians and the O.J. Simpson drama. Okay, so if you've seen the video, it features a bloody red-skinned monkey and burning churches, all kinds of things that you saw at the Dawn Day 2 event. But the one I want to focus on here is this. Kanye West holds a severed head. Then you bring in this weird Pete Davidson drama. So he's got Pete Davidson's head, well, actually Pete Davidson's buried up to his head after he's been kidnapped by Kanye in this video. So what does this mean? Well, this is after the weird Halloween season where Kanye was walking around wearing that mask that looked reminiscent of the Halloween Kills mask. He walked around with what Vigilant Citizen describes as punishment haircuts. I don't know if you recall those, but Kanye would show up at places like, I think he went to a McDonald's, and it looked like his hair had been partially cut and they didn't finish it, or he'd been, I don't know, hazed. But he comes out in a mask with what appears to be some kind of a punishment haircut, which I didn't know that was a thing until I watched Ozark, where this family that has control over the opium trade in the area, they kidnap this kid and they give him this really bad haircut as a warning to his parents that they could have done a lot more. So here you have Kanye with what appears to be a punishment haircut, I guess, but my point being, around that time, it looked like he was going through some kind of a breakdown, or it looked like he was in some way about to snap. So this is before the drama with this guy, Pete Davidson, moving in on Kim Kardashian. And this whole thing is kind of I would say it's escalated a bit since they've been exchanging tweets or messages back and forth. And in these back and forth messages, it's kind of been, I guess you could extrapolate from it that maybe Kanye looks like he's about to go a little OJ here. And again, you have this video coming out where he has Pete Davidson buried up to his neck. So if you don't know who Pete Davidson is, he's a strange guy. He's on Saturday Night Live. I listened to one of his comedy skits, or he was on a podcast where he was talking about, in the same breath, he made these really bizarre, sick Pizzagate level comments regarding his father, and then talked about how his father died on 9/11. So you have a second generation crisis actor here. Okay, what's more, he dated Ariana Grande, ex-Disney child star turned industry pawn. Okay, so that's an interesting connection there. She was in Don't Look Up. It's the most recent appearance I've seen of her in a movie where she says something. I think she's also done this in real life. Ariana Grande. She's done songs for NASA. So she's just another one of these characters involved in the world stage. the fact that he's having these high-profile relationships is very interesting to me in itself, because I think he's kind of being put in front of us where we can't help but see him. So this breakdown of the relationship between he and Kanye is very public. So now here's where I'm pointing out in the video, Kanye goes back to where Davidson is buried up to his neck. And now you can see that Davidson is dead. So apparently he's buried alive or something and his head's left out of the ground. But he comes back and he picks the flowers and he puts them in the back of a truck. Nothing weird about that. But now here's where it gets kind of predictive programming level interesting to me. On Valentine's Day, Kanye West sent a black truck to Kim Kardashian's house. The truck on the side says, "My vision is crystal clear." And the bed of the pickup truck is full of roses. So again, this is right out of the video. Roses picked from the grave of Pete Davidson, sending it to her on Valentine's Day. So I'm looking at this as, okay, are we seeing some kind of predictive programming? Are we seeing some kind of setup for another OJ level psyop, some drama? Is he going to go Charlie Manson on the situation? So I'm wondering, well, where's Pete Davidson in all this right now? What is Pete Davidson doing? He was supposed to go to space. So I'm doing my research and I come across this. And this was just a couple of days ago. Turns out Pete Davidson is working on a movie. And it's a horror movie. And so he dies in the movie. So the only picture that I can find of Pete Davidson, right now, what he's doing right now is he's covered in blood. And I'll pull up that picture, but I just think it's fascinating the timing of all this stuff. The movie's called The House. So he's working on a film called The House, and in the film, apparently he gets sliced to death, stabbed to death, hacked or whatever. And again, I think this does have a pretty strong tie-in to this thread, this storyline of Kanye publicly having this OJ-like meltdown. And I suggested that this is, again, something we might expect based on the Kardashians' proximity to the OJ psychological operation. And I'd said this before, probably about a couple weeks ago, when I first started looking at the story, not knowing that this has been discussed in a few places. A number of people have said they're worried that he's going into OJ territory. So here's a picture of Pete Davidson covered in blood in front of a brick wall, very Masony. Again, this is a picture from just the other day, some kind of movie. So this idea that he's a human sacrifice to be possible, maybe some kind of, I'm thinking it has to do with this bigger story of the West, the decadent West, its worship of celebrities, and I think what we're supposed to be taking out of this is some kind of a lesson about maybe how much influence we give to superficial people or something, but the celebrity worship is going to have a bad ending. That's kind of what I'm predicting here. And I think they'll do it in a very spectacular way. And what could be better than Kanye West's world burning? Having him literally just tear everything down, which is what it looks like, especially now that they're moving into formal custody arrangements. And it's looking ugly. The Vigilant Citizen article goes more into detail about it, but that's mostly just a heads up. Illuminati Mad, the dark meaning of Kanye West's video Easy. Pete Shea says Pete Davidson's father, Scott Matthew Davidson, was 33 when he died on September the 11th, 2021. See, that's why we have the Discord open 24/7. This is why we like having the chat open, because these are things that little details, puzzle pieces that require a lot of people looking in a lot of places to dig up. So I appreciate that, Pete Shea. Pete Davidson's father being 33, very, very conspicuous. Now he's 28. Okay, let's see what else. Jared Bohr says she dated him right after she was with Mac Miller, who some fans blamed for his death. Okay, now Mac Miller, you said death. I don't think he's dead. You got to look at the last picture that he ever took alive. There's a documentary about it. It's the story of Mac Miller's final photo. There's a whole documentary about it, but this picture should tell you everything. M.M. Mac Miller. You know, M.M. is a, you see M.M. 33 WWEE. In symbolism, you'll see this same thing represented in many different ways. The all-seeing eye is his final picture. So again, this is Mac Miller, and there's a whole documentary about this picture. It's called The Story of Mac Miller's Final Photo. And if you look, it's just one of these all-seeing eye photos with a cross on it. Make of that what you will, but to me this just has all the hallmarks of just being another high-profile hoax. Okay, oh yeah, Ariana Grande. Look, all the PSYOP actors, they all hang out together. PSYOP Entertainment Complex is the phrase that I've started using. You know, you have military industrial complex. No, it's PSYOP Entertainment Complex. Victoria says, really, I just don't keep up with these people. You know, I don't either, but what I mean, I keep up with the stories, but I don't have enough time to follow every one of these. That's why we have to rely on a think tank. All right, let's see. Pete Shea says, does Scott Davidson remind anyone else of actor Vince Vaughn? Show me some pictures, post them in Discord. We'll take a look. All right, let's go ahead and continue. We are going through my notes on the dark meaning of Kanye West's video Easy. A couple of other things. So he's hanging out with Marilyn Manson. And we talked about this yesterday. Look, the story about Marilyn Manson right now is a hoax, and I can prove it. We made the case yesterday pretty well, I would say. There's a video that would actually make the case for me, but it's called Overneath the Path of Misery. And you got to see this clip, because this is key here. So the video that is being canceled, or there's some kind of a petition to have it pulled, is called Heart-Shaped Glasses. The video is based on Lolita, a Kubrick film. Now, that video is the subject of a controversy because the star of the video, Evan Wood, also Dolores in Westworld, is claiming that she was raped during the filming of the video. Well, 3 years after that video was filmed, Marilyn Manson releases Overneath the Path of Misery. And in this video, there's a chorus where he says, Persephone, the rape of Persephone, Persephone. And he repeats this. And then he says the rape of Persephone was a marketing scheme. So I thought, okay, that's really interesting because it seems like on the world stage, this Evan Wood is something of a Persephone. She's a Virgo personified, and she's played this role in many. Lolita as an example, or the movie 13, or the movie Running with Scissors. All these movies where she's a 13-year-old who's being abused. That's not a coincidence. This is about a virgin, Virgo, sacrifice. And that's what happens at the altar. That's what happens in this video, Heart-Shaped Glasses. Oh, that's what she's alleging really happened, but that's the story. Now, in the video, Overneath the Path of Misery, it actually references that very scene. And this video came out 3 years later. So 3 years after that alleged rape, he puts it in another video and calls it Rape Persephone. And then you can see it's a clip. It's only a few clips from that video. And then he specifically uses the phrase, it was all just a marketing scheme, which looks very consistent with the bigger story here. So again, this is this to me is a dead giveaway. Or look, it's one of two things. It's either what I'm suggesting, that this is a psyop top to bottom, or B, marketing scheme. So it's either that or this video is evidence of a crime and he's just gloating about it or something. There's no way you would reference it in a second video and not have this also brought up in the same conversations. So I'm suggesting that no, we're looking at a top to bottom, and there's even more. There's a lot more with this particular world stage actor and the bigger story. In fact, one of his videos It was Coma White, where he plays the role of JFK being assassinated. Its release was delayed because it was timed too close to the death of JFK Jr. Well, the video, strangely enough, is about this QAnon story, which is new. But the video is from 1999. But it's about the idea that JFK was the second coming of Christ. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. Art of Thinking Out Loud, Live Common Sense Analytics has joined us. The Missing says also connected to Hades, which is Pluto. Yeah, let's talk about that for just a moment here. So Persephone's kidnapped by Hades. And what that means is when we go into the fall, Virgo goes into the underworld. So it's about the autumn equinox. That's why they found Gabby Petito on the autumn equinox. On the 22nd of September, they found her because she represents Virgo, and then she's going into the underworld, death, Hades. So, again, this is to me, this is all very much pertinent to her story, being called Persephone here, and this would cast him in the role of what? Hades. So there he is at the Dawn Day 2 event, Marilyn Manson hanging out with Kanye on the day of Pluto returns. And again, Pluto is Hades. Very intricately connected if you look at just the stories here, like the actual the key points they bring out. And the Hades Pluto connection is even further deepened when you look at the Dawn Day 2 album was produced by Future, who goes by Pluto. Going through your comments. Oh, one more thing, Hades releases the Kraken. Keep that in mind. And all this talk about the crack pipes Biden's releasing, and now Hunter Biden's crack pipes back in the news, and all this talk about crack corresponding with the Kraken talk, and then all of a sudden we have this, Pluto returns, and it's just, to me, I'm like, okay, I think this is a sign. It's a sign, well, kind of like the Great Reset was coordinated with the Saturn-Jupiter conjunction. Pete Shea says 343 firefighters died on 9/11. 343 equals 7 times 7 times 7. Well, that's interesting. My Third Eye says, I read the lyrics to Dope Show, and it sounds like a message to fellow entertainers about being part of the Dupe Show. The Dupe Show. Very interesting. Well, I get the idea that some of these high-level entertainers are they're deep enough in that they have information, that they know what is fake. In terms, like, for example, Marilyn Manson's connection with the Columbine shootings. Like, I'm pretty sure we're looking at insiders because he's instrumental in building up the myth of the bowl cut shooter. Like the trench coat mafia thing was like the start of that. All right. Now, one more thing here. And this is again, I think this is all part of how we can discern that we're looking at a script. So the idea of Persephone going into the underworld. Well, Persephone is the personification of Virgo. So let me bring this up really quick. So in other words, when we enter the fall is when she goes under. In the sky, the constellation Virgo personifies Persephone. Well, the first thing that Marilyn Manson, according to Evan Wood, the first thing that he said to her in the documentary, he walks up to her, she's on a balcony, and he says, "Don't fall." So I hear this and I'm like, wait, she remembers the first thing that he said to her, "Don't fall." And then he kidnaps her as Hades and takes her to this other world. And just like in Westworld, where she was imprisoned by the Man in Black, in real life she's in Marilyn Manson's world, and then you have the ambigram WWMM. It's the same narrative. We went into this at length yesterday, and we'll get back into it as well. There's a lot developing around this story, but yeah, this Dawn Day 2 event on the 22nd has been really the focus of a lot of our conversations for the last month because of the characters it involves, but also because of the symbolism and the timing. Van Gogh says, on the Dawn Day album, the song featuring Marilyn Manson is called Jail, and the chorus goes, "Guess who's going to jail tonight?" Interesting lyrics too, like violence in the night. Right. See, what I'm thinking too is this Phoenix Rising documentary coming out right now is highly significant because it brings back the Charles Manson thing. You had Charles Manson, Helter Skelter. You had Charlie's Angels doing the killings. You find out about all the brainwashed victims of Charles Manson. Well, now that's happening right now with Marilyn Manson. And here he is publicly associating with Kanye West, who's about to go OJ. I'm like, maybe this isn't the type of person you want to be around right now. It looks like a setup. It looks like we're looking at an evolving story. Let me bring up one more thing. At that Dawn Day 2 event, Elon Musk showed up, and he's wearing a shirt that says crypto. A couple of things about this. He's one of the richest men on earth, according to the stories. If you believe all the news and everything. So that's one point I want to bring up. You got one of the richest individuals on earth showing up at this event, which is timed with the Pluto return. So I'm looking at this event as more or less having everything to do with Pluto. It's not about Kanye. It's not about these celebrities. It's about this bigger celestial event. And so he shows up with a shirt that says crypto, and I'm thinking this is fascinating because Pluto's the god of wealth because of the mineral wealth of the earth beneath the ground. So the god of the underworld is wealthy, and the color associated with him is purple. He carries a two-pronged spear, a bident. But anyway, richest man in the world hanging out here wearing a shirt that says crypto got me thinking about the word crypto and crypt, which has everything to do with the underworld, or rather something that is hidden. Just something to note here. Another noteworthy picture is Musk hanging out with Kanye, and Musk has an orange on his shirt, and Kanye's got an orange jacket. Just bringing this up because I'm looking at typecasting, and I get the sense that we're looking at, O.J. Simpson, the juice is loose, they say. They let him out in December. The Kardashian connection. I'm just looking at this thing, and I'm thinking, are we going to see some other Manson-esque or even OJ-like scenario unfolding? And again, this is not just conspiracy conjecture, because we now have this evolving story with Pete Davidson, and he's working on a film called The Home. Very interesting when you get into the whole Manson thing and the house where it happened. That house is on sale, by the way. The house where the Manson killings happened? Well, it's for sale for $58 million. The creator of Full House owns the Beverly Hills estate. When we're getting into this storyline and the symbolism, you should note too that house is a way of describing an astrological house, in the sign in the zodiac. And we're entering a new age, a new house. So the old house has to go. And I think there's some connection here also to Charles Manson. And the idea of Aquarius is the sign of the man. So it's the man's sun, is how it's been described to me by one expert on astrotheology. It was Micah Dank said this. He said, you're talking about man's sun. Aquarius is man's sun because it's in the sign of the man. And you can extrapolate from that also Charles Manson's Helter Skelter end of the world story. And by the way, I think he was 33 when he started recruiting his cult following. But anyway, the creator of Full House owns that house, owns the Manson, the house with the Beverly Hills estate where the Manson murders took place. Something else about this, Bob Saget, Full House, died of a head wound. Like, what's with the head injuries? All these comedians. Yeah, the comedian Joy Behar, she fell. Is she a comedian? It was funny. I mean, it's funny, not funny, but she's just talking about how she's never going to take off her mask. She's totally with the program. These people, they brag about their vax status, holier than thou, and they take these public falls. And it's like ironic, is what I should say. So is it connected that you've got Heather McDonald falls and she hits her head. Joy Behar falls and hits her head. Then you've got Bob Saget falling and hitting his head and dying. Then you have Joe Rogan, another comedian, taking something of a fall. Like, there's been a theme here. So now Pete Davidson enters the world stage, and he's caught up in this drama, working on a film called The House. Meanwhile, Kanye's going off about this murder fantasy, and he's hanging out with Marilyn Manson, today's Charles Manson. I mean, it's a nice package. It's nice, tightly wrapped up story here, if you ask me. I'll check out that song, Guess Who's Going to Jail Tonight. Very fascinating. Tominoid says, Smells Like Children is the first EP by American rock band Marilyn Manson. CGI Joe listens to it when he sniffs them. Oh man, that would be that'd be a great compilation. Smells Like Children. Yeah, that's also very Pizzagate-y. And when I saw the Dope Show album cover, I was thinking, maybe it's not Dupe Show. There's another anagram you could get out of dope. And you get into the idea of mutual blackmail, which is something that looks like Manson was a part of filming people. Who knows? Who knows? And there's just so much you can go into. But you have the intentionality behind the art of just shocking people. So just because somebody has something shocking in their music, I don't assume that's what they're into. All right, let me continue through the comments. The Missing says, Kanye saying love lockdown. He's been a part of so many psyops. Yes. Exactly. So I'm suggesting that these are puppets. They're puppets who are basically living movies in front of us. It's a script. So there's no autonomy. So what you're seeing is what you're meant to see, and I'm looking at the storyline and following its trajectory. And based on the storyline as it's been presented, yeah, I'm thinking we're about to witness some kind of a Manson-esque event. Tony Driscoll left this comment last night. He said, I just read that Marilyn Manson did a title theme for one of the Resident Evil movies. The movie's about pandemics and zombies. I found it interesting, but no coincidences that would connect him to that predictive programming. So my response is, we have Alice in Wonderland. This is a connection. Evan Wood and Marilyn Manson were working on something called some Alice in Wonderland project. And the Resident Evil movie, where Marilyn Manson did some music for them, is about the Looking Glass house. And the main character's name is Alice, and she protects it. So you do have this, and it's also this underground thing, subterranean. Quite a lot there. You also have Raccoon City, which is sort of an anagram for Corona, very close to Wuhan. Check out this headline from The Independent. How Pete Davidson became the center of everything. And they have his head poked through the rings of Saturn, which might have some implications if you look at Saturn as the Reaper. Halloween Kills. Speaking of that movie, Mike Myers, that's a Saturnian character dressed in black with a knife. The reason they bring him out on Halloween is that's the season of the harvest. The Grim Reaper, Father Time, the scythe is a tool of the harvest. It's about the cycles of life and death. So the fact that the Independent has this image of Pete Davidson with his head through the rings of Saturn means his time is up. And he's 28, going on 29 or so. It's his Saturn return. So I think his time is coming. Add to that his connection to 9/11. So here's the title of this article, How Pete Davidson Became the Center of Absolutely Everything Between Kim and Kanye, 9/11, and now Jeff Bezos. The comedian sits at the heart of a Venn diagram of American culture. Flat Fact says zodiacal houses are also called mansions. Portal says, isn't 13 prominent in the Metascript? Oh, yes. Yeah, 13 is huge. After 9/11, they took 13 years to put the new building up, opened it up on 113. 13 is the number of resurrection. It's the death in the tarot card, the card of associated with Scorpio. But in the tarot, death is about, like in the sense of Saturn, about a harvest. It's not a permanent state. It's a phase, or it's a part of on a journey. Die, rebirth, recycle, plant a new crop. All right, let me continue through the comments. The commenter says, are we going into Aquarius on the day the sky has all the planets in that one house? It's kind of debatable when we got into Aquarius. Some say 2012, some say it started 2000. I'm not too sure. But the point is, we are entering into a new age, and the new age movement is synonymous with this. And what they call it, the deep occultists, the ones who actually rule this place, the Thelemites, they call it the age of Horus, the age of Mars. It's in their books. And when you read their books, everything makes a lot more sense. They're talking about this is the age where they tear down the patriarchal crucified sun god, and he gets replaced by the androgynous child, crowned to conquer a child ruler, the child being a metaphor, I guess, for the new age isn't going to have any of the baggage of the old age. None of their programming. It's a blank slate. That's why they brought out Greta. They call it the Great Reset. The occultists call it the Great Work. It's all about the Great Reset, the Great Work. It's about starting the new age off right. And you got to get rid of the old first. That's why it's a revolution. That's why it's all about burning down the old to build back better. So when they brought out Greta, I don't think it's a coincidence that she comes out to proclaim the objectives of the Great Reset, because it is the Greta Reset. It's just a simple anagram, but they call it the Great Work, Greta Work. And the main god of the New Age is the androgynous Horus. And anytime you look at Greta, you see her making the sign of Horus, the one eye symbol, every single time. And this is since she was a child. Well, she's always been, she's a child actor now, but when she was like 3 years old, she's hanging out with her parents, and she's making the same sign. Why is that? It's pretty obvious. You look at the Green Agenda, the New Age Agenda, this one world global governance thing. You tie it into World War Zero, Great Reset, the Great Work, the New Age, the crowned and conquering child that would proclaim the New Age, denouncing the previous generations and their gods, and, of course, speaking to the whole world, the UN. I would think she fits. I contend. And, of course, this is right before Corona, the crown. So my contention has been since Greta first emerged on the world stage, is that you're actually looking at the crowned and conquering child described by Aleister Crowley. That would be the herald, or the one who would announce the objectives of the new age, the age of Horus. I mean, it could all be thousands of coincidences, but no, I don't think so. It's also not a joke or coincidence that she's got the same birthday as Kyle Rittenhouse. Same birthday. Pete Davidson was making jokes about having intercourse with... Oh, gross. Yeah, Art of Thinking Out Loud's pointing out Pete Davidson is Pizza Davidson. I've been calling him Pizzagate Davidson. Quote, jokes. I don't think they're jokes just because you add a laugh track. They say the most disgusting, inhumane things. And they put a laugh track, and we're supposed to laugh. No, there's no jokes when you're talking about victimizing innocents. And that's what they specialize in. And all these people are pizza gators. Even Jimmy Fallon has been associated with, grooming. Everything that this is just all insane. We know what these people are. Hey, check this out. The American people won't believe anything until they've seen it on TV. President Nixon said that. How true is that? All right, let me see. Let's continue. I'm going through. Oh, look at this. Pete Shea says, Tim, that Pete Davidson image you posted reminds me of Michael Jackson's Escape cover. Okay, so the Escape cover, I remember when I was looking into Saturnian symbolism, I noticed at that time that Michael Jackson makes use of all this stuff. And yeah, sure enough, the Escape album cover does have Michael Jackson poking his head through the rings of Saturn, or something very similar to that effect. X-scape. Now this is deep. X-scape. Because X is Saturn. X is a cross. It's the 24th letter, which is very significant when you get into how they use numbers, like 24 and 42 interchangeably to reference Saturn, or the X. The cross, which is an unfolded cube. Fascinating. And of course, this preceded his death hoax. So, yeah, I would say that Independent cover that I was pointing out, that headline with Pete Davidson, yeah, I would say that this is basically saying, yeah, this guy's about to go. Just like his father, who died at 33. Unbelievable. Frank Zen sent this comment to me yesterday. There's also a Charles Manson docudrama being produced on Netflix right now. Yeah, what are the odds? And check this out. Marilyn Manson responds to criticism of fake assault rifle stage prop. So he's on stage pretending to shoot people at the same time that 26 were shot in that church in South Texas. Last night at his concert, Marilyn Manson pointed an assault rifle with a microphone at a crowd in San Bernardino, California. He took a lot of criticism for the stunt, being it was the same day as a mass shooter killing 26 people in a rural Texas city. So anyway, I'm bringing this up because from the very get-go, Manson has been a part of the PSYOP entertainment complex, and the more I look, the more I'm finding. And the idea of the Columbine shooters, the bowl cut shooters, subsequently you had Dylan Storm Roof. The storm is coming. You know, the guy who really made the bowl cut the symbol of the far right fringe school shooters. This is all stuff that was built up with the help of Marilyn Manson and his artistic mischaracterization of America. You know, these artists, they hold up, they say this is a mirror, this is what America is really about. Same with Netflix. All these movies, they want you to think that life is following art, that we're just seeing a reflection of ourselves. And no, it's a big funhouse mirror. That's what the mass media has always been. All right, let me see. Commenters. Dumb shit says Pluto is near planet X. Napoleon Wilson. We're going to have to look into this person here. If you're going to make Pizzagate comments, don't be surprised if you have some penguins knocking at your door. You know, this channel, this is true. And I'm not going to delve into this now, but this channel exposed a ring of abusers, rather a network of people who were just bizarre connections like you wouldn't believe. The Bible Flat Earth Society, the Biblical Flat Earth Society's founder is in jail right now for child trafficking, and he did documentaries with the now supposedly deceased Rob Skiba. They did Flat Earth movies. He did Flat Earth. I'm talking about a child predator, a guy who's going to serve a long time in prison, Philip Stallings. He did documentaries with the guy who organized the Flat Earth Conference. Another Davidson, or Robbie Davidson. It's like, wait, what are these guys doing hanging out with a guy who's now in jail after this movement started and they have their conferences, and he was at their first conference and they haven't even mentioned it? Then you find out that some of their speakers are sex offenders, pedos on parole. And we've exposed this stuff. So I'm just saying, whenever I see people making weird, disgusting jokes like that in the comments, I don't take it lightly, because more often than not, these creatures give themselves away. That's why I'm calling Pete Davidson Peter Davidson, Pizza Davidson, Pizza Davidson, just like Matt Pizzagates. And you know, I think I was right about Matt Pizzagates. All right, let's see here. I have a video if you want to watch it. I'll put a link in the chat. This is a collection of Saturn/cube symbolism throughout the world right now, and it describes, you know, how you can correlate the cube with the six-pointed star, and just how the different ways they represent the same exact symbols, and then how it ties into the numerology. And one thing I want to point out is I think that the character of Saturn, Death, Kronos, Moloch, all the various ways of representing him, as you can see in this video, you see Saturn devouring his child. You've got Kronos eating his child. There's Moloch. This is the one by Goya, Moloch, or Saturn devouring his child. Again, what is a symbol? This is a very grotesque thing. But what I wanted to point out, though, is that Abraham taking his son up to the hill to slash its throat, and then he stops. Abraham with the knife, or with the scythe, about to kill his child. Yeah, that's another Saturn archetype. You know, I consider it, that's why you see the six-pointed star associated with the Abrahamic faith. That's why you have the cross. And this, let me play a short clip here, because this is getting really interesting. I mean, even in their fakery, they reveal their symbolism. Like when NASA shows you the top of Saturn and it has a six-pointed hexagram. Yeah, it's all about maintaining their symbolism and keeping it consistent. I'm going to play a short clip. This is Symbolism 101, Black Cube Saturn Occult.
In the scheme of things, it really doesn't matter. If your intention is to know Christ and to know God, then you will.
Now, this is sort of a religious person. I skip over that, but I'm just into the research. And look, I'll get my research from anywhere. I don't discount someone because I don't care for their conclusions. And this individual does some great research, even though he's something of a Kool-Aid drinker.
To the occult. And again, when you see a cross, like the Celtic crosses that have a circle in the middle of them, it's more Saturn symbolism. It just actually encompasses the feminine into the masculine sign of the X, which creates a duality type of symbolism. Now, let's jump back to the three-dimensional depiction of the square, the cube, which derives from the hexagon. If we were to draw a star, and remember, Saturn is the planetary representation of a star, if we were to draw a star using the hexagon, we will get a hexagram. It's exactly how it sounds. Hexagram comes from a hexagon. They all start with hex, which all mathematically represent 6. The hexagon has 6 sides. The hexagram has 6 points, so on and so forth. But the hexagram is the symbol used in black magic. It comes from the Jewish Kabbalah, Jewish magic. It is a symbol of dark summoning. For the occult, if you want to put a hex on somebody, or if you want to have a spirit come forth.
Anyway, this is some very interesting material. I'd also like to point out a couple of other things about this. Because it's been reintroduced today, we have a modern iteration of it, and it's the green god, the god of the earth, being reintroduced to us with environmentalism, but it's all the same earth worship. And that's why when you look at your recycling symbol, you see 3 nails to represent the nailing to the cross of the crucified, resurrecting sun god. Then you have of course, you could look at the negative space, and this is what I want to point out. Look at the negative space within the recycling symbol, and you can make out the 6-pointed star. Again, it's Osiris, it's Saturn, it's the original vegetation god. Green, I mean, you see black associated with Saturn, but also green when it comes to this vegetation god, because you're talking about the god of the earth, death, and then resurrection. Green is the new life. Resurrection, death, recycling of souls. The recycling symbol is actually a symbol of the god of death and resurrection, the earth god. So every time you go out and you recycle, you're actually genuflecting before an altar. That's not a recycling bin. That's not a dumpster. That's an altar to the earth god. You're separating your sins. You're confessing. You're showing, well, these choices were bad, but these ones were good. They're sustainable. And so it's all just a religious observance. It's Baal worship. Baal, another name of the same god. And that's why you have the recycling so much associated with saving the earth. You're worshiping Baal. Anyway, this has been great. We'll be back later to we'll take some phone calls later, and I have some voicemails to respond to. I'm going to go ahead and put on the screen a picture of bloodied Pete Davidson. We really talked about Pete Davidson almost more than anything today because it's getting close. I think we're getting close to some kind of a finale. Let me go ahead and read the comments one more time. Make sure I haven't missed anything. All right, let's see. Andrew says they mock the Abrahamic faith. Yeah, look, I'm just looking at the symbols and the iconography. I can't really, I don't have any inside information. I haven't met any of these characters in any of these books. To me, it's all symbolism. None of it's original. Noah, let me bring up one more. Noah isn't original, but just really quick, the atheists, the people who laugh at the Bible, the godless, the ones who think it's all just archaic nonsense and superstition, yeah, well, they're scared to death of a modern flood myth. And they don't know it's a myth. They think it's science. But they don't even hide it. NASA they don't even hide the fact that they are reintroducing this vengeful, judgy God. And that's why they've introduced the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration as just a replacement Noah myth. It's called Noah. The symbol of the dove is Noah's symbol. They use arcs, they have flood imagery, and they're always there to tell us. If there's any flood happening, Noah will warn you. You can find articles, you search Noah's warning of a flood, and you find all these scientific articles. Flood warning. Again, this is just, to me, this is not a coincidence. NOAA National Severe Storms Laboratory. And they don't tell you on their site. They don't say, oh, we ripped this off of the Bible. Oh, this is some Old Testament stuff. Oh, no, we're just appropriating powerful religious archetypes. No, they don't tell you that. It's subliminal. It's not meant for us to note these things. I think it's all just, it's part of a replacement faith, a replacement religion. Last night we were talking about aliens and how I believe aliens are how they reintroduced the concept of angels, a sort of perfected man, to the atheists. It's a perfect end to the story of the Darwinian struggle of ape to man, and now are we going to go back to ape, or are we going to make it to something higher? And aliens are that something higher. They're basically grays. They're bland. They're generic. They all look the same. They're all genderless, just sort of bland collectivists. What we're all heading into. Victoria Panda says, does Noah use ark symbology? Look, you'll find ark symbolism all over Noah, all over NASA, all over Elon Musk. They use the ark everywhere. The movie Moonfall I reviewed recently, Roland Emmerich, he did a movie called Ark. Space arcs. Wall-E, the Pixar film that they program children with. Wall-E is a modern story of Noah with a communist revolution thrown in. Anyway, this is the official Flat Earth International Anthem by Lucifer Tim. We'll be back later on today. Sign up for the newsletter. Join the Patreon if you want to have first watches of any of the new 10-minute videos I'm going to be releasing soon from the Metascript Decodes series. So I'll put a link there. Thanks again, everyone, for the support and for keeping this channel going. And we'll be open phones late tonight. Again, this is
At Firehouse Subs, a portion of
Lucifer Tim. One more thing here. My third eye says, I'm sorry, I have a few more comments I want to go through. My third eye's pointing out something about the dove as a symbol on the Empress card after the priestess. Okay, and Lacey May is asking, where are the replays? Okay, so the replays, let me point this out. I'm going to put the replays at infiniteplane.radio just to make it easy. So go infiniteplane.radio, and if you get on the newsletter, you will be getting all of the latest archives direct to your inbox. So the best way to get in touch, stay in touch, remain in the know is just to get on the newsletter. All right, anyway, thanks for hanging out. We'll be back later. Again, this is Lucifer Tim.
Looking pretty serious, synchronizations, cooking up a terror storm. It was always bound to happen. Look at the sun, look at the sun, look at the sun, look at the sun. Individual cognizant, dependent and free, been kicked out of me, hypnotized by words of my magic. Symbols and lies have been spiked with disinformation. They want sold and packaged by degree. I was taken back a little suddenly as I looked askance at this door in front of me. Yes, there was a black lady stating it to be the Supreme Court of the 35th degree. 35th degree. 35th degree. I sat my days upon a hill. I sat and gazed across until I saw the most amazing thing. The sun and moon are closing in, and all the people carried on down below. Just because they don't know just what's really happening. The sun and moon are closing in. Know what we are, so all our knowledge is conjecture. Accept the truth about what we feel. Believe it in the feeling, but nothing is real. We're all gods with the knowledge of bliss. We're all busy and upset for this. We're really stupid. We're really stupid. We're really stupid. 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 Myself very well. I contradict myself, I am large. I am a multitude, I am a multitude. I contradict myself, I am a joke. I contradict myself very well. I contradict myself, I am large. I am a multitude, I am a multitude. I contradict myself. I contradict myself. I am a
All right, everyone, that's Lucifer Tim, 33rd Degree. Welcome to the Infinite Plane Radio Call-In Live Stream Podcast, 833-311-1984. It is Pi Day. Pi Day 2022 is also the death day of Stephen Hawking. It is also the birthday of Albert Einstein, the two of them both dying at 76. It is also the death day of, was it Galileo? There's some connections here worth looking at because it ties into Pi Day and also just how obsessed with astrology the writers on the world stage are. A lot of interesting world stagery going on at the moment here. So yes, happy Pi Day, happy death anniversary to Stephen Hawking, happy birthday to Einstein, and also Hawking and Galileo share birthdays with Elvis and Bowie. Don't know if that means anything to you. But the main thing is Pi Day connects these great minds of Einstein, Hawking, and Galileo. All right, Sam asks, what's the difference between a Freemason, Jesuits, and Chabad Lubavitch? I'm confused. Are they the same or do they fight? You know, when I look at the powers that be, I refer to it as the cult of the monolith. It's one God. It's a monotheistic cult, but the God that they deify is not the one that they publicly advertise worshiping, but I would say it's like a hydra with many heads, and that you could do a diagram and you could see just by the template of control and the system of really mass mind control is what we're looking at, but the religious systems all follow the same template, and my contention is that the new corona, the new crown that we all kneel to, that the pandemic was just a way to institute a new religion that replaces all the old ones, but has the same exact template. And again, I think the key thing is control. It's not really about a who done it, but a what is it. So the modern mind may not accept sin, so they can go do whatever they want. They can behave like heathens, and they don't have to worry about repercussions. And they don't believe in God's judgment, so they're not worried about floods. Well, wait, nope. Science comes in and says, oh, viruses. Socially distance yourselves. They use the pandemic to affect a puritanical revision of our society. They got all the godless people to behave. Now they're a bunch of church ladies. And if you don't wear your dirty sock religious garment on your mouth, you're a heathen to them. And no, they don't believe in the flood god or this idea that our collective wickedness will trigger his wrath, but they sure believe in global warming. What's the difference? There is no difference. All right, we're joined by David Hoaxum, Garrett, Portal Complex, Frank Murr, Rocco Calzone, Thirst for Truth, The Missing, Tech Inc., Kevin Mooring, Evil Coyote, David Pryor, and I'll be passing out wrenches here shortly. Probably right after. So if you say anything at all, you'll get a wrench handed to you. And the wrench is more than just a way to maintain order in the chat room. It's actually an NFT. It's a non-fungible token, and there is a limited number that I can mint. So when I die, no one gets any more. And the value, priceless, hard to say. We could do a little Melania Trump style bid washing. Get them worth about 150,000? Is that how much she put into her own? Yeah, Melania Trump buys her own NFTs in order to inflate the price, as though we can't read receipts. Joined by Linda Curtis, X322, Linda Curtis, Living in Sin, Clockwork 113, Maxwell Cooper, John Cordone, Once Upon a Penguin, Osher. All right, Echo Charlie's here. Okay, let's continue going through the news today. And again, I'm going to open up phones. And if you want to ask any questions, 24/7, 833-311-1984. Tominoid says that the wrenches are fake. Here's what the wrenches mean. So the wrench is the little symbol next to your name when you've become a moderator. It means that you can remove people who aren't on the same sheet, so they don't have anything to add. It gives you the ability also to post links, which I encourage. I think we have to build a network, and there has to be outgoing links all the time. And then also the wrench itself is a symbol of our mass media deconstruction operation in progress here. So in a way, it's like a spanner in the works, a wrench in the machinery of the matrix, but it's also a tool to carefully and methodically deconstruct the great lies of our time. It's not a hammer like the commies used to smash things down. It's not a sickle to cut throats, or, it's not a symbol of harvesting. To me, it's more of a symbol of the artful deconstruction of the great deceptions of our time, the mainstream media religion. the one that comes out of the black box, the black monolith of Saturn in every house, the TV, now in every pocket, your smartphone screen. That is your altar to Saturn, and it's conveniently pocket-sized. Wait till they have that thing implanted. I was actually saying that at the CVS. I was picking up some groceries, and I had to take out this card and then that card, and I'm like, man. I was like, I can't wait until we get all this stuff just embedded into a single microchip and just put it in our palms so you just wave your hand and it bills all the appropriate accounts. Dumb S says, my phone is at 33%, might experience a blackout in 42 minutes. Sounds like Illuminati code behind something rather mundane. But there is a lot of Illuminati code, and we've been decoding a lot of stuff. Let me go ahead and go over this. So, on March the 4th, the day that the CGI space junk hit the back of the CGI moon, and there was a CGI explosion, and a new CGI crater that we won't see until we cough up several $billions of our hard-earned tax money, so they can build a bridge to cross this CGI crater we will never see. But anyway, on that date, 3/4, Batman came out. And on that date, Joker, Sarnath, as in the Joker, the Boston bomber, well, his death penalty was reinstated. So I'm like, Batman and Joker seems very world stagey. But if you look into it, you'll find that the Batman and Joker dialectic is used in many of our psyops. This is a reoccurring theme. And it really became obvious with the Dark Knight Rises shooting. But more significantly, the iconography has tracked along with the news. It's actually kind of prophetic, very prophetic. They use the bat as a phoenix. What does that mean? Well, burn down, build back better, the phoenix. That's their formula. And the bat was the catalyst. So the phoenix is represented as an eagle in America. Your American eagle is a phoenix. The bat here is a phoenix. The dove that brings the olive branch to Noah after God says he's not going to kill everybody again. Yeah, that's just another phoenix. Same symbol. But let me go ahead and go over the newsletter from a few days ago, and then we'll get into the main topic of the day. Well, one of the main topics, the Coriolis effect, which we'll get into here in a second. So on the 11th, we celebrated the second hoax anniversary of the official declaration of the pandemic. 2 weeks turned into 2 years with Putin finishing the job. So let me point this out. COVID cured the world of radical Islamic terrorism. Putin cured the world of COVID. What's going to cure the world of Putin? Aliens? I actually have a poll, and we'll go over that poll here shortly. And he stopped the whole everyone has AIDS now thing that was trending. I was like, everyone has AIDS now? Some of us still have our Omicron decorations up, and they've already gone into AIDS season. They were like, AIDS and COVID are the same thing, and Prince Philip says everybody has to get an AIDS test now. You know it's all about money, by the way. And I also think something else, too, about this whole, this is just a side note, but since we're talking about the bat virus, I happen to think that it's a big scam. That the whole thing has always been a scam, but that it is literally a way to reintroduce into society the idea of this contaminant that only the priesthood can get rid of. And that until you've had your own contaminants removed, you're assumed to be contaminated. So it's a way of removing the presumption of innocence. So now we have the presumption of infection. So it's a change in dynamics. It's a step back. So we've been regressing as a society, just pointing this out. Okay, so anyway, let's go on here. I was also pointing this out too. So COVID made everyone a potential terrorist, and it brought back a need for contact tracing. So instead of contact tracing radical Islamic terrorist mind viruses, now they're tracing the flu variant. And also notice how the Q-tip up the nose is sort of a replacement for the waterboarding as far as detecting either virus. The idea of an invasion into the nasal cavity in order to extract the virus is true for both the virus of Islamic terror and the COVID virus. Only the PCR test, the Q-tip test, is voluntary. So I think what you're establishing here is that when you voluntarily go for this thing, you're submitting to the inquisitor and you're buying into the premise. But interestingly, and this is what just occurred to me the other day, I was thinking about all those people who wear their masks in the shower. Because I still go to the store and the mandate's been lifted and there are still people with masks on. And like I said the other day, I will let the door at the post office slam in your face if you're wearing a mask because my arms aren't 6 feet long. And if you're wearing a mask, I assume you want social distance. So I'm respecting your right to a socially distanced environment by not helping you at the door. If you want chivalry from me, you have to show some face skin. No, I literally saw tears. I saw some crisis actor with a mask and I slammed the door in his face at the post office because clearly he didn't want to be helped. And someone else in front of me, to make a point, went and helped him. And I swear I saw a tear, single tear, got absorbed by his mask, by the dirty sock on his face. Security blanket, disgusting. Portal Complex says fake nuke under Project Bluebeam to initiate climate hoax. Yeah, on that note, if they do bring in Climate-Geddon, it's got to be this year. Global warming's 33 years old. Okay, so anyway, here's what I was saying though. So I see these crisis actors walking around with masks on, and I'm thinking, they wear their masks in the shower. So wearing a mask in the shower, I was just thinking, isn't that dangerous? Isn't that just like self-waterboarding? And the way that you get information from the terrorists who are reluctant to give it up is you put a rag over their face and you dump water on it. It's called waterboarding. This technique, it's the water rag technique. So you put a rag over a face, over a captive's face. You dump water on the rag. And this will cause them to confess. It's such a horrible experience. So my question is, you got these self-waterboarding people in their showers with their masks, and that's how I know the PSYOP was a complete success. Self-waterboarding, self-admitted terrorists everywhere. Joined by Crater Earth USA, Tim and Vic 131, Shannon Jones, and Penguin Doctor. Penguin Doctor says, I have multiple online medical survey companies sending me surveys on HIV in my practice. There's been an influx of HIV/AIDS medical articles popping up in these last few months. Right. Well, you have some insight here. They know something. They don't waste paper. It's bad for the environment. If they're sending you propaganda, there's a point to it. So anyway, yes, you have the self-waterboarding, completely psychologically traumatized population. And now if you look at the screen, you have an image of Batman in front of the burning penguin. I'm sorry, I saw a penguin in the chat. A burning bat phoenix. A penguin phoenix would be a pretty good concept. I've seen a few by X-Pac. I should bring them out. We have a penguin design on the podcast. If you search for Infinite Plane Radio, that design is by X-Pac. He's done a lot of our work. And it's got the penguin with the lightning bolt wings. But anyway, here, just look at the Batman logo. And is that not shaped exactly like the hole created by the CGI plane or the bombs? Like they put the bombs in the building in such a way that it would resemble the bat. And I'm suggesting this is intentional. So, just to bring you up on this whole thing with the Batman and Joker thing, the bomber at the Boston bombing was called the Joker. His name is Jokar, sounds like Joker, but they called him the Joker affectionately in the media. So you have this dialectic where the Joker, or the chaos agent, the patsy, the super spreader, is on the loose. That's chaos. And then the order is represented by the Batman. So also note, the Joker movie came out in 2019 and it had an uprising of masked Jokers. So again, Joker is code for the chaos agent. Patsies, bowl cut shooters, super spreaders. Batman is your police state response. Batman is the medical tyranny. It's the order to the chaos. It's also noteworthy here, again, that the Joker movie was followed by the 2020 Summer of Chaos. And this year, we just had the Batman movie come out. That's just a couple weeks ago. So I'm thinking, are we going to see some kind of blowback? If the Joker represents the left, the Antifa, the BLM, the ones disrupting the established order, burning the police precincts, etc., then the Batman would represent the right, the Proud Boys, the Western chauvinists, and specifically, I would say, the white nationalist domestic violent extremists. In other words, feds dressed up like DVEs, domestic violent extremists. And also, this is something you have to note too, is that the QAnoners have long said that Trump is Batman. on the world stage. In fact, Batman even called himself, Trump called himself the Batman to a child on his Air Force One. The child asked, "Are you Batman?" And he said yes. He impersonated Batman. Okay, a couple of other things. This is from the newsletter, which you can get at timosman.blog. Jussie Smollett didn't kill himself. Jussie Smollett has been sentenced to less than 6 months in jail. And I want to point out that you shouldn't feel vindicated seeing a crisis actor getting caught, because Jussie Smollett's are the norm and not the exception. In other words, the media is not in the business of busting crisis actors. That's just not what they do. So what you're seeing here is an operation intended to create the illusion that the MSM doesn't stage dramatic news spectacles, specifically hate crimes. More than 66% of hate crimes are debunked. Generally, it's the victim that's also the perpetrator of the hoax. I would posit that the other 33% are just not exposed as hoaxes. That it's almost 100%. Jussie Smollett is a red herring. And what's more, after the attempted lynching in February of 2019, before it was discovered to be a hoax, when everybody thought it was real, he had a performance. He got up on stage, he's a singer, dancer, whatever, and he told the audience, "I'm the gay Tupac." I'm like, that's weird. So anyway, then it was exposed as a hoax. So now there he is, he's having the sentence read to him, and he keeps shouting at the court, "I'm not suicidal," and he said it 8 times. So I'm thinking, maybe we're looking at some foreshadowing. That's kind of what I'm thinking here, that maybe he's going to have some kind of untimely death. Maybe he will be Epsteined. That's what I'm thinking. So again, Jussie Smollett didn't kill himself. We shall see. Again, my point though also is that he's not going to a real jail. He's going to a fake one, just like all the other crisis actor patsies do. He's not actually going anywhere, obviously. In real world news, Grimes, the not quite wife, but the one of the, what would you call her? They're not married yet, but Grimes has revealed the secret birth of her baby with Elon Musk. So the first baby was Yucky. She got Musk, Grimes, Yucky. Well, now they have a new baby, but this one is born through a surrogate. And by surrogate, at first I assumed 3D printer. But now it looks like that Elon Musk and Grimes have had another baby with the assistance of, technical assistance, I'm assuming, of Chelsea Manning, the American activist and whistleblower formerly known as Bradley Manning when she was an Army intelligence analyst in Iraq. So yes, Chelsea Manning, now Bradley Manning, may be the mother-father surrogate of Grimes and Musk's new baby named Exa Dark. All right, let me go through some comments here. Finbar says, "Great newsletter, Tim." Yeah, thanks. And there will be more. It was actually intended to be daily. All right. I'm going to go through some voicemails as well. There's so much to go through today, and I don't want to make this into an incredibly dense data dump, but it might actually become that. Let's just keep going down the penguin trail here. Okay, the next one. This is a clip where, we've been talking about Roland Emmerich's crappy movie Moonfall. Must watch crappy movie. I mean, these movies are bad, but that's part of what we do here. I had someone in the comments asking for a refund because I sent him out to go watch, or I didn't send him out. I suggested he go watch Moonfall.
So much we can do if we work together as a world. Remember that?
He said the movie was terrible, and it's like, well, that's the point. Apollo 11 was terrible. 9/11 was terrible. COVID-19 was terrible. These are all terrible movies. That's not a reason not to watch them. Mystery Science Theater 3000. You have a group of people caught, it's a robot, a man, and something else. But these individuals are trapped. They're captive to some alien, a very sadistic alien, and they're a captive audience. So the alien forces them to watch bad science fiction movies in order to drive them crazy. So I look at what we're doing here as very much like Mystery Science Theater 3000. because we are a captive audience. We don't know if they're aliens, but we are a captive audience to some kind of sadists in high places. And they do make us watch bad science fiction movies to make us crazy. And those of us who haven't been driven mad by the bad science fiction are called conspiracy theorists or flat earthers or whatever else they can come up with. But anyway, in the bad science fiction movie Moonfall, the world is saved by this 33-year-old scientist who plays the role of like a modern Noah. Anyway, my point being, the director of that movie, which Moonfall, came out just before the moon got hit by a piece of CGI space junk. No coincidences. Moonfall's director is the director of Independence Day. Well, Independence Day was about aliens invading the Earth and causing us all to unite. And when people saw 9/11, their frame of reference for buildings falling was Independence Day. So I'm suggesting, and I have been suggesting, that Moonfall, and Don't Look Up, and other movies like it, but Moonfall in particular, that this movie was there, it's out there right now, to prepare the public for what's to come. That Roland Emmerich is reprising his role as PSYOP prep, as he did with Independence Day with Moonfall. So just as 9/11 followed Independence Day, I'm expecting not the moon to fall, but some kind of space war PSYOP to come. Now listen to this. This is Hillary Clinton talking about Roland Emmerich's film Independence Day and how we should all behave as though reality were like that movie.
There's so much we can do if we work together as a world. You know, remember that movie Independence Day where invaders were coming from outer space and the whole world was united against the invasion? Well, why can't we be united on behalf of our planet? And that's what I want to do, to get more and more people to understand that and be involved to protect our...
Now she's saying we should use the alien threat as a metaphor for climate change. Now I think that the idea is the same thing. It could be meteors, it could be asteroids, whatever. It could be aliens, it could be climate change. It has to be a universal threat. And in 2020 they brought out the convid for this express purpose. And there's a lot to suggest here that Independence Day also has predictive programming for this internal alien invasion. All right, let us continue.
Our environment.
Now we have maybe the only way to unite this incredibly divided world of ours. They're out there. We better think of how all the differences among people on Earth would seem small if we felt threatened by a space invader. That's the whole theory of independence.
You're right. You're right.
Everybody gets together and makes nice and, you know.
What a weird thing to hope for. Like, I hope something really bad happens to all of us so we can all be friends. Like, under duress. Like, I don't know. How about the aliens come down and they cure diseases or something? Why do they have to come down and force us into a kind of almost an unwitting unity just because we have to? Okay, here's Reagan.
To him, just think how easy his task and mine might be in these meetings that we held if suddenly there was a threat to this world from some other species, from another planet, outside in the universe. We'd forget all the little local differences that we have.
It's like, no, we wouldn't. If we did have some kind of alien threat and it was game over for humanity, I would not forget my differences. I would be like, okay, now it's time to get even. Well, maybe not like that, but a lot of people would think that way. Listen to this. Tim and Vic says, 2019's Joker, a film which showcased people donning masks and rioting, premiered 8/31, exactly 6 months and 11 days before the WHO declared the global health pandemic. Yeah, and you have to look at the character Joker, played by Joaquin Phoenix. Again, the symbol of the phoenix used in Batman, the bat as the phoenix. A guy named Phoenix representing the instigator of the revolution. And the revolution against the police kind of foreshadows the thing with Floyd and Chauvin and BLM. But also, if you throughout the movie, you had all kinds of references to the kill the rich, the communists, the class war. So it's also class warfare. That's why you can find Heath Ledger, who's not dead, Heath Ledger's Joker burning a pyramid of money saying, this isn't about the money, we are a higher class of criminal, a different class of criminal. The Joker movie is fascinating. It'd be worth watching and just breaking down the symbolism. Notice all the 11/11s on the clock. And the November 11th, after the Joker movie came out, did have Mercury transiting the sun. A few things we could extrapolate from that. There is actually quite a lot, but I just wanted to focus on this. Joaquin Phoenix's name, as it connects to the guy that instigates the revolution, that sparks it. And what's more, before the Joker movie, he was doing these public events. Joaquin Phoenix hanging out with Jane Fonda, Fire Drill Fridays, where he got arrested protesting climate change. So he's fighting climate change. Meanwhile, Tom Hanks is fighting climate change in Australia. And then the COVID thing comes over. So you can see how these agendas merged one into the other. I would also say that the Joker masks that they all wore corresponds to the medical mask. And there may not be a direct connection with Mercury and the medical symbol, the snake climbing the stick, but there is something to the mask, I would say. Joker, in many ways, you could say, is a very mercurial character, was my point. But anyway, everybody putting on the masks and then upsetting the system definitely was predicted in that movie. So this new movie, Batman, probably is foreshadowing whatever's going to come next, the blowback. And that's kind of what I've been expecting. Again, Batman and Joker represent the poles, the duality they play off in the psyops. You see the black and the white checkers, the black and the white pillar, Boaz, Jacob, Batman, Joker. Also worth noting, and it's not hard to find, I think it's episode 66 of the Batman TV show. You find out that Batman is actually the grandson of the guy that started the Skull and Bones Society. And that's in Yale. So we're talking about the symbol of the bat being a Saturnian. Here we go, episode 33 of all episodes. So Batman, Skull and Bones, episode 33. The name of the episode is Fine Finny Friends, which gets you a 666. Kind of like Build Back Better. I mean, so many clever ways that they encode this Phoenix agenda. And by the way, the bat used as a catalyst for a world-destroying, world-crippling pandemic, it's actually a cliche. It didn't start with COVID-19. There are so many movies where that's the case. Anyway, let me continue. Batman, Skull and Bones, episode 33, Fine Finny Friends.
Good idea, this rehearsal. The ladies, such worthy causes. I personally favor Miss Natural Resources. I'd like to make her my own personal charity. All are worthy. Now you can say that again.
And that is Bruce Wayne's grandfather, Mrs. Cooper?
His great-grandfather.
I understand he was tapped for Skull and Bones.
Tapped for it? Sir, he founded Skull and Bones.
He founded Skull and Bones. So is his idea for a bunch of naked initiates to do gross things in a casket, to dig up the skulls of folk heroes like Pancho Villa and Geronimo, to steal license plates with 322s? Sounds like a great guy. Anyway, that was from the original Batman, episode 33, Fine Finny Friends. All right, here is another act horror on the world stage. Ronald Reagan talking about aliens uniting us.
Between our countries, and we would find out once and for all that we really are all human beings here on this earth together. Our obsession with antagonisms of the moment, we often forget how much unites all the members of humanity. Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish.
Now again, I have to challenge this premise here, that if we had some alien threat, we would all unite. I think the Democrats would side with the aliens. I think the people who are trying to go off the grid would go off the grid. The people who are undecided. I think the far right would think that the aliens are there to, stop the second coming. They'd go to war with the aliens. Like, no, it's just going to cause more chaos. There's no way it would be unifying in any way. We already know this. But they keep bringing this up, and it's like, why? Well, it's foreshadowing. All right, let's go ahead and play a few more clips like this. Again, this idea of a universal threat. It's like, why a threat?
if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet, I ask you, is not an alien force already among us? What could be more alien to the universal aspirations of our peoples than war and the threat of war? I think maybe I'd answer it this way.
All right, we'll move on. We live in a bad science fiction universe, Mystery Science Theater 3000. Oh, I want to point this out. This is my most successful tweet to date. It's not an original meme. Great memers imitate, what is it? Picasso actually made this statement. Let me get this right. Because it's not an original meme. Picasso is quoted as saying, "Good artists borrow, great artists steal." And I am a great memer, I could say. My meme tech. Well, anyway, I stole this meme. I appropriated it. A helpy. A selfie to brag about helping. I added on to it, though. My favorite thing since the vaxie. Because it's kind of the same thing. The vaxie, you get a picture of yourself getting vaxxed to show that you're helping everybody. You're bragging. Look at me. I'm making a martyr of myself. I'm doing my blood pact with the state. This is the whole thing. I'm joining the collective. I'm giving up my individuality. It's a brag. And so here you have a new version of it. And this is, again, my favorite thing since the vaxie. This has been retweeted 88 times. It's been hearted 300 times because it resonates. A lot of people looking at this know something phony, like someone posturing when they see it. Turns out it's a Swedish journalist, and according to Freethinker, she's a terrible person. Her name is Alexandria Pascaldo. Someone else here says, bonus points for having Greta's little sister in the shot. Right. But again, this is a helpy. Just like a selfie, but you just show yourself. Go hug a Ukrainian. All right, let's move on. Okay, we're going through some things on TikTok here that came out. I want to get to the guy who says that the Coriolis effect is demonstrated by sinks. This is what I titled a live stream about how the Coriolis effect is a hoax. So check this out. A lot of people believe that if you're north of the equator, your sink will drain clockwise. If you're south, counterclockwise. If you're on the equator, it'll just sit there. And you got to manually cause it to drain itself. Well, watch this guy this is a TikToker. This is a TikToker, and he says, "Hey, flat earthers, explain this."
Now we're on the Ugandan border, and we're going to watch these little things here.
So here he is on the Ugandan border, and there's a bowl on each side of the street. And he's going to rotate a petal, like a rose petal, in the middle of it, and then drain some water, and suggest that they're going in opposite directions because of the Coriolis effect, because of the Earth's rotation.
Here, spin water in opposite directions depending on which side of the border we're on. This is the northern hemisphere. There's the equator line, and there's the south.
So southern hemisphere one is spinning counterclockwise. Now, if you notice the video, they spun it with their fingers like it's a top. Then he crosses the street, and he does the same thing on the other side to the same effect. And then he puts it gently in the middle on 0 degree latitude. Doesn't give the rose he doesn't give it any spin at all. So this little flower in there is just sitting there. And this is because it's on the equator. So now the TikToker comes out and he gives us these facial expressions like his mind has been blown. He holds on to his head. He clutches his temple. He fills up his cheeks with air. He rolls his eyes. He's just like, mind blown. Wow. Like he's just really taken aback by this science. Blinded by science here. Well, I want to point this out. You better check Snopes, Glober. Because Snopes has already debunked this. This is not a thing. Does the Coriolis effect determine which way the water drains down a drain? This is one of the most prominent scientific myths. It's false. Because the Earth is a globe spinning on an invisible axis, a point at its equator will make a circuit of 25,000 miles in the space of a day. But any point not on the equator will make a shorter round trip. The closer that point is to either of the poles, the shorter its trip will be. So this difference in speed results in the Coriolis force, an effect that imparts a twist to largest events happening that are away from the equator, specifically cyclones. So this is talking about big events like cyclones, weather. But now listen to this. Although the twisting effect of the Coriolis is real, it influences large things, the movement of air masses. It's also claimed that it spirals down to drains in different parts of the world. However, the effect is so small, and this is from Snopes, so it's credible. Quote, the effect is so small, it plays no role in determining the direction water rotates as it exits a draining sink or toilet. It only produces measurable effects over huge distances and long periods of time, neither of which applies to the typical terrestrial bathroom. Sinks drain in the directions they do because of the way water is directed into them or pulled from them. That's all it is. And what's more, this trick has been exposed. This is quite literally a magic trick. Slate.com did a piece on it, and I found a few pretty interesting articles about how much of what we think of as science is actually just basic magic show types of tricks. A little sleight of mind, a false premise. But no, it does not, in fact, the Coriolis effect does not affect your drain either way. So that guy that had his mind blown, what of that then? You know, here he is now a witness to the spinning of the ball, so he can go tell his friends. Take that, flat earthers. I'm willing to bet that this guy is Mandela affected. He'll say that he recalls Timmy falling down the well, and that he remembers Ed McMahon handing out big checks. That he's got it via his inherited genetic memory from his parents, because these are all things that, of course, didn't happen in his lifetime. All right, let's continue. Tech Inc. says that Joaquin is pronounced Jokin. The Phoenix, Joaquin Phoenix. There's a rumor that his brother, River Phoenix, didn't actually die. Another death faker. That he came back like a phoenix. Came back as Mark Dice, right-wing provocateur. Which would make sense when you look at the duality. Batman, Joker. Left-wing, Joaquin Phoenix, climate change hysteric, plays the Joker, burn the system. Right-wing, Mark Dice. Right-wing agitator, but he's also a big believer in Trump. So you have that left-right thing with these two brothers. This is some recent news. Has to do with the split up above. U.S. astronaut to ride Russian spacecraft home during tensions. Mark Vanda High has made it through a year in space, but now faces his trickiest assignment yet. Riding a Russian capsule back to Earth in the midst of deepening tensions between the countries. So he's abandoning ship. All right, more. This is from Wired.com. If you want to read this article, I'll put a link on my minds. But why magicians are a scientist's best friend. This is actually a pretty good article here, and it has to do with trust and a false premise and the illusions that can be fed to you, and the danger of really just assuming that appearances don't deceive, that you can trust what you see because it's on a screen, that it's been vetted. A few other things here. We're looking through my Discord server. We were looking at the symbolism behind a few things, specifically the tattoos on Pete Davidson. So let's get into Pete Davidson really quick here. So if you didn't know, Pete Davidson, the guy who's dating Kanye or Kardashian, Kim Kardashian, Pete Davidson is part of this whole PSYOP entertainment complex in a big way. His father died on 9/11 in the towers. So let's talk about that for a moment. Pete Davidson, born on 11/16, November the 16th, is going to space with Jeff Bezos on the 23rd of this month. So in about a week and 2 days. How Pete Davidson has honored his father who died on 9/11. Again, the significance here, 9/11 was a big ritual, mega ritual. So you're looking at a Burning Man, a sacrifice. Not a real event, that's kind of beside the point, but the ritual itself took his father. That matters in this bigger picture because he's now going to space. And we keep talking about this space 9/11 to come and this build up to it. And I believe we're getting somewhere now. Pete Davidson honored his father who died in the 9/11 terror attack. Now here he is with his then fiance. At the time, you have, right now he's with Kim Kardashian, but he was with Ariana Grande. And the significance here, she was recently in Don't Look Up, the movie about the comet coming to hit the Earth. Now, this is also another tie-in. He's going up in Jeff Bezos' dong rocket. You know, Jeff Bezos, Dr. Evil. Well, the rocket represents this Tower of Babel. It represents this trip from Earth to the heavens that we're taking. The one world, one language, the internet, one mission. This is the Tower of Babel of our time. The richest man in the world took a trip on the anniversary of the moon landing, the Apollo 11. He took a trip, left at 9:11 a.m. to space, or to the edge of space, in this tower. And this is very symbolic because he's the richest man in the world. King Bezos, Amazon, A to Z, Tower of Babel contains it all. And what's more, he's been pictured frequently on his mega yacht. The significance here, of course, is the mega yacht represents the Titanic, the Tower of Babel. It's a representation of the West that's about to have a comeuppance as it confronts climate change, or whatever it is it's confronting. In Don't Look Up, the comet hitting the Earth is just a metaphor for climate change. The reason they used Leonardo DiCaprio is because you associate him with the Titanic. So here he is in this movie warning the world about an iceberg in space, a comet, and the greedy scientists, the greedy capitalists corrupt the scientists, and instead of deflecting the thing, they mine it. Doesn't work, destroys the Earth. That's the whole point. If we go into space to mine it for wealth, we're going to destroy the world itself. The Earth cannot sustain trillionaires, and that's where we're headed. That's why they keep showing you the images of Jeff Bezos on his mega yacht. It's to make this association. So it is noteworthy here that he is now going up to space on Jeff Bezos' rocket. Again, he was with Ariana Grande, who also sings songs for NASA, and then she was part of that Manchester bombing. Now, these are just a few clues, but we're getting somewhere with this. So just follow along here. Want to point this out. He showed off his tattoos in a Instagram or an instant message. I guess it was a cell phone message to Kanye that went public. So we've been looking at his tattoos. So here's a picture of Pizza Davidson, and I call him Pete Davidson. He's with SNL. A lot of Pizzagate stuff around this guy. And if you look at his tattoos, two things I want to draw your attention to. One, you have a skull with a big brain mass on the back. And then next to that is the number 93. So the significance here. The skull head is from the movie Mars Attacks. And the number 93, whatever he thinks it means or whatever he says it means, 93 is one of the main number symbols in the Thelemic cult. It represents this new age, the age of Horus, who's the Egyptian Mars. So the fact that he's got a 93 on there next to Mars Attacks, I would say, is very significant here because the communist takeover, the takeover by COVID, the lockdowns, the climate change lockdowns to come, Agenda 23, the Green World Order, all of this is the new age. And it's the age of Mars or Horus. These things are the same. They're actually using the space age to Trojan horse the entire world into adopting this new sustainable world order as though it's progress when no, it's actually quite the opposite. But anyway, the fact that he has a 93 tattooed on his chest next to the Mars attacks might be significant. Also worth noting, he died in SNL, where Musk was hosting it. He died on Saturday Night Live in a skit where he goes to Mars. And I'll play that clip. But he goes to Mars, and as a sacrifice for all mankind and everybody's watching, he has his head explode. Does it implode? No, it explodes. So I think it's noteworthy here, too, that his father is a Burning Man. Kanye West, his antagonist at the moment, set himself on fire on the Burning Man anniversary at the first Dawn Day event. So you have Kanye West as a Burning Man. So I'm seeing a pattern emerge here. Now again, let me play this really quick, because there's something coming. And again, just follow along with these clues and you'll see where I'm leading with this. Let me bring this up. This is from Inside Job. Inside Job is a show on
The Coast Guard
Netflix.
said they can tow your yacht into shore. I got a better plan. Look, is that a...
So this is from Inside Job, the episode where the flat earthers hijack Jeff Bezos' mega yacht so they can force him to take them to the edge of the earth. Now, in this episode, inexplicably, a kraken, of all things, rises up from the ocean to swallow his mega yacht. Now again, look at the yacht as a symbol of the West, Western chauvinism, the Titanic, and the kraken is the thing that's going to break the system. It's the crack in the system. Is it global warming? Is it some other form of a schism? We'll see. But anyway, check this clip out.
Kraken? Hell yes. I'm about to collect on my yacht insurance policy.
Hey, has anyone seen Jeff Bezos?
Is the fight over, guys? This is why I don't allow bathroom breaks!
So there's Jeff Bezos being eaten by a kraken, and his boat is taken down. Again, what is the symbol here? I think the kraken, which, if you haven't followed it, the kraken story started with the Seattle Kraken was announced in July of 2020, and right after, the kraken was being talked about by all the QAnoners. Sidney Powell's the kraken. They're releasing the kraken. She'll overturn the election. And then Hunter Biden's crack pipe became a main issue. If Hunter Biden's crack pipe photos get out and get a wide enough distribution, Biden will lose. So you had the kraken, the crack pipe guy, and then Sidney Powell steps aside and Mike Lindau, the crack addict, takes over the election overturning process. But the reoccurring theme here has been about the schism, the crack in society, the crack in the Liberty Bell, cracks in the ISS, and we've seen it all play out real time. Well, the more we look into it, the more the Kraken stuff keeps showing up, and then we find out that on 2/22/2022, Pluto is in the exact place where it was in America, well, over America in 1776. So it's 27 degrees Capricorn. That's where it was on July 4th, 1776. So you're talking about a key point where there's a major schism, and that the return of Pluto is associated with these breaks, schisms, revolutions, downfalls, upheavals. So we just had a Pluto return to where it was last 1776. So looking into Pluto, we find out Pluto is Hades. So we'd been watching and observing and just analyzing this whole Kanye West drama, and now Pete Davidson's a part of it, because Kanye West has it out for Pete Davidson publicly. Well, Kanye West is there doing his Dawn Day performance on the day that Pluto returns, 2/22, and the whole thing is produced by Future. The album is produced by Future, who goes by Pluto. So looking into it, find out that Pluto is Hades, and Hades is the guy who releases the Kraken. So I'm looking at this 22 date as very significant. And it gets deeper when you get into the symbolism of the Kraken, the crack, the split. And leading up to 2/22, what did Joe Biden do in front of the whole world? Passed out crack pipes to everybody. What are the odds? This is high-level meme, magic, info war. So let's move on to this. So again, Dawn Day 2 produced by Future, who's Pluto, or Hades. Again, the whole month of February, you had the palindrome the entire last week. It's all about a mirror. And, when you think about a crack, you're talking about a split, like a tear, or splitting in two. So there's this mirroring inferred here. What's more, on 2/2, on the second day of the month, in the Twin Cities, there's another mirror, a 22-year-old was killed by police who had a no-knock warrant. So they went through his door. And there's a lot of significance to all of this, but the main thing is they shoot him at 6:48 a.m. 6:48 is a perfect mirror of 8:46, referencing another Twin Cities atrocity. So you have a mirror killing. I mean, this is all very encoded. On the 22nd, you had twin, as in two, Black Hawk helicopters crash, and they crash in a place called Fork Canyon. So when you get fork, what do you have with a fork? Two prongs, a split. Also noteworthy, Hades carries a two-pronged trident, also known as a bident. Bident, trident. So Joe Bident handing out crack pipes correlates in a weird way, but it's timed, with the story of Hades and his Bident releasing his Kraken. Very bizarre. So again, I'm suggesting here that this crack that we're hearing about, this Kraken thing, it's a reference to whatever it is that's going to sink the Titanic, that's going to knock down the Tower of Babel. So looking at the Donde 2 event, the stage, it was dark, it was flooded, Kanye's there, and now Kanye's out with some of these music videos suggesting he'd like to bury Pete Davidson alive. And by the way, Pete Davidson is not only killed in this music video by Kanye, but he, of course, had his head blown up in that SNL episode. So we have two instances of him, publicly dying, and like I mentioned, his father. So I have a few theories about where this might go. I mean, are we looking at a coming Martian sacrifice? Let me go ahead and play that clip, if you haven't seen it. Pete Davidson's head explodes on Mars. So the episode was called, he was named Chad. Elon Musk sends Pete Davidson to Mars in a polarizing SNL skit where Pete Davidson's head explodes. Now, one other point about this and his head exploding. Okay, the other point about it I would say is this. Elon Musk was there at Donde 2. So he's there hanging out with, Marilyn Manson and Kanye West. And Kanye West and Musk are both associated with the ritualistic killing of Pete, or symbolic, we could say, artistic. Let me show you the scene here where Pete Davidson's head explodes. Looks like more predictive programming in my view. Going through some comments, Echo Charlie mentions the crack in the Liberty Bell. Well, the crack in the Liberty Bell, 1846, wasn't it? But the 846 seems to correlate well with two things. The killing of Floyd, which was a 9/11ing of America. And I look at 9/11, a 9/11ing event as a split, a fork, splitting us into two big factions, the anti and the pro, which you see with every major psyop. But 846 is also the time of day, or morning, that 9/11 started, right at 846. Okay, let me play this clip here where Pete Davidson is on Mars and Musk decides to broadcast it to the entire world because they have to see it, and then watch what happens.
Oh, 2 levels are climbing. He did it!
Make the feed public. Everyone needs to see this. Chad, the world can see you right now. Do you have anything you want to say?
Okay, so everyone's watching Chad, this guy on Mars, Pete Davidson, who's about to go to space in Bezos' rocket.
Same thing. Let the camera get a good look at your face, Chad. I want the world to see the man who gave everything to ensure that humanity's future will be among the stars.
Okay.
No, don't take your helmet off!
Okay, and there you have it. His head explodes. He takes his helmet off on Mars. His head explodes. Now, let me point out a few other things that this does actually follow a pattern. I would say one of the godfathers of modern rocket science, Jack Parsons, JPL. Jack Parsons died a fiery death. His laboratory exploded. He was 37, very significant. Yuri Gagarin Fiery death, mysterious death, first man in space, died shortly after his 34th birthday. Then you have the Challenger, as you all know. But my point is, Apollo 1 also, those three guys burned up there. But at every major phase of our evolution into the space program, into the space age, usually there's some kind of a foundational sacrifice. So, rocket scientist blows up. First man in space blows up. And then you have the three with the Apollo mission blew up before they got on the moon. And then before we have the space station, we got the space shuttles going up, and the space station is preceded by a space shuttle immolation, fiery explosion. So now I'm thinking we're set for some other kind of fiery immolation before the next phase, before we go to Mars, the next phase of this space program. So I think there might be some ritual significance to this. Now let's just really briefly touch on what Mars is, because this is kind of important to keep in mind. So Mars is Horus. Horus is a falcon, like the Falcon 9. Elon Musk, as many of you already know, comes right out of Mars, A Technical Tale by Werner von Braun. Musk has also been associated with Iron Man. In fact, Robert Downey Jr. studied Musk to be a better Tony Stark. So you have the Falcon-Mars connection with Horus. We are entering into the Age of Horus, according to the New Agers. That's what they call it. So I'm positing that the Mars program is the exoteric cover for the New Age unveiling. And I think it's borne out by all of the facts and by their own proclamations. And the agenda speaks for itself, especially when you get into the symbolism of characters like Greta Thunberg in particular. So we'll get into this as well. Let's get back into this thing really quick here. So again, Pete Davidson going for a ride in Dr. Evil's Dong rocket on March 23rd at 13:30 GMT. So we'll be watching and we'll follow up on that. Again, we're analyzing his tattoos. That's coming up on the 23rd. So what's it going to be? Is he going to go to fake space like all these others and just come back down, or is there something else? I put a poll up here as well. COVID cured radical Islamic terrorism. Putin cured COVID. What will cure Putin? 40% said aliens. 50% said climate change. 10% said nukes. OB Ninja said late for the show, better than never. Get on the text message news alerts. Go to infiniteplane.radio. Infiniteplane.radio. Just scroll down to all the links. InfinitePlaneSociety.com. Live stream notifications. All right, there's a lot of things going on. Good things. We are definitely progressing, but I'm trying to stay really focused on the information here. But over in Discord, I'll post more information if you're curious about where things are going with this channel, improvements that we're making. For example, right now I'm developing a series called Metascript Decodes, a bunch of short 10-minute videos, serialized, that I think you'll like. Let me get this one out. This is an important point. Mr. Most Woke sent this to me. Howard Zinn, Boston Bombing Connection. This is actually a good clip. So you may know Howard Zinn from People's History of the United States. I believe it was referenced by Matt Damon in Good Will Hunting. Good Will Hunting is the movie that has people convinced that Matt Damon is really bright or something. I mean, he might be, but they think that he's actually this genius, like from that movie. It's amazing how movies can paint people up as something other than what they are, and people just believe appearances. But this is why movie stars play such an important role in the world stage. They're all propaganda super spreaders. But anyway, Howard Zinn has a direct connection to Joker, the guy who just got the death penalty on the day the new Batman movie was released. We're talking about Dzhokhar Sarnath. Let me play a clip here where you can hear about how Howard Zinn and Joker are buds.
District Attorney Natasha Irving pledged to follow Zinn's example from his autobiography. We also, of course, have professors now espousing the violence of Antifa. One of them is Mark Bray, teaching at Rutgers, probably today. This is the kind of violence that Zinn glorifies in his book. Zinn's book has also influenced terrorists. Tarak
Here we go.
Mahana, who was ultimately found guilty of terrorist conspiracy with Al-Qaeda.
So here's what she's talking about, Zinn's inspiration. And if you read Howard Zinn, you would side with Osama bin Laden. You would call 9/11 blowback. America's chickens coming home to roost. You know, these things aren't uniting. Like what I mentioned earlier, why does Reagan think? Why did he seem to think that a hostile threat from Mars would unite us? No, we have some kind of internal invasion, whether it's radical Islamic terrorists or a pandemic, and it splits us down the middle every time. But anyway, this is just a part here about how Zinn is buds with the Dzhokhar Zarnev brother Joker. And this wouldn't be a surprise either. I mean, I read somewhere that Greta Thunberg is pen pals with the Unabomber, and it's probably true.
Requested A People's History along with other reading materials like the autobiography of Malcolm X and an Islamic text, according to an article published in 2010. Boston bomber Dzhokhar Tsarnaev, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, said that reading A
It's pronounced Joker.
People's History of the United States had opened his eyes to America.
Okay, so reading People's History of the United States opened his eyes to America's evil. So you can see how this all fits together very nicely. No surprise there. Again, the Boston bombing was a hoax. I know a lot of you would like to believe it was real, but it wasn't real. Putin was challenged to a fight by Musk directly today. I think Musk said something about one-on-one combat. So I'll see if I can find that too. Again, I'll continue to monitor the situation with the Kardashians. I never thought I'd be literally keeping up with the Kardashians. Normally it's keeping up with the crisis actors, but it's going that direction. Oh, listen to this. YouTube is banning videos that, quote, minimize or trivialize well-documented events about Russia, Ukraine. So you can tell when something is a hoax because they really work hard to make sure that you're not able to criticize it. Let's see what else we have here. Finally, it's a reality just discovered. Elon Musk has discovered the warp bubble. I knew this would happen. You know, all these billionaires are investing into underground infrastructure. Why is it that Musk and Branson are both involved in hyperloops? Subterranean monorails. Why is that? Aren't they supposed to be going up? Why are they going down? Here's why. I have a feeling it has to do with the way they're going to fake space travel. It's going to be like some kind of Disney ride, the way it's going to actually feel. And they're just going to say, oh, the reason why you're not floating around, the reason why this feels like a monorail is that we're going through a warp bubble. That's kind of where they're going with this. Tricky Who says the Boston bombing op was botched worse than most CIA Fed ops. I don't think they were ready for it. They weren't ready for the internet to mass deconstruct the event real time. So that's probably what started it. The first time I ever saw real-time auto-hoaxing over a major staged event was the Boston bombing. Yeah, so if you don't feel right about the war, you're going to get a strike. I thought about just putting the colors blue and yellow up. Oh, speaking of, and blue and yellow makes green, I'm wondering maybe there's some kind of revolutionary context here, color magic, because it's all about the green revolution. And I've been talking about this green revolution and how even the founder of Earth Day, the unicorn killer, was way ahead of his time, and I think he was onto something when he composted his girlfriend. You all heard about that, right? What's his name, Einhorn? The unicorn killer? I think Einhorn means one horn, but the unicorn killer, he's the guy that started the whole environmentalist thing here, Earth Day. Ira Einhorn, unicorn killer, convicted murderer, environmentalist, murdered his ex-girlfriend, but the main point isn't that he murdered her. He composted her. Like, it doesn't get any greener than that. You're quite, like, almost practically recycling here. But he composted his ex. And this I thought of this today because right now they're starting human composting. Like we're moving into the green world order. All the extreme stuff you see the eco-fascists do, it's the future. So just a heads up. This is from thesun.com. My late husband was turned into soil at the world's first human composting factory. And there he is, looks kind of like Jerry Garcia. They look very happy, lovely couple, and she had him composted. Unbelievable. It's for the environment. They actually think they're saving the planet. By the way, there's going to be some kind of, I believe, a solar flare today. On Friday, we were supposed to get killed by a meteor. It missed. Yeah, we're pretty far behind. It's been a few days. Now, there is some predictive programming in the Simpsons for Ukraine, and there's even some foreshadowing suggesting that on May 5th there might be a nuke, so just a heads up. Fake nuke, May 5th. Here's a tweet. St. Bridget's Church upgraded their spire to 5G. 5 Jesus died for our Sims. And, they put this stuff up there as a joke, but I don't think it's a joke. I think that the cult of the monolith is the new replacement religion. And that the DirecTV dish serves the same purpose now as the steeple. All right, going through your comments here, joined by quite a few other people. Okay. I'll open my phones here in a minute then. If anybody has any questions, comments, I will hand out wrenches, so just leave those below and we'll get to them. And if I find an insightful comment after the live stream, I generally copy it for later. So nothing gets lost here. I watched a movie called Free Guy the other day with Ryan Reynolds, and I picked up a lot of predictive programming, a lot of interesting stuff in here worth watching. So Free Guy is about the metaverse. And in the metaverse, you have an NPC who achieves sentience. He's very attracted to the protagonist of the film, and for some reason it sparks something in him and he becomes self-aware. And it becomes very problematic that you have a self-aware AI bot. So again, the movie's called Free Guy, and his name is Guy. And these movies always have significance in their titles, their names, like Truman Show, about Truman Burbank, is about a false man becoming a true man by seeing through the illusion. And so Free Guy is about an NPC slave to the program breaking free of the Saturnian matrix, of the cycles of control. So it's a decent film, it's a comedy, but I think it has some deeper meaning to it. In fact, the way that he breaks the matrix and its control is by going beyond the artificial boundary where there's more land. So hidden land debunks the whole system. And the land beyond the metaverse, where he's not supposed to go, the land that's uncovered, yeah, it looks like a big square hunk of land, very flat earthy, very interesting little side note there. But it's the main point of the movie is that to debunk the system, he has to go outside of it. Well, anyway, the guy who controls the system and keeps everybody enslaved and keeps all the NPCs locked in the system is kind of upset that you have the free guy now running loose. So he decides to reboot the system, a reset. So he tells one of his employees, reboot the system. And I have the image of this on the screen of the character who actually had to do it. And he's got a shirt with a $100 bill on it. Now the significance there, just like the $20 bill has the Twin Towers burning on the back if you fold it, the $100 bill has the Space Needle and what appears to be an EMP burst above it. And this is something which is consistently used in predictive programming, the Space Needle, associated with a reset, a hard reset. In fact, the Great Reset was started because of the pandemic, Ground Zero, Seattle. So anyway, the guy who reboots the metaverse in the movie is wearing that on his shirt. That kind of stood out to me. One more point about it. I was thinking Free Gaia. Free Guy. Well, you have the Global AI Alliance. The World Economic Forum 666 has this new idea that you can replace human governance, because humans are flawed, with some type of global AI system that can make everything better. So this World Economic Forum initiative, if you ask me, is kind of insinuated here. The Global AI Action Alliance. So Free Guy becomes this spontaneous artificial intelligence, and he causes the system to now become free. There's no longer the CEO tyrant controlling Free City and turning it into a Grand Theft Auto like nightmare world. No, now the metaverse is free and all these NPCs are becoming sentient. And this is all started because of Free Guy. Well, it got me thinking again about Gaia, the World Economic Forum's AI team. And Gaia, by the way, is also the name of the god of the earth god. Gaiaism is an earth-centered, philosophical, holistic, spiritual belief that shares expressions of earth religions and paganism, without being exclusive to any one of them. Gaia, Greek goddess of the earth. There's something else about the movie too. In order to not be an NPC, so if I had to say what this movie was, if I had to describe it to you, sum it up, it's a cross between Truman Show and They Live, and it borrows from both. Like in the Truman Show, when Truman's about to break out of the Matrix, everybody in the Truman Show is watching. In Free Guy, the whole world is watching as he goes to the edge and he breaks through. In They Live, the guy puts on these glasses and he can see through the Matrix. He can see the alien controllers. He can see how fake it all is. And he tries to force the glasses onto his friend, and his friend doesn't want it. In Free Guy, same dynamic. It's like even it's black and white. His black friend doesn't want to wear the glasses, and They Live. Same thing in Free Guy. But when he puts on the glasses, he can see through it. Anyway, and the movie They Live is a John Carpenter, also very noteworthy meta scripter there. Another JC. Mr. Stray says IPS or bust. Now, I only watched Free Guy because HBO e-grabbled my pocket. Anytime I don't have my Cash App card off, one of these streaming sites manages to charge me just on the random. Okay, we have Russia threatening to leave an astronaut in space. Let me play this really quick.
Assault on Ukraine could jeopardize peace on the International Space Station. The head of Russia's space agency has threatened to leave an American astronaut behind to retaliate for U.S. sanctions. And Russia has removed the flags of the United States and its allies from one of its rockets. Nate Foy has more on this. Nate, what can you tell us?
So they're peeling their American flag stickers off their rockets.
Emily, a lot going on here. The entire relationship in space between the two countries is in question. Russia's threatening to end its cooperation at the International Space Station. That's a big problem for Mark Vandehei, who you see right here. He's supposed to come back to Earth in about 3 weeks after a 355-day...
Yep, Mark Vanderheijn is coming down next. Okay, so I have to point this out too, just a sort of a update to his story. Russian Vids. Actually, he's not Russian Vids anymore. He changed it. Probably because of the Russian-Ukraine thing, but Russian Vids is now RV Truth. He bought himself a used RV, and he's driving around spreading what he says is the truth, but he's not always that reliable. So RV Truth shared this video suggesting that Dearth, deep inside the rabbit hole, is now part of this, quote, flat earth trifecta. Rob Skiba, Mac, and now Dearth. In other words, he's suggesting that Dearth, like Skiba and Mac, is dead, or has died, or just died, that he got the COVID. And so he has a clip here, no explanation, out of context, but in every way he insinuates that Dearth is dead.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
What do you make of COVID?
What do I make of COVID? You know what? I had it. I got sick, and now I'm better. I didn't die.
So Dave, with the flat Earth theory,
For somebody, you have to go into a hospital. You have to go somewhere, and you need to put on a mask if you absolutely have to. fakemaskworldwide.com, and I needed to get away, so I did it. And I needed.
Okay, so there we have it. Dearth said I needed to get away, whatever that means. But in other words, Russian vids on this video has insinuated that Dearth is about to fake die from COVID. That was his unspoken assertion there. Well, Dearth has since responded, and he has said that no, he is not dead. So just a heads up, Flat Earth Dave, aka Fed, is doing just fine. Let me play this clip. VP Harris was referred to as the Joker, and this might be why. Someone asked her, what do you think about the tragedy in Ukraine?
A friend in need is a friend indeed.
I can first. Okay. I can first. Okay. I can first.
Anyway, she was criticized for her inappropriate laughter. A little more Fed news, Flat Earth Dave. This is something that popped up on Reddit. So I was looking for information. I was like, is Dearth okay? And someone in Discord found this, which I'd never seen before. It's from reddit.com. Did David Dearth Weiss murder Curious J for repudiating Flat Earth? So this is a podcast, Did Dearth Murder Curious J? And I'm just going to read an excerpt from it. The snake oil salesman and general charlatan David Weiss, aka Dearth, is co-host of the Flat Earth podcast. Is it worth a listen? No. I've listened to every episode in my frequent exercise sessions. The idiocy and hypocrisy is balanced by the hilarity generated by the stupidity. Anyway, he goes on to say, Dearth got his name from another conspiracy podcast, Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. From my intel, this podcast ended as Dave got obsessed with Flat Earth, pissing off his co-hosts who moved on without him. This is when he started the FE podcast with Curious J. Was this guy who sold solar-powered equipment this dumb, or did he smell money to be made from rubes? The guy who's writing this doesn't believe the Earth is flat, or doesn't think the Earth is anything other than a spinning CGI ball. My point being is this, though. It says, the podcast with Curious J ran for years, but here's where it gets interesting. You could tell that Curious J, whose real name and whereabouts remain a mystery, was becoming skeptical. He started becoming curious. Goes on to say here that Curious J remained curious, and I believe that years of podcasts led to these holes where he ultimately knew that the flat earth was likely a lie being propagated by foolish Bible literalists. Until one day, Curious appeared. Anyway, it goes on to say he appeared once and it didn't even sound like him. It says he popped up once to say he was too busy. He sounded distant and under duress. And then he disappeared forever. And then Dearth replaced him. Goes on here to say, but to the missing Curious J, did Dearth murder him, with Curious J falling away from believing in the flat earth, now posing a threat to Dave's money-making scheme? Now it is true that Weiss did beta test an app which he stole and has made easily $100,000 plus since. So did Curious J pose a threat to Dave's money-making scheme? How could Dave sell an app and build a bigger following and be a big man at the conferences if he couldn't keep his own podcasting partner convinced? So, goes on to say one other thing here. No word from Curious J has been heard anywhere. How could someone so curious just stop being curious? Those who follow the flat earth are big believers that the evil powers perpetrating the globe love to hide it in plain sight, that they love to tease the plebes with breadcrumbs, a prime example being the UN flag. So, given that flat earthers are obsessed with this line of thought, is it any surprise that the murder of Curious J would indulge in this exact type of thing? And what he points out is this. Shortly after Curious J disappeared, an episode came out. I present episode 117, March 11th, 2018, Curious J is not dead. Where is Curious J? So his question is here, did a money-hungry charlatan murder his ex-partner to protect his income? Interesting question. It's a Reddit feed. I don't know. If you have any information about this. Victoria Panda says he's been trying to take the RV Truth name for a long time. Okay. So it's a misconception that he recently changed from Russian vids to RV Truth over the Ukraine thing. Just thanks for clarifying. Okay, commenter here says Weiss and Timothy Rothschild met while working together at a company, which Weiss insists is not necessary to the narrative. Initially, deep inside the rabbit hole was Rothschild's idea. I don't even like that phrase very much, to be honest. Deep inside the rabbit hole. And one of the logos they used was a rabbit with a hypnotic spiral where its tail should be, where the rabbit hole would be. And I'm like, is that appropriate? And then he's a hypnotist, so. I got a comment here from Discord. This one's from Lloyd Miller. Lloyd said, and this was a couple of days ago, I was listening to the Mike Gallagher radio talk show today while driving for sales work. Mike couldn't understand why the caller was angry and rejecting him. Then, an IPS type called in to explain it. The IPS type called in and started to explain the full-blown, quote, world stage conspiracy theory, claiming that the Ukrainian war news is fake movie magic. After claiming he was open to alternative views moments before, he cut off the caller. Apparently, he went too far. Yep, exactly. You have alternative news, and then you have media analysis coming from a post-world stage perspective, and they can't have that. If you know there's a stage, if you see through the magic tricks, you give away the game, they don't want to hear from you. Victoria says, I only found out this from Russian vids. Oh, yeah, about his name from... Yeah, I made it up, to be honest. He's not in an RV. Russian vids is anonymous. Nobody knows who he is. He claims that he's a Bible-believing flat earther, and that the Bible tells him that we're under a dome. The problem with this thing is Russian vids doesn't know any Bible verses. How many Bible fundamentalists do you know that can't recite the Bible? And moreover, he bookends every one of his videos with lyrics from crisis actor Meatloaf. So it's like Meatloaf is a better source for profound statements than the Jesus that you claim to serve. I mean, Meatloaf was there at Parkland Hospital the day JFK was shot. He claims he saw the blood of JFK on the Lincoln. So he's got crisis actor lyrics on his videos, but no Bible verses. So I don't even think that Russian Vids owns a Bible. Anyway, let us move on. Russia warns sanctions could cause the International Space Station to crash. The Russian segment. Now, this is the thing. Apparently, it's unwieldy, and they're going to take the segment off. And they put that video out there, and it's been viewed as something of a threat. The Russian segment ensures that the station's orbit is corrected on average 11 times a year. So if the Russian segment is no longer being utilized, then they're no longer doing the monthly bump to correct its orbit. So that's why they're saying if Russia doesn't play, the space station falls. Okay, let's see what else. Actor turned president Zelensky is the, quote, Tom Hanks of Ukraine. Fascinating. Not the first time. You see, it's not unintentional either. That you would go from movie to politics. I mean, there's that cliche about politics being show business for ugly people, but in truth, it's all the same backstage. Ashy Dog says meatloaf or meat loaf. Right, because meat loaf with a space is a Mandela effect, according to Brian Stavely. Even though Meatloaf says otherwise. Meatloaf actually says that you are a, quote, I think he says that he's a moron and he wants to punch you in the face if you think that his name has a space in it. Or doesn't have a space in it. Or does. I don't even know. Because I don't care. It's not because I'm Mandela affected, it's because I don't care. I literally could not get myself to care. But for the time being, let's look into it. Meatloaf is a dish of ground meat. That's one word. And meat loaf is the singer. And he said and this debunks the conspiracy theory about Mandela effect. He said that his fans chant "meat, meat" when he steps up on the stage. So you can't call it a Mandela effect. I'm sorry. Now, if you didn't know about the JFK story, so Meatloaf, who's always surrounded by the bat imagery, gets killed by the bat virus. Didn't heat up his bat suit properly. Well, he also predicted his own death. His producer died, and he said he was going to die because of that for some reason. Well, he dies of COVID after taking a staunch anti-vax position, typical of a COVID crisis actor. Well, before he died, he was running around making these appearances. He spoke to Mike Huckabee, the politician, and he told the story about how he ditched school on 11/22/63, and he was at Parkland, of all names, Parkland Hospital, where he did see the blood of Kennedy on the Lincoln. Let me bring this up. This connects him in many ways to the bigger picture, because all the major conspiracy theories are connected. So here we have Meatloaf's crazy encounter after the JFK assassination. And here's another bullet point for the parallels between the JFK assassination and the Lincoln assassination, just the connections. So you've got Kennedy's blood on a Ford Lincoln. And then with the Lincoln assassination, you got Lincoln's blood all over the Ford Theater. Okay, Meatloaf's crazy encounter after the JFK assassination. I'll just go right to a point here, like halfway through. It's 16 minutes. He really drags it out.
I'll give you 5. My friends go, yeah, take 5. So we tore the 5 into 3 pieces.
You still have that?
Yeah, that's a whole nother story.
I'm sure it is.
It is. Trust me. Billy still has his.
Yeah.
I don't know where the other person
Now,
is.
there's a huge build-up. It's a long, boring story. Okay, here we go. This is the part where I think he talks about dipping his hand in the blood of
Where we were,
Kennedy.
I doubt anybody has as vivid a memory as you do.
Not
as a
like
high
that.
school kid.
I don't know how many people got pulled over by the Secret Service and driven into Parkland.
Well, it's never happened to Keith, Trey, or me. I can attest to that.
I don't think it's happened to anybody else.
I mean, it's an amazing story. And when I tell people, because I've said to people, you'll never believe where Meatloaf was on the day of the Kennedy assassination.
And they keep reiterating how unbelievable it is. Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's like a movie. It's like a story. Well, it's because it's exactly that. And here he is comparing himself to Forrest Gump.
You were there. Okay.
In a sense, I am like Forrest Gump.
Well, you've been everywhere. But
because
there's a story.
Those kind of things like the Secret Service guy, those kind of things have happened in my life more than one time. Trust me. Not Secret Service. All right, next question.
There is a story.
Okay, so anyway, he was there at that PSYOP. What does that tell you? Oh, here's another one. How Taxi Driver is connected to 2 assassination attempts. So the movie Taxi Driver, Robert De Niro, about a porn-obsessed degenerate who drives a cab and he decides to make a name for himself by murdering a politician. Well, he was the inspiration for John Hinckley, who shot Reagan. And that led to the Brady Bill and all of that. But that's in itself is an interesting point, a story. John Hinckley, of course, was recently, I believe he's been recently released, 66 years old. Back in August, they were talking about letting him go. And that stood out because they were also trying to release Saran, who shot RFK. A lot of assassins walking loose these days. But anyway, there was another shooter who was inspired by the movie, and he was going to do something very similar. And then his name was Bemer. Born in the 50s, Bemer grew up in an abusive household. But anyway, like the movie, he shaved his head. 1972, he grew tired of it and decided to become an assassin. Tried to shoot an Alabama governor. I think he tried to shoot Wallace. But my point is, just another example of a movie mixing in with reality, as they're apt to do. And here's another example of how they use fiction to mold our reality. And I love looking at these old pictures. So this is a picture from 1962. So in 1962, The Stargazer balloon takes off. And I don't know if you've ever seen light brights. It's like a kind of like a child's toy. It's basically a panel with peg holes in it. And you put a black piece of paper over it and it's lit from behind. And when you poke holes, it creates little starlights and you have these elaborate patterns. Well, anyway, I'm looking at space as it appeared in 1962, and it looks like a light bright. The first time they filmed space, it looked like paper with holes poked in it. Zinvala says, I loved Light Bright as a kid. Echo Charlie says, is Tom Hanks playing Biden? You know, who's playing Biden? I don't know. I mean, I still think it's Beau. I think Beau Biden. But, you know, the thing about space that I find most interesting is you can look back and just see how space changes along with our ability to fake it. Like, the better we can fake it, the more real it looks. Funny how that happens. And nobody seems to notice that it used to look faker, as though that doesn't matter. Last month, a massive plasma eruption from the sun shot 2.2 million miles into space. Just another 2-2 associated with a month of 2-2s. Meghan Markle's biggest troll is her half-sister Samantha. Have you seen those pictures of Meghan Markle with her baby bump falling out? Where she's got this like fake pregnant bump and then it drops and she puts it back in. Kind of like at the Boston bombing. Was it Bowman, one of these runners, his leg prosthetic fell off and Carlos Rendondo had to put it back on? Yeah, Meghan Markle's dropped her baby bump. Well, anyway, it turns out that the person who keeps breaking the story is her own half-sister. And they're calling her a troll. The Duchess's half-sister. And she's threatening to sue BuzzFeed for being called a troll. But basically, she describes her sister as shallow social climbing and has made a lot of claims. She said, for example, I've seen her stomach big in the morning. Oh, her Twitter name is Trump is America's President in 2021. I've seen her stomach big in the morning and flat at the end of the day. I was informed when she picked up her eggs in Los Angeles. I believe a surrogate was used. I wonder if it was Chelsea Manning. Let me bring that up really quick here. Yes, Chelsea Manning is dating Grimes. Grimes dating leaker Chelsea Manning after Elon Musk breakup. And this after we find out that they have a new baby, and we don't know if it 3D printed or did they have technical assistance from a surrogate like Chelsea Manning making it its baby's mother, father. I don't know how you would even categorize that. Here, let's read some more tweets from Trump is America's President. I think there should be mandatory that proof of delivery from my sister's womb is provided if any of the children are to have a title. And Archie should not have a title because I believe a surrogate was used. Okay, so there you have it. Half-sister of Meghan Markle explaining why the baby bump. Oh, I meant to address this a minute ago when we were talking about the Mandela effect. One of the main Mandela effects of the day is 101 Dalmatians, which they claim is a Mandela effect. They claim that Dalmatians on 101 Dalmatians used to be spelled Dalmations, like Dalmatians. But now it's Dalmatians with an A, Tians. Thus, Mandela effect. So here they are saying this is proof that reality has shifted, we're all NPCs, supernatural, blah, blah. Okay, fine. Well, Dalmatians is spelled Tians because they're from Dalmatia. So there's no O in the picture. So it's got to be wrong. However, this was sent to me as evidence of the Mandela effect. It's a puzzle. 101. It's a Dalmatian station, and it's spelled Tion, even on the box. So this is what they call residue. So what are you going to extrapolate from this? Are you looking at, and you can buy it for $25 on eBay, are you looking at an artifact from a parallel universe where Dalmatians has an O? Or are we looking at some kind of an error, a human error? Anybody? Linda Curtis remembers Dalmatians. David A. Pryor says Stavely bought that puzzle. Right. All right. Zinvella says this has got to be one of the worst Mandela effects so far. Right. Well, they remember it being spelled Tion. What they don't account for is when you were a kid and you watch these movies, you're learning to read, you're learning to spell, you're learning Tion to change a word. And you're going to make mistakes as a kid. Unless you were all straight A's and you never misspelled anything, I don't believe you're Mandela affected. Unless you have a perfect recollection and you can prove it, don't tell me you're Mandela affected. Brian Stavely, BS, his initials. Sometimes they give it away, like Flat Earth Dave, Fed. You know, BS is constantly up telling us that we're not as good as him because we're not Mandela affected, but he has not demonstrated a perfect memory. So I'm supposed to believe that the universe changed. You didn't misspell that word. It's like, well, I don't know. I need some evidence. Let's see proof that you're never wrong. You don't lose your keys. Anyway, let's move on. Man shot 33 times, forgives attackers, and is determined to rebuild his life. Again, rebuild, build back better, forgiveness, 33. Very Christy. I'm not going to delve into that one. It just looks like more fake news. Let me look at this. Is good too. This is a compilation of the colors, blue and yellow, and how before Ukraine, these same colors were used to program us for COVID, with the yellow and blue being used to show PPE. Take a look. For the past 2 years, you've been programmed with blue and yellow with COVID testing sites, blue masks, the yellow with the signage at all the testing sites, all the logos, coronavirus NHS alerts, all blue and yellow. Programming. By the way, speaking of 33-year-olds, the person who broke the news about the COVID leak originally was a guy named Wee Lion. Wee Lion. And guess how old he was? Think about this. A whistleblower. He dies to tell the truth to the world that you're all going to die if you don't recognize this new threat, this new thing. Like Jesus died for our sin, he died, this guy died, to warn us about the new iteration of sin, which is the coronavirus. And here you have it. His name is Wee Lion. Let me see if I find a picture of him. These whistleblowers are all suspect, by the way, because they're all script readers. Coronavirus kills Chinese whistleblower. The 33-year-old doctor was the first to raise the alarm about the coronavirus. And here is the face of Wee Lion doing one of these selfies right before he dies. These mask selfies. You had mask selfies, then you had vaxies, where you take a picture of yourself when you're getting vaxxed. And now you've got helpies. So go hug a Ukrainian and get a selfie of yourself while you're hugging them. And here he is, showing his ID, his name, as he's dying. Deathbed selfies are so 2020, was what someone said the other day. Xmas Eve says, you're on fire, keep going. Yeah, these are really important connections. Celestial Wonder says that sounds like the tune from Silence of the Lambs. Yeah, that song reminds me of Sean Hufford, you know, the flat earth critic who had a $3,000 Uber Eats bill or whatever. $30,000. How much did he spend on Uber Eats and he could have just crossed the street? You know, last year I had said, let's just go ahead and lock up all the 33-year-olds and have a calm year. No one took my advice. And then you had the QAnon shaman, 33. You had this 33-year-old in Australia punching a horse. You had the 33-year-old Code Monkey Z trying to upstage or upturn the election event results over at the Cyber Symposium. Lock up the 33-year-olds. Just 1 year. 1 year of peace. Oh, by the way, Grimes dating Chesley Manning. Grimes is 33. I believe Evan Wood, who just released Phoenix Rising, Marilyn Manson's ex is 33. I can't wait to start releasing the Metascript decodes because we cover so much material that you can't expect someone to sit for 4 hours or 3 hours or 2 hours. I think it's important to get some of the basics out. So I'm serializing a whole series, Metascript Decode. I'll start releasing those daily. Once I have 3 or 4 pre-recorded and they're all templated and I like the way it's produced, I will release them systematically. So get on the newsletter. You're not going to want to miss Metascript Decodes. And if you're a patron supporter or you're a member of any of my sites, you'll get access probably 24 hours before anybody else. Okay, Pete Davidson to space. Happy Pi Day. Rogozin, the Roscosmos guy, called Elon Musk a little devil and a weakling. Let's look at that for a moment. Oh, a couple other things here. Yes, confirmation from Dearth himself. Fed is not dead. He posted something here. It's always nice when someone offers clarification because, it was really confusing there for a minute. Like, definitely seemed to be that Russian Vids was trying to set the stage here that he believes that this guy's dying or about to die, but apparently it's a nothing burger. Dearth says, I would like to report I have not died, as some headlines have reported. Now, if Dearth could get Curious J, if Dearth could dig him up, or rather look him up, and ask Curious J to go ahead and clarify that he's still among the living. So contrary to the speculation fueled by RV Truth, 9/11 witness Dearth is not dead. So Dearth must have seen Pete Davidson's father die that day, right? Dearth is a 9/11 witness. He actually saw with his own eyes, without wearing Oculus. Somehow he managed to see the CGI planes hitting the towers. That would be Dearth, deep inside the rabbit hole. He saw the 9/11 airplanes. Rocco Truth says, I think RV was just saying that he believes COVID is real. Okay, that could have been, but he could not have been more ambiguous because he called Dearth a member of the Flat Earth trifecta, including Skiba and Mac. And Mac and Skiba both recently caught the COVID and died. Although yesterday, or on the 12th, a couple days ago, I was on Instagram and I got this on my feed. It shows you recent changes and updates. So 15 hours ago, Dark Matter News liked a photo of my charcoal owl. 19 hours ago, X-Pac liked my penguin with the balloon. 1 day ago, Flat Earth 101 and Mac Parhar followed Flat Earth Festival's official. So I'm like, wait a minute here. How did Mac Parhar's Instagram follow somebody yesterday? So Dearth's not dead, and Mac Parhar is haunting his Instagram account. Did he upload his consciousness, into the metaverse already? Did he get a head start? Because Mac Parhar's Instagram account is haunted. Okay, let me bring this up. I want to kind of catch everybody up with why I'm so obsessed with the Kardashians at the moment. Because normally it's keeping up with the crisis actors, but now it's become keeping up with the Kardashians because these two worlds are merging. So the other day, and these are all clues, I think, I believe we are seeing Metascript clues pointing at a possible new O.J. Simpson level atrocity to come. So either Pete Davidson's going to space on the 23rd, or possibly something may happen first. So if you hadn't seen this yet, there was a message exchange between Kanye and Pete Davidson while Davidson is in bed with Kanye's wife. And he brags about it and he shows off his terrible tattoos. So it looks like there's some escalation. And during their conversation here, they agree to meet up. And it sounds like they're not going to have a nice talk. So I want to point out this. There's the connection with the Kardashians through Richard Kardashian, who stood by OJ through the whole OJ trial. We have the Kanye video depicting the killing of Davidson. We have Davidson's head exploding on Mars on a Musk hosted SNL episode. We have Kanye weirdly dating a mirror of Kim. Kanye's dating a Kimitator. So this reoccurring mirror, this mirror symbol, it's everywhere. But you have Kimitator, which is basically a Kim Kardashian clone. And to me, that's kind of pathological. To date someone that looks just like your ex publicly. I also want to point out Halloween Kills was out when William Shatner went to space. As you know, the Rocket Man goes to space, riding Dr. Evil's dong rocket. Meanwhile, on Earth, the movie Halloween Kills is out, where the main killer, Mike Myers, is wearing a William Shatner mask. So if you've seen the guy in Halloween with the creepy mask, yeah, that's a William Shatner face. So I just pointed this out. The connection was the Knife Man and the Rocket Man, same face. Well, around that same time, Kanye was walking around, such a strange Halloween season. He's walking around in a weird mask. Just very creepy, very Halloween-esque. So I saw this and I thought, this reminds me of Mike Myers. If you haven't seen it, it's kind of a featureless thing. Almost looks like an inside-out mask, which is what it could be, but whatever it is. This is around the time that the movie's out. David Ames gets stabbed 17 times. So I see this stabbiness, this theme reoccurring. Well, then we arrive in December and O.J. Simpson is released. So O.J. is loose. The juice is loose. Around this time, I see an image of Kanye and Musk hanging out. Musk has an orange on his shirt, and Kanye is wearing an orange jacket. Again, what does this mean? I'm just like, at the time, like, is there a story? Is there a build-up? I don't know what this is, but here you have Kanye West. There was some kind of trendy meme going on at the time with oranges, I'm sure, but I'm just interested in the subtext here. I'm just pointing something out here, that you have the Kardashian OJ connections. We have this build-up. Then we have Kanye, Musk, and Manson hanging out at Donde 2. So I'm thinking, are we being set up for some kind of Manson-esque level Hollywood killing atrocities? I'm expecting, based on what we've seen so far, I'm expecting Kanye to go Charlie Manson on the situation and to ride off into the sunset, OJ style, on a white horse, a Bronco. It doesn't have to be a Bronco, but symbolically, it represents the end or something. Now, the other part I want to mention here is that the white horse symbol is right out of Revelation 19:11. Behold a pale horse, behold a white horse. And Marilyn Manson, by the way, at the Donde event, I think represents the helter-skelter, the split, the black and the white. He represents the Charles Manson of our time on the world stage in that sense. And Charles Manson, if you didn't know, he was trying to start a race war. He was going to frame the Black Panthers, and then it was meant to instigate. But anyway, I just happen to think that Kanye West is playing some kind of a role here with Pete Davidson. And me, it's just a question of whether Pete Davidson gets to space and becomes the Rocket Man, or is he going to get knifed first? You'll find out here first, because we're keeping up closer than anybody. Ashley Dog says Kanye is going to snap. David says it would be epic if he rode away on a real horse. Rocco says those guys are just riffing off each other, dumb drama. Right. It could all just be dumb drama. Sells tickets, holds people's attention. Or it could be a setup for a major psyop where we experience the death of the West, the death of Kanye West's world, Kanye West world. And that's what I think it would represent. I think we're looking at the end result of American materialism, our worship of celebrity, and at the end of the day, look what happens. And I think that's what we're being led to, because there hasn't really been something commensurate with the OJ killing or anything like it, any big celebrity atrocity like that in some time. And if you've noticed, the PSYOP entertainment complex loves to recycle. Not just crisis actors these days, entire storylines. They even recycle explosions. You got these like, mushroom clouds over these explosions, over these bombing sites. It's like, wait, that cloud and that explosion looks exactly like one from 5 years before. Crisis clouds. Okay, I'm going to play a clip here. I guess this is a debunk. We've been looking at the Mandela effect lately because we know what really causes it. And one of the Mandela effects that has a lot of people going is the idea that C-3PO, the robot from Star Wars, had a silver leg. Well, here is a 1979, this is from Sesame Street, this is 1979 raw footage, R2-D2 and C-3PO. For context, let me go ahead and just explain what the actual Mandela effect is. Okay, so the Mandela effect is this. The Mandela affected version of reality is that C-3PO has a silver leg. In Star Wars A New Hope, he appears with one silver leg. The Empire Strikes Back. Okay, anyway, my point is this is some kind of a point of contention among the Mendoozled. But if you look at this old footage here, you can see C-3PO for yourself. You can see his legs, and what are you looking at?
Hey, I think I get it. Listen, if it says one, I go be...
I have to say, the footage is so bad that how could you form memories? Dolly has braces. This footage is so bad, it looks like Big Bird has braces. Am I Mandela affected? I'm pretty sure. Look in that beak. But yeah, again, this is meant to show that there is no Mandela effect. Xmas Eve says Manson was a hoax and George Bush was the main actor. Jenna says Pete Davidson is born female. I don't know. I don't know about that one. I mean, I guess it's possible. There's that whole line of inquiry about this idea that all of the elite are switched. Everything is Alice in Wonderland, up is down, down is up, etc. Let me continue to go through my minds. This is a little meme here. Mom, what is hypocrisy? This is a girl and her mom making cupcakes, and the mom says, when someone posts free Ukraine, but wants to lock down their unvaccinated neighbor. Yeah, that'd be my question. What do you all mean by freedom? Let us continue. Asteroid impacts the Earth just 2 hours after it was discovered. I'm taking credit for this. I'm taking credit for this impact because for the last few days, actually weeks, there's been some time I've done this, but I've been really harping, how come NASA misses on all of its predictions when it comes to incoming space rocks? They're always wrong. Yet, whenever they're aiming for some distant object millions of miles away, they're always right. So you can land a probe the size of an iPhone on a moving comet 2 million miles away. But you can't tell me predictably when a rock a few million miles away is going to hit. Well, for the first time I can recall, they actually called it. NASA has called an asteroid right. And I have been noticing the disparity with their inbound, outbound aim, and so it seems like they've updated their scripts. No evidence, you can just take their word for it. Let's see what else we have here. Need to Give says, this seems like an interesting channel. Let's see what you've got. Thank you. AAAA says, wouldn't that dude falling from the Twin Towers want to fall feet down to have at least a slight chance of living? Okay, you're referring to the 9/11 falling man. Now, the 9/11 falling man photo, weirdly enough, was taken by the same guy that photographed RFK's death. It's not the only connection there. Another 9/11 JFK connection. The falling man photo is also owned by Elton John. I'll do a 10-minute video on that picture itself. There's quite a lot there. This is a pretty good little meme here. I just found it. Again, good memers, good meme text copy great meme text steal, and I've been stealing a lot of memes lately. This one here, stolen from, I believe, YouTube. On the left, person is being hypnotized with a COVID ball on a string. On the right, it's a blue and yellow Ukraine ball. You see a pattern? So I'm predicting the next one will be a burning globe. Going through some comments, says Tyrone says the actors are sterile. They are latent, which means they have no libido. Fascinating. I'd like to learn more about that. I mean, what are we looking at? Is there some kind of like a stable where all these actors are? I mean, they all kind of look like, and I've said this before, there's like a really shallow gene pool at the top of the Illuminati dung heap. Hey, check this out. Some guy cashed out on a meteor for a lot of money. So 18 months ago, this thing fell. He saw this fireball 18 months ago. He managed to track it down, and he found a rock, and it's worth 100,000 pounds. It's a 2-pound, 4-ounce meteorite. There it is. Anyway, it landed on 3/11. I think, let me see the date, actually. Someone had said 3/11. Anyway, it fell 18 months ago. He discovered it on the 11th, and now he's going to sell it for $100,000. He has to get it certified. My main point was this, though. 3/11 is the second hoax anniversary of COVID, and I was like, wouldn't that be ironic and funny, not funny, if this was a carrier of some kind of space aids? Like if this guy cashes out this meteor, but then he's patient zero for like the next major pandemic. And space AIDS is a thing. Before COVID-19, you had C-19, which was the comet Atlas that broke apart. And there were some scientists who were suggesting, there's a few of them, they were shut down quickly, but they said that maybe it came from space. And you know what's interesting is C-19, the comet, was this green light in the sky, very similar to the one in Don't Look Up that preceded the comet that would wreck the world. It breaks apart just like the one that passed in 2019 broke apart. Okay, so Tyrone says that the famous are peerage derived. They inbreed and they use IVF techniques to get any births. That would not surprise me. It really wouldn't. You know, I look at some of these like major stars, you know, Tom Cruise, Brad Pitt, and you're like, do these people actually make that much money? Or are they minimum wage workers owned by like puppets, more or less? I mean, they could be. We don't really know. You don't know what's going on behind the scenes. And, you know, we're given a front. You think you know the movie star and the actor off the stage. No, they're an actor on and off the stage. And there's a pretty convincing conspiracy theory, I guess. There's a pretty convincing theory that's been put forth that Brad Pitt is an actor that plays the role of Benicio del Toro. In other words, Benicio del Toro does not exist. And if you look at the two of them, there's a similarity, but what the suggestion here is what you're looking at is you're looking at hyper-realistic, foolproof masks, the type that the CIA uses for its deep fakery. I mean, long before digital deepfake, they had already mastered this technique. So if you look at the two of them, is Brad Pitt a good enough actor to portray another character? Well, yeah. He does it in every single movie. So could he portray another actor and as that actor do other movies? Well, I would say yes. I'm pretty sure that Benicio del Toro does not exist. All right, let us continue. Finbar says that is uncanny. Yep. Hey, you know, we talk about death fakers a lot and all these 33-year-olds dying and coming back with different names. Check this out. Some modern Muslim scholars believe that Jesus was crucified but didn't die, instead pretending to be dead, and was revived in the tomb later, in the same mortal body. So there are some Muslim scholars who believe that Jesus is an OG death faker. I find that very plausible for a few reasons, which we may get into. Again, COVID cured radical Islam. Radical Islamic terrorism is no longer a thing. They wanted nothing to do with the infidel virus, and they went back to wherever they came from, to their caves. Now that's interesting too. The terrorists come out of the caves. Bats come out of caves. Anyway, COVID came out of the COVID cured the terrorism. And then Putin came along and he cured COVID. So what's going to cure Putin? Aliens, climate change, or nukes? I don't know why. Mr. Most Woke sent this to me. He says, I don't know why. It looks like an instance of archetypal transference. I don't know why either. Nothing explains the antics of Chicago's Mayor Lightfoot. But here, Mayor Lightfoot is dressed up like a leprechaun. But she's been doing these costume gigs for a long time. She did that superhero costume. Was it a PPE Man? Let's bring that up really quick. This mayor is so fun. I wish we had a cringe mayor like this. Mayor Lightfoot. I remember she came out with a superhero costume. Yeah, she also, oh yeah, Rona Destroyer. Dressed as a superhero, Rona Destroyer. She did this performance art piece. Another time I saw her come out with a horse, I believe. And she was the tax ranger. Like the Lone Ranger, and she came out to go collect taxes. I mean, all these gimmicks. Okay, here we go. Another example of the idea that show business and politics are just one and the same, and they share the same backstage. But the ones who aren't good enough for the movies.
Well, before we go, looks like trick-or-treating will be happening in Chicago this year. Yeah, that's Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot coming out in full costume, cape and mask as the Rona, as in Corona Destroyer, handing out candy to reporters and staff.
Handing out candy? Wait a minute. Super spreading, violating social distancing.
At our daily news conference, trick-or-treaters will be asked to stay in groups of 6 or fewer there, avoid sticking their hands into any candy bowls, and of course, wear a mask with a mask over your mask.
All right, wear a mask with a mask over your mask, like Brad Pitt and Benicio del Toro. Again, on the 23rd, we'll be watching Pete Davidson go into space. We did a little breakdown on the symbolism inherent in his tattoos. The 93, a reference to the New Age Horus. The Mars attacks alien, and he's about to go to space. He's had his head blown up on Mars. There's a lot there to unpack. The Boston bomber, Joker. His death penalty was reinstated the day that Batman was released, and he was friends with a friend of Howard Zinn. Musk challenged Putin to single-hand-to-hand combat after a Ukraine official called him, a Russian official called him a little devil. Musk, little devil. They also called him weak. We discussed the significances of the Kraken symbolism today, and the Kraken killing Bezos on Inside Job on his mega yacht, the Kraken being released by Pluto Hades. Then we have this, of course, Pete Davidson going to space. His father was a 9/11 victim, burned in the towers. Might be significant. We'll look into that one as well. Going to space on Bezos' rocket, a competitor of Musk. So, what could go wrong? We discussed the symbolism of Horus, the age of Mars. And of course, let me bring this up really quick. So in the book of the law, or this is the Bible of the New Age, the Crowleyites, the Thelemites, it has this prophecy that the world, the New Age, would be announced. It'd be proclaimed by this prophet, the crowned conquering child, an androgen, who would tell the world what's up. That all the old religions would be torn down, the old ways would be burned, and they can build back better. The child androgen is the incarnated Horus. So the crown conquering child, in my view, um, has already emerged. The book is called Book of the Law, or Liber 418. 418, the number, adds to the great work. So the great work is their term, their phrase they use to describe bringing in the new age. So tearing it all down, all the progressivism, all the environmentalism, all the revolution, it's all part of the great work. The 9/11ing of America, the bringing down of this, it's all part of this, the tearing down the Tower of Babel. It's part of this, the great work. Now, I'm equating the great work with the Great Reset. And of course, the Great Reset and the Great Work are the same thing. We're talking about a new age, a green world order. So I don't think it's a stretch to say that when Greta shows up at the UN to announce the green world order, that we're actually hearing about the Greta Reset, the Great Reset, the Great Work. That the child androgen was manifest as Greta Thunberg. And of course, the crown conquering child, crown, corona, even the name. I mean, there's stuff in the names here, but my main point is this: she pretty much fulfilled everything that Crowley said would be performed by this character emerging on the world stage. We were talking about this in the chat earlier today, about the symbolism, of course, of the Falcon rockets, Mars, and everything else. And the idea is that this new age represents the phasing out of the patriarchal sun god, the crucified, dying, and resurrecting sun god, and bringing in the child. All right, going through your comments, see if I've missed anything else. We will be back taking calls on the regular here very shortly. Again, I'm developing this new series. It's called Metascript Decodes, and you'll be hearing more about that. And if you get into the newsletter, you'll be the first to watch those videos before I list them. Okay, Musk challenging Putin to single-handed combat or single combat. We shall see. They've turned this thing into such a big joke. You know, how are they ever going to make this thing serious? I don't know. Tyrone says the Romans faked deaths like no other, the ancient Laurel Canyon. Yeah, I'm doing a whole 10-minute video on nothing but Laurel Canyon and the Manana Literary Club. There's quite a lot there when you look at the people involved. You got Jack Parsons, L. Ron Hubbard. Hey, check this out. That Navy video that showed a TikTok-shaped alien or some kind of craft that moved very fast. It blew the minds of all those Navy guys. It was on Fox News. QAnoners were beside themselves, thinking that the Pleiadians were here to save them from the deep state. Yeah, it turns out it was a camera glare. A camera glare. Famous Navy UFO video was a camera glare. And look how they fell for it. But this is not uncommon. You know, there are entire YouTube channels, there are entire platforms, like people build their entire truther networks on stuff like this. Like there's that one guy, Crow 7777777, who does this second sun. He says that his camera, he sees the sun and he's able to find a second sun and sometimes a third. And they're obvious camera glares. And I'm thinking, here you are, a very experienced cameraman. You've got decades of experience, and you're not able to discern a very basic amateur camera error. And you're going to misinterpret that to say, no, we got it wrong. It's not a heliocentric system. There's two suns, but nobody noticed until me, this anonymous guy on the internet. This is a nice article, How to Spot False Posts from Ukraine. And it has an image of Steven Seagal, because Joe Rogan saw this image and thought Steven Seagal was actually fighting the Russians. Here's how you spot fake news. Turn on the internet. I mean, it's quite literally that bad at this point. Again, it's Pi Day. Put pi up to a mirror 314, and you can actually read PIE. Okay, again, the poll, it looks like climate change is winning. The poll between what's going to cure Putin, climate change beats aliens and nukes. It's 52 to 38 to 9%. And I sent a tweet out to Kanye. I said, make sure the gloves don't fit too well. Don't want to make this an open and shut case. So we'll be watching Keeping Up with the Kardashians. And is this going to be another O.J. Simpson? Okay, anyway, this has been great. Like I said, we are in the process of producing this Metascript Decode series. And once I get that back into, like once I'm 3 or 4 deep, then we'll be back on our nightlies, and I'll be releasing those daily. In each one will contain things worth discussing. I'm actually creating a separate mind map for every one of these 10-minute videos. And you'll see, because I think you'll see that we'll be able to finally systematize a lot of stuff. We've had so many channels taken down. We don't have an archive we can point to, but we will very, very soon. By the way, a few months ago, I got a track called Red to Green sent to me by Michael Keever. Red to Green, about this Marxist communist revolution disguised as saving the planet. Anyway, he sent me a new track, End Always Nigh. Anyway, this is from Michael Keever, and I'm going to put a link to this track below. Thanks everyone for joining, and we'll be back very soon with a regular schedule. End Always Nigh.
No future sky always falling, hot air blowing or the trumpets calling. War, pestilence and global warming, disaster never strike, just a constant warning. The hope killers, the fear breeders, the doomsayers preaching for the dream weavers. No worries for the heathens, anxiety for believers. Always heading for Armageddon, no nukes to threat the real weapon. Future never bright when the end's always nice. Full seals and signs and pretty do by design. John the Revelator, who that lie? No limit to the shit that they trying. No limit to the shit people buying. Remember 2012 and the Mayans. 2022, motherfuckers still scrying. End always nigh. Look into the sky. End always nigh. Impending doom by design. Every day a day of reckoning. You left the door open and you let them in. The fear peddling, the mind meddling. They pulled up a chair and it's settled in. Only their illusions are beckoning. Apocalypse on the piggy's lips. Condition for sci-fi disaster flicks. And the psychic sticks. Sticking to their clock. Left holding the cock when the ball's gonna drop. Waiting for the whiz bang pop. Looking to the sky for a crash. Ducking for cover but never under attack. When I be moving gonna fade to black. What's gonna wipe us out? What's it gonna be? Whatever it is will come through on a screen. Masses manifest. Negativity. Conspiracy or mainstream. Different tactics, same team. With different dreamers in the same dream. With different cows in the same herd. The two wings of the same bird. Fear the tool, the fuel. Fueling the push and the pull. The intelligent, the fools. Carry it around like mules. End always nigh. Look into the sky. End always nigh. Impending doom by design. Alarming us, bombarding us, Nostradamus us, mentally disarming us. Safe in the metaverse, energy farming us. And these cunts you trust. No currency with me, they're gone bust. Flimsy lies, all top no crust.
right, this is COVID Cooties by Symbia. Link is in the chat. Screen cap, download these memes before they're prohibited entirely. These memes are making the fearsome COVID thing into something you might want to cuddle up next to, like those COVID pillows they gave out at Event 201. Let's see who's here in the chat. Azul Yogi 33, SpongeBob, Zinbella 737, Rocco Calzone, Mom with Sons, Evar, and SpongeBob 77777. Alright, so let's go ahead and check that notifications went out. Yep, notifications are out. Text messages should be going out any moment now, so there should be an influx of people. The meme on the screen, it's got Fepe the Penguin with a gun, and in the background there's a Shutterstock generic public domain clip art scientist. That's what it is. Anyway, funnily enough, I have been sued, and I've sued people, and it goes back and forth. You know how that is. Well, anyway, I'd kind of left one of these things in the past, and this person then wrote the judge, and I got this notification. Well, this guy is begging for a summary judgment for emotional damage and for trademark libel. Basically, I libeled his avatar, his meme that he trademarked. Well, anyway, I looked into it. It turns out he couldn't have trademarked it legally because this thing was actually on Shutterstock and has been for years, and it's already public domain. So in other words, this guy trademarked a public domain piece of crap clip art in order to sue me for libel. That's how desperate he is. So I wrote back, I replied with a motion just basically saying, this is crap. Clearly this is malicious prosecution, and here's a link. And I submitted evidence that shows that no, he doesn't own this meme. He could not have trademarked it, nor can he sue me over it. So anyway, I'll keep you abreast of that. That's another one of these sideshows going on that this kind of stuff seems to surround the channel. It's like there's always somebody suing us. But anyway, yeah, the guy doesn't own the trademarks that he trademarked. So I looked into it, and I actually put this in my motion here that if the USPTO decides to investigate, which I believe they will, with even a slight nudge from this judge, they will take away his trademark, and maybe it will help my case, because I'm suggesting malicious prosecution here would be pretty much demonstrated if it's proven that he only trademarked something to get back at me when it was never his in the first place, which it never was, and it isn't. If you want to put that ugly piece of crap clip art on a lunchbox and sell it for profit, go ahead. You don't owe this guy a penny. He does not own it. It's just bizarre how people are so uncreative. All right, let's move on. Adam Lanza commented on the video from the other night, touching grass in a fake reality. And touching grass is just an expression that means you need to get out of your house and get in touch with reality, which, you know, this is something that's really become very clear to me as of late. The fact that we have a fake war going on, we've had fake wars, fake climate change, fake school shootings, fake demics, that should tell you that we are already in a metaverse. What difference does it make if the screen is on an appliance across the room or if it's strapped onto your face? I mean, we do have a simulation that's been superimposed over everything. But anyway, Adam Lanza left me a comment. He said, weird, his name says Adam Lanza, but the avatar is clearly David Hogg. Why do people always mix those two up? He says, ha ha ha, after looking up the Urban Dictionary definition of Mandoozle, the Eric Dubé joke was way funnier. That's in response to something I had said earlier about how we are no longer using the term Mandoozle because it was already taken apparently by the Urban Dictionary. So now we're calling it the Lidella effect because it's really about lying to yourself, lying to others. It's confabulation. It's the byproduct of interrogator bias and the I want to fit in with an internet community syndrome. That's all it is. But I'm no longer going to call it Mandoozle because that has its own definition on Urban Dictionary. that kind of preempted ours. And I respect, property rights and all that, and that's already been defined by somebody else. If you want to look it up for yourself, Mandoozle, I'll go ahead and read it for you, save you the time. By the way, with UrbanDictionary.com, you can download, or rather, you can order any one of these words, these definitions, printed on a mug. Okay, so Mandoozle, getting tricked by it's not really PC, but the definition, or the example here is, my trip to Thailand really took a turn for the worse after I was mandoozled. And you can get a Mandoozle mug. It means being, I don't know if tricked, yeah, it says tricked, but yeah, you get it. Like that movie Hangover. But anyway, yeah, we can no longer call Mandela affected Mandoozled. So, no, we're calling them Lidella promulgators. How does that happen? SpongeBob says, I'm with you, Tim. Thirst for Truth says, can't there be multiple definitions in the Urban Dictionary? I love that word. Right. Right, that's true. Why not? It's the Mandela affected who can't tolerate ambiguity. They're like, no, I didn't spell it wrong. The dictionary changed because the whole universe shifted, and therefore all of you are wrong. The world is wrong. Billions of people are wrong, and I'm right. That's how they see it. SpongeBob77 says that Brian Stavely denies that Mac is back. Oh, Mac Parhar? Interesting. Probably covering for one of his fellow agents. Finbar says, just got my text message via phone. Glad to be here. Hey, thanks for signing up. Because no matter what they do, even if they, when I say they, I mean the nukes from the Russians, the whatever they do with the space war, or maybe the white nationalists attack the power grid, going around shooting 5G towers, whining about their tribunals or whatever. If the QAnoners go amok and everything goes dark, as far as the social media platforms, you can always get back in touch with this think tank through the text message alerts. So they can Mandoozle every platform out there, and we'll still be able to reconstitute. Joined here by MC Dirty Work and Ivar, Jenna Lovecraft Reeves. Yurt Mama says, I just learned these new terms. Okay, I'm not going to read those out loud. Continuing down my Minds account. Updating Space Doctrine, how to avoid World War III. We'll talk about that because Space Wars come along as predicted. Busted, ADF caught staging social media PR during flood recovery. Is anything not staged? Is anything not fake? Now check this out. If you're looking at the screen, you have an image of Snoop Dogg at the halftime show. And we were all watching the halftime show to know exactly, what are they going to project for the future? Because it always means something. It always has. These are rituals. I think there's a ball game somewhere in there, but it's mostly just satanic ritual. And on the bottom left, you got the Los Angeles Rams Super Bowl champions in blue and yellow. What an eyesore. And above that, you have the Ukraine flag, blue and yellow. And then on the right, you've got Snoop in blue and yellow. Coincidences? I don't think so. And someone else had actually suggested to me that I need to look at various social media influencers who are conspicuously using these colors for the last few months. Claptrap says, Brian Stavely says, thank you for calling the Mandoozled hotline when people call in. Yeah, he caught that meme. Like all of our memes, these are very viral things, and yeah, he caught it. Mandoozle is one of our more viral memes out there, and it's kind of replaced Mandela, and now they take it with pride. Brian Stavely says, I'm Mandoozled. It's like, okay, suit yourself. Let's see here. Maybe Eric Dubay can call in. You guys can talk about being Mandoozled together. Creation Bear says, oh, we're live again. Yeah, I don't intend for this 24/7 thing to go down. We have little interruptions here and there, but the objective is a 30-year run nonstop. Minor interruptions, but no, we are not going dark. We have not gone dark. And if they kill the internet, we have backup plans. We are actually forming a media network. We have our reporters out in the field, but we're developing that even further. Zinvella says Snoop Crane. Yeah, exactly. And there were a few other things at the halftime show I'm noting here. For example, someone pointed out that there was a soundbite there for a moment where they played a bit of Tupac, which is an interesting kind of a callback. So you have this halftime performance, and then Eminem comes out and he raps that song One Shot about the New World Order. And then what does he do? He kneels, and it's supposed to be a controversy, probably invented. But the point is, he's kneeling for Kaepernick, who's not there. And I'm like, that's kind of odd, because he's not there. I mean, he's just probably a few miles away. He's watching on TV. But it's kind of interesting that the song One Shot, and he's kneeling for Kaepernick. And I don't know. I kind of think there might be something there, which we'll get into here soon. Moon Harvest says, "Hey Tim, love the show. It's always fascinating. Cheers." Thank you. We've had a number of people who kind of lost track with the raft here until I was on with Tim Truth the other day. And I re-premiered it on my other channel and a few other people who missed it. All right, let's continue. Creation Bear says, check out the UFC fighter Bryce Mitchell. He's been in the news lately. He did a recent interview where he flamed the jab. Yeah, I saw him. At this point, I'm sorry, when I see anti-vaxxers or truckers driving across the country, I'm like, where were you 2 years ago when we lost the argument on principle? We ceded the argument. The instant people believed that there was a thing that came from the bowl of bat soup that somehow didn't manifest here the way it did in Wuhan. Nobody here had the Kung Flu, where the invisible ghost of Bruce Lee comes around and kicks you on the back of the head. You just fall instantly from it. Nobody here caught it like that. And so all of the people who went to go protest and went to their capitals to beg for their freedoms had already just admitted that they weren't free. You should have just ignored the news. Kind of like nobody gives a crap about Ukraine. I mean, I know a lot of people do. Their emojis, they make you change your avatars and all that. But what I'm saying is that there's a big problem here with non-belief that we didn't see with COVID. With COVID, people gave the media the benefit of the doubt because you're dealing with something invisible, which makes it very easy for them to manipulate us because you had just watched a bunch of stuff, well, your entire life about virus outbreaks. And so here with this Ukraine thing, they've just come up short on the evidence, as many of you have noticed. All right. Where is the Tupac holograms to 737? Yeah, I was hoping that Akil the MC would show up. Otto Hoke says, Tim's fired up lately. I love it. Yeah, we really do plan to do this 5 days a week. And what's really going to help, I think, in the long term is we've really broken into podcasts. So every podcast platform out there, Amazon, Audible, iHeartRadio, carries Infinite Plane Radio up to date. So we're not really at the mercy of the terms of service of a bunch of snowflake PC companies like YouTube. Feel free to slander, libel, diss them, whatever. Who cares? Because at the end of the day, they don't matter. They're just a bunch of sellouts, like every other social media platform out there. Check this out. New York State Democrats pose with climate change sign signaling plane heading for the Twin Towers. They never get this is green. This is definitely green. They're recycling a psyop. I mean, they're constantly recycling crisis actors, but here they are recycling 9/11. How can we repackage this fake staged event? Oh, we'll just write our newest fake threat on the fake CGI plane graphic here. But look what they've done. They wrote climate change on a plane, and it's heading towards the Twin Towers. And it says, "Wake up, America. We're too late." You see, this is ridiculous because why don't they just show us where the oceans have gone up a few inches? Just show us. They can't. All right, 737 says it's like we're in on the joke. Yeah, you know what we are? We are, and if you've been following us for more than a year, you already knew about the space station, the drama above with the Russians. And even now, I believe that one of the Kellys, one of the twins, had actually had a public spat with one of the cosmonauts, and I believe he threw away his medal. Yeah, former NASA astronaut Scott Kelly gives back the Russian spaceflight medal. Angry U.S. astronaut tells Russians what to do with the special medal they awarded him in 2011. Well, I don't know. I mean, this to me is like you think they would have bonded a little bit more, given that the Americans have been drinking recycled urine this entire time, 22 years, recycled from the cosmonauts who get pure water. But yeah, apparently they're breaking up, like I've been saying, and I predict this more based on predictive programming. This isn't Ms. Cleo, this isn't tarot cards, this isn't New Age mumbo jumbo. We're just reading the news very closely and noting the subtext and how it interweaves with the popular movies of the day or the movies leading up to it. So in this case, it was pretty obvious that there was going to be a schism above, and this is also foreshadowed by the space race within the movie industry, with the Americans competing with the Russians to film the first movie on the ISS. Tom Cruise's movie was beaten by the Russians, and their movie was called The Challenge. A Challenger reference, if you ask me, but it signified there that the Americans lost the challenge. Well, anyway, Scott Kelly is returning his medal to Russia. He announced it on Wednesday, he tweeted about it. I'm returning to you the Russian Medal for Merit in Space Exploration, which you presented to me. Please give it to a Russian mother whose son died in this unjust war. I will mail the medal to the Russian embassy in Washington. Good luck. Now, you know this is all just theater because these guys all share a green screen. So there's no real space beef. Just so you know, the space war, it's all fake. It's just a war for the space between your ears. It's a war on your mind space. Also, it's a war in cyberspace. But a war in space, sorry, doesn't exist. And these are all characters. Joined here by Pippi Langstruff, who says, yo, spelled with a J. The Missing says, have you heard the New York governor speak? She sounds just like HRC. We need to look into these. There's another one I want to look into. Sidney Powell, the Kraken, the original Kraken who was going to flip the election. I'm pretty sure that Sidney Powell is Ann Coulter in a suit, a skin suit. I'm not going to be rude and say a fat suit, but yeah, Ann Coulter in a fat suit. Well, any suit to her would be a fat suit. She's a beanpole. I'm just saying, I think that Ann Coulter is literally Sidney Powell, and that's how she can be so outrageous and just be so, like she's getting sued for billions of dollars for slander. Let me go ahead and bring up Sidney Powell. Now, you wouldn't know this unless you listen to the voice, and you look very, very closely, and she is very, very masky. Anyway, we talked about this last year. I don't really care to relive it, but I'm pretty sure that Sidney Powell, who was born on May 1st, interesting date, that is the high point on the occult calendar. It's not Halloween, it's Beltane, it's May Day. That's the birthday of this Kraken. Interesting date. And again, if you look here, to me, this just screams deep fake. So forget everything the media says about digital deep fakes and how you can't tell if that's really Tom Cruise or not. It's not about digital deep fakes and TikTok filters. It's about people among us who are like in the TV series V, the reptoids of the human skin. That's what we're talking about. In fact, I think David Icke is controlled opposition to this. I think David Icke is there to help them cover up the seams. Whenever somebody notices, hey, this person looks a little odd, or there's something off, yeah, it's a reptoid. Because they don't want you to know, or it's a clone. Because they don't want you to know about deepfake tech. And this looks like a standard deepfake outfit. And I think Ann Coulter's inside there. You got to compare the voices. In fact, I'm going to put that in my notes. I'm not going to do it here on the fly. But I am working on a series of 10-minute videos for TikTok and Twitter and a few others, just kind of short form videos that I'll start producing here shortly, and I'm making a list. So if you have any suggestions that you would, anything, any topic that I cover here that you want me to go into detail on in a 10-minute breakdown, just email me, contact me, post it in chat. I'll get it because I am in that business of producing, concise Metascript breakdowns. That's what we want to do here. This isn't alternative media. Alternative media is actually controlled opposition. It's all part of the world stage. What we're doing is a post-world stage critique, and you won't find it anywhere else. No one else can go this far. They see the edge, and they run back. And even the flat earth topic generally doesn't go far enough because a lot of people who believe the earth is flat are still constrained by we'll just say the cult that runs the world, and it's different heads. It's a hydra. And I kind of think that all the religions are pretty much controlled by the same people who control the media. All right, let's continue here. Claptrap says Waynell Sexton could have her own calendar with all of her appearances. Has anybody thought about doing this? A crisis actor calendar? Interesting idea. And yeah, Waynell's been in what, five or six or more. And there's another person too. There was someone last year. I believe he was an anti-vaxxer. He was a soldier. He was a cop, and I believe he was also a dead. I think he died of COVID. Like anyway, there were a few people who got multiple gigs last year. It's been a good couple of years for crisis actors. And those of us who aren't crisis actors but who are nonetheless drafted onto the world stage and we had to put on the little costume on our face, we got paid too, didn't we? Little stimmy checks. Joined by Crater Earth USA, who you can listen to at the Conspiratainment Radio Network. In the mornings, live Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, but I also have replays on the in-between days at the same time. So you can wake up to Crater Earth USA every day. We're joined by the Missing We. Sleepy Random says they're fighting over petrified wood in the sky. I know, I saw that they were opening up a small sliver of moon rock, a small chunk of moon rock, and I was going to say, I hope they're wearing gloves. You don't want to catch a splinter. Because you know, and this is just a fact, another one of these four-lettered F words they're trying to ban, along with fake and flat. It is a fact that the moon rocks presented to the government of Holland were made of wood, petrified wood. So if you're a true believer in the moon landings, you're the conspiracy theorist. But moreover, if you truly believe in the moon landings, you must therefore admit that the moon is made of wood to you. What's more ridiculous, moon made of cheese or a moon made of wood? I think they're in the same camp. And I don't buy either. I don't think they went to the moon. I don't think there's any evidence for it. In that movie that they showed you, that's not evidence. But anyway, they're fighting over it now, and there's going to be a moon base. Commies are building a moon base together, as I predicted. And I say the word predicted loosely. We extrapolated from the available information. We kind of guessed, not guessed, but you know how you're reading a book, and it's just formulaic, like every Dan Brown novel. You know by this chapter who's going to make out with who's going to be at the resolution. You know the ending. We're able to guess the endings of these things long in advance. Claptrap says Sidney Powell dresses Klaus Schwab. Yeah, I would say so. Sidney Powell and Klaus Schwab would make a great couple. And they do look like they're both dressed like just basically evil villains. But yeah, Sidney Powell was the first Kraken. And after she gave up trying to flip the election, she passed the baton to Mike Lindell, who said, hello, I'm a crackhead. I mean, former crackhead. Now I just sell pillows. So you have the Kraken to the crackhead. And then Hunter Biden's laptop was going to break the election because of his crack pipes. And I'm like, they just couldn't stop with this crack thing. We couldn't figure out where is it leading. They even said the ISS was cracked. Everywhere we looked, there was schism. There was a split. There was a split throughout society. And the reference to the Kraken that was going to break the election, release the Kraken, it was a meme that has been forced onto us for the last couple of years. And I was like, where is this leading? What is this Kraken thing? Anyway, long story short, Pluto returns on 2/22/2022, which puts Pluto at 27 degrees Capricorn. And this Pluto conjunct, this return, puts it exactly at the place where it was on July 4th, 1776. Significance here? Well, 1776 and 1619 seem to be a couple of key years here when we look at the split and the two competing worldviews. But more significantly, Pluto is another name of Hades. Hades and Pluto are the same. Hades releases the Kraken. And I think that the ritual we saw on 2/22 out there at Donde 2, Kanye West's ritual, well, that was produced by Future, who goes by Pluto. So I'm pretty sure that they released the Kraken on that day. SpongeBob says, God loves you, Tim. You're doing good. Okay, let's see here. I'm going to open phones in just a moment. Rocco says break down fake nukes. They can fake nukes by using crisis actors, CGI, and just standard TNT. They don't have to do a whole lot. In fact, back in, what was it? It's at the end of January. There was the thing in North Carolina. What was it called? Let me bring this up because this is kind of pertinent. You had a National Guard drill in 24 counties, and it was to hunt down domestic violent extremists. Yeah, it's an unconventional warfare exercise they do every single year. But anyway, the point about this thing is that they're drilling to go after Timothy McVeigh's white nationalists, the types of people who like weaponizing fertilizer. Well, during this event, and by the way, the last time they had this event, a sheriff actually got shot by some plainclothes military. It was a real mess. It's called Robin Sage. So this Robin Sage event spanned 25 North Carolina counties. Well, anyway, in North Carolina, there was a fertilizer plant that nearly blew up, and it would have been a historically large, huge, significant fire. NC fertilizer plant caused air pollution 5 times higher than EPA limits, so they're still feeling the effects. That was from today. But yeah, thousands evacuated after U.S. fertilizer plant fire, North Carolina. And I'm just suggesting it's not a coincidence that they're doing a drill and they actually have these fires. My point being, what we see, what they say is war, is more or less just exercises presented on TV is real. That's what I'm suggesting. Until proven otherwise, I mean, show me something that isn't a crisis actor. I mean, even the mushroom clouds they're showing us are crisis actors, like recycled explosions. And you know what? I believe that SpaceX even has done some recycled landings. We'll look into that later. Let me go ahead and play this. I have to play this. Sleepy Randa says next time they'll legalize crack. Oh yeah, that's one more thing. Before Pluto returns, right leading up to that event, the Release the Kraken event, opening the gates of Hades and all this, what did we see? Joe Biden putting a crack pipe in every pocket. The commies dream of a chicken in every pocket. Now it's a crack pipe in every pocket. Yep. Why would they do that? I'm suggesting that they're doing it because it's part of this forced meme. They're painting up the zeitgeist. Let me go ahead and play this. This is a video of Bill Hicks explaining how the power of Lucifer turned him into Alex Jones. Again, this is... excuse me, did I say Bill Hicks? This is Alex Jones talking about the powers of Lucifer and how you can't see them unless you possess them, and that he actually possesses or is possessed by the seething powers of Lucifer. Again, this is Alex Jones, who made $165 million in Sex Scoop in the last 3 years. Fact. Okay, here he is. Again,
fear. Almost everybody's joining it out of fear. There's not a lot of people seething with the power of Lucifer in their hands. Okay, that's the people above Gates and the rest of them. And if you don't have the power of Lucifer seething in your hands, you cannot see the power of Lucifer. Well, I've got the power of Lucifer, and
now he puts his hands up in this hand sign that I see the Masons do, and he says, "I've got the powers of Lucifer," and he's dressed in black, and he's in front of a big projection of the globe, the idol of Baal worshippers everywhere. And I mean, when I say Baal, I basically mean the devil. So I mean, what is he saying here? He's sending mixed signals.
I've got the power of Lucifer, and I don't want it, and I lay it down, and I reject it. Everybody.
Okay, well, he rejected it. Good. Makes me feel better. I can sleep well, knowing. And then what was that other story about his wife's 5-pound balls? Did you see that one? Alex Jones. And then she made him cry. She put shampoo in his eyes, and it wasn't the No More Tears. She hit him on the head with a shampoo bottle. Alex Jones's wife struck him over 20 times and tried to hit him with a 5-pound ball. He claimed he feared for his life. Alex Jones worried he would die as his wife beat him bloody more than 20 times the bottle of cleaning soap and attempted to hit him with a 5-pound ball. Anyway, my question is just, what is she doing with 5-pound balls? And anyway, this is just a sideshow. I don't mean to get into it. All right, so let us continue going through the Minds feed. That was Alex Jones with his Seething Energies of Lucifer. Got a message from Lynn Ertl. She calls in a lot. Lynn Ertl, it's Ertell. Find her on Facebook. She said, I wish we could hear more from Joe Atwill on the pathology rampant amongst this latest crop of Bible thumpers and perfect Christian patriots. The Vanguard. And she's talking about the QAnoners. Now, this is an interesting point she's bringing up here. The vanguard of the entire Trump operation with MAGA and Q. Because she's referring to Joseph Atwill, who wrote the book Caesar's Messiah, about this psyop to create a savior in order to consolidate the popular opinion around a leader. And we've been talking basically about prophecies being backdated, people being turned into gods. And what we're looking at with the Trump phenomenon is a neo-Christian cult with the Kennedys as the bloodline of Christ, awaiting the second coming, the return of JFK. And this is a real cult. This is something the media has tried to minimize, but they had to address it eventually. But anyway, someone like Joseph Atwill could probably have a field day deconstructing it. And I've said from the beginning, Great Awakening, sealed indictments to be unsealed, judgment. Then, of course, you have the deep state and the white hats. It's like, well, this all sounds like Revelations. This all sounds like they're rebranding Christianity. And when they brought out that JFK is actually the second coming of Christ, it sounds crazy, but this is what they believe. And they believe that the deep state decided we can't have JFK running around, Jesus F. Christ running around. They shoot him in the head. He survives. And when he comes back to tell us, the world is going to worship him. So the true QAnoners right now, the ones who are drinking the Kool-Aid, they're literally waiting for JFK to come back so they can worship him as king of the world. And then he'll hand over some kind of authority to Trump and JFK Jr. Now, if that's not weird enough, they take it from Revelations, I believe it's 13, where the Antichrist is shot in the head. And then he comes back and the world falls to its knees. Well, they're saying that JFK is the Antichrist and the Antichrist is Christ. So you literally have a neo-Christian cult, a doomsday cult, with their tribunals, their tribunal fantasy, waiting for this resurrected Sun King who was ritually killed in 63. It's really bizarre, but they want the Antichrist. Thirst for Truth says Alex Jones will still never say no planes. Alex Jones is also a moon landing conspiracy theorist. I'm surprised he's not a climate change conspiracy theorist. Yeah, he believes that man landed on the moon. Can you believe it? John Snyder says the symbolism in the new Corey Feldman single is legit. Okay, I'm glad he's still doing stuff. I saw him on Cameo.com and I'm like, isn't that where these celebrities go to die? Milk a few dollars out of their persona. But no, that's cool. I'll check it out. Portal Complex says Bill Hicks is pushing nukes so he can sell more iodine. Yeah, do you remember Fukushima 311? The other 311. Now, let's take note of this really quick because we're a couple days away from the second hoax anniversary of 311, which was the 9/11 of this present era. But 311 20 let me see, is Fukushima. So COVID wasn't the first one. And there is something of a comparison here when you look at the ground zero and the idea that it starts off small and then it spreads, a chain reaction. Anyway, so on 3/11/2011 or 3/11/11, you had the Fukushima nuclear disaster. And at this time, I was listening to Alex Jones and I believed the news. And he was selling iodine because he said, oh, the fallout's going to come across the Pacific. And if you take a bunch of this iodine, it'll protect you. So he's selling iodine as a preventative thing. And then speaking of the Kraken, Ann Coulter, she came out and she said radiation is good for you. Let me bring this up. Just kind of a little side note here. Yes, Ann Coulter said, go Fukushima yourself. And yes, she said radiation is good for you. Conservative maverick Ann Coulter has poured scorn on fears, saying radiation is good for you. Anyway, I remember this incident because Alex Jones was pushing iodine. He said, you got to boof the iodine, you got to boof, like just like today it's ivermectin. They all have their cures, these partisan cures for these partisan psyops. And it's like, oh, their cure will kill me. And then the other side says, no, their cure is going to kill us. And it's like, what? So one side thinks the vax is salvation and the immune system by itself is not sufficient. And the other side thinks, no, the vax will kill you. And it's like, wait, how can you have these psyops be so perfectly partisan left and right? That's why I don't buy into them. And it seems like it's just a money-making racket. And you definitely do have Alex Jones hawking iodine again. It's usually run for the hills, get your MREs, go off the grid. Does anybody ever actually go off the grid, by the way? Not really. And there's a name for that. It's called the Bubba effect. If you want to look into this, it helps explain a lot of conspiracy theory culture today and why a lot of it strays from pure media analysis and it goes into what are we going to do about it? Are we going to run for the hills? The Bubba effect, this is from Rational Wiki, is a trend of behavior that was postulated by Command Sergeant Major Tim Strong about people heading for the hills when they feel threatened or when times are uncertain. So better safe than sorry is kind of the idea here, but it says here in practice, the Bubba effect, and it's talking about this notion lifted right out of Red Dawn. The Bubba effect amounts to histrionic overreactions to threatening fake news and vague rumors. In turn, springing from the scrap heap of survivalist ideas and brain-dead conspiracy theories. But despite this, the Bubba effect is proven surprisingly broad. Yeah, it still sells. I'm always telling people, popcorn, not ammo. If you're reaching for the ammo, if you're going for the Bubba effect, then they dragged you onto the world stage with your emotions. It's all still just a movie. And I don't mean to, call anybody out by name or anything, but Richie from Boston, and I remember this very clearly, at the end of March 2 years ago, he said on April Fool's Day, they're going to cut off the internet. They're going to send somebody to my house in a black car. They're going to take me out of my basement and you'll never see me again. So he said the internet was going to die on April Fool's Day and that we're all fools. And that we should buy his MREs. And I'm like, if they're going to take you in the middle of the night, if they're going to shut off the grid, how are the MREs going to get to us? How are you going to get paid? And aren't you going to be off the grid? Why do you need me to buy your MREs if you're going to be off the grid somewhere? I'll just go to your place. But anyway, it didn't happen, needless to say. And so the Bubba effect is a way of using panic to sell merch. All right, let's continue. Victoria says QAnon is a cult as you can get, but they're right about the biolabs in Ukraine. When you say they, the QAnoners are right, it's a very troubling thing. But we'll see. I'll say this. We'll see. I have to look into it. I have seen, and again, anything with QAnon is just kind of questionable at this point. The story with Q isn't new. It didn't just show up with a bunch of Trumpers hanging out. The storyline, the plot that involves the Kennedys, and it involves death faking and this war on the deep state, this is a story that is decades old. I mean, it's been written into this meta script, and that's what's so fascinating about it, and that's why it's unignorable. Yes, Fukushima was a 311. It was 31111 if you didn't know. All right, going down the comments, make sure I haven't missed anything. Linda Curtis says, save yourself in big government, but save your libido, Alex. Yeah, the sex scoop stuff. It's just white label supplements. And I'm not against monetizing content, but I have this theory. Alex Jones made $156 million or 165. I mean, that's not profit, but whatever. It's a lot of money. But I'm kind of thinking here that one of the reasons why he pushes that in particular is he's trying to alienate cis females. That they're trying to keep fringe, controlled opposition, fringe. They want to make it unpalatable. They want to make it unlikable. They want to make it the thing that the husband listens to in the man cave. So I kind of think that Alex Jones pushes a bunch of products that are, again, and the commercials too. I think the commercials are a big part of it as well. It's about creating this idea that conspiracy culture is all a bunch of bubbas ready to run for the hills and go after the government and burn 5G towers. And it's all just a misrepresentation. And by the way, Alex Jones backtracked on Sandy Hook, and he believes the true story of Sandy, or the official story of Sandy Hook, the fairy tale. Now you'll say, well, maybe he didn't want to get sued. Well, what is the big deal there? Can he not afford it? Rocco says there was a Sandy Hook Alex Jones hit piece on NPR today. It's just the psyop it keeps on giving, and many of their actors have gone on for bigger and better things, like Gabby Petito. She went from a post-Sandy Hook music video to the back of Brian Landry's van to that field. I mean, all obviously story. Gabby Petito, 22. She was a personification of Virgo, representing Persephone being taken into Hades. They discovered her on the equinox. All very symbolic. So it's also noteworthy, too, that we had the Virgo character going into the underworld, kidnapped by Hades, and then Hades resurfaces months later with this Pluto return thing. There's a continuity here between these various psyops. My favorite part of the Gabby Petito thing was when Marjorie Taylor Greene put on those black shades and went out hunting for Gabby's body. And I think she only found like a Monster energy drink can. And that story was supposedly gripping the nation. I don't know anybody who took it seriously. Here we go. This is the... Oh, no, I'm sorry. That was Dog the Bounty Hunter. Dog the Bounty Hunter went hunting for Gabby Petito's remains, and he turned up a can of Monster energy drink. Why did I think that was MTG? All right, let's move on. Oh, by the way, MTG was on Alex Jones. Rep. Marjorie Taylor Greene joined broadcaster Alex Jones to discuss a conspiracy theory called the Great Reset. So now it's back to being a conspiracy theory. This is why conspiracy theorists are always flustered. You know, they seem like... I mean, look, there's a reason why the media has... or the conspiracy theorists have sort of a... not an antagonism, but they have a antipathy towards MSM. Because one minute you're a conspiracy theorist for saying something, the next minute they're saying it. And now you're right. Anyway, let me take a look here. Some rawstory.com, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Alex Jones claim that 90% of the population will be reduced by 2030. One of my questions from the beginning has been, for all the anti-vaxxers out there, who are you trying to save? If you really believe what you claim to believe, then you're just stopping your enemies, and they are your enemies if these are the fascist control freaks who want to overthrow everything in order to enslave you and take away your freedom and send you to Mars or whatever. Why are you stopping them? Who are you trying to stop? So I just don't think it's a plausible theory. I don't think they want to eliminate you. They probably need more people to grind them up into Soylent Green and Astrocrete. And if you don't know what Astrocrete is a concrete they're going to make out of lunar dust, regolith, Mars dust, and blood. So you can donate your blood when you're on the moon, and they can make bricks out of it. Blood and soil. There's some connotations here I find very interesting, that the first lunar settlements will have this blood bond to the new turf. Anyway, Jones says they want to get a 90% population reduction by 2030. See, another problem I have with this whole population reduction thing, one, I don't think it sounds like a bad idea. But two, and I don't mean eliminating people, but like, I guess what I'm saying here is, like I said, It's not plausible, and it's been going on for too long. How many years have been talking about cutting the population down? Georgia Guidestones went up when? 40 years ago? We've had exponential growth since then. If they wanted to cut down the population, they would have done it a long time ago. They would have culled the herd before it metastasized. So no, they're not going to get rid of the population. We're not going to run out of people. Just another panic. We're going to run out of people. Maxwell Cooper says Q is currently being sued by Tim, so anything coming out of that community is a spin-off. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens with the Q story once that gets out. Yeah, it is true that Q has been exposed as a friend of the Trump family, as in buddies with Don and Ivanka, first name basis. This is a big deal, and there's been a media blackout on it, but it's going to get out here very soon. Let's see here. Anything else? Former astronaut Katie Coleman on Russia threatening to pull out of the space station. Yeah, this is pretty much the news. It's like Scott Kelly on Twitter called the head of the Russian space agency a child, and the head of the Roscosmos blocked him on Twitter. He said, he's a moron who will be the death of the ISS. And notice how this is commonplace, the death of the ISS, the sky falling. And I've been talking about this for some time, how specifically I started watching Netflix. All these streaming video services, they're all just basically mugging me. It's like every month, one of them's going to get me when my Cash App card isn't off. This month it was HBO, last month it was Netflix. But I just take them up on it, and I watch everything, and I just break it down, and I have found some startling consistency with regard to the imagery that they're pumping into the mass, basically the collective imagination. And it's all space stations falling. It's all space arcs breaking apart in the atmosphere. Specifically, Season 1, Episode 13 of The 100. These are noteworthy. And then there's also Cowboy Bebop started off with a scene like this. But you're seeing a lot of space junk on the new stuff that has come out. So if you were watching Netflix and all the new releases, let's just say from October through the new year, you would have been inundated with movies about stuff falling from the sky. Then Don't Look Up and Moonfall. My point being, you have a lot of time spent seeing something that is unimaginable. Like the idea of towers burning down after getting hit by a couple of airplanes. These are things that are extraordinary, but they make them ordinary just by repetition and by propaganda. And so the propaganda matrix has been flooding flooding the zone with space stations falling. That's my point. And in the 100, Season 1, Episode 13, you had the space station comprised of 13 stations breaking apart. Just like in that video that the Russians put out, the RAA, where it's like the Russian segment leaves. So it's breaking apart. I know this summer it was cracking quite literally, but no, it's breaking apart in many ways. And it's along these ideological lines, the space war, space commies versus space capitalists or cowboys. Commenter says, Democrats are politically uneducated, normie NPCs, and visually illiterate. We're getting pretty stupid. We're already in the metaverse. The fact that so much of the news is fake means we're already in it. Your head may as well be in the TV screen. You have a TV over your head like a space helmet, and you're looking out through the screen. You're in it. All right, let's continue. 737 said, Hitler's face flashed when the towers fell. Okay, do you remember that tabloid story from the Weekly World News where it was like the devil's face in the Twin Towers? Now that I'm looking at this as a scripted event, you have to take these things as direct messages they inserted into these things. So I don't believe this was an organic effect with the smoke. I believe this was a leaked photo, part of the production. A little bit of artistic license from Stanley Kubrick. That's probably what we're looking at here. I haven't seen Hitler, I've seen the devil, and I saw another one. I wouldn't know how to search it, but it looks like a man and a woman in the two towers that are crumbling. If somebody wants to find it, I'm not going to search it, but now check this out. This is also worth reiterating here. We've talked about this, but the significance here, it's hard to overstate it. You're looking at a man falling from the twin tower, one of the towers. This is the hanged man picture, the falling man they call it. So the falling man photo is owned by Sir Elton John. So Sir Elton John actually bought this morbid photo. It was photographed by Richard Drew. And the other thing about Richard Drew that is also interesting is that he also photographed RFK as he was falling to his death. So he photographs two people falling to their deaths. What's the connection here? There's a few connections. RFK, when you get into the symbolism and stuff, was 42, shot with a 22. And 42 is often associated with falling, as we've pointed out here. I would also say there's something significant about the way that his leg is crossed, which we could probably get into. But my point is, this is just another, the photographer constitutes another Kennedy 9/11 connection. And this is one of the common themes here. These nods, these inside hints that there's a Kubrick production at work here. But no, I haven't seen Hitler's face, but I'll be interested to see it if you want to post it. I mean, the whole thing was a CGI production. There were no jumpers, if anybody's wondering about that. That's been explained again and again. How the pneumatic cannons, dummies, Photoshop. There were many other giveaways, but... Let's see. Diana South says, the word Antichrist is not in the book of Revelation. More false teachings by biblically illiterate. Okay. Interesting. Well, when it comes to the Antichrist concept, I don't even think it's a truly biblical concept. You know, people really take their license with the Bible. But no, if you ask me, the common story of this bad guy and this Antichrist narrative, the one that storyline has been superimposed onto the world stage today. The mark of the beast stuff. That stuff's not coincidentally implanted on everything having to do with the vax. This is all stuff. I think it's just part of the Psy-War. But like, look at AstraZeneca. You know, look at their logo and tell me you're not looking at a 666 or 3 6s. You have this mark of the beast built into this entire psyop. And of course, I think this is part of the polarization, the schism, and the split. This dialectic they've created between the needle and the bullet. Or the needle, like you had guns versus needles, right wing versus left. The pro-gun side is anti-vax. The pro-mandatory vax side is anti-gun. It all has to do with one's relationship to power, to government. And when it comes down to it, borders. Your skin being a border. Not a coincidence that the pro-gun that believes in defending their own property believes in national boundaries. And they believe in their own immune system. Whereas the anti-gun, pro-vax, or pro-mandatory vaxxers, they're open borders. Open borders, open skin. And they also believe that the government has the immune system, not the self. So it's not about self-defense. The government defends you. Not just with guns, but with the injectable immune system. It's just a perfectly polarized split. So I never really bought it as, oh, they're going to make everybody carry the mark of the beast or whatever. They said that about the driver's license. They said that about the Social Security card. And by all definitions, you know, I think that if there is such a thing, we've already pretty much been sold out to it. I mean, I would say that the TV is an altar to Satan in many ways, or whoever runs this world. The black monolith, the black screen. Maxwell Cooper says the beast of the sea is the Antichrist, so is the Kraken. Fascinating. Fenris Unchained says icebergs, krakens both sink ships. See, the Kraken could be a metaphor. It could be a metaphor perhaps for collectivism, for world communism, for this mass awakening, the overthrowing of something. It could just be a metaphor for this rousing of a leviathan. It doesn't have to be a big squid, although that would be believed by the masses. And they kind of have set the stage if you look into the overlapping stories of the spacecraft cemetery, where they drop all their used satellites. All their spent satellites get dropped at Point Nemo. That happens to be the place where the giant kraken squid-headed god Cthulhu is resting, according to H.P. Lovecraft. So there is this area in the ocean, this remote place associated with falling objects from the sky, also associated with the slumbering but soon to awaken thing that fits all the definition of a kraken. John Snyder said, I saw a new Lincoln Kennedy connection. 10 days before he was shot, he was in Monroe, Maryland. And 10 days before JFK got offed, he was in Maryland, Monroe. Yeah, there are a number of those. Some of them may be urban myths, I don't know, but the dates line up. Another one, Kennedy gets his blood splattered on a Ford Lincoln. Lincoln gets his blood splattered in a Ford theater. Lots of interesting connections between these two, and we'll probably get into those. And if you really want to go deep, look, I mean, JFK and the Kennedys and all the major psyops are connected through this Stanley Kubrick storyline that actually connects a number of his films. But it's fascinating. Even thanks, someone. We appreciate the support. And yeah, that was Godzilla. Speaking of Kraken-like things, and the Godzilla sound effect is basically represents the infinite plane society and what happens once we get past all of the hurdles placed there by government operatives. I mean, hopefully these trolls were well paid for their work, because I don't know how it's going to pay off in the end. You know, I don't care if you work for the DoD. If you purchased 40 plus domains in order to steal traffic from someone, you can't get away from that. I mean, that's a property crime in progress. Side note, I mean, there's a couple of lawsuits. In fact, I was writing a newsletter to kind of clarify so everyone knows who's suing who and what I'm talking about whenever these things come up. Oh, anyway, JFK. J is 10, F is 6, K is 11. So that's kind of interesting. If you flip it, you do get 9/11/01. And another one, this is kind of interesting too, because you consider all these various events to be 9/11. It's not just 9/11. There are many events that connect to 9/11 symbolically. We talk about the George Floyd, Derek Chauvin event frequently because 8:46, that's the time that Chauvin knelt on Floyd. 8:46 is the time that 9/11 started. They use these numbers to communicate this story, and it's pretty consistent all around. I mean, even Timothy McVeigh, executed on a 6/11/01. Okay, well, 6/11/01 kind of has a 9/11 built in there, but also he was inspired by the Turner Diaries. Of course, the Turner Diaries, brought to life by the McCloskeys in 2020. The Turner Diaries, written by Andrew MacDonald, and if you look into the author's birth date, 9/11/33. So there's another 9/11 connected to Timothy McVeigh, another 9/11, like an American OBO, an American terrorist, an American white Al-Qaeda, Osama martyr character. And by the way, McVeigh was killed at the age of 33. So many side notes, but they're all connected because I'm suggesting that this Stanley Kubrick thing goes beyond Apollo 11, and it goes into the 9/11s, it goes into the major racial psyops. There's a lot of fingerprints here. I can point to Tom Clancy, I can point to Spike Lee, I can point to, I guess, Alan Moore would be another major meta scripter in this unfolding world stage drama. So it's not just Kubrick, but it's definitely a drama, and you can see whose fingerprints are all over this thing. Anyway, let me go back through some comments here. Kind of got behind a little bit. We've been joined by that SOB. Rich Flat says giant squids from space. I've seen squids from space in the news lately. And then in The Watchmen, and there's plenty we could say about that HBO series. In The Watchmen, you have a kraken falls on New York. Linda Curtis says, in my opinion, the Kraken is the new Moses parting of the waters. Info overload, splitting of the mind. You know, if you pay General Flynn enough money for a private consultation, he's going to tell you, because I heard this from somebody, they left a message for me. Apparently, General Flynn is telling the people in his inner circle that China is going to do an EMP, and anybody who's been vaxxed is going to have a head explosion, like scanners. So if you know someone who's triple vaxxed, tell them to put on a helmet. Not just because when they fall you want to protect their heads, because they will, but also you just don't want that splatter to get in your eyes if you're driving. All right, let's see here. Yeah, the Pangzilla, the Godzilla thing, though. I brought that up because when, I'd say in a few months, when all these things are resolved, I think we're going to metastasize. And I've been working on lateral expansion. That's why we have the Conspiracy Radio Network we're working with. I think it's important to build a network. Because, you know, when I first got into YouTube, it was mostly unregulated. It was just kind of the Wild West. And you could have group discussions all night. And what would happen is, hanging out in the chat with people would get really entertaining in and of itself. So you had this group watching experience, and then you would move to another live stream, and then another. And we would basically kind of move around like a swarm of bees or a raft of penguins or whatever. And it's like a pestilence. We'd spread across YouTube. And it was sort of a decentralized online community of people of like mind who were all absorbed with media deconstruction. And it was very productive, and they more or less destroyed it on YouTube. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to recreate this environment in a decentralized fashion on platforms that we control. And I'm talking basically what we have here, but far more integrated. And of course, what we're doing is work. It's research. It's media analysis. And it's definitely entertaining and it's fun, and that's what makes it so problematic for the powers that be. Like the fact that I watch CNN when I want something to laugh at. And when I just, it's just comedy. It's entertainment for all the wrong reasons. Kind of like I went to watch Moonfall, and I'm pretty sure I was laughing at all the wrong times because nobody else was. But it's kind of a side note. Claptrap says chat raids are considered cyberbullying now. Yeah, they've had to put up walls. I think we kind of exposed a few weaknesses, a few loopholes, a few cracks in their matrix, and they had to seal those up. Maxwell says it's hard to take people seriously that take CNN seriously. Yeah, I can't really watch it these days so much. I'm traumatized by Don Lemon. Don Lemon's Lemons. Don Lemon did the most disgusting thing, and he's in court over it, and it bewilders me. He's approached by some guy in a bar, and Don Lemon inexplicably just does the grossest thing in the world. I don't even want to describe it. It was vigorous, what he did. It was described as vigorous, what he did. And then he put his hand in the guy's face like a bully. I mean, I don't even want to know. Just like, I could see zoo animals behaving that way. And the guy is just obviously power tripping. But the fact is, that's their company culture. I'm pretty sure below CNN there's a pizza dungeon. And by pizza dungeon, I mean, like a place where you play ping pong and have pizza, but when nobody's looking, it's all frazzle drip. Like, I'm pretty sure that's going on. All right, let's see. I don't want to talk about this again. Volva spacecraft concept aims to disrupt the space industry with a powerful message. It's real. It's as real as anything else that they send into space. So, you know what that means. The accelerated advancement of space tourism, together with the expansion of the space industry in multiple areas around the world, is leading to all types of innovation in terms of technology, science, and design. And this is not even the Babylon Bee. But it's kind of strange how, like a broken clock, right, twice a day. Sometimes the media is, or sometimes people who are absorbed in it, who are on the world stage, total blue pillars, sometimes they see things as they are. It's rare. NASA will be opening a pristine 50-year-old lunar sample. Again, if you find a piece of moon rock, you're just going to have to drop it off somewhere and just call the police and let them know where it is, because NASA will show up with a SWAT team. They will drag you out of your house. They will rough you up and they will take it from you because they don't want people to know. Because if you look through a microscope at a moon rock, you will find out that, yeah, it's just wood. Claptrap said, did he grab the guy like Trump's pickup line? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Whatever he did, it was just bizarre. And I'm just saying, like, it just conflicts with his nice guy persona on TV. But we called it out way in advance. You know, I had postulated, and we put this into an episode of South Pole, that Governor Cuomo was selling his brother Andrew to the Minister of Unhealth, Maggie the Block, you know, the big Jabba the Hutt character, that he was selling his brother to Maggie the Block for higher death tolls so he could have more power in the big rotten apple. And that was just a storyline, kind of a guess, and I'm pretty sure that's exactly what was happening. What was with all the ministries of untruth? Have you seen such a collection? Like this was like Addams Family stuff. Let me bring this one up. Maggie the Block. And these names. This is a world stage name. The Block. That's like a World Wrestling Federation name. Some really big guy calling the Block. And I'm like 99% sure that this is a costume. It's like Ann Coulter in a Sidney Powell costume in a Maggie the Block. Like this is layers. This is a fat suit over a fat suit. And this person is telling us to regulate our intimate behaviors, to wear masks in bed, to wear masks when we shower. This is your health authority. Looks like a South Pole character. Yeah, absolutely. All right, let me go ahead and go to my voicemails. Again, the number is 833-311-1984. Again, 311, second anniversary, second hoax anniversary of the pandemic is on Friday. 311. Again, 311 also scarred by Fukushima, so maybe. And also, one other thing. Last year, I said, watch the skies on 311, and NASA dropped the biggest piece of space junk in space history when they dropped, it was like 3 tons of batteries into the ocean on 311 last year. And I noticed that these things tend to run on cycles. Jordan says it looks fat suity. Linda says, pretty funny, rockets that look like a phallus go to the moon and bring back wood. Yeah, I don't know what it is about the wooden moon rocks, but to me it's like, if you're going to believe they landed on the moon,